The avaricious clansmen, in a formidable alliance, hunted down the sovereign clan, thus ascending to the annals of history, seizing power, wealth, treasures, and women in the most civilized manner. Young Fangxing, in a quest to protect his family, met his demise at the hands of his foes. Reborn in another life, he awakened the memories of his past existence and embarked on a journey to save the sovereigns. The island he desperately sought to seal the demons was, astonishingly, right beneath his feet. The very fabric of heaven and earth trembled at his presence. On the Dragon Yuan continent, in the eastern wilderness of Jing Kingdom, by the banks of the fishing stream at the rear of Fangxing Peak, a youth sat cross-legged, engaging in breath control. This youth, named Fangxing, was 15 years of age, with a gaunt face and distinct features, his brows slightly knitted, betraying a hint of worry. Fangxing exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, which sparkled with a wild, unyielding fervor. After half a day's cultivation, a modicum of vital energy had returned to his body. Yet, with the slightest pause for rest, this energy would dissipate into the ether. Despite the aching in his limbs, as though a heavy stone were perched upon his shoulders, and his neck nearly unable to rise, he remained seated, closing his eyes once more to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, refining it into vital energy. The two individuals confronting him were disciples of the Kong clan, rivals of the Fang clan, and members of the two prominent families of the Taishan sect. Kongli, Konglin, what brings you here? This is Fangxing Peak without our permission. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Fangxing rose, his voice firm and commanding. Kongli traced the faint scar on his left cheek with a sinister grin, saying, "Is that so? Then how did I gain entry?" Fangxing Peak. Humph. I dare say that within a month, your Fang clan will be ousted from here. I come and go as I please. Fangxing's fury ignited, his hands clenching tightly, teeth gritting in defiance. Chapter 3. The Six Senses of Divine Perception. The Essence Pill is no ordinary healing elixir. Within the entire Taishan sect, only a few cauldrons can be concocted each year. Not only are the 7 medicinal ingredients required for its creation exceedingly rare, but the process of refining the pill is also profoundly intricate, with a success rate of merely 50% being considered commendable, given the multitude of disciples within the sect. The allocation to each individual amounts to only a handful. Furthermore, the distribution of these elixirs is determined by the strength of the 7 branches, and now, having fallen to the weakest lineage, the Fang clan of Fangxing Peak, each disciple is fortunate to receive even a single essence pill per year. Particularly unfortunate is Fangxing, who has already been abandoned by the Taishan sect. His allocation of medicinal pills has been revoked, leaving him entirely bereft of the essence pill. Without the essence pill, it is not impossible to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into primordial energy, yet the process is painfully slow. Without a year and a half, he cannot hope to restore his former strength. However, in just over 40 days, the annual competition for the Dragon and Tiger rankings will take place, and as the sole representative of the Fang clan, he must ascend the rankings to put an end to the 9-year humiliation of their clan's absence from the list, thereby preserving the identity of their two prominent families. The time remaining for him is, alas, dwindling. He followed the river upstream and arrived at the Feiyu Gorge. The water cascaded down in a magnificent torrent, producing a thunderous roar. Had it not been for the intervention of Huang, Fangxing would have not only succumbed to a lethal strike, but would likely have found no escape from the plunge of the waterfall. He ventured deeper into the woods along a rocky path, when suddenly, a faint yet enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his spirit. This aroma was unlike the usual floral scents. It bore the distinctive essence of mature medicinal herbs. The presence of this fragrance indicated that he was not far from his goal. He followed the scent, which grew stronger with each step, yet he still found no sign of the herbs. After navigating around a precipice, there was still no trace of any medicinal plants. Am I losing my mind? Fangxing thought in bewilderment. He was certain of his direction, yet after walking a kilometer without encountering any herbs, he wondered if any medicinal fragrance could possibly carry such a distance. Nevertheless, the scent persisted, proving it was not an illusion. The herbs were still further ahead, after traversing another 1,000 meters. Had it not been for the increasingly potent aroma, he might have chastised himself for indulging in unrealistic dreams. What sort of herb could emit a fragrance so far-reaching? He pressed on, and at last, he beheld the source of the aroma. A plant resembling an apple tree had taken root in the crevice of the cliff. its branches swaying with 3 fruits, radiant and crimson, glimmering like rubies, each about the size of a fist. Medicinal plants, like humans, have a finite lifespan. Typically, they endure for 30 to 40 years before crumbling to dust. This scarlet fruit, however, must be at least 100 years old. An authentic first-grade nourishing herb, as humans thrive for a century. So do these herbs flourish for a century, even in the spiritually abundant Zhongjing Peak. Such treasures are rare. The spiritual energy contained within these 3 fruits is surely comparable to that of 3 essence pills. A peculiar brilliance sparked in his eyes as he recalled an ancient tome, a text chronicling the extraordinary wonders of the world. Among its pages was an account of individuals endowed with the 6 senses of divine perception, which encompass sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste, and intuition. Fangxing's circumstances bore a striking resemblance to those described in the tome regarding individuals with heightened olfactory abilities, capable of detecting the fragrance of herbs from several miles away and sensing spiritual entities within stones. The aroma emanating from anything possessing spirituality, regardless of its intensity, is unmistakable. The crimson fruit, evidently, is an object of such spirit. In other words, his ability to detect the fragrance of the crimson fruit from such a distance is attributed to his extraordinary olfactory perception. This unexpected discovery filled him with joy. The process of cleansing the marrow and refining the spirit is an essential step for any practitioner embarking on the path of cultivation. It purges the body of impurities, allowing the flesh to attain perfection, thereby facilitating a smoother journey into the realm of cultivation. Due to the rarity and preciousness of the marrow-cleansing elixir, most individuals can only relish its benefits after passing through the Dragon Gate. Typically, well-established families and sects allow their disciples to use the marrow-cleansing elixir early on to lay a solid foundation. The crimson fruit is one of the primary ingredients for concocting the marrow-cleansing elixir, possessing similar purifying effects. While it may not surpass the elixir itself, it is nonetheless a rare treasure for Fangxing at this moment. Fangxing ascended the stream, seeking a secluded spot to sit cross-legged, and consumed a crimson fruit. The fruit, vibrant in color, rich in flavor, and fragrant, melted upon entry, transforming into a warm current akin to celestial nectar, gently flowing into his lungs. Soon, the warmth radiated outwards, permeating through the meridians and spreading to every inch of his skin. A rhythmic flicker of faint red light danced across his body, imparting an otherworldly aura. Zizizizi. Fangxing shuddered, feeling as though his entire being was electrified, a blend of pain and a tingling numbness coursing through him. He could distinctly sense that something was surging forth from every pore of his body. Before long, a foul odor filled the air, reminiscent of a corpse decaying for millennia. Even he could not suppress the urge to retch. The first step in the process of marrow cleansing is to expel the internal filth. The tingling sensation crescendoed into a piercing sting, akin to scraping the bones with a knife to eradicate every trace of dirt. The efficacy of the crimson fruit in cleansing the marrow was indeed formidable. Fangxing gritted his teeth, simultaneously absorbing the spiritual essence contained within the fruit, refining it into vital energy. The effects of the crimson fruit persisted for 7 to 8 hours. And when Fangxing finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to find a thick layer adhered to his eyelids, making it difficult to open them. With a vigorous swipe of his right hand, he wiped away a mass of viscous substance that felt akin to grasping a lump of excrement, exuding a nauseating stench. Chapter 4. Cleansing the marrow goodness. This human body is akin to a cesspool. Fangxing stared in disbelief, feeling as though he was coated in a layer of sludge, utterly uncomfortable. This was merely the effect of consuming the crimson fruit. One could only imagine the consequences of taking the marrow-cleansing elixir. It was evident that the waste within his body was undoubtedly in the kilogram range. Without hesitation, Fangxing dashed out of the cave, hastily tore away his clothing, and plunged into the waters of the fishing stream. Wherever his body passed, the once crystal-clear water transformed into a murky, inky blackness, refreshing, utterly exhilarating. The torrent cascading over him prompted Fangxing to exclaim in delight that it was as though he had just emerged from a filthy sewer. A truly spectacular sight. Once his body was cleansed, he dashed ashore in the nude, discarding his clothes into the water, which instantly caused a commotion akin to that of fish and shrimp flailing about. However, the more intense the sensation, the more exhilarated he felt. This signified that the impurities within him were nearing their final expulsion. After 7 to 8 hours, he burst forth from the cave once more. This time, there was no tedious tearing of garments. With a sudden plunge, he dove to the riverbed. He resembled a foul-smelling bomb. As the water's hue transformed instantaneously, he immersed himself in the river until noon. where the radiant sunlight cascaded down, causing his skin to shimmer with an ethereal glow. The effects of the second crimson fruit, although less pronounced than the first, were still remarkable. Upon consuming the third, he feared it might purge the impurities within him to a significant extent. Emerging from the water, bare feet touching the ground, he felt as light as a swallow, as if he could take flight at any moment. However, the ingestion of the third crimson fruit nearly cost him his life. Every bone in his body felt as though it had been sliced and hacked, inflicting pain so intense that his teeth nearly crumbled. Such a predicament was entirely beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, Fangxing remained unperturbed. The greater his discomfort, the more it indicated that the filth was deeply entrenched, approaching the final threshold. Suddenly, as Fangxing gritted his teeth and endured, chaos erupted within his dantian. He contained his soul's power, overwhelmed with joy. With a sigh, he acknowledged that although his physical form was now purer by several hundred times than in previous days, he did not allow elation to cloud his judgment. The fact that the crimson fruit had not expelled the impurities did not imply that they had been entirely eliminated. There remained filth within him, merely beyond the purging capabilities of the fruit. If only he could acquire a cleansing elixir, it would undoubtedly facilitate a more comprehensive expulsion of his internal taint, allowing him to surpass the majority of practitioners. However, the prospect of obtaining such an elixir was but a fanciful dream. His immediate priority was to restore his strength. Over the past 3 years, Fangxing had fallen behind significantly, with many in his sect surpassing him, and several had even reached the dragon transformation realm. In order to secure a place among the elite of the dragon and tiger rankings, where experts in the dragon transformation realm were plentiful, he had much to accomplish. Accelerating his cultivation was the most pressing and essential task at hand. As he exited the cave, the moon had already descended, and dawn was not far off, immersed in the river. The coolness invigorated his spirit. In just a few days, it would be the day of marriage between Kangxian and Lin Kuer. How was he to find his place in such a scenario? The mere thought of Lin Kuer caused Fangxing's countenance to twitch involuntarily. Once his fiancée, she was now to be wed to another. Who could face such a reality with composure? Moreover, her reason for marrying Kangxian was attributed to Fangxing's perceived weakness. This was a burden that no man could easily bear. This day, Fangxing could not forget Lin Kuer's words. Fangxing, do not harbor foolish dreams. Your dragon gate is a gateway to death, and you shall never tread the path of cultivation. We are not of the same world. In the future, I shall be beyond your reach, and you are unworthy even to follow in my shadow. Compared to his grand ambitions, this was but a trivial interlude. Perhaps they were considered distinguished within the Taishan sect, yet in Fangxing's eyes, they were nothing less than a mere fart. The struggle within Fangxing's heart ultimately subsided into tranquility as he closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. His mindset had undergone a profound transformation. At the hour of the rabbit, the sun had just begun to rise. The dewdrops on the leaves sparkled with crystalline clarity, scattering radiant light. Just like the day ahead, bright and colorful, Fangxing lay languidly upon a stone, his lower half submerged in the water. The midsummer morning was not only free of chill, but also exceptionally refreshing. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed, deep and powerful, its sound waves robust and vigorous, gently rippling through the air. Despite the considerable distance from Zongjing Peak, Fangxing was well aware that it was the tolling of the bell from the Taishan sect. The great bell of the Taishan sect was seldom rung, save for significant events. Fangxing had not heard of any recent momentous occurrences within the sect, the only notable event being the impending wedding of Kangxian, which was still 7 days away. Could today possibly be the day of their nuptials? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Fangxing's mind, as he was taken aback to realize he was uncertain of the date. After being injured by Kong Li and Kong Lin, how many days had he been in slumber? Fangxing could not recall, nor did he comprehend, nor was he clear. This implied that unless he had merely dozed for a brief moment, it was inconceivable that the wedding was merely 7 days away. It was difficult to ascertain how long it would take to revive someone on the brink of death, like him, and restore them to full vitality. Surely, I have not been asleep for 7 days? Fangxing was dumbfounded. If that were indeed the case, then there would be justification for the bells tolling today. Today marked the wedding of Kangxian and Lin Kuer, the union of the Kong family as son. Kangxian, and the granddaughter of the city lord of Chanfeng, Lin Kuer. Fangxing's expression darkened slightly. Despite having dismissed the couple in his heart, the actual arrival of their wedding day stirred a semblance of anger within him. This was not unwarranted, for anyone in his position would feel similarly. Kangxian, as an illustrious disciple from one of the two prominent families of the Taishan sect, represented the elite of the younger generation. This union was regarded with utmost importance throughout the entire sect. As a fellow disciple of the Taishan sect, where would Fangxing find his dignity, and what of the honor of the Fang family? Fangxing's fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly, more than a dozen times, his countenance shifting alongside his actions, at times furious, at times anxious, at times exhilarated. His emotions were indeed a tempestuous whirlwind, yet ultimately, tranquility prevailed, and his expression returned to composure as he resolved to attend the wedding. Chapter 5. The wedding of Not Zhongjing Peak was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an air of jubilation, as every face radiated with smiles. For today marked the grand wedding of Kong Xian and Lin Ku-er. Over the past few days, the gates of the Taishan sect had nearly been trampled by the throngs of guests attending the ceremony, far surpassing the expectations of the sect's higher-ups, with even members of the royal family dispatching representatives. The Taishan sect, being a second-rate faction in Jinghua, had never had any prior interactions with the royalty. Now, with the royal family willingly lowering themselves to associate with them, it was indeed a significant boon for the Taishan sect. Thus, even the reclusive elder sect leader emerged from seclusion to personally host the esteemed guests. Yet, amid such splendid festivities, there remained one place within the Taishan sect that appeared somewhat somber: Fang family's Zhongjing Peak. This illustrious occasion, which should have been theirs, had been usurped by the rival Kong family. And despite being fellow disciples, the Fang family harbored lingering resentment. Most critically, in a month's time, the Fang family faced the prospect of being expelled from the Taishan sect and banished from Zhongjing Peak. Matters concerning the fate of the family afforded them no room for celebration. After enduring both prosperity and decline, the Fang family, once among the two great families of the Taishan sect and one of the 7 main lineages, had now become the weakest branch, its power barely a tenth of that of the once equally matched Kong family. They were now a family in decline, with dwindling descendants. The entire Fang family had dwindled to fewer than 20 individuals. In the Fang family hall, men and women of all ages had gathered, their faces marked by indignation, yet not a single voice was raised in protest at this wedding, should one attend or not. Seated in the prominent position, Fang Zhongtian wore a pallid expression, lacking vitality. He cast a glance at those present, heaved a heavy sigh, and inquired, "Where is Xinger? Has anyone gone to find him?" The room fell silent. Heads bowed in dejection. A young woman clad in green, biting her lower lip, hesitated before responding, "We have searched for him, but to no avail. I doubt he will come." This was none other than Fangxing's sister, Fangting, who appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing considerable beauty. Dressed in green, her dark hair provided a striking contrast in the oppressive atmosphere of the hall. "Of course we must go. It is imperative." Suddenly, a faint voice emanated from the entrance. Everyone turned in unison to see a slender figure slip inside. This was a youth of around 14 or 15, with thick brows that resembled swords. Indeed, it was Fangxing, instantly recognized by all. Yet, astonishment etched on every face was palpable. Everyone was aware of who was getting married today, and logically, even if Fangxing did not wish to evade them, he would not attend. Fangting furrowed her brow. Since the demise of their parents, she understood her younger brother better than anyone, yet now, she felt an unfamiliar sensation. This feeling stemmed from the confidence and composure radiating from the boy. A confidence that could not be feigned, arising from the depths of his being. "Little brother, where have you been these past few days?" Fangting approached him, inspecting him anxiously as if fearing he might be lacking in some way. Fangxing smiled faintly and replied, "I have been out contemplating some matters." He then surveyed each person present, his gaze ultimately resting upon Fang Zhongtian's face, stating, "Grandfather, we must attend this wedding, not for any other reason, but because we are one of the 7 main lineages of the Taishan sect, one of the 2 great families." His words resonated powerfully in the hearts of all. For 9 years, the Fang family had endured ridicule and disdain for failing to enter the Dragon Tiger rankings, to the point where they had almost forgotten that they were indeed masters of the Taishan sect. Fang Zhongtian was moved. They were one of the 7 main lineages, one of the 2 great families. Why should they not participate in the affairs of the Taishan sect, even if they were to be expelled a month later? At least for now, they were still its masters. "Let us go. We shall all attend," Fang Zhongtian declared loudly, as if the force of his words could dispel the tremor of fear within him. A middle-aged woman cast a worried glance at Fangxing and softly said, "Father, we can all go, but little Xing should stay home." Everyone turned their eyes towards Fangxing. He smiled, and that smile instantly lifted the oppressive atmosphere in the room. "Second aunt, you need not worry. Their wedding is of no significance to me. I am going because I am a master of the Taishan sect. With that, he turned and strode out of the hall, letting his actions speak volumes. Indeed, it is insignificant. Why should we fear? We shall all go. Fangxing's third uncle, Fang Dahu, immediately echoed him. What is there to fear about a trivial wedding? We are the masters here. Fangxing's cousin, Fang Bao, quickly caught up with him, throwing an arm around his shoulder as they laughed heartily together. Fangxing felt warmth in his heart. Despite his fall from grace, the affection from the Fang clan remained unwavering, for which he was deeply grateful. This also fueled his sense of responsibility to ensure a brighter future for his kin. The youthful generation of 7 individuals exuded laughter and joy, effortlessly dispelling any semblance of melancholy. However, their forebears, including their grandfathers, lacked such carefree spirits. Fangxing yearned to assure them that there was no cause for concern, for his dragon gate was not a gateway to death. Yet, he refrained from doing so, as he was still perplexed about the true nature of the Lingyin Dragon Gate. Taishan Mountain boasts 7 peaks: Zongjing Peak, Xianjing Peak, Fangzheng Peak, Taiyi Peak, Xiaya Peak, Kaitai Peak, and Zizhu Peak, each representing a distinct lineage. The main peak, Zongjing, is dominated by the sect leader of Taishan sect, while the Kong family occupies Xianjing Peak, and the Fang family claims Fangzheng Peak. The remaining 4 peaks are held by the Taiyi lineage, Xiaoya lineage, Kaitai lineage, and Zizhu lineage, respectively. The Zongjing lineage is the most formidable, followed by the Kong family on Xianjing Peak, with the Fang family being the weakest among them. Although this occasion celebrates a marriage within the Kong family, it is noteworthy that Kong Xian is not only a distinguished disciple of the Kong family, but also an elite of the Taishan sect. Moreover, this wedding marks the first alliance between Taishan sect and a prominent family of the Jinghua, rendering it of exceptional significance. Thus, the ceremony is scheduled to take place at noon on Zongjing Peak. The Fang family arrived at the foothills of Zongjing Peak, the Taishan Gate, half an hour later. The Taishan Gate, serving as the main entrance to Zongjing Peak, was adorned with festive decorations, and guests began to arrive in droves. In the square before the grand entrance, 18 young men clad in white stood with an imposing demeanor. Positioned on either side as a welcoming party, at the forefront of the assembly stood an elderly man dressed in gray, exuding an air of ethereal grace. This elder, Kong Qiuji, the 3rd elder of Taishan sect and the younger brother of the Kong clan's patriarch. Kong Qiuji held a distinguished status within the sect. His personal presence at the welcoming ceremony speaks volumes of the importance Taishan sect places on this wedding. Brother Fang has arrived. Please come in. Upon spotting the Fang family, a fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed Kong Qiuji's eyes, yet he greeted them with boisterous laughter. Fang Zhangtian, sensing the slight discomfort, quickly put on a smile and extended his congratulations. In stark contrast to the neatly attired disciples of Taishan sect, the Fang family appeared disjointed, resembling a ragtag group. When Kong Qiuji's gaze fell upon Fangxing amidst the crowd, his brow furrowed slightly, prompting him to pull Fang Zhangtian aside and whisper, "Brother Fang, the Grand Elder has instructed that Fangxing must not approach." Fangxing, with keen ears, felt a surge of indignation and approached, demanding, "Third Elder, what is the meaning of this?" Fang Zhangtian, equally astonished, could hardly believe that the Kong family would make such an unreasonable request, deeming it utterly excessive. Kong Qiuji cast a disdainful glance at Fangxing, his irritation palpable, for he believed Fangxing unworthy of conversing with him. However, given the significance of the day, he refrained from expressing his anger, instead addressing Fang Zhongtian, "Brother Fang, as you are aware, today marks the joyous occasion of Miss Lin Kuo and my nephew's wedding. Moreover, Fangxing and Miss Lin had sigh. Today is not like any other. Esteemed guests are in attendance, and our Taishan sect cannot afford any disgrace." With that, he shot a venomous glance at Fangxing. Fang Zhongtian, taken aback and then filled with anger, retorted, "Kong Shidi, what do you mean by this? Although Fangxing and Lin Kuo were once betrothed, that is a matter of the past. Are you truly afraid of Fangxing causing a scene?" Kong Qiuji's expression grew slightly impatient as he replied sternly, "Brother Fang, I am merely offering a warning. Should any unpleasantness arise, it is you who will bear the consequences." Fang Zhongtian's brow arched in defiance as he exclaimed, "Kong Qiuji, who do you think you are to threaten me?" Fang Zhongtian, with a flourish of his sleeves, strode confidently ahead. He was the head of his lineage, the patriarch of his clan in times past. Even with a modicum of courage borrowed from Kong Qiuji, he would not have dared to issue such threats. Yet today was not like the past. The identities of Fang Zhangtian as the clan leader and Fang Zhengfeng as the esteemed elder were rendered inconsequential in the eyes of Kong Qiuji and his companions, who no longer held them in any regard. Kong Qiuji glanced around, noting the absence of guests, and suddenly his expression darkened as he bellowed. The Grand Elder has decreed that Fangxing must not ascend. Should anyone defy this order, they shall be expelled with all force. Instantly, the sound of drawn blades echoed around them. Although none dared to confront Fang Zhongtian directly, they encircled the remaining members of the Fang family, each one adopting a stance that suggested imminent confrontation. Fangxing was incensed, feeling personally targeted. In former times, he would not have even considered presenting himself here, regardless of whether he was invited. Yet now he felt compelled to attend. For he needed to assert his stance. He was the master of this place, free to come and go as he pleased. What of Lin Kuer? He held her in contempt. He would attend her wedding regardless, viewing it simply as an opportunity to witness a delightful spectacle. Indeed, they need not attend. What was the significance of it? They were unperturbed by it. Many uncles and elder relatives of the Fang family turned to leave. But Fangxing sighed, realizing that the presence of his family was essential. If the Fang clan did not appear today, it would be all too easy for outsiders to assume they had vanished from the Taishan sect, effectively being expelled. Moreover, the scandal surrounding Fangxing's merciless broken engagement had already stirred considerable uproar. Should the Fang family fail to show, they would be perceived as weak and petty, unworthy of being counted among the 7 branches of the Taishan sect, a slander that could not be easily countered. After all, aside from the Kong family, many others were eagerly awaiting the position of the esteemed elder of Fang Zhenfen's lineage. While reputation might hold little value for him personally, it was of paramount importance for a family. Once tarnished, restoring one's name would prove exceedingly difficult. Kong Qiuji regarded the members of the Fang family with a cold smile. This was precisely the outcome he sought, the disgrace of the Fang clan. Their expulsion would undoubtedly benefit the Kong family, one of the 2 prominent clans. Chapter 6. Why should I care? 18 disciples clad in white wore expressions of disdain, their swords glimmering slightly. It seemed that at a mere command from Kong Qiuji, they would not hesitate to engage in a brutal confrontation. The Kong family had shown utter contempt for the Fang clan. What are you all bickering about? Do you not realize where you are? What day it is? A group of uncouth ruffians. If you continue this ruckus, do not blame me for being ungracious. Kong Qiuji admonished sternly. In his eyes, the members of the Fang family were hardly regarded as peers. They were scarcely above the status of rustic bumpkins. The faces of the Fang family turned crimson with indignation, yet none dared to utter a word, nor even cast a glance at Kong Qiuji. Years of derision and neglect had instilled in them a deep sense of inferiority. Their identity as one of the 2 great families of the Taishan sect, one of the 7 branches, had become a mere fade. Fangxing could choose not to ascend. However, the more they forbade him, the more determined he became to do so. Why not? He took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Kong Qiuji, striving to keep his tone calm and composed as he said, Third Elder, as a disciple of the Taishan sect and a direct descendant of Fang Zhengfeng, do I not possess the right to ascend the Zongjing Peak? Kong Qiuji scoffed, casting a cold glare at Fangxing as he replied in a low voice. You have the right, but today the Grand Elder has decreed that you cannot ascend. He dared not assert that Fangxing lacked qualifications. For although the Fang clan was comparatively weak, it ultimately belonged to the esteemed lineage of the Taishan sect. Thus, he felt compelled to adhere to the superficial customs and protocols. Yet, the command of the Grand Elder, even if it stirred commotion, would likely bear no consequence. Fangxing remarked, but the Grand Elder oversees the penal laws. I, Fangxing, have neither committed a crime nor erred. Surely the Grand Elder cannot infringe upon my personal freedom? Kong Qiuji let out a cold snort and replied, Does the Grand Elder need your consent to exercise authority over you? Fangxing smirked, knowing that the Grand Elder, Kong Qiu, was also a member of the Kong family, and they were hardly strangers in their collusion. Surely even the Grand Elder cannot arbitrarily restrict the personal freedoms of inner disciples. Can he? Kong Qiuji faltered. Such words were indeed beyond his daring to utter. He then scrutinized Fangxing closely, finding no trace of inferiority, dejection, or fury on his countenance. Instead, Fangxing exhibited calmness and composure. Could one maintain their poise even when a fiancé is betrothed to another? Kong Qiuji felt a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, though his expression darkened as he barked. What day is it today? Surely you are aware. If you create a scene, who will bear the consequences? Fangxing retorted with a cold laugh. Who says I intend to cause a ruckus? Do you have any evidence? If not, Step aside. Kong Qiuji was taken aback for a moment before angrily exclaiming, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Fangxing remained unflinching, neither servile nor arrogant, responding, "You dare to threaten the head of a lineage? What is wrong with my manner of address? Shall we proceed to the sect master and discuss who is right and who is wrong?" Kong Qiuji gritted his teeth, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fangxing sensed the hostility but felt no fear. Kong Qiuji would not dare act against him in front of so many witnesses. Nevertheless, he sighed inwardly. His actions were merely to remind the Kong family that they were not entitled to dictate terms to the Fang clan. Kong Qiuji's eyes glinted with malice as he asked, "Fangxing, do you truly intend to go?" Fangxing resolutely replied, "I must go." Kong Qiuji barked fiercely, "Should you commit any act that tarnishes the reputation of our Taishan sect, I shall be the first to sever your head." "What did you say?" Fang Zhongtian felt a surge of indignation at Kong Qiuji's blatant threats and insults, clearly disregarding him as the head of the lineage and his grandfather. To call Fangxing a dog was but a veiled insult directed at him. Fangxing clenched his fists and laughed heartily. "Are you concerned that my feelings for Lin Kuo remain unquenched? Nonsense. A broken pot is beyond repair? Haha. Let me be clear. To you, Lin Kuo is a treasure, a paragon of beauty. But to me, she is nothing at all that if I were not the host here. Their wedding, that would be of no consequence to me." Having spoken, Fangxing strode forward, passing by the disciples of the Kong family, none daring to obstruct him, exuding an air of dominance. All present were momentarily stunned. With Fang Zhongtian being the first to recover, dramatically flicking his sleeve and departing with a cold snort, the Fang family members, emboldened, followed closely behind. Kong Qiuji gazed at Fangxing's retreating figure, his expression dark enough to drip water. Were it not for the special nature of the day, he would have surely disposed of Fangxing on the spot. Humph, a waste of resources. Indeed, I shall see just how audacious he remains a month from now. With that thought, he donned his signature smile, preparing to greet the approaching guests. "Shaoxing, your words are truly inspiring, igniting a fervor within me," remarked Uncle Fang de Hu. "Indeed, we have been far too timid in our daily lives. However, the more we cower, the more we are looked down upon. What of the Kong family? Can they truly claim superiority over the Fang family? Precisely. Even if we lack strength, we must not allow the Kong clan to trample upon us. We have given them too much face in the past, and their behavior has become increasingly outrageous." A chorus of voices echoed around, their spirits evidently lifted. Even though they were all acutely aware that the Fang family would likely face defeat on the upcoming Longhu list in a month, none dared to mention it. Even Fang Zhongtian, usually burdened with worries, managed to display a rare smile. Fangxing felt a surge of joy. Whether or not they were expelled from Taishan sect was of little importance. The key was maintaining their confidence that a family imbued with self-assurance will never languish, regardless of their circumstances. Moreover, with his presence, the Taishan sect would never expel the Fang family from Fangzhong Peak. The ascent was marked by marble steps, flanked by towering ancient trees. "Grandfather, there is something I do not quite understand," Fangxing inquired as he walked alongside Fang Zhongtian. "What is it?" Though Fang Zhongtian wore a serious expression, it was evident that his mood had improved considerably. Fangxing continued, "Lin Kuo's grandfather is merely a minor city lord. What merit does he possess that would warrant the attention of the royal family for his granddaughter's marriage?" This question arose after hearing Fang Bao mention that the royal family had also come to offer their congratulations. Fang Zhongtian replied, "The royal family is not concerned with a mere city lord. Their interest lies with our Taishan sect. They are merely utilizing this occasion to forge a connection with us." The pride in Fang Zhongtian's eyes was unmistakable. Being in Jinghua and having the royal family take the initiative to cultivate relationships was indeed a matter of pride. He continued, "In recent years, relations between our nation and Qianlonggua have become increasingly strained. It is uncertain when conflict might erupt. Our Taishan sect occupies the strategic passage of Taishan Mountain, a vital point for both countries." Fang Zhongtian did not elaborate further, but Fangxing understood. The Taishan sect's control over this crucial transit point meant that should war break out, Taishan Mountain would be of paramount importance. This explained why the Jinghua royal family sought to engage with them at this juncture, signaling an intent to forge an alliance. Not long after, the group traversed through the flowing clouds of one of the 10 scenic spots of Taishan sect, entering the gate to heaven. Fangxing could distinctly feel the spiritual energy here was several times richer than that at Fangzhong Peak. Each breath invigorated his spirit. In places where spiritual energy is abundant, spiritual treasures abound, and a glimmer of excitement shone in Fangxing's eyes as he absent-mindedly touched his prominent nose upon entering the gate to heaven. They beheld the sacred site of Taishan sect, Yunshao Pavilion, the epicenter of its power. The Yunshao Pavilion stood like a divine temple atop Zhongzheng Peak, shrouded in swirling clouds. Both magnificent and steeped in mystery. Before the pavilion, at the foot of the steps, lay the flowing cloud square, now teeming with people. Colorful clouds encircled the sacred pavilion, while red silk adorned golden branches. Today, all gather as one. In this splendid moment of celebration, this scene could truly only be described as awe-inspiring. Red ribbons, crimson carpets, and lanterns surrounded them, creating an entirely red spectacle. White jade cups, glass lanterns, and money trees filled the hall with opulence. Not a single individual among the esteemed guests appeared ordinary. Even the wedding of princes and princesses could scarcely rival this grandeur. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be the newly arrived members of the Fang family, whose attire seemed to clash with the overall splendor of the event. The remaining members of the other sects had all arrived and were exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, a rotund figure squeezed through the crowd, winking and making faces at Fangxing. Xiaoxing, what a surprise to see you here. I thought you wouldn't come, exclaimed Wu Xiaoxiao with astonishment. This individual was the son of the head of Zizhu Peak, one of Fangxing's few close friends, short and stout. If not for the distinct features on his face, one might mistake him for a mere ball of flesh standing among others. Fangxing ignored him and made his way to the garden at the edge of the square. Pressing his face against a towering black stone, sniffing intently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What? Are you shy or something? Wu Xiaoxiao remarked, bewildered, before exclaiming, are you a dog, or what? Fangxing cleared his throat a couple of times and shot Wu Xiaoxiao a glare, retorting, you're the one who's a dog. Yet, within, he was brimming with exhilaration. By heavens, it is just as I imagined. Taishan sect has been gathering the spiritual energy from the surrounding 6 mountains at Zhongzheng Peak for hundreds of years. Surely, there must be living treasures on the mountain that I never anticipated. That this seemingly ordinary stone in the garden conceals such mysteries. If my conjecture holds true, this stone likely harbors treasures akin to iron gallstone. And if I were to obtain it, restoring my strength would be merely a matter of days. Fangxing touched his nose and chuckled to himself. This expedition to the mountain was not only to assert his stance, but also to seek spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs. It was one of his intentions. With his keen sense of smell, finding spiritual objects in such a rich aura was akin to plucking them from thin air. Chapter 7. The overbearing mist swung the aromas of exquisite food, fine wine, and rare fruits wafted through Luyun Square, an overwhelming symphony of scents. Amidst the myriad fragrances, 6 faint yet distinctive scents danced in the air. These 6 fragrances, intermingled with the rich aromas of the food, were imperceptible to the average person. However, with a twitch of his nose, Fangxing discerned the specific locations of these scents as if they were ethereal fairies standing amidst the mundane. Among them, emanated a peculiar medicinal fragrance from the left side of the square, wafting in from the sea of clouds. The remaining 2 were devoid of any medicinal essence, offering a refreshing and transcendent quality. One of these 2 scents was, in fact, emanating from the black stone beside Fangxing. Ancient texts recorded that metals, when exposed to abundant spiritual energy over time, would give birth to spiritually rich treasures. Iron gall. For cultivators, its effects were equivalent to that of a low-grade cleansing pill. Cleansing the marrow and refining the body, it could also enhance one's cultivation, making it a coveted treasure for practitioners. The stone before him was likely Yunru stone essence. Such a spiritual object lay right before him. How could Fangxing not be exhilarated? However, this was the sacred ground of Taishan sect, and attempting to carry away such a large stone, or even a single blade of grass, would be no easy feat. Striding boldly to remove it was clearly unrealistic. He would likely perish beneath the chaotic blades of the sect's guards before he could even uproot it. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at Fangxing in disbelief, her gaze fixed on him as he wore an ecstatic smile, his eyes glimmering, mouth agape, drool nearly spilling forth. A mix of dazed folly and slight lewdness etched on his face. In this critical moment, he swiftly extended his left hand to grasp that elusive shadow. It was just inches from his face, and had he hesitated even for a moment, he would have surely found himself ensnared. In his grasp lay something soft, smooth, and warm, emanating a peculiar fragrance. It was unmistakably a hand, exquisitely polished and tender, with a fair complexion reminiscent of finely carved jade. It beckoned an irresistible urge to bite into it. Although Fangxing had yet to glimpse its owner, one could easily surmise that she was undoubtedly a woman, and certainly not an unattractive one that I in the blink of an eye. Another hand was withdrawn, prompting him to hastily extend his right hand and seize the second hand. The two hands, so soft and delicate, were difficult to release. Why did you hit me? Fangxing was taken aback, staring at the young girl before him. Mere inches away, they were unfamiliar with each other, having never crossed paths before. Why, then, had she struck him upon their first encounter? This girl, of similar age to Fangxing, donned a fiery red dress, akin to a phoenix born of flames. Yet, the most striking feature was her face, smooth and radiant, flawless as snow, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like luminous pearls. Her delicate nose and slender lips revealed no hint of imperfection from any angle. Thus, Fangxing found himself momentarily entranced. Ruffian, let go of me. The girl, flustered, felt her cheeks flush a deeper crimson than the sunset, an exquisite sight to behold. She tugged forcefully to free her hand, yet it remained firmly grasped. The commotion did not go unnoticed by those nearby, who turned to observe. A youth held the girl's hand, their gazes intertwined with unspoken affection, his eyes brimming with desire, hers suffused with shyness. Goodness, how brazen! Many were taken aback. While cultivators were not known for their conservatism, this was decidedly too audacious. Enraged and embarrassed, the girl delivered a swift kick, aimed directly at Fangxing's groin, but he inadvertently pinched her foot between his legs. The scene rendered numerous onlookers utterly speechless. Wu Xiaoxiao, wide-eyed, could scarcely believe her own eyes. Ruffian, lecher, shameless, despicable, scoundrel, help! The girl cried out. Fangxing, jolted into awareness, broke into a cold sweat, and quickly released her hand, spreading his legs apart. A resounding slap echoed, silencing the surrounding noise. Fangxing stood frozen, the fiery sting on his cheek igniting his anger. Yet, the girl was relentless, delivering another slap. Damn it! Fangxing seethed. How could this person be so unreasonable? Grasping her hand as it struck him, he demanded, Who are you? Why did you hit me? A crowd had gathered, perplexed by the unfolding drama. You ruffian, lecher, scoundrel, why do you leer at me, miss? Identify yourself, and I shall not let this matter rest. The girl retorted, her indignation palpable. Fangxing was baffled. Had he truly been leering at her? He had hardly even glanced in her direction. Wu Xiaoxiao approached with a knowing smirk, whispering, You were indeed staring at her with a lascivious grin. And you even drooled. In the throng, Kong Li and Kong Lin exchanged alarmed glances, quickly whispering to one another before hastily departing to find the Grand Elder. How could Fangxing still be alive? Is he a ghost? Regardless of whether he was human or spirit, rumors of the girl's extraordinary background prompted them to report the incident to the Grand Elder, anticipating a fruitful outcome. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Fangxing recalled that he had not been ogling the girl. Rather, he had been lost in his own thoughts, reveling in his own cleverness. How can it appear to others that he shamelessly gazes at the young maiden? He hastily explained, It seems to be a misunderstanding. I was merely lost in thought, and did not intend to stare at you. The maiden looked at him with skepticism. Fangxing quickly signaled Wu Xiaoxiao with his eyes. Wu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, and said, Miss, he truly was not staring at you. We were merely discussing some matters, and he inadvertently fixed his gaze upon you while deep in contemplation. The maiden huffed. Clearly satisfied with no further inquiries, she glared fiercely at Fangxing and demanded, Release my hand at once. Fangxing complied, but the maiden swiftly kicked his knee, causing him to wince in pain. Apologize to me, the maiden insisted, exhibiting unreasonable behavior. Fangxing, exasperated, retorted, You have struck me twice already. What more do you want? The maiden paused, seemingly recognizing the validity of Fangxing's words. Then she replied, Very well, I forgive you. Fangxing felt a sense of despair. Her words might lead others to genuinely believe he was lecherously staring at her. Not only had he been struck, but he was also unjustly labeled a lecher. Leaving him in a state of silent frustration at that moment, two men in white pushed through the crowd and apprehended Fangxing without uttering a word. What do you intend to do? Fangxing's expression darkened. These were members of the guard, minions of the Grand Elder. An elderly man approached with a stern expression, hands clasped behind his back, and declared ominously, Take him away and throw him into the dungeon. I shall return to settle the score another day. Fangxing felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Kong Qiuying intended to ruin him? Anger surged within him as he shouted, Grand Elder, what crime has this disciple committed? Fang Zhongtian, who had been conversing with several others, was taken aback and quickly pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, Grand Elder, why are you taking my grandson? His voice was filled with indignation. Do you not regard our Fang family or Fangxing at all? Fang Zhongtian was furious. After enduring countless humiliations from Kong Qiuji at the foot of the mountain, he had not expected Kong Qiuying to come up the mountain and forcibly seize someone. Even a clay figurine would have some spirit. Kong Qiuying's gaze turned icy as he remarked, Brother Fang, let us discuss this privately. Do not embarrass yourself in front of so many esteemed guests. Fang Zhongtian, incensed, replied, Are you implying that our Fang family is a disgrace to you? Kong Qiuying snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, an unmasked hostility directed squarely at Fang Zhongtian. Uncle Fang, please temper your anger. Today is a day of celebration, and we must not disrupt the occasion, urged Wu Yingqiao, the head of Zizhu Peak. Though he was only in his 30s, his esteemed position lent him considerable weight in the Taishan sect, compelling Fang Zhongtian to suppress his fury. Grand Elder, wait, a bright voice rang out. It was the young maiden in red. The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly, a smile emerging as he asked, Miss Huang, what is it that you wish to convey? Kong Qiuying's demeanor fluctuated, and Fangxing discerned that this seemingly unreasonable young lady held an extraordinary status. The maiden spoke, There was merely a misunderstanding between me and this young man. We have now become friends. Friends? Kong Qiuying was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a conclusion. Fangxing himself was momentarily stunned. Since Miss Huang has come forward to clarify the matter, it would be unwise for Kong Qiu to react adversely. After issuing a warning to Fangxing, he departed. If it weren't for Sister Zilin pleading on your behalf, I wouldn't have offered my assistance. The young girl cast a sidelong glance at Fangxing, snorted coldly, and walked away. Fangxing gazed at the violet-clad maiden before him, his heart brimming with emotion. Once, he too was a dashing youth surrounded by beautiful women. However, after that unfortunate incident, all his former confidants shunned him as if he were a venomous serpent, fearful of the negative repercussions of associating with him. Only Zilin, both in the past and present, remained steadfastly by his side. Chapter 8. Beautiful Moments and Beauties Among the Disciples of the Taishan Sect. A poem circulates. Crimson, violet, white, and azure fairies. On Xiaoyu Peak the bright moon does appear, leaving homeland and kin to join Taishan, solely for the four beauties, not for transcendence. The crimson, violet, white, and azure refer to the four disciples of Xiaoyu Peak: Zilin, Hongyan, Bai Bing, and Qingwan. Due to their striking beauty and extraordinary talents, they have been collectively hailed as the four beauties of Taishan. This poem, penned privately by the sect's disciples, signifies that Zilin, Hongyan, Bai Bing, and Qingwan are all as stunning as celestial beings. The moonlit scenery of Xiaoyu Peak, one of the 10 views of Taishan, pales in comparison to their allure. Many disciples traverse great distances, leaving their homes to seek apprenticeship at Taishan, not merely to attain mastery, but to catch a glimpse of the four beauties' enchanting faces, though the poem may seem somewhat exaggerated. It underscores the esteemed position of the four beauties in the hearts of Taishan's disciples, who regard them as divine entities. Among the four beauties, Zilin exudes gentleness, Hongyan radiates warmth, Bai Bing maintains an air of aloofness, and Qingwan embodies fiery passion. Despite their starkly contrasting personalities, their beauty and talent stand on equal footing. Should anyone dare to designate one as the foremost among them, they would surely offend not only the other three but also the hundreds, if not thousands, of admirers who stand behind them. The disciples of Taishan are astute enough to refrain from debating who holds the title of first. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, Zilin's long hair cascades gracefully over her shoulders. Her figure is exquisite, and her visage is enchanting. Her eyes, akin to autumn waters, are clear and gentle, as though anything that meets their gaze would be utterly captivated. Indeed, a human heart could also be ensnared. Fangxing met her gaze momentarily before discreetly averting his eyes, offering a slight smile as he said, "Thank you, Sister Zilin." Fangxing was uncertain of Zilin's precise age. Yet in this world where strength reigns supreme, the powerful are afforded respect, hence his address of her as Sister. Zilin smiled softly, and in that instant, it seemed as though even the most ancient glaciers would melt for her. Although Miss Huang can be domineering, she is not unreasonable. Since this is a misunderstanding, it would be unjust to wrong you. You need not thank me. Her voice was gentle, soothing like a refreshing breeze. Still, I must express my gratitude. Fangxing replied with a smile, casting his gaze elsewhere, momentarily at a loss for words. Zilin observed him for a long while before gently inquiring, "It has been a while. How have you been?" Her tone, though soft, carried a hint of concern and regret. Fangxing managed a wry smile and replied, "Same as always." His nonchalant remark belied the heaviness it bore, causing Zilin's heart to sink. In her gentle eyes, a glimmer of tears threatened to surface, though she turned her head aside, and Fangxing remained oblivious to her subtle gesture. He, too, was lost in thought, acutely aware that he had drawn the attention of the enforcement team, making it increasingly difficult to transport the stone down the mountain. He harbored no doubts that as soon as he dared to touch what appeared to be an ordinary stone in the eyes of the onlookers, the law enforcement team would certainly detain him on the grounds of vandalism. It struck him suddenly that, in his current predicament, the act of simply taking a commonplace stone had become an arduous task. In days gone by, a mere word would have sufficed to have countless individuals willing to deliver that stone to his doorstep. This was indeed a stark contrast. Nevertheless, Fangxing remained undeterred, confident that he would find a way. Unbeknownst to him, the auspicious hour had arrived, heralded by the resounding blast of a majestic horn. All eyes turned towards the eastern sky as a resplendent war chariot approached slowly, the Jiao Shao war chariot. A treasured artifact of the Taishan sect, a disciple of the inner sect, Fangxing had only heard tales of it, but had never laid eyes upon it. He was astonished to see it repurposed as a wedding vehicle today, a testament to the Taishan sect's significance placed upon this ceremony. The chariot bore no adornments, yet it was undeniably the finest wedding carriage. It came to a halt outside the ascending heaven gate, and two figures descended, stepping onto the crimson carpet that traversed the Lu Yun Square, leading to the Yun Shao Pavilion. All gazes fell upon the pair. The man exuded a striking presence and remarkable poise, while the woman, though veiled by a red scarf, betrayed her slender figure, hinting at her unparalleled beauty. A perfect match of talent and grace. At that moment, Fangxing acutely felt numerous eyes sweeping over him. It was likely that many were comparing him to the elegantly attired Kong Xian. Clearly, a multitude would deem Kong Xian the more imposing figure. Of course, this was not due to Fangxing's lesser appearance compared to Kong Xian. There were simply too many factors at play. Fang Zhangtian and Fang Ting regarded Fangxing, the former sighing inwardly, while the latter's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Kong Xian, holding Lin Kuer's hand, advanced slowly as if a king surveying his subjects alongside his queen. Suddenly, Kong Xian's gaze met Fangxing's, and in that instant, the smile on Kong Xian's face froze, revealing a flicker of incredulity deep within his eyes, which then gradually turned cold. However, it was merely a fleeting moment before he regained his composed smile and continued on his way. One could discern a peculiar metallic sheen radiating subtly from Kong Xian's handsome visage. This metallic glow emanated from within, at times gentle as water, at others sharp as a blade. His dragon gait was unmistakably of the metal attribute. His realm had evidently reached the transformation into a dragon stage. Yet, despite his formidable strength, Fangxing felt no fear, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Kong Xian had even dispatched someone to kill him. Such a deep-seated grudge demanded retribution, though their eye contact was brief. The resolve of both was unmistakably clear. Kill. Suddenly, a hand grasped Fangxing's right hand. Soft, smooth, and warm. He turned in astonishment to find it was Zilin, her face flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze slightly. Embarrassed, Zilin fled the scene, igniting an inexplicable fire within Fangxing, who felt an overwhelming impulse to strike down the grinning Wu Xiaoxiao. Yet, Wu Xiaoxiao feigned a dazed demeanor, her expression one of mock inquiry as she exclaimed, "I told you so." In such an occasion today, some people appear so calm and collected. It seems they already have a new pit to fall into. It was no wonder. With such an exquisite new pit, I would disregard the old one as well, especially when it incited my ire. Fangxing, taken aback, pondered whether Wu Xiaoxiao had lost her senses. Irritated, he retorted, "What are you even talking about?" Wu Xiaoxiao remarked. "One radish, one pit. If the old pit is damaged, we shall replace it with a new one. Do you understand?" Without uttering another word, Fangxing proceeded to deliver a thorough beating, for he was indeed quite innocent. "Are you Fangxing?" Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. Fangxing and Wu Xiaoxiao ceased their playful scuffle to behold three youths observing them. Two of them were disciples of the Kong family. While the one clad in azure garments was unfamiliar to Fangxing, Fangxing furrowed his brow. The presence of someone from the Kong family could only spell trouble. That he replied nonchalantly, "That would be me." The youth in azure assessed Fangxing from head to toe, a look of disdain crossing his face as he remarked, "I have heard that you are a rare and exceptional talent. I have come today to experience your prowess." Though Fangxing possessed strength that rendered him unafraid of the youth, He was reluctant to reveal his capabilities, thus he resolutely declined. Humph, truly a waste. You lack even the courage to accept a challenge, the youth sneered. Boy, watch your tongue. Do you believe I can't make you walk in and be carried out? Wu Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. Unfazed, the youth proudly declared. By the time I reach your age, I will not be any weaker than you. Wu Xiaoxiao fixed a steely gaze upon the youth, her eyes brimming with cold defiance. Fangxing knew her well. Despite her usual frivolous demeanor, her innate pride and arrogance were unmatched even within the Taishan sect. Moreover, her cultivation was remarkably high, having already reached the first transformation of the dragon change stage, making her one of the foremost disciples among the youth of the Taishan sect. The member of the Kong family offered a conciliatory smile, saying, Wu Shixiang, please temper your anger. My cousin is naturally combative, but possesses self-awareness. He is no match for you. Having long heard of Fangxing's illustrious reputation, he sought today to test his skills, thus he implored Wu Shixiang for understanding. Wu Xiaoxiao retorted with a scathing rebuke. Humph, in times past, who among you would have dared to challenge Xiaoxing? The Kong family members exchanged displeased glances. The youth countered, if Fangxing is unwilling, I can challenge you instead. Wu Xiaoxiao's temper flared. This youth was clearly seeking a fight. However, Fangxing intervened, locking eyes with the youth and inquiring, how do you propose to challenge me? The youth dismissively replied, it's up to you. What a casual attitude. Wu Xiaoxiao fumed. Boy, what is your name? My brother does not slay nameless individuals. Chapter 9. Who is the true victor? Fangxing. A mere child has come to challenge you, and you dare not accept. Do not bring shame upon our Taishan sect. A voice rang out from the crowd, belonging to a member of the Kong family. Over half of the 7 sect's disciples had gathered, each contributing their thoughts, some encouraging Fangxing, while others merely wished to see him humiliated. Amidst the scrutiny of the public, Fangxing found it difficult to avoid taking action. Wu Xiaoxiao wore a look of concern. She understood Fangxing's predicament well. As his cultivation had been in decline, she promptly stated, Boy, my brother is not someone whom just anyone can challenge. Losing will incur punishment. If you cannot produce 3 essence pills, you ought not to embarrass yourself. A practitioner at the fish leap stage, regardless of their affluent background, could hardly possess such an abundance of essence pills. That Wu Xiaoxiao's intent was to dissuade the youth from proceeding, thereby alleviating Fangxing's worries. Fangxing cast a grateful glance towards Wu Xiaoxiao. This mischievous friend, though often a source of embarrassment, had always stood united with him against external adversaries. The youth, indeed, lacked the means to accept such a challenge. Yet, she remained stubborn, ignoring Wu Xiaoxiao and fixating her gaze on Fangxing. Fangxing. If you are a man, do not hide behind others. That I presume you do not possess 3 essence pills. So tell me, do you dare or not? If you do not dare, I shall seek another. Fangxing's countenance suddenly paled, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound as he stumbled back a few steps, leaning against a rock. Attempting to suppress his impulsive emotions, it appeared he was incessantly admonishing himself to remain calm. Fangxing, accept this challenge. A mere boy, unseasoned and inexperienced, dares to wreak havoc upon my Taishan sect. Let him face the consequences, one individual declared angrily, evidently incensed that Zhang Qing had driven Fangxing to such a state, feeling both anger and humiliation, not to mention Fangxing himself, who felt the sting of disgrace. However, when compared to the looming presence of Yun Rushui behind him, this slight humiliation seemed trivial. Thus, he deliberately leaned against the rock, making it the focal point of everyone's attention, perhaps through Zhang Qing's words. He could arrange for this rock to be taken down the mountain. Kong Xiang cast a disdainful glance at Fangxing, then at the rock he was leaning against, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. With a cold laugh, she remarked, Wu Shixiang is correct. Since this is a challenge, there must be a penalty. I propose that the loser carry that rock and descend the mountain. Fangxing's heart brimmed with disdain. This was precisely the outcome he sought, though he feigned a facade of suppressed rage, while a flicker of fear briefly flashed in his eyes. This fleeting moment of fear did not go unnoticed by Kong Xiang. She mused to herself, if I am to humiliate Fangxing, let it be a complete disgrace. Carrying that rock down the mountain would undoubtedly strip him of all dignity. Ha! I realize I am quite the genius. She then elbowed Zhang Qing, who understood her intent and replied, Fangxing, it is settled then. Do you dare to accept? If you are a man, give us a clear answer. Wu Xiaoxiao retorted angrily, Kong Xiang. Do not go too far. Fangxing's expression had turned a deep shade of red, tinged with purple, as he glared coldly at Kong Xiang and Zhang Qing, his gaze fierce enough to devour them whole. It was evident to all how furious, aggrieved, and fearful he truly was. After taking a deep breath over 10 times, Fangxing gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, feigning a demeanor of composure, though everyone could sense that this calmness was merely a facade. "Very well, I accept," Fangxing declared, his voice trembling slightly. He added, "However, I have one condition." Had Fangxing truly become so pitiable, many felt as if they were witnessing a bygone era. The once great genius, who had once shone brightly upon Taishan Mountain, had suddenly transformed into this feeble figure. Although he had accepted the challenge, it was clear to all that this was a reluctant choice born of desperation. Faced with a boy 3 years his junior, he likely had no chance of victory, prompting a chorus of sympathetic murmurs. The members of the Kong family sneered continuously, eagerly anticipating Fangxing's humiliation. The former genius, once a figure who rendered the younger disciples of the Kong family unable to hold their heads high, would, if defeated by someone much younger, provide a rare spectacle and a delightful experience for them. "What is your condition?" Zhang Qing inquired with a mocking smile, adopting a condescending posture. Fangxing's face betrayed a mixture of shame and embarrassment. After a prolonged struggle, he finally summoned the courage to say, "The loser merely needs to carry this stone down the mountain. After all, we are all young. It would be excessive to take it too far." While this statement considered both parties, to others' ears, it sounded like Fangxing was merely seeking the most comfortable form of punishment for himself. Zilin observed silently, her gentle gaze surprisingly harboring a flicker of malice. "Very well, I accept your terms," Zhang Qing replied. His intention was to humiliate Fangxing. For a cultivator, bearing a stone down the mountain in front of so many witnesses would be the utmost disgrace. The crowd dispersed, clearing a space for the two, who clasped their fists in salute. Before any further words could be exchanged, Fangxing lunged forward. Alas, there is no doubt that Fangxing will be defeated. Someone in the crowd sighed. In their view, Fangxing's choice to strike first clearly indicated a lack of confidence in his ability to win. Fangxing charged forth like a frenzied lion, unleashing 3 punches in rapid succession, each accompanied by a sharp whistle of wind. Yet, Zhang Qing countered with a single palm, effortlessly shattering Fangxing's attacks and sending him stumbling backward to the ground. Fangxing, in a fit of rage, was restrained by Wu Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with anguish. He had lost, utterly and completely. There was no need for further combat. To continue would only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. "If you concede, then carry the stone down the mountain. Remember, you must reach the foot of the mountain without dropping it along the way," Kong Xiang declared triumphantly. However, the atmosphere was unexpectedly subdued, as no one mocked him. Instead, most chose to remain silent. The onlookers were all young disciples of the Taishan sect. Once, Fangxing had been their idol, their pride, and now witnessing his downfall, they could hardly find amusement in his plight. "Kong Xiang, that is enough. Take your cousin and leave." A man from Zizhu Peak spoke with barely concealed anger. "Indeed, since the contest has concluded, let us all disperse," a senior brother from Kaitai Peak added. Kong Xiang was bewildered. Why was everyone speaking up for a defeated individual? This was not the typical rivalry he was accustomed to. He had forgotten that, with an outsider having vanquished Fangxing, it was akin to everyone present losing face. Thus no one would extend him any courtesy. Nevertheless, with a rare opportunity to humiliate Fangxing before him, he would not let it slip away. With that, he turned and departed. Fangxing stood in a daze. He had never witnessed the usually gentle Zilin exhibit such resoluteness. Yet, his heart warmed at the thought that, although Zilin was an elite disciple, 3 spirit pills were not a trivial matter for her, clearly accumulated over many years. Without dwelling on it further, Fangxing began his descent down the mountain. Once he passed the Taishan gate, he felt as if he had been revitalized. The gloomy expression that had clouded his face vanished as he sprinted away, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 10. Ling and Longmen. Fangxing dashed away, bearing the hefty black stone on his back, which felt as light as a feather despite its weight of 400 to 500 jin, his face flushed with excitement. The coveted Yunru stone, nurtured over a millennium, was now within his grasp. It was impossible not to feel elated. Although he had traded his reputation for it, this mattered little. After all, his reputation had already been thoroughly tarnished. Defeated by Zhang Qing was entirely anticipated, and thus, even in loss, it mattered not, at worst. It would merely reinforce the belief that he was beyond redemption. It is nothing more than rendering the once disparaged reputation even more lamentable. A waste, no matter how degraded, remains a waste. Nevertheless, despite this, Fangxing has resolutely determined that such humiliation as today shall never be permitted to recur. Interests and dignity. Henceforth, he shall not forsake either. The path to achieving a harmonious coexistence of interests and dignity lies in the possession of unparalleled strength. Power. Whether for himself, for the Fang family, or for that enigmatic clan, Fangxing's singular aim is to acquire unmatched power. Like entering a secluded paradise, untouched by worldly affairs, he seeks tranquility and serenity. Almost all the edifices are constructed from black stone. Seamlessly integrated with Fangzheng Peak, the ancient structures exude an aura of antiquity, many of which lie in disrepair. Yet, it is precisely this state that enhances their quietude and serenity. As he wanders along the narrow paths, the sounds of domestic life echo around him. Akin to stepping into a humble village, Fangxing ascends the stone steps with practiced ease, passing through the weathered stone houses, ultimately arriving at the rear of the cluster of stone dwellings. Here stands a 3-story stone tower, the Fang family scripture repository. While the members of the Fang clan have all attended the wedding of Kong Xian and Lin Ke, an event of utmost significance for the family, this place is now devoid of any guardian. Of course, the scripture repository no longer houses anything of great importance. Inside, one finds only a collection of low-level mystical texts, crude weaponry, and various sundries. As Fangxing pushes open the dust-laden door, a cloud of dust cascades down, prompting a fit of cough from him. He reaches for a torch behind the door and ignites it with a fire stick, illuminating the previously darkened space. He ascends directly to the second floor, where in the innermost corner lies a disordered pile of books, neglected and unclassified, as they contain accounts of extraordinary individuals or bizarre tales, offering no value for cultivation. Yet, Fangxing has a fondness for these tomes, for they have enriched his knowledge, enabling him to discern things others cannot perceive. The sixth sense's divine ability in the iron gallstone marrow. These were concepts Fangxing encountered within this disregarded collection of texts. The Lingyin Longmen was an obscure tale he had never heard before, suggesting that only these miscellaneous writings might contain any records of it. He crouches down and picks up a book, blowing gently upon it, causing the dust to swirl like a sandstorm. The cover bears the inscription of extraordinary events, but he discards it, having already memorized its content. He lifts a second book, and once again dust flies as the words poisonous insects and strange grasses catch his eye. Another familiar title. Flipping through the remaining volumes, he finds that he has perused over 10 of them. He picks up a book titled Strange Tales of Cultivators and flips through its pages filled with densely packed text. He comprehends it in a mere breath. With over 20 pages contained within, he finishes reading in 25 breaths, retaining every word in his mind. Skimming 10 lines at once, he possesses an extraordinary memory. It is this remarkable ability that has enabled him to become the foremost figure since the establishment of the Taishan sect, a rarity in the world. As Fangxing continues to browse through 6 more books, he finally discovers the mention of Lingyin Longmen in the 7th volume, Tales of Monsters. At last, he has found it. Fangxing exhales deeply, unable to conceal his elation. The Dragon Gate of Humanity occupies a fixed position deep within the Dantian, where it manifests as a swirling orb of celestial nebula, glimmering with a pearlescent light. Suddenly, a heavy sensation weighed upon Fangxing's heart. What difference is there between a solitary point of white in the vast darkness and a needle lost in an ocean? Can one truly retrieve a needle from the depths of the sea? What distinguishes the spirit-concealed Dragon Gate from the Door of Death? The latter presents a threshold that cannot be knocked upon, whilst the former offers a door that cannot be found. He could not shake the feeling that the latter was even more tragic than the former. The former represents a direct deprivation of the opportunity to cultivate, while the latter grants that opportunity only to engage one in a game of hide-and-seek, with nearly no chance of success. Afterward, he sifted through the texts available, yet the descriptions of the spirit-concealed Dragon Gate were but mere fragments. In exasperation, he descended to the first floor, treading through the dust with each step, and upon leaving the scripture pavilion, he inhaled deeply, unable to contain himself as he pointed towards the azure sky, cursing, "Damn you, heavens! Are you toying with me?" After venting his frustrations, he felt insufficiently relieved, slamming the torch to the ground and storming out, leaving the door ajar. After taking a few dozen steps, he found himself sneezing profusely, each exhalation releasing clouds of dust, as if he had just emerged from a mound of debris. "Damn it! I shall never step foot in this cursed scripture pavilion again." As Fangxing strode away, his prominent nose twitched, and he abruptly came to a halt, his expression one of astonishment. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, akin to the moment ripe celestial fruits are harvested. transforming the very essence of the world around him. Could it be a second-grade medicinal herb? Yet Fangxing was certain that the source of this extraordinary aroma resided within the scripture pavilion itself. The closer he drew, the fainter the scent became, obscured by the thick haze within. Conversely, the farther he stood, the clearer it was, for the dust could not travel far, while that enchanting fragrance carried over great distances. Indeed, had it not been for Fangxing's keen olfactory sense, he would have been utterly oblivious to a scent even more delicate than the previously encountered cloud milk stone essence. He closed his eyes and centered his thoughts, allowing his mind to settle. His nose twitched slightly as he discerned the ethereal fragrance amidst the myriad of odors enveloping the space. Finally, he caught a whiff of it. Without opening his eyes, he followed the scent step by step, each movement deliberate and light, lest he frighten away the elusive aroma. He paused in the southwest corner of the first floor, having traversed no more than 50 or 60 meters from the entrance. Yet it took him a full 10 minutes to reach this spot. Only then did he open his eyes, his face radiant with delight, his gaze fixed upon a nook behind the bookshelf, from which the fragrance emanated. Yet, all he found was a mound of dust piled high. Fangxing remained undeterred, squatting down to gently blow away the dust. With each breath, he meticulously cleared layer after layer of grime. While the dust in the nook diminished, it only seemed to accumulate more upon his head and clothing. Fangxing paid it no mind, his eyes unyieldingly focused on the dust in the corner. As he puffed, rhythmic and patient, a small brown tip emerged from the remnants of dust, steadfast amidst the swirling particles. Fangxing was elated. The source of the fragrant essence was finally revealing itself. A mere glimpse of the iceberg beneath. Meanwhile, an unexpected stirring arose within him. Although this sensation was commonplace, it arrived with an extraordinary abruptness, seemingly imbued with an air of mystery. Chapter 11. A Core. Suddenly, Fangxing felt a peculiar sensation, akin to discovering something he had long yearned for. The urgency and excitement within him were beyond the capacity of words to convey. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, as if it had never truly emerged. Suddenly, it was strange, accompanied by an ineffable aura. Fangxing, unable to contain his eagerness, intensified his breath. He refrained from using his hands directly to excavate, fearing the loss of something precious. At last, the object revealed its true form, brown, resembling a peach pit, yet of a size akin to an ordinary peach. It was unmistakably a fruit pit. Fangxing gently cradled it in his hand, confirming that the alluring fragrance emanated from this core. However, even when brought close to his nose, the scent was faint, imperceptible to the average person. He scrutinized the pit, taken aback. Typically, pits bear patterns. Yet, this one was adorned with an enigmatic rune, seemingly carved by human hands, yet entirely natural, exuding an essence of the profound. It felt as if one had consumed a celestial elixir, rendering the mind clear and untainted. Waves of astonishment surged within Fangxing. This was simply inconceivable, certainly not an ordinary pit. Could it possibly be the core of a spiritual herb? A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Fangxing's eyes. He had heard Fang Zhongtian mention that herbs thriving for millennia could transform into spiritual entities, known as spiritual herbs. Within the essence of a spiritual herb lies fragments of the profound. When ingested by humans, it allows one to comprehend these fragments and draw closer to the celestial principles. What is the purpose of cultivation? It is to fathom the celestial principles, thus transcending the mundane. Spiritual herbs are treasures of immeasurable worth for cultivators. Fangxing circulated his vital energy, attempting to absorb the essence within the pit. Yet it remained as stagnant as dead water, utterly unresponsive. After several unsuccessful attempts, he did not press the matter further, carefully preserving the pit. After rummaging through the scripture repository without discovering anything of particular value, he did not linger and descended the mountain, carrying the black stone to the cave where he had previously secluded himself. After sealing the cave with stones, he attentively examined the black stone. Pressing his nose against its surface, he discerned a clear, untainted fragrance that invigorated the spirit and sharpened the mind with merely a whiff. Fangxing retrieved a small knife from his waist, applying force to scrape the stone's surface, hoping to peel away its outer layer. Instantly, sparks flew, and the blade became blunted. What the hell? This treasure knife, forged from the finest steel and worth 10 taels of gold, was said to slice through iron with ease, yet it could not cut through this stone. Fangxing was dumbfounded. After just one attempt, the precious knife he had sacrificed everything to acquire lay ruined. Let us see whether the stone is truly as hard as it seems, or if my fist is harder. Fangxing huffed onto his right fist, lifting it like a sandbag, and struck the stone with all his might. Bang! Followed by the sound of hissing gasps as Fangxing clutched his hand, jumping around in pain, gritting his teeth. Damn, what on earth is this stone? Fangxing was at a loss for words. Could it be that a treasure lay before him, yet remained unattainable? Was it truly impenetrable, impervious to blades and blows? That would be more unbearable than death itself. He fixed his gaze upon the broken blade leaning against the side, a weapon known as the Great Wasteland Blade. Instantly, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He grasped the Great Wasteland Blade and deftly drew it across a stone. The sound of scraping echoed as shards of stone flew apart, revealing a shallow groove where the blade had passed. Fangxing seized the discarded treasure. With a powerful swing of the Great Wasteland Blade, a sharp crack resonated through the air, and the once cherished sword was cleaved in two in an instant. This was indeed a blade capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere mud. Fangxing examined the Great Wasteland Blade from every angle, utterly captivated by it. The blade was as black as ink, its edge dull, and it was, after all, a broken sword. Overall, it bore an unrefined appearance. Yet, in his eyes, it had transformed into a priceless treasure, with his right hand gripping the hilt and his left hand pressing upon the spine of the blade. He began to slice through the stone as one would chop vegetables. What once had been a dark and unyielding boulder yielded beneath the Great Wasteland Blade, breaking apart as easily as tofu. Until, in a short while, only a tenth of the original height remained. The fragrance emanating from the stone intensified, and within its blackened surface, faint, verdant lines resembling veins began to emerge. Why were these lines green? Wasn't the cloud milk agate supposed to be white? Fangxing pondered, his strength diminishing as he meticulously peeled away layer after layer. As the stone shrank, the aroma grew richer, and the green veins multiplied, weaving together in greater density. No, this was not the cloud milk agate recorded in ancient texts. Instead of feeling regret, Fangxing grew more cautious, for this phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to another entity described in the ancient manuscripts. When only a fist-sized chunk remained, the entire stone radiated a verdant glow, more beautiful than the finest jade. Regrettably, this green radiance also contained an abundance of vital essence, but alas, his abilities were insufficient to harness it, leaving him to watch helplessly as it dissipated into the air. Fangxing swallowed hard, filled with disappointment. Just then, something suddenly shot forth from his pocket, a brown object, the size of a peach, seemingly alive as it spiraled through the air. It was the core. The green mist swirling above seemed to respond to an unseen call, converging upon the core until it was enveloped within. Strange, it was bizarre. Amidst the strangeness, he felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. Yet one thing was certain, this core was far from the simplicity he had imagined. Before long, the vital essence exuding from the stone was entirely absorbed by the core, yet it appeared insatiable. Continuing to draw more. It was evident that the stone was continuously releasing thicker streams of essence, all extracted by the core. How dare it compete with me? Do you wish to rebel? Fangxing was taken aback. The core quivered a few more times, as if flaunting its power, as if boasting. Fangxing fancied he could hear it smacking its lips, reveling in its feast. A flicker of jealousy sparked within Fangxing. Why could he not utilize the essence floating in the air? While the wretched core reaped all the benefits, he dared not pause, swiftly wielding the Great Wasteland Blade to strip away the stony exterior, determined to extract the precious substance and secure it without delay. If he continued at this pace, the essence would inevitably be consumed by the core, leaving him with nothing but a wedding gown of futility. In no time, only a marble-sized lump remained, crystalline and translucent. Radiant with verdant brilliance, the thin layer of stone enveloped it, concealing a liquid within, emerald green, soft, and cool, emanating a refreshing fragrance that could intoxicate the senses. Fangxing had never encountered anything so exquisite, so effervescent with vital essence. This object is evidently not Yunru Shizue. Chapter 12. Bihua Shizue. This item is of a far superior grade, a Bihua Shizue that takes 3,000 years to cultivate. Although it is merely the size of a pigeon's egg, its formation is indeed a remarkable feat, requiring at least 5,000 years of accumulation, making it an upgraded version of Yunru Shizue. The energy and medicinal properties contained within this Bihua Shizue are comparable to dozens or even hundreds of times that of Yunru Shizue. It is a precious elixir that is rare and hard to come by, even in the entirety of the Longyuan continent. Undoubtedly, should this Bihua Shizue be revealed to the world, it would surely incite a significant storm of interest. The efficacy of the Bihua Shizue is not only evident in its abundant energy. What makes it particularly coveted is its ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the essence, rivaling that of the finest Shisui Dan. Moreover, this particular Bihua Shitsue is at least equivalent to 3 of the finest Shisui Dan. Capable of nurturing 3 prodigies within a sect, the effects it can bring forth are seldom matched. However, a dilemma presents itself before Fangxing. To transcend into the dragon transformation realm, one must open the dragon gate. Yet, to do so, 2 conditions must be met. First, the location of the dragon gate must be ascertained. Second, an appropriate means of entry must be found. Regrettably, Fangxing possesses neither. Thus, it is impossible to refine the Bihua Shitsue all at once. He must first store some away. Suddenly, a shadow streaked past him like a bolt of lightning, aiming for the Bihua Shitsue in his hand. Fangxing's pupils constricted. The Bihua Shitsue was only encased in a thin layer of skin, and if struck, it would undoubtedly shatter. He swiftly pulled his hand back, releasing the jade vial without hesitation, and reached out toward the shadow. However, the shadow seemed almost sentient, moving with extraordinary speed while also deftly changing direction, slipping past Fangxing's fingertips and striking the Bihua Shitsue directly. What is this? Fangxing was taken aback, bewildered by the presence of this entity. The shadow moved with such swiftness that it collided with the Bihua Shitsue. Crack! The sound of the surface of the Bihua Shitsue cracking was faint, yet it resonated like a thunderclap, causing Fangxing's expression to shift dramatically. Damn it, the core! Fangxing's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, nearly spitting blood. This was utterly disheartening and infuriating. He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the core, yet at that moment, he could not afford to be distracted. The Bihua Shitsue was dissipating at a terrifying speed. How could he possibly stop it? Should he attempt to contain it in the jade vial? But it was already too late. At this juncture, every fraction of a second, even a 10,000th of a second, was precious. Without a moment's hesitation, Fangxing swallowed the Bihua Shitsue whole. This seemingly crude method was, in fact, the most straightforward and effective remedy. Ugh! Fangxing covered his mouth, cursing in frustration at the core. Half of the quantity was enough to propel an ordinary cultivator into a qualitative leap, sufficient to cultivate a prodigious talent for any sect. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, refining the surging energy within him. Boom! Within Fangxing's dantian, a tempestuous upheaval occurred, as if a vast ocean were in turmoil. The essence of the Bihua Shitsue surged into his dantian, akin to a tidal wave crashing down. Boom! Following this, Fangxing's entire skeletal structure creaked and groaned, as though it were being dismantled and reassembled. An extraordinary cracking sound emanated from his bones, resembling beans popping over an open flame, a cacophony that was incessantly ear-splitting. He curled up, his entire skeletal structure seemingly reduced to ashes, as if devoid of bones. Each pore on his body radiated a verdant glow, rendering him akin to a luminous gem within the emerald light. Waves of black substances surged outward, dark, slick, damp, and foul-smelling. This substance, Fangxing had previously encountered. It was the filth within his own body. After the baptism of the crimson fruit, Fangxing had believed that although some impurities remained, they were minimal. Yet now, they were being expelled in kilogram quantities, truly a case of one mountain surpassing another, one entity outdoing another. Was he to be tormented to death by this emerald bloodstone marrow? How utterly absurd! Fangxing found himself speechless. At this moment, only a fragment of his consciousness remained intact, poised on the brink of death. The emerald bloodstone marrow was a treasure of the world, a miraculous elixir for cultivating prodigies, driving many to madness. For mortals, if obtained and refined, it could transform them into cultivation geniuses. Yet for Fangxing, it was a lethal poison. Was that not the height of irony? The meridians of Fangxing shattered under the terrifying energy, sending tremors through his very soul. Was he truly destined to perish beneath the emerald bloodstone marrow, just as the last vestiges of his consciousness threatened to dissipate? His physical form underwent a monumental transformation. Cracked bones reformed, severed meridians reconnected. Purging the marrow, he was cast into death only to be reborn. His skeletal structure rapidly reorganized. The meridians swiftly rejoined. Time became an abstraction. And eventually, his bones gleamed with clarity, his meridians flawless. Fangxing, with his soul's power restrained, gazed upon his reformed skeleton and meridians, astonished and bewildered. The once corporeal flesh, after such upheaval, was now as beautiful as mysterious jade. However, the torment endured this time was tenfold more horrific. He could distinctly hear each bone fracture and feel each meridian rupture, an excruciating agony that left him yearning for death yet unable to escape. Fangxing could not help but entertain thoughts of cowardice, preferring to forego the purging of marrow rather than endure such a harrowing ordeal of life and death. Chapter 13. The stubborn Zilin. The wedding of Kong Xian and Lin Kuer had concluded, and all the guests had departed within 3 days. Early in the morning, Zhang Qing left Taishan sect with his uncle Zhang Tianlong, deciding to head towards Luoxiao City in the northeast to attend to some matters. His visit to Taishan Mountain had proved fruitful, for not only had he defeated the once-renowned Fangxing, but he had also received a vital energy pill from his cousin Kong Xiang, achieving both fame and fortune, which filled his young heart with pride and excitement. The morning path through the forest was enveloped in rising mist, resembling an ethereal realm that a woman appeared amidst the fog. Elusive and otherworldly, yet Zhang Qing recognized her at once, causing his youthful heart to tighten and his face to flush with excitement. Could she have come specifically to see me? His heart raced with chaotic emotions. Entirely forgetting that he was not well acquainted with the woman in the mist, that in contrast, Zhang Tianlong was far more seasoned. His pupils narrowed slightly. Although the woman's eyes were as gentle as autumn waters, he sensed a hint of murderous intent. If not for his extensive battlefield experience and acute sensitivity to killing aura, he would have remained oblivious. However, what left him in a state of bewilderment was the fact that he was not only unfamiliar with this individual, but had also never wronged them. Why, then, would they obstruct their path? As Zhang Tianlong's thoughts whirled, a smile graced his face. He stepped forward, subtly positioning himself to shield Zhang Qing behind him, and remarked, "Miss Celine, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." The woman before him, clad in a flowing purple garment, her waist-length hair cascading gracefully, with eyes as gentle as water and a visage as exquisite as jade, was none other than Celine, one of the 4 beauties of Taishan. "Sister Celine, it has been quite some time." Zhang Qing greeted her with a smile, yet regardless of how he shifted his stance, Zhang Tianlong remained imperceptibly half a step ahead of him. Celine's expression was gentle, her gaze soft as she clasped her fists and said, "I pay my respects to Senior Zhang." Zhang Tianlong inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Where is Miss Celine headed?" Celine cast a glance at Zhang Qing and replied coolly, waiting for him at that moment. Zhang Qing felt as though he might float away. The fact that Celine from the 4 beauties of Taishan was waiting for him felt like a dream. However, Zhang Tianlong furrowed his brows and asked, "Might I inquire what business you have with my nephew?" Celine responded calmly, "I seek an explanation." Both Zhang Qing and Zhang Tianlong were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Tianlong then said, "Has my nephew inadvertently offended Miss Celine? As his uncle, I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf." Celine replied coolly, "He has not wronged me. Rather, he has offended someone he ought not to have." Her voice remained as gentle as the breeze, yet there was an elusive hint of sorrow woven through her words. Zhang Tianlong could discern that the individual in question held significant stature in Zeline's heart. He was astonished, wondering when Zhang Qing had offended someone associated with Celine. He bellowed, "You rascal, have you offended Miss Celine's friend? Quickly go and make amends, so that Miss Celine may forgive you." Zhang Qing, utterly bewildered, thought to himself that he had wronged no one. Celine, with a trace of indifference, remarked, "No need for apologies. Just leave behind one hand." Both Zhang Tianlong and his nephew were left in stunned silence. Zhang Tianlong clenched his fist slightly, but maintained a cordial demeanor as he said, "Miss Celine must be jesting with us, correct?" Celine replied coolly, "I never jest." Zhang Tianlong's expression faltered, his pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze on Celine. Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from her, there was no doubt that Celine was not joking, not even in the slightest. Had it been anyone else, Zhang Tianlong would have likely dealt with her harshly. But given her status as an elite of Taishan sect, he felt compelled to tread carefully. With a strained smile that was more painful than tears, he asked, "Miss Celine, whom exactly has my nephew offended that warrants such a dire consequence?" He exerted immense effort to suppress his anger. He has offended someone he ought not to have. Celine then turned her gaze to Zhang Qing and asked, "Will you take action yourself, or shall I?" Zhang Qing's complexion turned pale with fear. Zhang Tianlong, now incensed, retorted, "Miss Celine, do not presume that your status as a disciple of Taishan sect grants you the right to be so overbearing. If you withdraw now, I shall consider today's events as though they never transpired. In terms of strength, Zhang Tianlong naturally did not fear Celine, but he had to consider the Taishan sect that stood behind her. Hence he chose to endure. Suddenly, with a clang, Zillion drew her sword, signaling her resolute decision. The 3-foot-long sword radiated a purple glow, a clear indication of her mastery at the dragon transformation realm. The Zillion sword thrummed with vital energy, exhibiting signs of transforming into rippling water, indicating that its realm had at least reached the second transformation of the dragon. Zhang Tianlong's pupils shimmered with intensity as he fixated on Zillion's blade. His heart stirred. To have cultivated to the second transformation of the dragon at such a tender age, her talent is indeed remarkable. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Zhang Qing, and declared, "Miss Zillion, although you stand out among your peers, you are still insufficient in my eyes. Do not let a moment of bravado lead you astray. If you withdraw now, I shall not pursue the matter. Nor shall I mention today's events." Zillion remained silent, advancing gracefully with each step as light as a droplet of water, moving as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Indeed, you are a paragon of the Taishan elite. I admire your composure. Allow me to experience your prowess. Zhang Tianlong struck his palm behind him, gently sending Zhang Qing away. In the same breath, he took 3 steps forward, raising his palm like a blade. Slashing downward, vital energy flowed through his hand, transforming it into a golden hue, shimmering with brilliance. His dragon gate was evidently of the metallic attribute, and his vital energy resembled flowing water, clearly indicating he had attained the 3rd transformation of the dragon. Although he surpassed Zillion by merely 1 layer, each breakthrough in the dragon realm was exceedingly arduous, resulting in a significant enhancement of power. Thus, he possessed an absolute suppression over Zillion in terms of cultivation. Yet Zillion remained undaunted. Her sword quivered, unleashing several blooms of sword flowers that aimed for Zhang Tianlong's throat, left rib, right rib, heart, and lower abdomen. Each thrust a lethal strike. It was unexpected that this youth possessed such formidable adaptability. Realizing he could not overpower her directly and resorting to clever tactics, with only 1 hand, he could block just 1 attack, leaving him with no choice but to evade. Yet she had underestimated the capabilities of a practitioner at the 3rd transformation of the dragon. Zhang Tianlong mused. He did not evade. The trajectory of his descending palm remained unchanged, yet he forcefully extinguished the sword flowers. However, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." All feints, the techniques Zillion employed, though appearing genuine, were mere illusions designed to divert Zhang Tianlong's attention. Meanwhile, she had cleverly maneuvered past him on his left, making a beeline for the distant Zhang Qing. "Where do you think you are going?" Zhang Tianlong bellowed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Had Zillion aimed for him instead of Zhang Qing, in that moment of distraction, a sword strike from her left could have severely wounded him. Despite his superior strength and no longer underestimating her, he curled his fingers into claws and reached for Zillion's left shoulder. Zillion, however, disregarded the threat, charging straight for Zhang Qing, who, pale and trembling, cowered against a stone. Her actions were clearly a desperate gamble for mutual destruction. Even if she managed to injure Zhang Qing, her shoulder would be seized by Zhang Tianlong, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, Zhang Tianlong's speed surpassed hers, yet she raced forward like an arrow released from its bow. Her eyes fixated solely on her target. Who had Xiao Qing offended to warrant such reckless abandon on her part, risking her own injury to strike him? Zhang Tianlong was perplexed, with a swift motion. His claw-like hand, akin to that of a ferocious tiger, cut through the air with a terrifying sound, poised to seize Zillion's left shoulder, while her sword remained at least a yard away from Zhang Qing. Zhang Tianlong struck down with ferocity. He had resolved to subdue Zillion first, and then leave her to the discretion of the Taishan sect. However, he grasped at nothingness. Zillion's figure transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. Drifting past his grasp, Luo Yin's step. Zhang Tianlong's pupils widened in shock. Unable to suppress his exclamation, he was not unfamiliar with the exquisite footwork of Taishan sect, yet it was only at this moment that he comprehended the gravity of the situation, too late for any action. A soft sound echoed, and blood splattered across the ground as an arm fell to the earth with a thud. Zillion halted her movements, while Zhang Qing's body collapsed. Detestable. Zhang Tianlong, consumed by rage, realized only now why Zillion had refrained from employing the Luo Yin step earlier. She feared he would be on guard, making her efforts futile. Zillion could only catch him off guard to accomplish her aim. Having severed Zhang Qing's arm, Zillion paused, needing only 1 arm, nothing more. "Zillion, your indiscriminate slaughter of innocents will not go unpunished." Even if I were to kill you today, no one in Tai Xin's sect would dare to utter a word. Zhang Tianlong seethed, striking fiercely at Ziline's back. With a soft gasp, Ziline coughed up a mouthful of blood and was propelled forward. Zhang Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. Given Ziline's mastery of Luo Yan's step, the likelihood of his palm connecting was less than 1 in 10. Yet it had indeed struck true. Unbeknownst to him, Ziline had achieved her goal by taking Zhang Qing's arm, and she felt a sense of cruelty in her actions, willingly accepting Zhang Tianlong's blow as a form of balance. Struggling to rise from the thicket, Ziline's complexion was as pale as parchment, her usually gentle eyes now devoid of life, revealing the severity of her injuries. Strangely, amidst her pallor, a metallic sheen flickered across her skin, an uncanny sight. Yet, she bore no trace of regret, stating calmly, "I have severed one of his arms. You have wounded me gravely. We are even now." Zhang Tianlong was once again taken aback. Was there truly such a reckless individual in the world? Had he exerted just a modicum more force, he could have shattered Ziline's heart pulse, leaving her with no chance of survival. His fury diminished significantly, and in confusion, he inquired, "Whom has Zhang Qing offended that you would risk your life to seek retribution?" Ziline remained silent. Turning to depart, Zhang Tianlong hesitated for a moment, sighing, "Having been struck by my golden pulse heart-calling palm, without my specially crafted heart-protecting pill, you would have no chance of survival, even if you were to escape death now. Alas, she likely will not divulge this incident to anyone. Even should her corpse be discovered, should Tai Xin's sect come knocking, Shaoqing can testify to her self-inflicted fate." As he spoke, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze. Far off in the hinterlands of Taishan Mountain, Fangxing teetered on the brink of death, oblivious to the perils Ziline endured for his sake. Chapter 14. "Brother," lend a hand buzzing. The sound of the swirling wind echoed within the cavern. Inside, the ethereal essence of the bloodstone marrow floated in the void, forming a colossal vortex, at the center of which a dark point spun wildly. As it revolved, the essence of the bloodstone marrow dwindled. Absorbed by this dark point, this very point was none other than the core. The core had consumed 4/10 of the essence yet remained insatiable, devouring with a voracious hunger in stark contrast to the carefree and tireless core. Fangxing's plight was utterly miserable. He had ingested merely half of the bloodstone marrow yet faced an overwhelming devastation. The meridians severed, bones shattered, and body ruptured. He was on the brink of death, facing the grim fate of leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones. This moment, he found himself ensnared in the jaws of life and death that a profound hatred surged within him. The Bai Shui not only failed to aid him, but seemed bent on his destruction. The true culprit behind this calamity was none other than that accursed core, had it not acted like a thief. How could Fangxing have ever swallowed the Bai Shui? He longed to shatter the core into a million pieces and cast it aside to be fed to the dogs. With a sudden explosion, his flesh erupted, blood soaring like an arrow, reaching over a meter high before dispersing like fireworks in the night sky. A breathtaking display of crimson. The energy of the Bai Shui was terrifying beyond measure. If only Fangxing had known the location of the Long Min and possessed the means to unlock its secrets, he could have effortlessly traversed the threshold into the realm of transformation. Yet now, he lacked the two most crucial elements. The core absorbed every ounce of energy, seemingly insatiable, spinning endlessly. Its speed generated a piercing sound, as if it were performing a wild dance, laughing maniacally at the heavens. Fangxing struggled to pry open his eyelids, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he felt an overwhelming mixture of frustration and helplessness. Although he did not lose his composure, the core, having absorbed half of the energy, remained unscathed, an enigma of dread if it continued to siphon away the remaining energy of the Bai Shui. Might he not stave off death? A flicker of hope ignited in his ashen eyes as he forced out the words, "Come here, I shall offer you the remaining energy." The core halted its rotation, as if fixated on Fangxing, its sharp angles tilted slightly backward, akin to a proud head raised in disdain. Fangxing struggled to suppress his fury. His very life lay in the core's grasp, compelling him to display a semblance of sincerity. The delectable Bai Shui, if forsaken now, would never again be within reach. It was too late. Fangxing felt the tears welling up, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, hesitating several times before finally, with a pained expression, he uttered, "Brother, you are my true brother. I was wrong. One tea that suffice. From now on, all delicacies shall be reserved for you." The core nodded joyously, its movements almost comical, yet it lacked a face. Otherwise, the expression would surely have made Fangxing retch. Such a creature was utterly beguiling. Could it be that this core housed a person within? Was someone capable of emerging from within it? A sharp sound sliced through the air, interrupting Fangxing's thoughts, as the core transformed into a streak of light and shot into his body. In an instant, it materialized within his dantian, swirling madly in the void of that cosmic realm. The unbridled energy surged forth, as if compelled by an unseen force, rushing towards the cord in the blink of an eye. The energy that had permeated Fangxing's limbs and bones enveloped the core's surface. As time passed, the energy dwindled until it was entirely absorbed by the core. Fangxing felt a mixture of gratitude and anger. Without this core, he would not have endured such torment of life and death. Yet, without it, he would likely have perished by now. Everything stemmed from this core. He cast a glance at his battered body. While the violent energy had been absorbed, could his ravaged form ever heal? Death seemed merely a matter of time. Was he truly destined to escape its clutches? Exhausted, Fangxing closed his eyes, having expended the last vestiges of his strength. Death was indeed a terrifying prospect. He still had numerous tasks left undone. Avenging the Conley three brothers, securing the positions of the Fang family among the two prominent clans, assisting the mysterious family in their plight, and addressing matters concerning Zelinda at long last. The last vestige of his consciousness succumbed to slumber at that moment. Within his dantian, a core emanated concentric rings of gray luminescence. This light made contact with the walls of the dantian. It radiated throughout his body, resembling a sun illuminating the somber cosmos of the dantian. Before long, Fangxing was enveloped in a shimmering aura of gray. His battered physique began to mend at an indescribable pace. This gray light? This core? Fangxing awoke, utterly astonished and rendered speechless. The resurrection of flesh from mere bones was a miraculous effect achievable only by the Medicine King. Yet this core had accomplished just that. Could it be that this core was not merely the pit of a spiritual herb, but rather the essence of the Medicine King himself, or perhaps even something more exalted? Its value was beyond estimation. Who could have imagined that within the fallen Fang family, amidst the dilapidated Sutra Pavilion and the heaps of dust, lay a core that could rival that of the Medicine King? This was undoubtedly a pearl obscured by grime, a core comparable to that of the Medicine King, even if it lacked the true Medicine King's presence, was still of immeasurable worth if one were to gauge it in terms of currency. Apologies, but Fangxing, in his injured state and muddled mind, could not fathom its potential worth. However, he was certain that few could afford such a treasure, and those who could afford it were exceedingly rare. As for those who would dare to sell it, only a fool would consider parting with a core that rivaled that of the Medicine King. This was truly a king of cores, the sovereign among cores. The core within his dantian seemed to sense Fangxing's thoughts, swaying with exuberance. Truly miraculous, Fangxing marveled, and the king of cores appeared even more delighted. The radiance emitted by the king of cores possessed not only the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead, but also a calming effect that brought tranquility to the mind. Unbeknownst to him, Fangxing dozed off, and upon awakening, he found his injuries completely healed. Moreover, under the cleansing influence of the bloodstone's marrow, he was devoid of any impurities, more pristine than a newborn infant. Additionally, he detected a faint fragrance emanating from his body, akin to that of precious herbs, invigorating his spirit and clarifying his mind. He turned his gaze inward to the world of his dantian, where the king of cores floated like a non-luminous star in the cosmos of his dantian, ultimately remaining concealed. King of cores, Fangxing called softly, yet the king of cores did not respond, appearing as though it were in slumber, or perhaps had absorbed an excess of energy and entered a state of seclusion. He attempted to extract the king of cores from his dantian, but to no avail. It seemed to have taken a liking to its current abode. Most importantly, once he reached the dragon transformation realm, one's vitality would be as vast as the ocean, and one's essence would soar like a dragon, capable of wielding boundless divine abilities, rendering the flamboyant yet ineffective techniques of mere mortals utterly impotent. Even if Fangxing's physical form underwent a qualitative transformation, he would still have no more than a fraction of a chance against a true master of the dragon transformation. He aspired to carve out a place for himself on the Dragon Tiger ranking. And aside from breaking through the Dragon Gate, there existed no other path. There remained much for him to accomplish. Fangxing took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. He must breach the Dragon Gate before ascending the Dragon Tiger ranking. He bent down to retrieve a medicine bottle from the ground, containing 3 essence pills, the very vial gifted to him by Zelene. The essence pill is the primary elixir employed by practitioners at the Fish Leap realm to replenish their vital energy. However, for him at this moment, it had become of little significance, as his internal energy was already saturated. Without breaking through the Dragon Gate, his body could no longer accommodate any more vital energy. Nevertheless, he still treasured it like a precious gem and chose to keep it. Subsequently, he took a refreshing bath in the waters of the Yujin River, then secured the great wilderness blade with a grass rope across his back. As he walked towards Fangxing Peak under the setting sun, he remained oblivious to the perilous predicament that Fangting had encountered while searching for him. Chapter 15. Unworthy of being an enemy in the Yujin River. Separated from Fangxing Peak by a mountain, 3 individuals engaged in a fierce confrontation, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were Kong Li and Kong Lin, while the woman was none other than Fangting. Kong Li had long coveted Fangting's beauty and desired to claim her as his own. Yet, she had consistently rebuffed his advances, and today he had finally found his opportunity. 2 little brats. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being rude. Of course, how could any woman tolerate such insolence? Unless, thus, the sword in her hand suddenly quickened its pace, with a swift thrust. A gash appeared on Kong Li's left arm, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Sister Fangting, why such cruelty? I was merely jesting with you. Fangting was momentarily taken aback. Was he really claiming that his blatant disrespect was a joke? She turned her gaze towards Kong Lin, who, with an air of discontent, stated, Sister Fangting, we intended to engage you in a friendly spar. But as you have been reluctant to exert your full strength, we resorted to this tactic to provoke you. However, he has now learned of your prowess. Fangting glanced apologetically at Kong Li. Recognizing that they were still fellow disciples, after a brief pause, she retrieved a medicinal vial and feigned anger, saying, You 2 rascals, do not behave like this in the future. If it were someone else, you would be in serious trouble. Kong Li repeatedly promised that he would not dare to do so again. As Fangting approached Kong Li, she failed to notice the glint of cunning and triumph in Kong Lin's eyes behind her. He resembled a wily fox, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his prey to fall into his trap. Observing Fangting approach him unguarded, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered within Kong Li's gaze. With his right hand discreetly reaching for his belt, he prepared to unleash a nefarious substance at lightning speed the moment Fangting drew near. Once released, this substance would cling to her skin, permeating through her pores and taking effect, regardless of whether it entered her mouth or nostrils. Any creature, be it human or beast, tainted by this concoction would instantly become as weak as a newborn chick. Even more astonishingly, aside from losing their strength, those affected would not fall into a deep slumber. Under the influence of the drug, their desires would intensify tenfold. This amplification of human yearning would ensnare not only ordinary individuals, but also enlightened monks, reclusive goddesses, and celestial beings, drawing them into the mortal realm. Most intriguingly, once afflicted by this substance, the victim would shift from a passive to an active role, making it impossible to repel them. Stealing a glance at Fangting, Kong Li thought to himself, just wait. Unbeknownst to Fangting, who was simply filled with remorse for injuring him, she crouched down, tore open Kong Li's sleeve, and cautiously sprinkled the medicinal powder onto his wound. At that moment, Kong Li's right hand slowly rose. The mere act of sprinkling the powdered medicine upon Fangting would instantly render her exceedingly compliant. Overcome with excitement, Kong Li's complexion flushed crimson. Unfortunately, Fangting, who was diligently tending to Kong Li's wounds with her head lowered, remained oblivious to his intentions. Just then, a thunderous voice filled with fury erupted, calling out his name. Kong Li. Each syllable seemed to be bitten off with palpable hatred. Both Kong Li and Fangting were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. A shadow, like a wraith, swiftly traversed the riverbank. The technique employed was none other than the Luo Yin step of the Taishan sect, a style that both Fangting and Kong Li recognized at first glance, leaving them utterly astonished. The execution of this technique was so near to perfection that both Fangting and Kong Li felt themselves lacking in comparison. As they turned their gaze towards the newcomer, Fangting's eyes caught a glimpse of the white powder in Kong Li's hand, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She transformed into a fleeting shadow, Retreating hastily by the time Kong Li realized what had transpired and attempted to scatter the powder, it was already too late. With a swish, the figure moved like an apparition, indistinct in form, leaving behind a series of afterimages as they glided over the river's surface with the grace of a dragonfly alighting upon water. This sound was eerily familiar. Fangxing completely disregarded Kong Li's malice. Entranced by the series of lingering shadows, Kong Li, his scheme exposed, dared not pursue Fangxing, hoping instead that the newcomer was a member of his family, who could assist him in dealing with her. Meanwhile, Kong Lin stood nearby, his expression shifting unpredictably, filled with uncertainty that at last, the afterimages coalesced into the form of a strikingly handsome young man. His visage resembled a flawless jade, with hair as dark as raven feathers, and his eyebrows arched like twin swords poised to take flight. Kong Li was certain he had never encountered a man so impeccably perfect. Even the prodigy from his clan, whom he had met only a handful of times, paled in comparison to this individual. Most significantly, this man exuded an air of poise and confidence that was entirely genuine, emanating from the depths of his very soul. Astonishingly, upon seeing this figure, Kong Li felt an inexplicable calm wash over him, a compelling desire to draw closer. Yet, why did this person seem so familiar? Had they crossed paths before? If he had ever met someone of such caliber, Kong Li would never forget. How peculiar! Upon his arrival, he had witnessed Kong Li raising his hand and immediately sensed the dire situation, calling out to halt his actions. Indeed, Kong Li harbored ulterior motives. Brother? Fangxing exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kong Lin silently executed the Luo Yin step, turning to leave. Though he had not seen Fangxing make a move, he remained wary of his intentions. Fangxing smirked, fully aware of every action and change in expression from Kong Li, which could not escape his keen observation. Just as Kong Li had slipped his hand into his waistband, yet before he could draw his weapon, Fangxing had already flung him aside, sending him crashing violently against the rocks, scattering the mind-altering powder across the ground. Seeing the two severely injured individuals, Fangxing's heart ached with compassion. Younger brother. Let it go. There's no need to stoop to their level, she said. Brother Fang, it was all my fault before. I sincerely apologize. Please, show mercy and forgive us, Kong Lin implored, gazing at Fangxing, tears streaming down his face as he called out sister repeatedly, as if she were his own flesh and blood. Fangxing sighed, recognizing that his sister possessed many admirable qualities, yet her excessive kindness rendered her devoid of guile. Before she could utter a word, Fangxing interjected, Sister, these two individuals nearly caused my demise not long ago. Their deaths would be of no consequence. Fangxing's countenance shifted drastically. While she could forgive harm done to herself, she would not tolerate any threat against Fangxing. Fangxing, we are fellow disciples. Do you truly dare to kill us? Kong Li bellowed, maintaining an air of authority. Fangxing casually seized the sword from Fangxing's hands and replied with a smirk. You of the Kong family are indeed powerful. How could I possibly have the audacity? Kong Li, momentarily exhibiting a glimmer of satisfaction, was abruptly met with a flash of steel and an excruciating pain that followed. Blood splattered across his face as his left arm was severed cleanly from the shoulder. The agony made him tremble, leaving him too stunned to cry out. Fangxing's strike was not particularly swift nor concealed. He had anticipated the blow, believing he could evade it. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, the blade seemed to pursue him, unrelenting as a shadow. Had Fangxing truly breached the dragon gate with the technique he displayed? Even a master of transformation into a dragon would pale in comparison. A sense of dread washed over Kong Li. If Fangxing possessed such potential, it foretold a dire future for the Kong family. Fangxing, you must consider your actions carefully. Should you kill me, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Observing the gruesome sight of his dismembered adversaries, Fangxing felt no elation. The exhilaration of avenging a grave injustice eluded him, the reason for which he would only comprehend later. Kong Li and Kong Lin had already transcended the realm of his concern. To him, they were mere jesters. What excitement was there in dispatching two clowns unworthy of his enmity? Brother, where have you been these past few days? What transpired to bring about such a cataclysmic change? Furthermore, Chapter 16, a ray of hope before anyone else could speak. Fang Zhongtian interjected, Fangxing, retain Fangting. The rest of you may leave, Fang Dahu protested. Third uncle, I shall depart. Fang Zhongtian's succinct command left no room for defiance, and the assembly reluctantly dispersed, burdened with unanswered questions and insatiable curiosity. Their clan leader was indeed tyrannical. Once all had withdrawn, Fang Zhongtian swiftly rose from his chair, his murky eyes gleaming with intensity as he strode towards Fangxing, placing his hands on the young man's shoulders and inspecting him thoroughly. As though fearing he were but an illusion, Fangxing, bemused by the elder's frantic demeanor, could only smile wryly. Fang Zhongtian eagerly inquired, "My dear grandson, tell your grandfather where you have been these past few days." Upon hearing the account, a murderous intent surged within Fang Zhongtian's gaze as he seethed. "Those two little wretches harmed my dear grandson. They deserve death." After scrutinizing Fangxing once more, a flicker of sorrow crossed his features, and he sighed deeply, lamenting, "Alas, such a promising talent, yet it stands at the threshold of death, heaven's envy of the gifted." Unable to bear the sight of Fang Zhongtian's despair, Fangxing resolved to reveal the truth, stating, "In truth, my dragon gate is not a portal to death. It is the spiritual hidden dragon gate. As long as one person is knocked, there exists a solution to be found. Our understanding of Lingyin Longmen is merely superficial at present. Thus we are unable to locate and access it. However, should we gain sufficient insight, even if it eludes our grasp like a fleeting shadow, the possibility of discovery and entry remains." Fang Zhongtian's profound theories instilled hope in Fangxing. Atop the mountain, a majestic 9-story edifice stood gracefully, its glazed rooftop glistening under the radiant sun, exuding a brilliant luminescence. Fangxing and his companion chose the path to the right leading to the summit. Flanked by ancient cypress trees standing resolute and colossal boulders looming like mountains, the path was polished to a mirror-like sheen, and a refreshing breeze invigorated their spirits. Who is that young man following Fang Shozhua? Indeed, who would associate a youth of such ethereal grace with someone of little merit? Could it be a stunning beauty disguised as a boy? One individual's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Fangxing, however, chose to disregard the lingering gaze that followed him. At the end of the path stood a stone tablet, towering at the height of a person, inscribed with two simple yet profound characters, Shuj. These unpretentious words, robust and powerful, evoked a sense of soul-stirring reverence upon contemplation. Fangxing was no stranger to this place. It was the treasured repository of the Taishan sect, the sanctum wherein valuable secrets and records were safeguarded. The sect's supreme technique, Jiutian Shuanggu, along with its 3 paramount divine arts, the Tiangang Bei Do Wu Ji sword technique, Qianshan De Bei Wu Liang Palm, and others, were meticulously housed here. Despite the apparent lack of defenses, any individual harboring ill intentions would likely find themselves ensnared in an irreversible predicament in the blink of an eye. Not to mention, the protective formations surrounding the Shuj, such as the Tiangang Bei Do sword array, could effortlessly annihilate those of formidable strength. While the elders guarding the repository possessed immense powers, each a figure of considerable renown within the Jingwo realm, as Fangxing stepped onto the stone platform in front of the Shuj. He felt a sudden chill, for at that moment, he sensed no fewer than 3 terrifying auras sweep past him, rendering his every secret seemingly exposed. Naturally, had it not been for Fangxing's significant increase in strength and his heightened sensitivity following the purification of his essence, an ordinary person would remain oblivious to such a presence. Fang Zhongtian, however, remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to the hidden energies surrounding them. Upon entering the Shuj, even with Fang Zhongtian's esteemed status, they were subjected to a stringent registration process before gaining entry. Under such rigorous protection, not even a single person, let alone a fly or a gust of wind, could slip in unnoticed, an endeavor harder than ascending to the heavens. The Shuj not only housed an array of secret techniques and martial arts, but also an abundance of literature pertaining to cultivation, including numerous texts on alchemy and artifact refinement. Additionally, many tomes, though unrelated to cultivation, bore great relevance to practitioners, covering topics such as medicinal herbs, mythical beasts, venomous creatures, ancient secrets, and amusing anecdotes of cultivation. The collection here rivaled that of Fang Zhongfeng by hundreds of times. Fangxing and Fang Zhongtian proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, dedicated to the compilation of extraordinary tales and peculiar essays. The duo, Gongsun and his companion, began a meticulous search, combing through the volumes. Half a day later, Fangxing and Fang Zhongtian reconvened. Fangxing had perused 90% of the collection, while Fang Zhongtian had merely examined 1/10. Fang Zhongtian gazed at Fangxing, utterly astonished. he began to doubt whether Fangxing had merely skimmed through the material. With a mysterious smile, Fangxing made his way directly to the first floor, resolved to scour the collection of books available. Had anyone been privy to his intentions, they would undoubtedly deem him mad. Although the library was not entirely accessible to the disciples, the first 5 floors housed a staggering collection of tens of thousands of texts. The notion that Fangxing could peruse them all was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Without a decade or more of relentless reading, such a feat was impossible. Yet, Fangxing was no ordinary individual. The first floor's offerings were significantly more abundant than those on the third, and it took him a full 2 days to read through them all. Though he found not a single mention of the Lingyin Long men, Fang Zhongtian, having grown weary, lay languidly in a nearby chair, his demeanor as listless as that of the other elders in the library, who stared blankly at Fangxing in disbelief. His pace of reading was truly astonishing. Particularly, one elder, not excessively aged, felt a mix of surprise, shame, and disbelief. Having worked in the library for 3 years, he had not read as many books in that span as Fangxing had in just 2 days. Unbeknownst to him, Fangxing had committed each word to memory. Otherwise, he might have been driven to despair, crying out to the heavens and taking his own life in frustration. After sweeping through the second floor, Fangxing's spirits plummeted. Having perused 30 to 40,000 volumes without encountering a single mention of the Lingyin Long men was maddening. On the 5th day, Fangxing appeared on the 4th floor. Had it not been for Fang Zhongtian's prior instruction to the elders not to disclose this matter to the disciples seeking books, Fangxing would undoubtedly have become a spectacle, no matter the thickness of a book. It did not linger in his hands for more than half a minute, and his gaze missed not a single word. This was nothing short of miraculous, as he cradled the tome's secrets of alchemical pills. Containing thousands of pages, a hint of fatigue creased his brow. Were it not for the flicker of determination within him, he would have surely surrendered long ago. His aimless pursuit, akin to a headless fly searching for the 4 characters Lingyin Long men among billions of words, was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 17. Great Benevolence. The text read, Lingyin Long men is a gateway concealed in the shadows, unknown to the world, even when it manifests. It is but a fleeting glimmer amidst the vast darkness, difficult to perceive, and each appearance lasts only an instant before vanishing without a trace. For those who possess the Lingyin Long men, it is akin to a door to death, a position they can never locate nor unlock in their lifetime. However, a particular alchemical pill can stabilize the moment when the Lingyin Long men appears. This is known as the Dingmen pill. Fangxing's heart raced with each word that flashed in his mind. As the mystery of the Lingyin Long men finally seemed resolvable, eagerly, he examined the formula for the Dingmen pill, only to see his once rosy complexion fade to pale, then gradually turn a shade of blue, ultimately culminating in a dark purple hue. What had transpired? Fang Zhongtian's expression shifted dramatically, drawing his gaze to the book. However, his countenance soon mirrored Fangxing's alarm. The ingredients required to concoct the Dingmen pill numbered a staggering 108. And among these, 72 necessitated a second-grade medicinal level, while the remaining 36 demanded a first-grade level. Even more disheartening is the revelation that among these 108 medicinal herbs, there are over 10 that Fang Zhongtian has never heard of. Furthermore, among the herbs he is familiar with, there are also more than 10 that are exceedingly rare. With such circumstances, even if he manages to gather all 108 herbs, it is not merely the case that the opportunity is past. It is likely that Fangxing has already aged significantly at this moment. Fang Zhongtian trembled thrice, instinctively taking 3 steps back. It is as if heaven itself is envious of exceptional talent. This is utterly despairing. A hint of sorrow silently crept onto Fang Zhongtian's wrinkled face, his white hair appearing even more stark against the backdrop of his distress. In that fleeting instant, he seemed to age a decade. Fangxing suddenly felt an urge to laugh, a laugh that was laced with derision, mocking the heavens themselves. How despicably audacious to toy with mere mortals. Even Fang Zhongtian's ashen eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light, resembling a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. Within the confines of the study, tension surged palpably, as powerful energies deftly wove an intricate cage, enveloping the entire space. Fangxing's expression shifted dramatically, rendering him breathless. Could it be that, in broad daylight, someone dares to intrude upon the study? Fangxing was astounded. This was undoubtedly a momentous event. Fang Zhongtian and the others radiated vibrant energy, each appearing as if ablaze. Under the tumult of their energies, the surrounding space began to tremble. Fangxing had no doubt that should he step into that swirling energy, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Such is the might of a master at the dragon transformation realm. Even their mere aura is enough to overwhelm anyone in the fish-leaping realm. They discerned the voice of the approaching individual. And this person posed no threat whatsoever to the study or to any present. Suddenly, an individual materialized before Fangxing, as if conjured from thin air. Their movements were utterly unfathomable. Fangxing was rendered speechless. This figure arrived and departed like a phantom, their agility far surpassing his own mastery of the Luo Yin step. "Follow me," the visitor commanded, pausing momentarily before seizing Fangxing's arm. Before he could register the situation, they had exited the study and sped toward the back mountain of Zhongjing Peak. The swiftness was such that even breathing became a challenge. When his vision finally stabilized, he found himself halted at the back mountain of Zhongjing Peak. In less than 10 breaths, they had traversed from the study to the back mountain, a speed swifter than that of birds in flight. Who could this be, possessing such terrifying agility? Only then did Fangxing clearly observe the figure, a gaunt, elderly man with long hair and a flowing beard, clad in a grayish robe. "Zhongzhu," Fangxing exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that the one who had intruded upon the study and brought him out was none other than the venerable Xuanquan. The former leader of Tai Xian sect, Fangxing had always harbored gratitude towards Xuanquan in the past. Despite opposition from the majority, the old sect leader had devoted himself to assisting Fangxing in seeking a means of entry. Subsequently, due to Fangxing's Dragon Gate being the gate of death, he faced widespread discontent and targeting. Yet, Xuanquan had never held any resentment towards Fangxing. The individuals closest to Fangxing were Fangting and Fangzhongtian. But the person he respected and appreciated the most was undoubtedly the old leader, Xuanquan. At this moment, Xuanquan's gaze towards Fangxing did not waver due to Fangxing's waning status as a talented individual. It remained as warm and content as ever. Overwhelmed with shame, Fangxing could not help but lower his head, feeling unworthy to face Xuanquan. Xuanquan suddenly remarked, "The Lingyin Dragon Gate is not something to be ashamed of." Fangxing swiftly lifted his head, perplexed as to how Xuanquan knew that his Dragon Gate was the Lingyin Dragon Gate. With a gentle gaze, Xuanquan continued, 3 years ago, when everyone concluded that your Dragon Gate was a gateway to death, I understood that it was, in fact, the Lingyin Dragon Gate. That a tumultuous wave surged within Fangxing's heart. Xuanquan further explained, "However, at that time, I lacked the gate's stabilizing elixir. Thus, I deliberately withheld the truth to test your resolve. It seems that you have not disappointed me." Overwhelmed with joy, Fangxing felt tears welling up. It was evident that Xuanquan had been tirelessly searching for the rare herbs required to concoct the elixir for him over these past years. 108 types of herbs, many of which were exceedingly rare and difficult to find. Fangxing opened his mouth, but found himself choked with emotion, unable to utter a word. It had been many years since he had cried. Today, however, he longed to weep freely. This was a cry born of profound gratitude. Xuanquan, having no familial ties to him, had nonetheless gone above and beyond for Fangxing, purely because he recognized the potential within him. Such kindness was immeasurable, transcending both heaven and earth. Deep within his heart, Fangxing silently vowed to repay this immense favor in this lifetime. Xuanquan then produced a vial, stating, "This is the elixir that will stabilize the Lingyin Dragon Gate, but it was acquired at great cost to the entire sect. You must agree to one condition." Fangxing dried his tears and replied resolutely, "Please, go on." He did not utter grandiose promises of sacrificing himself, but those 2 words encapsulated his unwavering determination. And no matter what Xuanquan required of him, he would not utter a single word of dissent. Pleased with Fangxing's response, Xuanquan elaborated, "I have sent the treasured Tai Xian mirror into the Huanyu remnant realm. This realm has undergone peculiar changes over the past century, and only those at the fish leaping stage can enter. I need you to retrieve the Tai Xian mirror. Bringing it back will be a significant contribution to the sect, and naturally, there will be a reward. The elixir of stabilization will be your reward." Fangxing affirmed with conviction, "Understood." Xuanquan continued, "Within the Huanyu remnant realm, countless beast souls linger. These souls have taken form due to the realm's unique environment. Although they do not possess true physical bodies, their power is indistinguishable from that of genuine demonic beasts." Xuanquan refrained from further elaboration and led him to a cave. This cave appeared to have been hewn from solid rock, devoid of any soil, extending 200 or 300 meters before reaching its end. On the stone wall, the words Huanyu Remnant Realm were inscribed in an elegant script. These characters, dancing like dragons and phoenixes, could induce a sensation of vertigo if one gazed at them for too long. Xian Kuan declared, "This is the Huanyu Remnant Realm. Time within the realm flows differently from that outside. 1 year inside equates to merely 1 day in the outside world. However, while you are within, you will experience the passage of time as if it were real." Fangxing was astonished to discover such a wondrous place existed in the world. Chapter 18. The Contest of Flesh. Xian Kuan retrieved another vial, stating, "Inside are 10 great dragon pills. Each will sustain you for a year without hunger, sufficient for you to remain in the Huanyu Remnant Realm for a decade or more." Fangxing was deeply moved. Xian Kuan had bestowed upon him 10 great dragon pills all at once. The great dragon pill is a miraculous remedy for wounds, as well as a rare tonic, commanding a market price of 50 taels of gold per pill, rendering it unaffordable for the average person. On ordinary days, Fangxing wouldn't even dare to dream of possessing such a treasure. However, Xian Kuan presented it without a flicker of hesitation, offering not 1, but 10 pills at once. 10 great dragon pills, amounting to 500 taels of gold, an amount that a commoner could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. The demeanor of the master of Taishan sect truly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. As Fangxing received the vial with both hands, his gratitude deepened yet again. Xian Kuan remarked, "It is merely 10 great dragon pills. Why such excitement? In comparison to the Taishan mirror, even 1,000 or 10,000 would seem trivial. As long as you can retrieve the Taishan mirror, not just 10 great dragon pills, but any quantity you desire, I can provide." With these words, Fangxing felt considerably relieved. After all, the weight of owing someone a debt of gratitude is a heavy burden to bear. Xian Kuan produced a jade pendant, saying, "This pendant is a relic from the revered ancestor Xianjizi, originating from the same piece of Taishan spirit jade as the Taishan mirror. Carry it with you, and it will sense the location of the Taishan realm." Xianjizi, the master of the 4 ancestral clans that founded the Taishan sect, though not its creator, is honored as its supreme ancestor. Fangxing treasured these 2 items with great reverence. "I remind you once more, the Xianyu ruins are fraught with peril. Entering may mean never returning. Are you prepared?" Xian Kuan asked sternly. "I am ready." Fangxing replied with a firm nod. Suddenly, a jade ring appeared in Xian Kuan's palm. With a surge of his vital energy, the jade ring flew forth, embedding itself into a circular recess in the stone wall. Instantly, a breathtaking radiance emanated from the circle, illuminating Fangxing, who felt as though he was being swept away, his surroundings spinning wildly. A flicker of worry crossed Xian Kuan's eyes, revealing his lack of complete confidence in Fangxing. He recalled a once great individual, designated as the heir to the sect, who perished while honing their skills within the Xianyu ruins. Had that person survived, the position of sect master would have been theirs, leaving no room for Xian Kuan. Before becoming the heir, he too had ventured into the Xianyu ruins for training, and the memories of those harrowing experiences remained vivid, sending shivers down his spine. Had it not been for his fortuitous escape, he might have met his demise within those treacherous confines. Fangxing, with his exceptional talents, surpassed everyone in the Taishan sect and was undoubtedly the rightful heir. Yet, before claiming that title, he must face the trials of the Xianyu ruins. Would Fangxing succeed in this test? Unbeknownst to him, his status as Xian Kuan's chosen successor added layers of complexity to his mission within the Xianyu ruins, which extended far beyond merely seeking the Taishan mirror. Suddenly, an immense crash echoed, reminiscent of a colossal stone plummeting to the ground or a mountain crumbling, the earth shaking thrice under the impact. But the source of this commotion was merely a fist striking a rock. "What is happening?" Fangxing exclaimed, leaping to his feet, only to find the stone behind him shattered into countless fragments. Before he could regain his balance, a muscular arm swept toward him like a wooden plank. With a single punch, it obliterated a towering black mother stone weighing over 1,000 pounds, a display of strength that surely exceeded 1,000 pounds. To my astonishment, upon entering the illusory moon ruins, I encountered a beastly soul of such terrifying might. With a thunderous crash, 2 disproportionately massive fists collided, producing a sound more resounding than the earlier shattering of stones. The tremendous force erupted between the fists, sending my body skidding across the ground, carving 2 deep furrows in the earth beneath my feet. My opponent staggered back a few paces, leaving deep imprints with every step, while stones the size of a human face exploded beneath its feet like mere peas. The great stone ape, towering at a height of 10 feet, with a waist as thick as a grinding wheel and fur as black as coal, appeared almost like a statue from afar. Even among demon beasts, it was a being of considerable stature, and I had not anticipated encountering it here. Licking my lips, the tingling sensation in my hands began to dissipate as I fixed my gaze upon the creature's eyes, which shone like brass bells. Indeed, it was the great stone ape, a type of simian that surpassed ordinary monkeys in both height and stature. With a ferocious roar, it lunged at me once more. Excellent. I shall use you to hone my skills. Like a frenzied leopard, I sprang forward. Bang, bang, bang. My fists met the great stone ape in a fierce clash. Due to my swiftness, half of my strikes landed on its formidable body. Yet, the ape's physique was as indomitable as its fists. After the 33rd punch, I felt my strength waning, and my fists bore numerous cracks from the impact. This is bad. I need to evade that. I resolutely retreated. For the great stone ape, seemingly tireless, would inevitably wear me down in this relentless engagement. However, in the confined space, my agility allowed me to maneuver more swiftly than the great stone ape. Yet when it came to actual escape, its strides were 3 times my length, surpassing my speed by more than double. To encounter such a formidable adversary so soon was truly unfortunate. Little did I know that within the illusory moon ruins, the true dangers were 100-fold greater. It was merely that Xian Kuan had not shared this with me. Boom, boom, boom. In a frantic chase, I darted left and right, yet I could not shake off the great stone ape. Narrowly avoiding being crushed underfoot, my stamina dwindled rapidly. I needed to rid myself of this beast swiftly. My eyes scanned the surroundings, and I finally discerned a method to escape the great stone ape's pursuit. I dashed towards a cliff, leaping into the air and plunging downward. The great stone ape halted, naturally hesitant to follow my descent. As I plummeted, I suddenly leaned towards the rock face, discovering that I was grasping a long vine. Clinging to the cliff, I maneuvered swiftly along its crevices. Rumbling echoed above as a portion of the overhanging cliff collapsed, undoubtedly the handiwork of the great stone ape. What a cunning creature! I felt fortunate to have evaded it just in time. Otherwise, the landslide, akin to a mountain collapsing, would have either crushed me or sent me plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, with unimaginable consequences. Once I have regained my strength, I shall return to settle the score with you. I require a weapon capable of injuring the great stone ape's eyes while standing. Bringing along the great wilderness blade would have been the most effective choice. However, I did not seek out a weapon. Although battling the great stone ape was perilous, it did not pose a threat to my life. Engaging in a purely physical contest with the ape would allow me to grow rapidly, gain combat experience, and identify my own shortcomings. A month later, Fangxing continued to engage in fierce combat with the great stone ape. He skillfully integrated the Luo Yin steps into his fighting style, employing an elusive agility that repeatedly endangered the life of the great stone ape. With each encounter, the ape grew increasingly alarmed. When Fangxing narrowly brushed past its eyes for the 10th time, it could no longer withstand the terror that gripped its heart and fled in haste. The roles had finally reversed. Fangxing did not pursue. Instead, he utilized the confrontation with the great stone ape to hone his combat experience. Achieving his goal, should he encounter such a formidable opponent again, he would face it without fear. His realm remained unchanged, his strength intact, yet his capacity to engage had undoubtedly multiplied several times over. Thus, his prowess had subtly intensified. This exemplifies the benefits of relentless combat, and Fangxing had grown fond of this lifestyle. Across vast mountains and rivers, ancient trees intertwined with creeping vines, the radiant glow of the Taishan Lingyu illuminated the direction of the Taishan mirror. Chapter 19. The ruins of 10 years under the relentless blaze of the sun. The earth was parched, and the mountains shattered, forming an endless expanse of earthen forests. These formations appeared as if they could ignite at any moment, consuming all that existed within this world. Crouching in the shadows of the earthen forest was the so-called king of the desert, the phantom wolf, nearing the end of its journey. This place would soon become their graveyard. However, the arrival of a creature ignited a glimmer of hope within them. If they could drink the blood of this being, they might escape this demonic forest alive. Over a dozen phantom wolves concealed themselves at once, forming a semi-dash encirclement. As soon as the creature drew near, they would pounce, severing its throat and tearing its flesh apart. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of solitary footsteps approached, revealing a ragged youth. The young man's hair was tousled, resembling a clump of withered grass trampled by horses. He bore a dark, elongated stick on his back, roughly a yard long, with one end sharpened towards the sky, resembling a crude spear, as though it had been haphazardly struck with stones. This individual was slender, his skin a bronze hue, marred by numerous scars, some merely remnants, others dried, while a few fresh bloodstains suggested a recent battle. His entire appearance exuded an air of utter desolation. Yet, his pair of eyebrows retained a spark of life, akin to two unsheathed swords, poised to spring forth and claim lives. This person was none other than Fangxing after 3 arduous years in the illusory moon ruins. He had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. Once possessing skin as smooth as jade, coupled with an unspoken charisma, he had become a rare beauty in the world, forged through the slaying of countless beast souls. The leading phantom wolf, caught off guard by the malevolent aura emanating from Fangxing, faltered momentarily in that instant of surprise. Fangxing's spear was unleashed, piercing through its throat, shattering its heart, and emerging from its back. With a resounding pop, the phantom wolf exploded into a cascade of luminous fragments, scattering with the wind. They were not flesh and blood, even though they had momentarily formed bodies due to the unique nature of the illusory moon ruins. Once slain, they dissolved into nothingness. Fangxing wielded his spear like a serpent in dance, each thrust precisely targeting the vital points of the phantom wolf's eyes, nose, ears, throat, abdomen, each strike a guaranteed kill. Before long, all the phantom wolves lay slain at his feet. He secured his spear upon his back, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, and slowly departed. That a lone individual has vanquished 18 formidable fish, leaping to the pinnacle of the phantasmal celestial wolf. Yet this astounding feat has elicited not even a trace of exhilaration from him. Were it a common person, such an achievement would suffice to boast for a lifetime. After 3 months of arduous travel, Fangxing has finally emerged from the earth forest, only to find himself amidst an even vaster expanse of desert. On the 10th day within the sands, he fell prey to an ambush by golden lizards, nearly costing him his life. These golden lizards not only possess unparalleled combat prowess, but also wield deadly venom. Had Fangxing not carried the dragon elixir capable of counteracting myriad toxins, his bones would have been left to rot. The terror of this illusory moon ruins has far exceeded the mere threat to life. It took him over half a year to traverse the desert. After crossing the desert, he traversed the grasslands, navigated through toxic marshes, and subsequently encountered the vast sea, volcanoes, demon peaks, beast valleys, insect seas, serpent plains, tiger mountains, and lion forests. The distance he has traveled and the beast souls he has slain have become a blur in his memory. Were it not for the celestial jade amulet hanging at his waist, illuminating his path like a beacon in the night, he would have succumbed to disorientation in this realm. Although the exhilaration of slaying beast souls is intoxicating, the more one witnesses life and death, the more one grapples with confusion. Fortunately, Fangxing maintains a clear mind. His objective is to locate the Taishan mirror, thereby acquiring the Dingmen pill to open the Dragon Gate. In this Taishan ruins, time holds no value, and unbeknownst to him, he has already spent 9 years here. Yet, apart from becoming more robust, his physique has changed little. His appearance, although more seasoned, remains recognizable. The most significant transformation lies within his eyes. The bright orbs, once innocent, now emanate a sharp brilliance, as if capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. Having spent 9 years here, while only 9 days have passed outside, he remains 15 years of age. However, his temperament has matured to that of a 24-year-old, or perhaps even higher. With 9 days elapsed in the outside world, the time until the Dragon Tiger rankings draws near. Yet, the location of the Taishan mirror remains shrouded in mystery. How many years will it take to discover it? Or will it require even more 9-year spans? Anxiousness stirs within him, yet his exterior betrays little agitation. After countless life-or-death battles, what could possibly evoke a change in his demeanor? Fangxing ponders whether his experiences within the Taishan ruins will render him a cold-blooded creature. As time passes day by day, it becomes increasingly evident that he is drawing closer to the Taishan mirror. Yet, why does the celestial jade show so little change, its radiance appearing dim and lackluster? Could it be that the distance remains vast? A year later, the environment surrounding Fangxing seems perpetually unchanged. Towering mountains scrape the heavens, ancient vines twist like dragons, and monstrous beasts lurk ever at his side. The ancient trees obscure the sky, and even beneath the blazing sun, walking through this realm feels akin to traversing the depths of night. Shrouded in dimness, he treads upon the brittle leaves and withered branches. The sound of crunching foliage and snapping twigs becomes the sole accompaniment to the eerie stillness of the world. He suddenly feels a sense of unease, a sentiment he has not experienced in a long time. His instincts warn him of impending danger. Abruptly, a blinding light pierces the gloom, causing Fangxing to tremble involuntarily. The brilliance arrives so unexpectedly, akin to an unrivaled sword suddenly unsheathed, illuminating the expanse for miles. What is this? Fangxing stands in stunned silence, and a wave of uncontrollable elation rises on his otherwise expressionless face. The radiant light emanating from the mystical Taishan spirit jade was astonishing. A beam, no thicker than a thumb, shot forth from it, piercing the distant canyon and lingering for an extended period. What thrilled Fangxing most was that something in the depths of the canyon sparkled beneath that luminous beam. It had to be the Taishan mirror. He had finally found it. Suddenly, Fangxing was overwhelmed with childlike glee, dancing with uncontainable joy. After a decade of arduous searching, he finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. The brilliance of the Taishan spirit jade faded. His excitement remained unabated. It felt as though he had sprouted wings, and with a roar, he vanished without a trace. Though he had yet to breach the Dragon Gate, Fangxing had already executed the Luo Yin step to perfection, reaching an unparalleled level in the Taishan sect's history. Suddenly, a peculiar sound, reminiscent of ants scuttling across a person's back, sent chills down his spine. He halted, his expression shifting dramatically. He recognized this fearsome entity all too well and had once chosen to evade it. Yet, the Taishan mirror lay just ahead. Was there still a path to circumvent? As the sound grew louder, numerous creatures, each the size of a basin and resembling ants, emerged from the earth, darkening the path ahead. The ancient demon ants. Fangxing could not suppress an exclamation. Indeed, these were the very creatures he had shunned 3 years prior. The ancient demon ants were among the most terrifying of beasts. Even when suppressed by the Taishan remnant, their combat prowess rivaled that of the great stone ape, capable of slaying an elephant in cold blood, while Fangxing was unafraid of a solitary ancient demon ant. Their nature was akin to ordinary ants. They did not appear in isolation but in swarms, countless and densely packed. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 20. The heavy doorstone. A glimmer sparked in Fangxing's eyes. Before the ancient demon ants reached maturity, their only formidable trait was their venom, and they bore little difference from ordinary monstrous ants. Thus, he could devise a strategy to confront them. He unsheathed his spear and fiercely slashed at a nearby grayish-white stone. The tip of the spear ignited a flurry of sparks, which fell upon the dry twigs and leaves, igniting them slowly. With an abundance of dry kindling in the mountains, the flames grew increasingly fierce and expansive. As the fire raged, Fangxing wielded his torch to ignite more areas, swiftly encircling the lair of the ancient demon ants. The conflagration within the towering ancient woods was a sight to behold. Fangxing distanced himself, for the inferno was so immense it could conceal the sky and blot out the sun. A moment's inattention could spell his doom. The fire spread relentlessly, devouring everything in its path at a staggering pace of hundreds of miles daily, plunging the world into a sea of flames. Amidst the roaring blaze, many beast souls were consumed, their spirits scattered. This great fire raged for 6 months, forcing Fangxing to retreat over 10,000 miles. Had he not stumbled upon a lake, he might not have found sanctuary. After the inferno subsided, the world resembled a furnace, oppressively hot, and it was only after 10 torrential rains that the temperature finally began to drop. At last, Fangxing was able to step into the lair of the ancient demon ants once more. Upon his return, the place had transformed beyond recognition, with dust accumulating to heights of several meters in some areas. Without the guidance of the Taishan spirit jade, it would have been nearly impossible for Fangxing to locate the Taishan mirror in such an environment. The radiant glow of the Taishan Lingyu indicated the location of the Taishan mirror. Fangxing swiftly dug with both hands, and after much effort, finally unearthed the Taishan mirror. That moment, an unprecedented sense of peril sent chills down his spine, with a series of explosive sounds. The ground erupted instantaneously, revealing countless large holes from which emerged ancient demonic ants. Astonishingly, some of these ancient demonic ants had survived. These creatures were highly venomous, and should Fangxing be bitten, he would likely meet his demise on the spot. The thought of forcibly seizing the Tai Xian mirror was now unthinkable. As he sought to escape from this menace, the cacophony of sounds filled the air as numerous ancient demonic ants, seemingly entranced, charged frantically towards Fangxing. The sheer scale of the onslaught threatened to bury him alive. With a disdainful snort, Fangxing regained his composure, gripping his spear with resolve. As he pivoted, the spear whirled around him like a rotating wheel. The ancient demonic ants that collided with it were sent flying, and when the spear swept across them, it struck with the force of steel, producing a series of resounding crashes that in the blink of an eye. Over 100 ancient demonic ants perished at Fangxing's hands. However, the sheer number of these creatures was still overwhelmingly daunting. The ground continued to erupt, akin to a human skull bursting open, each explosion releasing another black ancient demonic ant, instilling a sense of dread. What horrified Fangxing the most was not only the swarm of ancient demonic ants surging like a tidal wave from the ground, but also the dark mass in the skies above, obscuring the sun. Before long, the world around him, above and below, was enveloped by these ancient demonic ants. Was Fangxing destined to perish at their hands? Ultimately failing in his quest? Unwilling to succumb, he let out a thunderous roar, spinning his spear to temporarily repel the airborne ancient demonic ants, before sweeping the ground to clear those below. Yet, the relentless tide of the ancient demonic ant army was boundless. For every wave he repelled, another surged forth. With a fierce thrust of his spear, he sent the ancient demonic ants surrounding the Tai Xian mirror flying, and in one swift motion, he lunged forward. Grasping the Tai Xian mirror with his left hand, that he rolled onto the ground and immediately activated a teleportation talisman, enveloped in a burst of white light, which propelled him away from the horde of ancient demonic ants. Outside the stone cave, a flash of brilliance erupted, and a figure suddenly tumbled out, rolling across the ground before springing to his feet and sitting cross-legged to enter a meditative state for healing. The venerable sect leader, Xian Kun, was taken aback by Fangxing's sudden appearance, but was left in a daze upon observing his condition. Fangxing was draped in mere vines, barely concealing his vulnerabilities, while the rest of his body lay exposed. Sitting in meditation, his expression was grave, lending him an almost otherworldly aura. After a moment of shock, Xian Kun's gaze fell upon the abandoned Tai Xian mirror, and his pupils widened in horror. The ancient demonic ants were indeed terrifying, and Fangxing's success in retrieving the Tai Xian mirror was utterly unforeseen by Xian Kun. The look he cast upon Fangxing was infused with fervor, tinged with admiration. Fangxing had accomplished what several generations of sect leaders could not achieve in their youth by extracting the Tai Xian mirror from the illusory moon's remnants. What had transpired with this lad? He emerged with a countenance burdened by deep grievances. Given such an achievement, he ought to be brimming with pride and excitement. Yet Xian Kun found himself puzzled by Fangxing's silence, as he disregarded him and entered a state of cultivation. Could it be that this young man believed he had accomplished a great feat and was now acting aloof? Xian Kun called out to Fangxing, but Fangxing did not respond. Sensing something amiss, he grasped Fangxing's hand to take his pulse, discovering that aside from some superficial injuries, there were no serious internal wounds, which only deepened his perplexity. Xian Kun again took Fangxing's hand, simultaneously channeling his own vital energy into him. The energy coursed through Fangxing's body, yet he found no trace of poison. Could it be due to the Core King? A sudden realization struck Fangxing. Only the Core King could neutralize the venom of the ancient demonic ants. He reigned in his soul power, and within his dantian, the Core King remained undisturbed, still in slumber. However, he was certain that it was the Core King's subconscious that had absorbed the toxic essence of the ancient demonic ants. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Xian Kun's expression was enigmatic, his countenance shifting between light and shadow, as he muttered, "Strange. Why are there no signs of poisoning?" He coughed lightly and speculated, perhaps the few ancient demonic ants that bit me were not venomous. Fangxing quietly replied, not wishing to reveal the secret of the Core King. Xian Kun cast a deep glance at him and said, "Perhaps that is the case." Rising to his feet, he coughed again, and with a flick of his wrist, a set of garments floated down to cover Fangxing. It was only then that Fangxing realized he was still exposed, his face flushing as he hastily donned the clothing. Once Fangxing had dressed, Xian Kun turned back, producing a medicinal vial and stating, "This is the Dingmen pill. It is now yours." Upon hearing the name of the Dingmen pill, Fangxing's body visibly trembled, and despite his efforts to conceal it, a surge of elation spread across his face. "Thank you, sect master," he said, cradling the vial in both hands, unable to suppress his trembling. Within it lay not merely a pill, but his hope, his future, his everything. Fangxing took a deep breath to calm himself, unfastened the Tai Xian Lingyu, and returned it to Xian Kun. In Xian Kun's hand appeared a piece of blackened wood, seemingly burnt, which he explained. "This is the remnant of the medicinal king's 8 immortals blackwood after a failed nirvana. Although it is devoid of life and medicinal properties, it is a rare treasure, suitable as a key for wood attribute talents. Given your constitution, the Linging Dragon Gate is of the wood attribute. Hence this 8 immortals blackwood was traded for long ago. The attributes and levels must correspond precisely, since Fangxing's Dragon Gate was recognized as a wood attribute and deemed a prodigy. It must inevitably be a wood attribute prodigious gate, and thus, the key must also be of the wood attribute prodigious essence." He accepted the 8 immortals blackwood, this blackened piece of wood that had cost the Tai Xian sect dearly to obtain. No wonder many within the sect held grievances against Xian Kun afterward. Fangxing bowed deeply to Xian Kun 3 times, his heart resolute that one day, when he had grown powerful and Xian Kun had aged, he would repay this debt of gratitude. Just as Fangxing exited the Tai Xian gate, he noticed Wu Yingqiao, the master of Zizhu Peak, hurriedly passing by, just as he was about to greet him. Wu Xiaoxiao emerged from behind her father, her expression urgent as she exclaimed, "Xing, where have you been?" Chapter 21. Wretched person, it's you. Indifference, disdain, mockery. None were concealed. Fang Zhongtian struggled momentarily, but ultimately bowed his head in defeat. From his youth to adulthood, and now nearing the grave, he had been suppressed by Kong Qiuying, never once managing to rise. For a cultivator, this was an unfathomable humiliation. Yet defeat is defeat. What can he do but accept it? Reflecting on the illustrious ancestors of the Fang family, whose names resonated far and wide, how could the descendants of Confucius dare utter a word of disrespect? Yet, in his generation, the family has fallen to such depths. When he passes away, what face will he have to meet his forebears? With this thought, Fang Zhongtian spat out another mouthful of blood. He was unwilling to accept this fate. But what could a man past 60 accomplish? Kong Qiuying, do not overstep your bounds. Witnessing the humiliation of his family head, the impetuous Fang Bao, fueled by righteous indignation, completely forgot that Kong Qiuying's name was not one he could dare utter. Kong Qiuying cast a cold glance at Fang Bao, but did not retaliate. In the eyes of the onlookers, Fang Zhongtian's misfortune would merely be seen as a failing on his part. Yet if Fang Bao were to be harmed, it would surely invite accusations of bullying. The powerful Kong Qiuying would not be so naive as to overlook such a principle that he merely sneered. Uncultured wretch, that moment, Kong Xiang stepped forward, exclaiming, "You, Fang Bao, dare insult the esteemed elder? I, Kong Xiang, will not let you off lightly." With that declaration, he lunged forward, aiming a punch at Fang Bao's head. Enraged, Fang Bao charged ahead in response. Kong Qiuying looked at Fang Zhongtian, his demeanor icy and condescending. The expression on Fang Zhongtian's face was one of deep anguish. The Kong family had mobilized their forces simply because 2 ordinary disciples had perished on the back mountain of Fangzhongfeng, threatening to trample upon the dignity of the Fang clan. There are limits to what one can endure. If the uncle can tolerate it, the aunt cannot. Thus, he stood against Kong Qiuying, which eventually escalated into a duel, hoping to defeat Kong Qiuying and force him to retreat. If it were your fault, I, Fang Zhongtian, would never show mercy. If it were the fault of those 2, I would seek justice for them. Even at the cost of my life that we did not kill Kong Li and Kong Lin. Fang Zhongtian protested, is it merely because their demise occurred closest to our Fang Zhongfeng that we are to blame? Kong Qiuying scoffed, if you deny it, do not blame me for being ruthless. Killing is but a matter of striking the ground. She could not bear to watch her kin suffer indignities. No one shall leave today. Suddenly, a voice filled with overwhelming fury echoed from outside. Fang Zhongtian's expression changed dramatically upon hearing it. While Kong Qiuying was taken aback, who dares to be so audacious? A youth strode in with great confidence, his bright eyes radiating an unmatched killing intent. The atmosphere of the entire hall was instantly suffused with an unsettling aura, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. This was a slender young man clad in white robes, his handsome features striking yet lacking in imposing stature or grand presence. However, standing in the hall, he exuded a pressure that weighed heavily on many. Even Kong Qiuying's cold gaze betrayed a flicker of uncontainable astonishment. Anyone could see he was merely a youth, yet a prolonged glance at his face revealed that he was far from ordinary. His bronze complexion bore an extraordinary resilience and confidence. Particularly, his clear eyes, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, held an allure that could ensnare the gaze of any onlooker, as if ready to extract a piece of their very essence. His slightly arched brows resembled two swords, piercing deep into the soul. Fangxing, Kong Qiuying furrowed his brow and inquired with a tone of skepticism, "Is it you?" Fangxing lifted his head, responding with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in the corner had been gaping in astonishment since his arrival. Clearly, she was utterly taken aback. He saw Fang Zhongtian, his mouth bleeding at the corners, and Fang Bao, trampled beneath someone else's foot. A part of him yearned to draw his spear and engage in battle. Yet, at this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Wu Xiaoxiao and his son entered, with Wu Yingqiao swiftly advancing to support Fang Zhongtian, hastily channeling vital energy into him. Before Kong Qiuying could utter a word, Fangxing scanned every member of the Kong family with an imposing demeanor and declared, "Who dares to steal my treasure? Not a single one of you shall leave today." Kong Qiuying felt a tumult within. Even though he recognized this person as Fangxing, he could scarcely believe it, pondering, "Is this truly that good for nothing? Fangxing, you possess audacity beyond measure. Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing?" Kong Xiang, with a foot planted on Fang Bao, bellowed, "Fangxing, how bold of you to come to Fang Zhongfeng to steal." "Uncle Wu, you must stand up for me," Fangxing asserted. Kong Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with rage, retorting, "Who has stolen your belongings?" Fangxing shouted back, "Aside from your Kong family members, there is no one else present. If it wasn't you who stole it, then it must be someone else from your family." Kong Qiuying glared coldly at Fangxing, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Were it not for Wu Yingqiao's presence, he would have undoubtedly struck down this insolent youth without hesitation. At that moment, Wu Yingqiao interjected, "Fangxing, if the Fang family has indeed lost something, it is appropriate to report it to the Grand Elder." Fangxing turned to Kong Qiuying, stating, "Grand Elder, something has been stolen from the Fang family, and it was taken by a member of your Kong family that I demand justice from you." Kong Qiuying shot a glance at Wu Yingqiao before fixing his gaze on Fangxing, his voice chillingly indifferent. "What has your Fang family lost? What evidence do you have to prove that a disciple of the Kong family is the thief?" Fangxing pointed at the members of the Kong family, his voice rising with fury. "The only people who came to Fang Zhongfeng are your Kong family members. If it wasn't you who stole it, then who could it possibly be?" Kong Qiuying snorted derisively. "You insolent child, is this your evidence?" Fangxing replied coldly, "The deaths of Kong Li and Kong Lin were attributed to us solely because you are nearest to Fang Zhongfeng. Can you not use that as evidence to accuse us of murder? Your Kong family members are still present at Fang Zhongfeng. Does that not suffice to prove that it was your family who stole?" Fangxing's voice reverberated like thunder, resonating in the hearts of all present. He continued, "Our belongings were either stolen by Kong Xiang or by you, Grand Elder. The fact that you are here at Fang Zhongfeng serves as evidence. As the Grand Elder, your unbecoming conduct disqualifies you from holding that title." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Kong Qiuying, manifesting as a formidable flame that caused the very air to tremble. Several nearby disciples of the Kong family were directly blown away, spewing blood, although Fangxing stood at least 10 steps away from Kong Qiuying. The unparalleled pressure bore down upon him like an invisible mountain, nearly suffocating him. Even more astonishingly, under the force of Kong Qiuying's overwhelming energy, Fangxing's own vital energy felt as if it had sunk into a mire, utterly incapable of mobilizing. This is merely the release of one's aura. Should a confrontation ensue, a single finger could render Fangxing into ashes. With a sudden crack, the chair behind Kong Qiuying exploded, disintegrating into powder. Fangxing's pupils constricted. A master of the transformation of dragons, how terrifyingly formidable he proved to be in an instant. A refreshing breeze swept through, dissipating the pressure that had enveloped Fangxing. At that moment, several individuals arrived, among them the leaders of Kaitai Peak and Tai Peak, who had just overheard Fangxing's words and nearly stumbled in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Under normal circumstances, Fangxing would never dare to insult Kong Qiuying so brazenly. However, Kong Qiuying's actions were exceedingly arrogant and utterly despicable. Without a shred of evidence, he dared to assault Fang Zhongtian on Fangxing Peak. Why then could Fangxing not similarly accuse him in the absence of proof? An eye for an eye. Kong Qiuying's face darkened to the point of near dripping with fury. Even though prominent figures from Taishan sect had arrived, and his desire to eliminate Fangxing was palpable, he could not act on it that moment. A woman clad in brown, appearing as a young maiden, pointed at Fang Ting and declared, "Great Elder, just now when you inquired about the murderer." Fang Ting stepped forward. "There is an overwhelming likelihood that she is the one who killed the two brothers." Kong Qiuying's gaze snapped to Fang Ting, whose face instantly drained of color, trembling in fear. Fangxing glared at the woman, gritting his teeth in anger. This woman was none other than Lin Kuo. How dare she show her face at Fangxing Peak? "You shameless harlot. What are you saying? Do not slander me with unfounded accusations," Fangxing bellowed, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Lin Kuo looked at Fangxing in astonishment, incredulously retorting, "Who are you cursing? Who is the harlot?" Fangxing shot back, "The harlot is you." Chapter 22. The Great Sun Thunder Technique. Fangxing hurled insults at Lin Kuo, leaving the onlookers astounded, causing them to momentarily forget that she had just accused Fang Ting. Fangxing continued his tirade. "You unashamed, thick-skinned wretch, a woman lacking in virtue. What business do you have at Fangxing Peak? Have you regretted marrying Kong Xian and come seeking solace from me? Pooh! Do not delude yourself into thinking you are a celestial maiden. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a tattered garment, foul and wretched. Depart from Fangxing Peak, and do not taint our name." Fangxing unleashed a torrent of invectives, half fueled by rage and half aimed at drawing Kong Qiuying's attention to alleviate Fang Ting's predicament. Thus, he hurled every venomous insult he could muster. Lin Kuo's face turned ashen. Being so publicly humiliated before so many esteemed elders was a nightmare she could scarcely have imagined. Overwhelmed with fury, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, pointing at Fangxing. Her teeth clenched, but she was rendered speechless. "Fangxing, you beast! I will kill you!" Kong Xiang charged forward. "What in the world is this? I insult my sister-in-law, and my uncle becomes furious." Fangxing feigned astonishment. Lin Kuo spat another mouthful of blood and fainted. She deeply regretted accompanying them today. She had initially intended to refrain from coming, but Kong Qiuying had insisted on bringing her along to vex Fang Zhongtian. Kong Xiang truly had no connection with Lin Kuo. His intervention was born out of necessity. Kong Qiuying, constrained by his status, could not personally eliminate Fangxing, so naturally, it fell to his subordinates to take action. Even if he were to slay Fangxing, none present would dare to voice their objections, for they all heard the egregious words uttered by Fangxing. Wu Yingqiao silently sidled away, knowing full well that he could not interfere in matters concerning children. "Fangxing, you shall pay for your brazen actions today." A glint of bloodthirsty ferocity flashed in Kong Xiang's eyes. With a ferocious strike akin to a tiger's claw, he aimed directly to pierce Fangxing's heart. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Fangxing's gaze. This individual had previously allowed Zhang Qing to humiliate him on Zhongxing Peak, and today he dared to trample on Fang Bao, an affront too great to bear. Faced with Kong Xiang's sharp onslaught, Fangxing's eyes glimmered with disdain. Kong Xiang was utterly unprepared for Fangxing's swift counterattack, and before he knew it, a heavy punch landed squarely on his head. Bang! The sound reverberated, akin to a hammer striking the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Kong Xiang was sent flying, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. A collective shock rippled through the crowd. Although Fangxing's punch would not claim Kong Xiang's life, who could assure a similar outcome against an opponent of equal standing? Thus, Wu Yingqiao, Kong Qiuying, and the others were rendered speechless, their gazes towards Fangxing undergoing a profound transformation. Yet, Fangxing remained unfazed, coldly scoffing. "To steal and deny is one thing, but to wish for murder to silence me is another. You deserve this." "Oh, what are you lying there for? Do you intend to feign death?" Kong Qiuying nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in indignation. Fangxing audaciously seized upon a flimsy excuse to insult him, yet he found himself utterly powerless, for he had employed the same methods to humiliate the Fang family. Could this truly be the fabled retribution for one's actions? "Today, I shall slay this traitor who has slaughtered his own kin. Who dares to impede me?" Kong Qiuying was indeed stirred by murderous intent. Finally discovering a righteous justification to eliminate Fangxing, what a splendidly grand rationale. If one is to kill, then let it be. "Do I, Fangxing, fear you?" Unfazed, Fangxing continued. The Kong family is not superior to the Fang family. Even I, Fangxing, require the personal intervention of your esteemed elder that I truly wonder from whence you derive your audacity and arrogance. Fang Zhongtian halted mid-springing, suppressing the boundless murderous intent, and glanced at Kong Rong. Speaking in a low voice, Kong Rong, subdue this traitor. Should he resist, execute him on the spot. Wu Yingchao's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to speak, but Kong Qiuying coldly fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, Fangxing has harmed his own kin. This is evident to all. Whoever aids Fangxing shall share in his punishment. Humph, what a grandiloquent accusation. Kong Xiang steals my possessions, yet killing him is without guilt. If you find me disagreeable, Kong family disciples, feel free to approach. I, young master, have never known fear. Fangxing proclaimed, his demeanor exuding boundless arrogance. He dared to speak thus primarily because among the Kong family disciples present, Kong Rong was indeed the most formidable, yet he was merely at the first transformation of the dragon realm. How strong could the first transformation of the dragon realm truly be? Fangxing had long desired to gauge it. Fangxing, you have spoken enough for today. Be silent. Kong Rong thrust a finger forward, a beam of finger sword lightning fast in its approach toward Fangxing, vital energy separated from the body, wielding divine powers. Fangxing's pupils contracted, yet he felt no fear. Instead, a fierce battle spirit surged within him. The speed of the finger sword was indeed swift, but his evasion was no less rapid. Just as it zipped past his head, his hand seized the tail of a long spear, and with a vigorous thrust, it hurtled straight toward Kong Rong's face. What a remarkable maneuver, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, executed flawlessly and without a single flaw. Wu Yingchao marveled. The long spear in Fangxing's grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, striking wherever he desired. Yet, Kong Rong evaded 18 thrusts with an artful grace, and with a deft slash of his sword, he cleaved the iron spear into 3 segments as if it were mere tofu. Fangxing, astonished, noted that although the spear appeared unsightly, it was forged from genuine dark ink iron, a material of superior hardness among weaponry. However, it could not withstand the might of a practitioner at the dragon transformation realm. Whoosh! Kong Rong's sword shot forth once more, grazing Fangxing's ear and severing a lock of his hair. Though he had not sustained a true injury, the brush of the sword's energy inflicted a sharp pain, leaving a wound behind. It truly exemplified the adage, a step away, a world apart. Fortunately, Fangxing was well versed in combat. He deftly avoided Kong Rong's lethal strikes and gradually closed the distance that if he could approach Kong Rong closely enough to neutralize the effectiveness of his sword, victory would be within his grasp. After unleashing his 13th sword strike, Kong Rong appeared somewhat fatigued. An opportunity had arisen. Fangxing executed the smoke step, his figure instantly transforming into a wisp, flowing with the wind. This time, Wu Yingchao and the others were taken aback, recognizing that Fangxing had mastered the smoke step to its fullest extent. Yet, who could attain such mastery without reaching the dragon transformation realm? From the aura he exuded, it was evident that Fangxing had not achieved that level. Wu Yingchao exchanged a shocked glance with Yang Tai, the head of Kaidi Peak, their astonishment palpable. Fangxing's displayed prowess transcended all expectations. As Fangxing evaded Kong Rong's assault, he seized Kong Rong's left hand and twisted with great force. A sharp crack echoed as Kong Rong's arm snapped like a fragile twig in Fangxing's grip. Simultaneously, Fangxing raised his right leg, driving his knee into Kong Rong's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings. Crashing to the ground, the energy sphere in Kong Rong's hand radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an explosive aura. Fangxing fixated on the energy sphere, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. This was certainly not a favorable omen. He had never felt such trepidation even in the face of myriad ancient demonic ants. Beneath this energy sphere, he felt an inexplicable helplessness. He sensed that within this sphere lay an indomitable, terrifying power. Should he be struck, not even flesh, but the toughest of bodies, would be reduced to mere ash in an instant. The sinister glint flickered across Kong Rong's face, his eyes resembling those of a starving viper fixated on its prey, coldly declaring, "You are the first to compel me to unleash my innate divine abilities. That to perish beneath the great sun thunder technique would be an honor in itself." Innate divine abilities. Fangxing's expression shifted dramatically, and even Wu Yingchao and the others paled. Innate divine abilities are the treasures of one's essence, bestowed upon those who have breached the Dragon Gate. While these abilities may not always be the most formidable, they are undoubtedly the most suited to the individual practitioner. Moreover, as they are derived from one's own body, they resonate with the practitioner's essence, wielded by the individual, their power unparalleled, often surpassing even those techniques cultivated through rigorous training. Anyone who has opened the Dragon Gate understands the extraordinary potency of innate divine abilities. Moreover, Kong Rong's Dragon Gate is none other than the gate of the skilled craftsman, a place of considerable rank, where the power of innate abilities is formidable. Even Wu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of trepidation within, realizing that without the use of innate powers, he would scarcely dare to directly confront Kong Rong's Great Sun Thunderstrike. At that moment, he found himself deeply concerned for Fangxing. Just then, Kong Qiuying's aura locked onto every individual present. Should anyone dare to intervene and rescue Fangxing, he would strike them down without hesitation. Fang Zhongtian's complexion turned ashen as he shouted, "Xing, run!" Fangxing immediately turned to flee, employing the Luo Yin step to its utmost potential. Kong Rong sneered, the energy sphere in his hand moving as he willed. Hurtling towards Fangxing, although its speed appeared unremarkable, it eerily closed in on Fangxing's position. There was no escape now. Kong Rong chuckled coldly. In his eyes, Fangxing had already transformed into a mere corpse. Chapter 23. An unruly chaos. Fangxing dodged left and right, pushing the Luo Yin step to its limits. Yet, that palpable sense of dread drew ever closer. The golden energy sphere, imbued with terrifying might, clung to him like a parasite, poised to strike at any moment. Once again, Fangxing was astounded by the sheer terror of the dragon transformation realm. Damn it! A flicker of madness sparked in Fangxing's eyes as he drove his right fist towards the energy sphere. To him, being struck by the energy sphere meant death, so he preferred to take the initiative. Perhaps he could even unravel the power of Kong Rong's Great Sun Thunderstrike. Witnessing Fangxing's reckless attack, Fang Zhongtian, Wu Yingqiao, and the others were taken aback. Even if he managed to shatter the energy sphere and narrowly escape with his life, his right arm would certainly be lost to the violent energy. Moreover, the probability of surviving this endeavor was less than 1%. In other words, Fangxing had no better option than to flee. But could Fangxing truly escape? As Fangxing's fist collided with the energy sphere, time seemed to freeze in that instant. Humph! Overestimating oneself, Kong Rong sneered. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fangxing found himself in a state of shock. He had prepared himself for certain death, yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Enough! Suddenly, a faint voice resonated. Fangxing was taken aback. Then, overwhelmed with joy, he recognized that voice instantly. It dawned on him that it wasn't he who had unraveled Kong Rong's Great Sun Thunderstrike, but rather the person who had spoken. That individual was none other than the venerable sect master, Xian Kuan, the sect master. Everyone stood momentarily stunned before bowing in respect. The members of the Fang family were elated. The appearance of the sect master heralded salvation for their clan. In stark contrast, the members of the Kong family, particularly Kong Qiuying, bore expressions of fluctuating emotions. What transpired? Xian Kuan scanned each face before pausing slightly when he reached Kong Qiuying. The fallen Fang clan, the destitute Fang Zhongfeng, what could they possibly possess that would tempt us? Even if you offered it to me, I would deem it beneath my standards. Were it not for the sect master's intervention, you would have already met your demise. A mere clown dares to act insolently. Fang Zhongtian trembled with rage. Both the Fang and Kong families were prominent clans, yet now, a young man from the opposing side had completely disregarded their presence. This was not merely an insult, but a profound mockery. Fangxing was seething with rage. It was one thing for the Kong family to whisper behind closed doors, but now they had the audacity to mock the Fang family in front of such a large audience. Trampling upon their dignity, he exclaimed furiously, "What is so remarkable about your Kong family? What do you possess that is noteworthy? For every one of you that comes forth, I shall slay, and if two approach, I shall vanquish them both." The man retorted with scornful derision, "You dare to boast from the gates of death? Humph! In just 7 days, when your Fang family is expelled, you won't even be worthy to carry my shoes." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Fangxing's eyes. The Kong family's contempt for the Fang clan had reached its zenith. To speak so boldly before the clan leader was audacious indeed. Fangxing's gaze ignited with a fierce light as he coldly laughed. "Kong Zhou, what of it if I am from the gates of death? Even without breaking through the Dragon Gate, I could squash you like an ant. Come forth and battle me." I wish to witness what it is that your Kong family takes pride in. Xian Kuan glanced at Fangxing, surprisingly silent, seemingly granting approval for the challenge. Kong Zhou's countenance darkened. The once inconsequential figure in his eyes now displayed such audacity that a thorough lesson was warranted. However, Fangxing's displayed prowess was too uncanny. Not only had he severely injured Kong Xiang in their first encounter, but he had also harmed Kong Rong. One could argue that Kong Xiang's defeat was due to carelessness. Yet in the subsequent clash, even Kong Rong, who had transformed, suffered greatly. Was it still mere oversight on Kong Rong's part? Though Kong Zhou was stronger than Kong Xiang, he was vastly inferior to Kong Rong, causing him to falter momentarily. Fangxing laughed heartily, declaring, "The Kong family is nothing extraordinary. To tremble in fear in a battle of the same realm is quite pitiful. It seems that timidity and cowardice are your family's proud attributes. I have now witnessed it firsthand." He pointed at the 8 young disciples of the Kong family and proclaimed, "You 8. Come at me all at once. Do you not look down upon the Fang family for lacking champions?" Only Xian Kuan's eyes betrayed a flicker of inscrutable emotion. "A defeated foe. I challenge you to battle," Kong Rong bellowed. "Humph. What is so impressive about transforming into a dragon? You merely rely on your realm to intimidate. Let me tell you, in a battle beneath the same realm, I alone could slay 10 of you." Fangxing exuded an air of arrogance, disdainfully regarding the Kong family. "You." Kong Qiuing trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Fangxing. His murderous aura palpable as the Grand Elder. He had never before felt so utterly cornered. Fangxing sneered, "Grand Elder, I hold you in high regard. Alas, your descendants are utterly disappointing." "Ah, Fangxing, I shall engage you in combat," Kong Zhou shouted. Fangxing shook his head, replying, "You alone are insufficient. I fear I might inadvertently kill you." "Let the 8 of you come at me together," Kong Qiuing spoke solemnly. "Since the young master of the Fang family possesses such capability, let them unite in their assault. Blades are blind, and life or death is fated." His gaze towards Fangxing was as cold and lethal as a rattlesnake. "Well said, blades are blind, life or death is fated. Excellent," Fangxing roared, an overwhelming ferocity and bloodthirst radiating from him. The 8 members of the Kong family encircled Fangxing, believing that together they could sweep away all adversaries. Yet, they were momentarily daunted by the untamed and defiant aura emanating from Fangxing, leaving them hesitant to strike recklessly. The members of the Kong family must contemplate their actions carefully. Should a confrontation ensue, I assure you, none shall survive, Fangxing proclaimed, exuding an air of arrogance, audacity, and disdain for all. This was the impression Fangxing left upon the disciples of the Kong family. The regulations of the Taishan sect strictly forbid infighting among members. However, Kong Qiuing had previously indicated that swords are blind and life and death are fated, which effectively amounted to a death warrant. Even if one were to slay another, they would not face repercussions from the sect's rules. Kong Qiuing intended for several to eliminate Fangxing since killing would not breach the sect's regulations. What reservations could Fangxing possibly harbor? If he were to kill, let it be thorough. If he were to be reckless, let it be without restraint. The members of the Kong family seethed with rage, trembling in fury. Meanwhile, Fangxing's clear eyes sparkled with a piercing light, akin to a fierce tiger surveying a pack of approaching wolves. Simultaneously, his internal energy surged quietly, permeating every cell of his being. In that moment, his physique brimmed with an overwhelming explosive power, poised to deliver a fatal blow as soon as the enemy lunged. Suddenly, a radiant smile graced his face, a smile that seemed to conceal a bloodthirsty madness. The disciples of the Kong family exchanged glances, and at the shout of one to kill, they all surged forward almost in unison. Each of them channeled their fury into their strikes, resulting in a combat prowess threefold stronger than usual. 8 individuals attacked Fangxing from 8 different directions, targeting his eyes, nose, throat, cervical spine, heart, lower abdomen, spine, and lower body. Despite being 8 distinct fighters, their assault was remarkably synchronized. This meant that all 8 strikes would land upon Fangxing simultaneously. It was utterly impossible for him to block 8 attacks with just his hands. Beneath such an onslaught, aside from evasion, he had little chance of escaping unscathed. Yet, as the circle of combat closed in tighter, Fangxing found no avenue for retreat. Thus, he had no choice but to receive the blows that the 8 drew ever closer. In that fleeting moment when Fangxing raised his head, an unparalleled aura of malevolence erupted forth. This aura resembled a terrifying beast awakened after having slain countless lives and consumed immeasurable blood. Though intangible and invisible, it was palpable to anyone with keen senses. Chapter 24. Sweeping across all directions, why don't you speak? A voice filled with exasperation echoed within the dim, damp cave. In the corner stood a woman clad in snow-white garments. Her head bowed as she gazed into the shadowy recess, her eyes ablaze with fury, almost ready to burst forth. Yet amidst her rage, there lurked an undercurrent of concern and sorrow. Crouched in the corner was a figure, curled up as if struck by immense terror, seemingly hiding from the world. Even as cold droplets of water soaked her clothing, she was unwilling to leave the chilling, damp corner. Strangely, the person's face was marred by patches of golden spots that shimmered with a metallic sheen, rendering them strikingly conspicuous in the dim light of the space. Conversely, the areas devoid of these spots bore a ghastly gray hue, reminiscent of one on the brink of death. Not only her face bore these blemishes. Her hands and feet also bore faint traces of golden dots. The golden specks seemed to possess an unparalleled power of corrosion and assimilation. As time passed, the area of these specks expanded, transforming into patches that ultimately enveloped her entire being. This individual was, astonishingly, Zelene, one of the 4 beauties of Taishan. After being struck by Zhang Tianqing's golden vein heart-cultivating palm, a peculiar metallic substance gradually covered her heart's surface. This metal coursed through her veins, eventually causing her entire body to take on a golden hue. The woman clad in white fought back tears. How could she not perceive that this stubborn disciple was gravely injured? Should an antidote not be procured swiftly, her life would be in jeopardy. Yet, this disciple refused to utter a word, not even revealing the cause of her injuries. Even when faced with anger, she merely shook her head, as if vowing to remain silent unto death. You unfilial disciple, very well. If death is inevitable, it would be more merciful for you to perish at your master's hands. The woman raised her hand, a chilling aura radiating from her. Zelene, tucked away in a corner, slowly closed her eyes, seemingly unafraid of death to die at the hands of her master. Was that not the most splendid conclusion? The woman in white could not bring herself to strike, her right hand swinging down fiercely as she turned to exit the cave. Master, how is senior sister? Upon leaving the cave, a woman clad in blue approached her. This individual, possessing an oval face and skin smoother than jade, was none other than Qingwan, another of the 4 beauties of Taishan. Like Zelene, the woman in white sighed, shaking her head as she spoke. Zelene is too stubborn. Even in her dying moments, she refuses to reveal who harmed her. How can I seek an antidote for her? The secret elixir of their sect, the Ningbi pill, could merely alleviate the spread of the toxin temporarily, but it could not eradicate it. This woman in white was, indeed, breathtakingly beautiful. Although Qingwan referred to her as master, it seemed she was more like an elder sister to her. This was none other than Ling Yue, esteemed as one of the 6 foremost leaders of Taishan sect and the head of Xia Peak. Qingwan exclaimed, the Ningbi pill cannot neutralize that poison. The Ningbi pill was a treasure of Taishan sect, 10 times more effective than the Longdan. Qingwan had not anticipated that even such a precious pill would be ineffective against Zelene's toxin. Ling Yue replied, I have examined Zelene's injuries. She has suffered a severe blow to her back, and the poison within her was injected by an enemy using formidable palm force. It appears to be a particularly vicious palm technique. Regrettably, I cannot discern which technique it is, hence I am unable to prescribe the appropriate remedy. Qingwan hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. Ling Yue furrowed her brow slightly and asked, What is it? Speak. Qingwan continued, On the day of Kongxian's wedding, someone named Zhang Qing insulted Fangxing. I suspect that senior sister's poisoning may be connected to Zhang Qing. Ling Yue was taken aback and replied, Zhang Qing's insult to Fangxing. What does that have to do with Zelene? Qingwan paused before adding, Senior sister has long harbored feelings for Fangxing. Before she could finish, Ling Yue interrupted, Zelene has feelings for Fangxing. Who said that? How come I was unaware? Qingwan's brows knitted together, wanting to retort, You only focus on cultivation. What else do you know? Yet she restrained herself, fully aware of the consequences of such words. Ling Yue could easily send her flying with a single slap. After a dry cough, she stated, You are preoccupied with your cultivation, naturally lacking time to pay heed to senior sister's private matters. But as a disciple, I share a room with senior sister and dine at the same table. Once, she inadvertently let something slip. Although her senior sister had a gentle disposition, she could be quite obstinate at times. Cold Moon furrowed her brows and, with an air of perplexity, inquired, "Even if Zilin harbors feelings for Fangxing, what does that have to do with her being poisoned? This is rather obvious, isn't it?" Qingluan was inclined to voice such sentiments, yet refrained from doing so. However, she found herself rendered speechless by her master. After a brief pause, she continued, "Zhangqing insulted Fangxing, and when my senior sister sought an explanation, she was injured by members of the Zhang family. That I suspect this is quite likely." The Zhang family? Cold Moon's eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce intensity, akin to two sharp swords, though it was but a fleeting moment. It caused a pearwood tree, 3 meters away, to crash down with a resounding thud. "If it is indeed your kind that harmed my disciple, even if Kong Qiuying himself were to plead for your mercy, I shall not spare you," Cold Moon declared coldly. Meanwhile, atop Taishan Mountain, at Fangzheng Peak, Fangxing was also facing a trial of death. 8 individuals of equal standing launched an assault simultaneously. Surely no one present dared to claim they could escape unscathed, let alone boast of annihilating all their adversaries. In the midst of this, Fangxing inexplicably grew restless and anxious, as if a colossal, unimaginable event was about to unfold, one that would be entirely unfavorable to him. What is the meaning of this? Why do I feel apprehensive at such a critical juncture? Fangxing pondered, recalling that he had faced far more daunting scenarios within the illusory moon ruins without a flutter of his heartbeat. Yet now, an ineffable sensation enveloped him. Could it be that the foes encountered in the illusory moon ruins were mere phantoms, while these were flesh and blood, thus invoking a different response? This was the only conclusion Fangxing could arrive at. Since a foreboding feeling had arisen, he resolved to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. The sooner it ended, the lesser the unpredictability. Fangxing decided to take the initiative at that moment. The members of the Kong family unleashed a terrifying onslaught. "Kill!" A thunderous shout echoed as Fangxing launched both fists toward the two opponents before him. Observing Fangxing's reckless and abrupt reaction, Kong Zhou and the others could not help but display expressions of delight and eagerness, each unleashing their full might in response. Bang! Fangxing's fists collided precisely with the fingertips and palms of the two assailants. To everyone's shock, one man's middle and index fingers shattered beneath Fangxing's strike, turning to pulp and flying through the air. A sickening crack resounded as the man's foot bones snapped, accompanied by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Bang! Despite this, Fangxing's left shoulder absorbed a punch. However, he merely felt a jolt. He was unharmed. With a swift motion, he grasped the assailant's arm, yanking him effortlessly over his head. How is this possible? Kong Ji's punch must weigh at least 800 pounds. Even a dragon transformation expert would struggle to endure such a blow. That he didn't even flinch. Kong Qiuying gasped in astonishment, realizing a startling truth. Fangxing's physique had reached an astonishing level. Had he obtained some extraordinary treasure? Kong Qiuying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now that you have finished your assault, it is my turn." Fangxing's voice resonated like a spell, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. Surrounded by 8 assailants, he emerged unscathed. One could only imagine the spectacle when he finally decided to retaliate. With a sweeping kick, Fangxing sent the man who had just attacked him flying, the sound of a dull thud echoing as the unfortunate fellow's head collided with the stone. Bursting open like a watermelon, brain matter and blood mingling in a gruesome display. This scene left Xian Kuan utterly astonished, shaken to the core by its sheer brutality and simplicity. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. With a resounding impact, one assailant was struck in the chest, instantly resembling a kite severed from its string, soaring backward for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, sliding an additional 3 or 4 meters to rest at Kong Qiuying's feet. A fountain of blood erupted from his mouth, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, limbs sprawling as he lay motionless. Kong Qiuying's complexion turned ashen, although the man beneath him bore no severe external injuries. It was evident that his heart had been shattered. To obliterate a heart with a single blow required unfathomable ferocity, cruelty, and malice. With a crack, another man's arm splintered in Fangxing's grasp, as if it were mere kindling. Simultaneously, Fangxing's elbow struck the man's throat, producing another sickening crack as the windpipe shattered. Let us all join forces to slay this murderous fiend. Yet, the sword in the assailant's hand struck swiftly, like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Fangxing's heart. With a mere extension of 2 fingers, Fangxing trapped the gleaming blade, and with a subtle movement, he snapped the tip clean off, casually tossing it behind him. The severed point sliced through the air, catching another man who attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind. Fangxing advanced a single step, delivering a punch to the petrified Kong Zhou's chest. Resonating like a hammer pounding the earth. Ignoring the aftermath of his strike, he executed a swift spin, leaping 3 or 4 meters into the air to evade a cunning thrust aimed at his left flank. In his descent, he ensnared the opponent's sword with his feet, pivoting to reduce the weapon to 3 segments. He then unleashed a flurry of 3 kicks, each connecting with the adversary's chest. The sound was akin to the beating of a colossal drum. As the man's ribcage crumbled beneath Fangxing's relentless assault, leading to his demise, from his leap to his landing, scarcely 3 breaths had passed. Yet, within that brief interval, he not only evaded the assassination attempt, but also shattered his opponent's weapon and claimed a life. The swiftness of his reflexes left even Xian Kuan profoundly astounded. It was no wonder he had survived for a decade within the illusory moon's legacy, extracting the Tai Xian mirror from the throngs of ancient demonic ants. For Fangxing's adaptability was indeed formidable. Xian Kuan pondered this. Another life was extinguished at Fangxing's hands in the blink of an eye. Only 2 of the 8 Kong family disciples remained, one severely injured, the other paralyzed by fear. The battle had reached its conclusion. Enough? Kong Qiuying's body trembled as he finally could no longer contain his rage. Fangxing flashed a row of pristine white teeth and moved forward, crushing the wounded man beneath his foot, extinguishing his life without a shred of hesitation. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent permeated the air. Wu Yingqiao furrowed his brow tightly. Fangxing's merciless slaughter before so many witnesses had escalated the enmity between the Fang and Kong families to unprecedented heights, heralding a future of unending bloodshed. Even Xian Kuan regretted his preoccupation with appraising Fangxing's strength, neglecting to intervene. Yet, he did not lament his inaction. Kong Xian dispatched Kong Li and Kong Lin to kill him. Yet he succeeded in slaying both men, thereby forging an unbreakable enmity. Coupled with the insults from Kong Xiang and others, along with Kong Qiuying injuring Fang Zhongtian, the feud between the 2 families had escalated to a level of true vendetta. It was inevitable that one family would ultimately annihilate the other. Rather than enduring a humiliating existence, it would be far more prudent to retaliate fiercely, decisively severing ties, since animosity had already been established. Let the hatred intensify. Fangxing had never feared anyone. A bunch of worthless scum, soiling my attire. Fangxing brushed the bloodstains from his clothes, expressing his displeasure. This statement undoubtedly ignited the spark of an impending explosion. The atmosphere in the vicinity instantly tensed to its utmost limit. With a face ashen with rage, Kong Rong was the first to charge forward. Meanwhile, Kong Qiuying suddenly let out a spurt of blood, staggering back 3 steps, teetering on the brink of collapse. Anyone who harms the Kong family shall not be permitted to live. A chilling voice echoed suddenly. The voice was frigid to the core, sending a shiver down the spines of those who heard it. Yet amidst this coldness, there was an unmistakable air of arrogance, as if disregarding everyone else. Kong Rong, who had rushed out, halted in confusion. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Not only Kong Rong, but the majority of those present were unfamiliar with the unexpectedly appeared youth. This young man, clad in azure garments, possessed a strikingly handsome countenance, yet his eyes sparkled with a shrewdness that belied his years, as if he were not a mere boy but someone who had lived for 70 or 80 years. Calm and composed, each step he took was as steady as a mountain, and his gait exuded an air of leisure. His expression, devoid of joy or sorrow, coupled with his unhurried demeanor, revealed a person brimming with unwavering confidence. Such a figure would undoubtedly attract attention and admiration wherever he appeared. However, an instinctive aversion welled up within Fangxing. There was a certain effeminacy about the youth that made him uncomfortable at first glance. The boy approached Xian Kuan, offering a slight bow, neither servile nor arrogant, and spoke in a measured tone. Disciple Kong Yunhe pays respects to the sect master. Kong Yunhe? Many were taken aback, for none could recall a member of the Kong family by that name. Yet Xian Kuan's eyes radiated a piercing astonishment as he scrutinized Kong Yunhe for a while, exclaiming, Kong Yunhe, son of Kong Qingyu? The youth affirmed, Indeed, it is I. The dragon of the firmament. The crane in the clouds? Fangxing murmured to himself, finally recalling this individual a decade prior, a reclusive master from the Central Plains. While traversing the rivers, had taken a liking to a pair of twin brothers from the Kong family during his visit to Mount Taishan, accepting them as disciples. The titles Dragon of the Firmament and Crane in the Clouds were bestowed upon the brothers by that master, serving as their names. Grandfather, it is I. Kong Yunhe approached, kneeling on the ground, and bowed thrice to Kong Chiuing. Rising, he stated, your grandson is unfilial, allowing you to endure humiliation. At that moment, he cast a glance at Fangxing, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and remarked, achieving such a level is commendable indeed. The crowd was astounded. Fangxing's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, yet in Kong Yunhe's eyes, it was merely satisfactory. Chapter 26. The Battle of the Fish. Leaping to the pinnacle, even Xian Kuan's countenance changed. Fangxing was so formidable, so terrifying, effortlessly slaying 8 adversaries of equal standing. For an ordinary individual, such an accomplishment would be a source of pride for a lifetime. Yet, in Kong Yunhe's eyes, it remained insufficient. Just how powerful was he? A tempest surged within Fangxing. His achievements, which filled him with immense satisfaction, were not recognized by others. Was Kong Yunhe genuinely possessed of formidable strength, or merely engaging in bluster? Fangxing could not afford to dismiss him lightly, but the contempt shown by his opponent left him feeling indignant. With a cold smirk, he retorted, what grandiose claims you make! I wonder if you possess true skill, or if you merely seek to dazzle the crowd. Kong Yunhe cast a frosty glance at Fangxing and declared, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. The vastness of the world, teeming with experts, far exceeds your imagination. Within the Taishan sect, you may be a notable figure. However, in the realm of Central State, where a multitude of talents vie for prominence, there are countless like you. The Lonyuan continent, boundless and expansive, is divided into 5 major domains: the Eastern Wilderness, Southern Marshes, Western Ridges, Northern Plains, and Central State. The Eastern Wilderness stretches for thousands of miles of barren land with scant human presence. The Southern Marshes are thick with swamps and teeming with venomous creatures. The Western Ridges are home to towering mountains and rampant monsters. The Northern Plains are a vast expanse of grassland, alive with songbirds. And Central State is rich in resources and brimming with talent. Central State is the pinnacle of cultivation within the Lonyuan continent, a place where masters abound. Thus no one dared to refute Kong Yunhe's words. Kong Yunhe continued, in my eyes, you are no different from an ant. I truly wonder where your misplaced confidence originates. Suddenly, Wu Xiaoxiao interjected, Kong Yunhe, is it merely your journey to Central State that grants you such arrogance? Spare us your lengthy monologue. If you possess true skill, then defeat Fangxing and show us. Kong Yunhe regarded the disciples of the Taishan sect with the disdainful gaze of one looking at a rustic country bumpkin, which made Wu Xiaoxiao quite uncomfortable. Without so much as a glance at her, Kong Yunhe turned his attention back to Fangxing, saying, killing a fellow disciple is an unforgivable crime. Fangxing, will you take your own life to atone for your sins? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Haha. Fangxing laughed heartily, for earlier he had regarded Kong Yunhe with a measure of respect, but now he found himself looking down upon him from the depths of his heart. He maintained the same pompous demeanor as Kong Chiuing, for such is the nature of individuals. You incessantly claim I am incompetent. Pray tell, how formidable are you? Enough of this prattle, if you wish for my life. Come and take it yourself. Fangxing licked his lips, a glimmer of bloodthirsty madness flickering in his eyes. Then I shall show you what it truly means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. Kong Yunhe replied, his demeanor high and mighty, exuding an air of condescension towards the weaker opponent. Enough of your nonsense. Come forth. With a furious shout, Fangxing could no longer tolerate the pretentiousness of such individuals. In a flash, he surged forward. Great success of the Luo Yin step, a minor technique indeed. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to possess a speed as swift as lightning. Kong Yunhe continued to lecture. Yet his speed was indeed remarkable, vanishing from sight in an instant, matching the prowess of Fangxing's great success of the Luo Yin step. Bang, 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 the 2 beams of light intertwined, engaging in rapid exchanges, and within moments had clashed over a dozen times. Each encounter a brutal contest of strength. After separating, they collided once more, grappling fiercely, refusing to yield. The speed of their confrontation was astonishing, compelling even the likes of Xian Kuan and Kong Chiuing to widen their eyes and scrutinize carefully to discern their techniques. These 2 individuals, regardless of who it may be, possess enough physical prowess to engage in battle against a practitioner of the transformation into dragon realm before the latter can unleash their extraordinary abilities. And they stand a considerable chance of emerging victorious. Truly, they are exceptional talents. Alas, fate has placed them on opposing sides. Xian Kuan's thoughts whirled as he pondered. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Even in the absence of enmity, it is difficult for them to advance or retreat together. Thus, facing life and death is acceptable. The victor claims the title of king, while the vanquished becomes the bandit. This is a rare opportunity for honing one's skills. Fangxing employed both his hands and feet, punching, palming, kicking, and chopping, exerting 90% of his strength with each strike, each capable of easily slaying an opponent of equal standing. Yet, it posed little threat to Kang Yunhe. The strength of Kang Yunhe's physique was by no means inferior to Fangxing's. However, Fangxing was not surprised. Kang Yunhe had been brought to Zhongzhou at an early age to join a prestigious sect, where he undoubtedly had access to elixirs such as the cleansing essence pill. Hence, his formidable physique was hardly astonishing. Though it required effort, Fangxing could not help but sneer. "You speak so disdainfully of me. Yet you hardly seem exceptional yourself." Humph. This wild lad possesses a certain degree of skill. Neither Fangxing nor Kang Yunhe could gain the upper hand over the other, as they found themselves evenly matched, each on par with the other. However, Kang Yunhe felt a deeper astonishment. He understood the situation of the Taishan sect, which was on an entirely different level compared to the powerful forces backing him. Having been nourished with endless treasures since childhood, he had cultivated an impervious physique. What, then, was Fangxing relying upon? Humph, this is merely a warm-up. Should I truly wish to kill you, it would be no different from slaughtering a chicken. Kang Yunhe scoffed. After exchanging over 100 blows, both sustained some superficial injuries. Bang! Their fists collided like two massive hammers striking one another, and both were jolted backward. Yet, they quickly regained their footing, taking a deep breath before charging at each other once more. Though both engaged in this fierce combat with all their might, the essence of their struggle was entirely different. In the previous encounter, killing was excusable, but this time, should one take a life, they would face punishment according to the sect's rules. Nevertheless, the Kang family wielded considerable influence and dared to act as they pleased. Were the Fang family to do the same, Fangxing would have likely perished at the hands of Kang Qiu long ago. Truly, when one is outmatched, one must play the part of a dog. Humph! The fists stirred the wind, creating a tempest that disrupted the air as their fists clashed once more. However, a subtle, sinister smile crept upon the corner of Kang Yunhe's lips. A white radiance emerged on the surface of his fist, a glow so faint that Fangxing, amidst the chaos of battle, remained oblivious to it. Bang! Their fists struck together with resounding force, and suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Fangxing's arm like a flash of lightning. A series of explosive sounds echoed as Fangxing's sleeves disintegrated into dust, and his muscles suffered several horrific lacerations. As if gunpowder had been concealed beneath his skin and erupted unexpectedly, the energy was detached from his body to inflict harm. "Are you at the transformation into dragon realm?" Fangxing gasped, the pain of his ruptured muscles nearly prompting him to cry out. Kang Yunhe swiftly darted toward Fangxing, who chose not to confront him head-on, evading his assault. Yet, Kang Yunhe's speed was no less than Fangxing's. Within mere moments, they were entangled once more. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Kang Yunhe's fingertips continually released bursts of energy, each 3 inches long and half an inch wide. Wielding an utterly terrifying power, Fangxing's shoulder was struck, and a gruesome wound manifested, leaving him gravely injured. With a swift motion, he was compelled to exert all his strength in the Luo Yin step, unwilling to confront the onslaught head-on. Yet, even though Kang Yunhe could not catch up to Fangxing, he still wielded the ability to control his vital energy for long-distance attacks. Fangxing found himself in a precarious position, suffering several more heavy blows. "Stop! No more fighting! I concede," Fang Zhongtian shouted. "Concede? Life for a life. That is an unyielding law." Kang Qiuying replied coldly. "They have not signed a death warrant. Fangxing can concede," Fang Zhongtian retorted. "Today, Fangxing must die," Kang Qiuying declared menacingly. Fang Zhongtian cast a pleading glance toward Xian Kuan. Yet Xian Kuan remained fixated on the battle, not uttering a word. Kang Qiuying shot a glance at Xian Kuan, internally scoffing, pondering. "You watch idly as 8 of my Kang family perish at Fangxing's hands. Now, I am eager to see what face you have left to stop here from killing him. Fangxing found himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. His right arm was not only injured but also punctured in several places by the sharp energy. Blood gushing forth like a torrent. If he could preserve his fighting capacity until Kang Yunha's vital energy was depleted, there existed a considerable chance to turn the tide of battle as Kang Yunha unleashed his ninth sharp thrust. His complexion had turned ashen. Moreover, the light at his fingertips flickered like a candle nearing its end, striving to shine brightly, yet inevitably succumbing to extinguishment. The moment had arrived. Fangxing's retreat came to an abrupt halt, transforming into an offensive stance. His left fist surged forward, producing a terrifying sound of air being torn apart as it hurtled towards Kang Yunha's face. That I end this shift from defense to offense. Their roles had entirely reversed. Fangxing's right shoulder, left rib, and right leg bore the marks of Kang Yunha's sharp energy, each creating blood-sized punctures, while his entire right arm was marred with several lacerations. Blood and flesh grotesquely mingled. He was undoubtedly gravely wounded. Yet, in this sudden outburst, his entire being tensed, causing the flow of blood to quicken, the crimson liquid surging forth from his wounds. However, the rapid outflow of blood inadvertently imbued him with an aura of ferocity. Akin to a wounded tiger rising to retaliate. If he did not harm his foe, he would remain unscathed, but once he struck, it would be a matter of life and death on his left arm. Although also grazed by Kang Yunha's sharp energy, an explosive power still resided. A single punch could easily cave in not just a human skull, but even an iron ball. Kang Yunha, having nearly exhausted his vital energy, could not help but feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. Faced with Fangxing's punch, which lacked even half the power of its full strength, he dared not confront it directly and swiftly evaded. When Fangxing's punch missed, he leaped and delivered 5 consecutive kicks, each generating a shockwave that echoed through the air. Upon landing, he unleashed another whirlwind sweep, his legs striking the ground with such force that it cracked underfoot. Kang Yunha found himself in disarray. Depleted of vital energy, he felt powerless. Even unscathed, his combat capability fell far short of its peak. Thus, despite relying on his formidable physique, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. With a resounding thud, Fangxing executed a spinning kick that collided with Kang Yunha's raised arms, sending him reeling back 6 or 7 meters, nearly toppling over. However, Fangxing was not unscathed, as his injuries continued to worsen. Yet, the more dire his condition, the more his eyes sparkled with a brilliant, cold intensity. His momentum was unexpectedly more formidable, exuding a wild ferocity that intensified with each drop of blood flowing from his body. Leaving onlookers breathless with astonishment that in that moment, he resembled a demon king, indifferent to pain and fatigue. The spectators were left in utter shock, as Fangxing's performance stood in stark contrast to that of an ordinary individual. Were a typical person to sustain such grievous injuries, their spirit would have long since dissipated. Yet, with each battle, he grew only bolder and more terrifying. Kang Qiuying's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on the battlefield, his heart racing at the rapid turn of events. Just moments ago, Kang Yunha had held the upper hand, only to find himself quickly overwhelmed, gasping for breath. What sent a chill through him was Fangxing's increasingly fierce aura. While Kang Yunha's presence waned, should this trend continue, Kang Yunha's defeat was all but assured. Kang Qiuying remained poised, ready to strike the instant Kang Yunha fell. He was determined to eliminate Fangxing on the spot. Even in the presence of Xian Kuan, should Fangxing emerge victorious, Xian Kuan and Fang Zhongtian would undoubtedly lower their guard, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to act. With his prowess, he could easily dispatch Fangxing before Xian Kuan could react. Kang Yunha teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, Fangxing executed a swift horizontal sweep with his left hand, striking the back of Kang Yunha's neck with such force that he spun 360 degrees in midair before crashing to the ground. Kang Yunha couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood, barely managing to roll away in the spot he had just vacated. A foot came crashing down, shattering the granite floor before his eyes. Fangxing's foot lifted rapidly, delivering a powerful kick at the airborne debris. With 3 successive strikes, irregularly shaped fragments the size of a palm hurtled toward Kang Yunha. He narrowly dodged one, but 2 others struck home. One grazed his arm, while another burrowed deeply into his abdomen. Simultaneously, Fangxing executed another 360-degree rotation in the air, his right foot descending with the force of a mountain. Kang Yunha desperately attempted to evade, But his left foot was met with a ferocious blow, shattering the bones. Fangxing leaped again, curling his legs, knees colliding with Kong Yunha's chest. This time, Kong Yunha was caught off guard, the impact sending him crashing backward, his sternum fracturing upon colliding with a sturdy ancient cypress tree before he fell to the ground, spitting blood and turning pale. That it was evident to all that the battle had concluded, yet many remained in stunned silence, captivated by the thrilling and tumultuous nature of their clash. If even Kong Yunha, capable of manipulating vital energy, had been defeated, what otherworldly opportunity had Fangxing encountered to invoke such a dramatic transformation? Or perhaps he, like Kong Yunha, had crossed paths with a peerless master? Wu Yingqiao was left in a stupor. Although Fangxing's strength was far beneath his own, the latter's accomplishments were astounding. Kong Yunha, having coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, managed to sit up with Kong Qiuying's assistance, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, fixated on Fangxing as if he wished to slay him with a mere glare. However, Fangxing showed no sign of retreat, sneering as he declared, "It is not that your strength is inferior to mine. Rather, you are simply a fool. Were our positions reversed, I could claim your life within 3 moves." Kong Qiu gazed coldly at Fangxing, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Fangxing was formidable, but his prowess was solely derived from physical strength. In contrast, Kong Yunha possessed not only strength that rivaled Fangxing's, but also the ability to manipulate Yuan Qi. Wielding a terrifying trump card, if every encounter allowed him to maximize his advantages, how could Fangxing withstand even 3 of his strikes? However, Kong Yunha employed his trump card indiscriminately, akin to shooting arrows at random. Although immensely powerful, he failed to inflict any truly fatal harm on Fangxing, thus squandering several opportunities that if he had consistently injured Fangxing's right arm as he did the first time. How many arms could Fangxing possibly have left? Moreover, Kong Yunha could also command divine powers. Had he unleashed them with full force from the onset, what would the outcome have been? Consider Kong Rong. Before utilizing his divine powers, Fangxing could still contend with him, but once the powers were unleashed, Fangxing had no choice but to flee. The potency of divine powers cannot be dismissed, with such a plethora of trump cards at his disposal. Claiming that he could take Fangxing's life within 3 moves is far from an exaggeration. However, Kong Yunha's lack of substantial combat experience prevented him from fully capitalizing on his advantages. Should he encounter Fangxing again, he could easily slay him. Fangxing was acutely aware of this critical element. Although he triumphed over Kong Yunha, the latter had undeniably become a formidable adversary that could not be overlooked. Before Fangxing could break through the Dragon Gate to reach the transformation realm, Kong Yunha would likely pose a significant threat to his life. Regrettably, with Kong Qiu protecting Kong Yunha, Fangxing found himself without an opportunity to strike. After speaking, he swiftly departed. Yang Tai instructed several disciples to clean up the aftermath, then quickly left with the head of Tai Peak, Xiaozhe, unwilling to remain in such a contentious place that Wu Yingqiao clasped his hands in salute to Fang Zhongtian, then cast a deep glance at Fangxing before dragging the reluctant Wu Xiaoxiao away. As Kong Rong passed by with Kong Zhou's corpse in his arms, he remarked meaningfully, "Fangxing, though your life may be secured by Yunha, should you inadvertently cross paths with me on the Dragon Tiger rankings, my Great Sun Thunder technique will ensure you find neither life nor death. Once the Dragon Tiger rankings conclude, I assure you, none of your Fangzhong Peak, young or old, be they pig or dog, shall escape unscathed." Fangxing inhaled deeply. Though Kong Rong's words were harsh, should he falter on the rankings, the Fang family could very well face expulsion. A collective sigh echoed through the hall as everyone seemed to catch their breath at that moment. "Little brother, truly little brother, I thought I was dreaming." Fang Bao approached Fangxing, tentatively touching him before bursting forth with ecstatic exclamations. "It truly is Xiaoxing. Our Xiaoxing has become so powerful." Upon witnessing Fangxing smile, they knew without doubt that he was indeed Fangxing. Chapter 28. The conspiracy of the Kong family. A mere smile from Fangxing eased the atmosphere in the hall. As brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts inquired with eager words, exchanging dialogues in a lively manner. Even the 5 from Fang Zhongtian's generation trembled with excitement. Fang Bao and the others, including Uncle Fang Do, gazed at Fangxing with eyes ablaze not only with fervor, but also filled with unparalleled admiration in their hearts. Fangxing had transcended the role of a mere relative. He had become their idol. Little Xing is so impressive. He need not fear failing to make it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings. Fang Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. The clan members were filled with joy. Fangxing stands as their final beacon of hope, and the strength he has exhibited has illuminated a glimmer of dawn for them. Rest assured, with my presence, the status of the Fang clan shall remain unscathed, declared Fangxing, witnessing his unwavering confidence. The last remnants of worry dissipated from the hearts of those present. Today is a day worthy of celebration. We must revel in it. Shaoxing, we shall not return until we are inebriated, proclaimed Fang Bao with exuberance. What nonsense about not returning until inebriated? Did you not see that Shaoxing has been injured? Fang Zhongtian retorted with a glare. The assembly erupted into laughter, and Fang Bao conceded. Very well, Shaoxing, your injuries are grave. You must first recuperate. Once you are healed, we shall indulge to our heart's content. Indeed, let us prioritize your recovery. Fangxing then set about tending to his wounds. Fang Zhongtian issued a strict decree that during Fangxing's convalescence, no one was permitted to approach, nor was anyone from the Fang family allowed to leave the mountain. Given the enmity that had developed between the Fang and Kong families, it was prudent for Fang Zhongtian to avert any unforeseen incidents. He stationed himself outside Fangxing's chamber, safeguarding him while also attending to his own recuperation. During this time, he stealthily entered Fangxing's room, posing questions in earnest. His mind was awash with inquiries. And despite Fangxing's need for rest, he could not suppress his curiosity. When Fangxing recounted his entry into the illusory moon realm, Fang Zhongtian leapt in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging forth in disbelief. The sect leader permitted you to enter the illusory moon realm. Fangxing was taken aback by Fang Zhongtian's reaction, responding, "Is that so remarkable?" Fang Zhongtian, in shock, queried, "Did not the sect leader inform you?" Fangxing, perplexed, replied, "Inform me of what?" "He merely cautioned me that it was perilous, and indeed it is." Fang Zhongtian pondered deeply. The illusory moon realm is a privilege reserved for candidates of the sect leader. And now the sect leader had granted Shaoxing entry. Could it be that Shaoxing is a contender in the sect leader's eyes? After over 4 centuries, the Fang clan might finally witness the emergence of a new sect leader. Fang Zhongtian's heart surged with excitement, though he maintained a composed exterior, reasoning that the sect leader had not disclosed this to Shaoxing for reasons of caution. He resolved to withhold this information for fear that Shaoxing's youthful spirit might lead him to arrogance and hinder his cultivation. Subsequently, he inquired, "In your venture into the illusory moon realm, did you discover the Taishan mirror?" Fangxing affirmed, "Indeed, I found it and managed to bring it back." Fang Zhongtian was struck as if by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. Historically, candidates for the sect leader had ventured into the illusory moon realm in search of the Taishan mirror, yet for 5 consecutive generations, none had succeeded in retrieving it, with many perishing within its confines. Although Fang Zhongtian had never set foot in the illusory moon realm, it was well known that those deemed potential sect leaders were unparalleled talents among their peers. The peril of such a place was evident. The overwhelming excitement brought tears to his eyes as he embraced Fangxing tightly. Fangxing, taken aback by this display, felt at a loss for words, a tinge of sorrow stirring within him. After a lengthy pause, Fang Zhongtian released Fangxing, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good," uttering the word over a dozen times. "What on earth is wrong with grandfather? Is it not just that I retrieved the Taishan mirror from the illusory moon realm? Could there be some extraordinary significance to this?" Fangxing pondered with confusion. Fang Zhongtian discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and eagerly inquired, "Has the sect master informed you of the method to resolve the Lingyin Dragon Gate?" In Fang Zhongtian's view, Xian Kuan possessed vast powers. Having chosen Fangxing as his successor, he must surely have a means to aid Fangxing in overcoming the Lingyin Dragon Gate. Fangxing produced a Dingmen Dan, and Fang Zhongtian, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly find his voice to in the end. He handed Fangxing a small vial containing 9 Longyuan Dan, which he had prepared long ago for Fangxing's endeavor to breach the Dragon Gate. After offering a few words of encouragement, he quietly departed. The Longyuan Dan, akin to the Jingqi Dan in its effects, serves to replenish vital energy, yet its value is tenfold that of the Jingqi Dan. These 9 Longyuan Dan are equivalent to 90 Jingqi Dan, undoubtedly sufficient to fulfill the immense energy requirements for breaking through the Dragon Gate. Fangxing clutched the vial tightly, moved by the gesture. Each Longyuan Dan holds a market value of 100 taels of gold, totaling 900 taels for the 9. That although Fang Zhongtian held the esteemed title of clan leader, the fallen Fang family could hardly possess such considerable wealth. which was clearly a result of Fang Zhongtian's long-term accumulation. Fangxing secured the vial and sat cross-legged, circulating his true energy to bring his mind to a state of tranquility. He then ingested the Dingmen Dan. Guiding the vital energy into his dantian, he subsequently began to quietly heal his wounds and wait. As soon as the Lingyin Dragon Gate manifested, the Dingmen Dan would sense it, thereby stabilizing the Dragon Gate and allowing it to materialize. What fueled his murderous intent was the knowledge that Fangxing had killed so many members of the Kong family before his eyes. This enmity was irreconcilable. Fangxing, you worthless fool, should you fall into my hands one day, I shall make you wish for life but find none. Kong Qiuying seethed through gritted teeth, smashing the chair beside him into splinters. The grudge of today must be repaid with the entirety of the Fang clan. My Kong family's disciples cannot die in vain. However, we have more pressing matters at hand. Thus we must temporarily suppress our hatred and not allow it to thwart our grand designs. An elderly man entered, speaking in a calm tone. This elder bore a resemblance to Kong Qiuying, yet appeared even more aged, his frail body resembling a mere twig. However, his murky eyes sparkled with a brightness akin to stars, brimming with vitality. Upon the elder's arrival, the once formidable Kong Qiuying displayed a hint of respect and lamented, I truly feel unworthy to face those young men and their families without avenging such a great wrong. A fleeting glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes as he replied, their vengeance will eventually be exacted. I never anticipated that Fangxing, this so-called waste, could be so formidable and ruthless. Though he had not witnessed the battle firsthand, he had heard of it from Kong Rong and could not help but be astonished. Fangxing's performance was indeed beyond his expectations, verging on the bizarre. Kong Qiuying remarked, at such a tender age, how can he be so merciless? If he matures, it will surely pose a grave threat, especially given that his Dragon Gate is a door of death, one that cannot be opened. Otherwise, if he were to grow stronger, he would be a source of great concern. The elder replied coldly, he is no longer a waste. We have all misjudged him. Kong Qiuying was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by that? The elder's gaze grew even colder as he stated, Xian Kuan has chosen him as his heir. A flicker of shock crossed Kong Qiuying's eyes as he responded. No wonder Xian Kuan has suddenly appeared, favoring him at every turn. But how could we have misjudged the door of death? If you were to eliminate Fangxing at this moment, given Xian Kuan's astuteness, he would undoubtedly become wary, making any subsequent actions exceedingly arduous. Although Fangxing possesses remarkable talents, should he fail to mature, he ultimately cannot stir significant waves, let alone compare with our grand enterprise. Pray tell, Wu Yingqiao, Xiao Zhe, and Yang Tai, what positions do they hold in this matter? Kong Qiuying, after being reprimanded, displayed not the slightest annoyance. Rather, he bore an expression as if enlightened, stating, Yang Tai of Kaitai Peak and Xiao Zhe of Tai Peak are of little concern. Yet Wu Yingqiao of Zizhu Peak consistently stands in opposition to me, posing a considerable obstacle. The elder nodded in agreement, remarking, Yang Tai is known to outsiders as an honest man, yet in truth, he is merely timid. Although he is the foremost of Kaitai Peak, he achieves nothing of note. As for Xiao Zhe of Tai Peak, his reputation as a fence-sitter precedes him, making them both inconsequential. Wu Yingqiao, however, has surprised me. I did not anticipate his newfound audacity. Kong Qiuying remarked, Wu Yingqiao is young and impetuous, and among the leaders of various veins, he is the weakest in strength. While he may present some difficulties, he cannot create significant turmoil. Yet, what of Leng Yu, that meddlesome woman? Why has she not made an appearance today? The elder replied, we must extend our gratitude to the Zhang family. Kong Qiuying furrowed his brow and inquired, the Zhang family? He was well aware that the elder referred to the family of his wife. The elder continued, Zhang Tiansheng, for reasons unknown, inadvertently injured Zelin. It is said that Zelin is now gravely wounded and near death, with the only remedy being Zhang Tiansheng's unique heart-protecting pill. Leng Yu, being overly concerned for her disciple, has descended the mountain herself in search of medicine for Zelin. Kong Qiuying's frown deepened. Given Leng Yu's temperament, should she encounter Zhang Tiansheng, even if he were to survive, he would surely be left maimed. Most importantly, this could pose a threat to the Zhang family. The elder reassured him, there is no need for concern. Leng Yu will not only fail to find Zhang Tiansheng, but she will also pose no danger to the Zhang family. Chapter 29. The Lingyin Dragon Gate emerges in the world. Kong Qiuying remained perplexed. Yet seeing the elder's confidence, it was evident he did not speak falsely. The elder continued, while Leng Yu is on the mountain, We are yet uncertain how to act. However, her descent today presents a splendid opportunity. The envoy has also descended the mountain today. I believe it will not be long before Lang Yu vanishes from this world. The elder's gaze suddenly turned fearsome, resembling a solitary wolf in the cold night. Exuding an eerie chill, the envoy, Kong Qiuying's heart quivered. He had always harbored trepidation towards that enigmatic messenger. Now that he had personally taken action, it spelled dire consequences for Lang Yu. Yet, inexplicably, with the impending demise of a formidable foe, he felt no joy within. The elder spoke solemnly. With Lang Yu's death, the Fang family will be left without a leader, and Yang Tai and Xiaozhu will be incapable of achieving anything significant. Wu Yingxiao alone cannot effectuate change. Yet, as time passed, his initial defiance towards Kong Qiuyi had transformed into admiration. This day, he dared not entertain a hint of rebellion. The terror of Kong Qiuyi had instilled a profound fear within him. It had been 2 years since he last saw Xin Kuan. Had his strength advanced further? Kong Qiuyi's voice was cold and haunting, with each word seemingly infused with chilling intent, incomprehensibly profound. Kong Qiuyi replied, "Is that so?" Kong Qiuyi turned his gaze towards the door, his eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds to glimpse Xian Kuan far atop Zongjing Peak. He muttered to himself, "Xian Kuan, I eagerly anticipate our battle." Kong Qiu gazed at the receding figure of Kong Qiuyi, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable surge of excitement. The day when the Kong family would reign over the Taishan sect, becoming the sole prominent lineage within its ranks and ascending to the esteemed echelon of the Jinghua's first-rate families, was drawing near. Time, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, passed quietly and imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the day of the Longhu ranking. The members of the Taishan sect began to bustle with activity, as the list of participants for the Longhu ranking was announced today. This year, the number of contenders exceeded that of the previous year, reaching as many as 160. The duration of the Longhu ranking had changed from 2 days last year to 3 days this year. On the first day, there would be 2 contests. In the morning, a competition for the top 80, and in the afternoon, the top 80 would vie for the top 40. The second day would also feature 2 contests, with the top 40 competing for the top 20 in the morning, followed by the top 20 battling for the top 10 in the afternoon. The third day would be the most crucial, marking the final ranking day of the Longhu ranking, where the top 10 would face challenges from the remaining 150 participants. Those who emerged victorious would remain on the list, while the defeated would be eliminated. Ultimately, only 10 would remain on the Longhu ranking. To secure a place on this esteemed list, one would need to endure at least 4 fierce battles, the intensity of which could be deemed unprecedented in history. For the Fang family, however, the number of battles would surely exceed 4. But should Fangxing break into the top 10, the Kong family would undoubtedly spare no effort in their pursuit of the ranking, making it exceedingly arduous to establish a firm foothold on the Longhu ranking. Even more daunting was the possibility that, should Fangxing fail to breach the Dragon Gate and attain the transformation into a dragon realm, he might not even qualify for the top 10. Thus, he would truly lose the eligibility for the Longhu ranking. Although the third day was a challenge day, the outcome was already predetermined. Those who made it into the top 10 were all exceptional talents. While how many could possibly topple those in the top 10? If Fangxing could not secure his position, the Fang family would surely face expulsion, and their fate would be unimaginable. Even if Xian Kuan intended for Fangxing to be his successor, the condition remained that he must retain his identity as a disciple of the Taishan sect. Should he be expelled, his status as a disciple would be revoked, and even Xian Kuan would be unable to alter that fate. The members of the Fang family had gathered outside Fangxing's chamber, their destiny resting solely on his shoulders. Inside the stone room, the light was dim. The small space contained a single bed, and next to the head of the bed stood a modest cabinet. Although aged, it was impeccably clean. Upon it rested 2 vials. One contained 3 thumb-sized, earthy yellow pills, while the other held 9 thumb-sized golden pills. These were the vitality pills gifted by Zilin and the dragon essence pills bestowed by Fang Zhongtian. On the wall beside the bed hung a peculiar, ominously dark broken blade, the Great Wilderness Blade. This room was none other than Fangxing's sanctuary. Fangxing sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in concentration, his breathing steady. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had significantly improved. Throughout this time, he had been attuned to the movements of the Dingmen pill within his dantian. However, upon entering the dantian, the Dingmen pill remained as inert as a nuclear core, devoid of any activity. Yet, the Linging Dragon Gate was unlike any other. He found himself entirely passive, forced to wait for its emergence. Even if it did not appear before the Longhu ranking, Fangxing found himself bereft of alternative means to breach the Dragon Gate. 2 more days passed, and only 1 day remained until the Longhu ranking. Fang Zhongtian sat upon a stone outside the door, appearing as if he had transformed into the very stone itself. By now, even a fool could discern that Fangxing had failed to unlock the Dragon Gate. Fang Zhongtian raised his gaze to glance at Fangting, causing her to stifle a sob. Nearly succumbing to tears, his eyes, bloodshot and sunken, appeared as though he were teetering on the brink of death. "That I am fine," Fang Zhongtian uttered weakly, casting a glance at Fangxing's dwelling, where a flicker of hope momentarily shone in the depths of his eyes. His expression resembled that of a drowning child, desperately awaiting a lifeline. Though hope was scarce, it was certainly preferable to a void of despair. Fangxing, too, found himself increasingly restless. The Dimindan, once entering his dantian, felt as if it had plunged into an abyss. There is no rush, no rush. There remains a day's time. Fangxing inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, yet time inexorably ticked away. As the hour of Su approached at dusk, the sun had already set, mirroring the hearts of the Fang clan, which too sank into an inescapable darkness. The soft sound, almost imperceptible, echoed, yet Fangxing distinctly heard it, and his eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. The power of his soul coiled tightly, fixating intently on the Dimindan, which lay motionless, as if in slumber. Yet Fangxing was certain that the faint sound he had just perceived was indeed a tremor from the Dimindan. Why would it quiver? It must have sensed the Lingyin Longmen. But why did it cease? Fangxing's breath quickened, his body subtly quivering. However, the still Dimindan extinguished all his fervor, akin to a basin of icy water in winter. Why was this so? He could hardly contain his urge to howl at the heavens in despair. Yet, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the Dimindan trembled once more, this time with considerably greater intensity. Yet upon refocusing, it fell silent again. This time, Fangxing refrained from succumbing to anxiety, maintaining a tranquil composure while waiting. The initial tremor might have been a figment of his imagination, but the second was indisputable. The Lingyin Longmen was poised to manifest. Before long, the Dimindan trembled again. This time, Fangxing observed with utmost clarity. The silver-white, cat-eye-sized Dimindan emitted a faint glow, gradually intensifying from a dull gray to a brilliant luminescence, ultimately resembling a resplendent pearl that illuminated the cosmos of his dantian. The radiance of the Dimindan grew more brilliant. The frequency of its tremors escalated, transforming into a rotation that quickened with each passing moment. Suddenly, like an arrow shot forth, the Dimindan soared, trailing a long white tail, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky. Fangxing's soul power followed closely behind, and amidst the boundless darkness deep within the dantian cosmos, a speck the size of a pea appeared, a solitary white amidst the vast abyss. Amidst the overwhelming darkness, that single point of white represented the Lingyin Longmen manifesting in the world. Yet, in the infinite expanse of shadow, it was as inconspicuous as a needle dropped into an endless ocean. Without the guidance of the Dimindan, even its emergence would have eluded Fangxing's notice. Overwhelmed with excitement, he recognized that speck of white as his hope. His future, finally unveiled before him. However, a pang of trepidation seized him as the Lingyin Longmen flickered in and out of existence, unstable and seemingly on the verge of vanishing entirely. Hurry! Fangxing could not suppress his urgency. Imploring the Dimindan in response, the Dimindan rapidly dissolved, transforming into a terrifying white ribbon that surged towards the Lingyin Longmen. Like a rope that must be tied, the Lingyin Dragon Gate resisted fiercely, causing the universe within the dantian to tremble violently. Boomed at a resounding roar emanated from the dantian universe, as the Lingyin Dragon Gate thrashed about like a living, ancient beast, desperately attempting to break free from the constraints of the Dingmen pill. Fortunately, the shimmering thread formed by the Dingmen pill adhered to the Lingyin Dragon Gate like glue, regardless of how it concealed itself or shifted positions, as long as the white thread was visible. The location of the Lingyin Dragon Gate could be discerned. Could it be that the Lingyin Dragon Gate possessed life? Fangxing was left utterly astonished. He had assumed that the mere emergence of the Dingmen pill would suffice to stabilize the Lingyin Dragon Gate. Yet it proved to be so obstinate. Under the relentless pursuit of the Dingmen pill, the Lingyin Dragon Gate seemed to grow weary, gradually finding stability. The shimmering thread, born of the Dingmen pill, was forcefully pulled from the darkness. That spot of white gradually expanded until it ultimately transformed into an infinite nebula illuminating the Dantian universe. The true stabilization of the Lingyin Dragon Gate was finally revealed. Chapter 30. After the Dragon Gate, gazing at the circular nebula that enveloped a significant portion of the celestial expanse, Fangxing felt a surge of reverence. The Lingyin Dragon Gate exuded an immense and grandiose aura, akin to a gateway to the heavens, evoking an impulse within ordinary mortals to prostrate in worship. It seemed that with sincere devotion, the gate would open, allowing mortals to enter paradise and attain transcendence. Fangxing stifled his excitement, placing the 8 immortals Blackwood, gifted to him by Xian Kuan, precisely at the location of his Dantian, channeling his internal vitality to continually impact the Dantian acupoint. After more than 100 impacts, a faint flicker of white light finally emerged within the acupoint, slowly enveloping the 8 immortals Blackwood. Ultimately, with a sudden inhalation, the 8 immortals Blackwood vanished from Fangxing's Dantian. He restrained his soul's power, as the 8 immortals Blackwood appeared within the Dantian, gradually swaying under the allure of the Lingyin Dragon Gate. Amidst the nebula conjured by the Lingyin Dragon Gate, a green light began to manifest, resembling smoke, transforming into a wisp that entwined around the 8 immortals Blackwood. The Dragon Gate was confirming the properties of the key. Fangxing remained calm, awaiting the outcome. Different attributes of the Dragon Gate corresponded to different attributes of the key. The 8 immortals Blackwood was a wood attribute key, capable only of striking the wood attribute Dragon Gate. Xian Kuan had deduced from Fangxing's constitution that his Dragon Gate was of the wood attribute. Hence, while confirmation was still underway, Fangxing did not feel anxious. The 8 immortals Blackwood resembled a charred piece of wood, irregular in shape and rather unsightly. However, Fangxing felt little aversion to it, for the key was not a fixed object. Its form could be wonderfully diverse, taking on myriad shapes. For instance, a metal attribute key could manifest as an iron sword, a golden dagger, or even a piece of bronze. Any material possessing metal attributes could serve as a key for the metal attribute Dragon Gate. Similarly, a wood attribute key could take the form of a herb, a flower, or a leaf. Any substance with wood attributes could function as a key for the wood attribute Dragon Gate. The same principle applied to other attributes. As long as it could unlock the Dragon Gate, regardless of its appearance or form, it was a worthy key. Remarkably, the seemingly lifeless 8 immortals Blackwood, under the pull of the Dragon Gate, began to emit a gentle green light, intertwining with the radiance of the Dragon Gate. Ultimately merging as one, the identity was confirmed, and the time had come. Fang Zhongtian had already conversed with Fangxing regarding the critical considerations when striking the Longmen. So upon sensing the harmonious aura of the Longmen and the knocking stone, he realized it was time to wield the stone and breach the Longmen. To strike the Longmen and attain the transformation into a dragon, one required an immense reservoir of energy. Fangxing held 9 dragon element pills tightly in his grasp, pressing them against his Dantian as he activated his cultivation techniques. Instantly, the pills began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a formidable surge of energy that flowed from his Dantian. Boom! The energy within the Dantian surged violently, and Fangxing exerted every ounce of his strength to control the raging energy that enveloped the 8 immortals wood, propelling it towards the Longmen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark silhouette streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. It was the slumbering core king awakening, rushing towards the tumultuous energy. Oh no! Could this damned core possibly covet this energy? Fangxing stared in disbelief as the energy encapsulating the 8 immortals would rapidly form a vortex, shaking the heavens. The 8 immortals wood was flung away as if discarded, cast deep into the cosmos of the Dantian. Fangxing could hardly believe his eyes, just as he was about to breach the Longmen. He never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Damn it! Under the strain of his surging blood, Fangxing couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This truly felt like a cruel joke from the heavens. If he failed to breach the Longmen today, it might be an eternity before he could ever do so again. Fangxing couldn't restrain himself from howling towards the sky, his eyes bloodshot, desperately attempting to control his spiritual power. Yet, despite being capable of sweeping away foes from all directions, he found himself powerless against a single core within. The core king absorbed the energy at a nearly terrifying velocity, rivaling even the energy of the ancient bloodstone essence, and soon it would consume it all. Meanwhile, the Dingmen pill was finally depleted, the nebula conjured by the Lingyin Longmen gradually diminished within the universe of the Dantian, resembling the sun's setting, soon to be enveloped by an unfathomable darkness. The speed at which the Lingyin Longmen faded was swift. In no time, only a tiny speck of white, the size of a soybean, remained in the vast darkness. Fangxing's heart plummeted into despair. This speck of white did not signify the emergence of the Lingyin Longmen, but rather its imminent disappearance. At that moment, the core king, as if possessed, transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards the direction of the Lingyin Longmen. Fangxing was astonished. What was happening? Did it intend to breach the Longmen? In that instant, he clung to this improbable hope like a drowning child grasping a lifeline. Incredulously pondering, the core king, being the core of the medicine king, also belonged to the wood element, and its rank was akin to that of the 8 immortals wood, both serving as extraordinary knocking stones. If the 8 immortals wood could breach the Longmen, surely it could too. That a core, too, could serve as a knocking stone. However, doubts plagued Fangxing's mind. Breaching the Longmen required an overwhelming force, and if the core king absorbed all the energy, could it truly breach the Longmen? Thud! A melodious sound resonated from the depths of the Dantian universe, reminiscent of a chime striking a bronze bell. The core king crashed violently against the Lingyin Longmen, causing the entire universe of the Dantian to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Then, to Fangxing's astonishment, the once hidden Lingyin Longmen began to re-emerge, and at the center of the nebula, a luminous portal gradually materialized. Could this be the true Longmen? Fangxing's heart raced to his throat, as he had endured countless days and nights in anticipation of this moment, praying fervently that no further mishaps would occur. The nuclear king spun rapidly before the luminous gate, emanating a gray radiance that transformed into a torrent of light. Crashing against the gate with tremendous force, the sound reverberated like thunder. Fangxing could distinctly perceive the gate trembling. The torrents unleashed by the nuclear king grew increasingly potent, culminating in a cataclysmic beam of light that fiercely battered the gate. The tremors intensified with each passing moment. After a minute, a sudden creaking sound echoed through the cosmic expanse of his Dantian. Remarkably, the luminous gate shifted backwards ever so slightly, revealing a narrow fissure. Instantly, the energy released by the nuclear king surged into this crevice like a deluge, widening it further. Simultaneously, the vital energy within Fangxing seemed to be drawn forth, rushing into the luminous gate. But that was not all. The gate appeared to possess an unparalleled devouring force, causing Fangxing's pores to open in an instant, voraciously drawing in the essence that drifted in the void. The commotion grew increasingly amplified, creating a vortex around Fangxing's body. That a sharp crack resounded. The jade vial gifted by Lin shattered, and the essence pills within began to float, swiftly adhering to Fangxing's body, melting rapidly and transforming into a stream of energy that coursed into him. Outside, the sound of wind rose, as currents from all directions converged towards Fangxing's dwelling, forming a terrifying vortex with his house at its epicenter. Had they breached the Dragon Gate, the members of the Fang clan displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. Just moments ago, Fangxing's cry had filled them with worry, yet now, the unfolding spectacle brought them both elation and astonishment. Beneath the moonlit night, the whirlwind appeared white. Everyone present understood that this was the essence of heaven and earth. Such essences were typically invisible, only becoming perceptible when their concentration reached extraordinary levels. How much of the world's essence had to coalesce to produce such a phenomenon? What could account for such a tremendous upheaval? Fang Zhongtian's eyes widened when he had opened the Dragon Gate years prior. It had stirred the surrounding air, yet it was nowhere near as awe-inspiring. The only explanation was that Fangxing's Dragon Gate was of a considerably higher grade than his, thus causing such a remarkable spectacle upon his breakthrough. Inside, Fangxing was entirely immersed in his joy, utterly oblivious to the magnitude of the repercussions his breakthrough had wrought. Unbeknownst to all, the spiritual herbs in Fang Zhongfeng's medicinal field had turned to ash overnight. The fissure of the Dragon Gate widened further until the nuclear king squeezed through, at which point it ceased to open further, though the devouring force remained undiminished. This terrifying force of absorption persisted for a brief while, and Fangxing suddenly felt a profound sense of fulfillment. His soul eagerly surged into the Dragon Gate, yearning to explore the world beyond. Yet at that moment, a chilling aura emanated from beyond the gate, causing his soul to quiver. It seemed he had not entered a Dragon Gate, but rather the very gates of hell. Chapter 31. Who dares defy heaven? An expansive and boundless sea of crimson elixirs lay before him. devoid of any whisper of wind, nor a single ripple, steeped in an oppressive stillness. Most bizarrely, the waters appeared as dark as in the heart of the ocean. A towering spire rose majestically, piercing the clouds. Seemingly built upon the sea itself, it appeared to suppress the elixir sea, which concealed within it unspeakable horrors yet to be unveiled. Fangxing's soul drifted above the Dan Sea, devoid of any semblance to the vast ocean. Resembling a desolate realm, lifeless yet eerily unsettling, evoking a chill that coursed from his head to his toes. What manner of place is this? Am I still within my own body? Is this truly my Dan Sea? Fangxing found it unfathomable that such a terrifying place could reside within him. It felt akin to the burial ground of a tyrant from a chaotic age. But it was fraught with peril, horror, and an unspeakable chill. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into Fangxing's mind. Opening the Dragon Gate was akin to unearthing long-buried memories, prompting recollections of a bygone era, or perhaps imparting new revelations. He envisioned his ancestral family, the enigmatic and powerful lineage from his past life, now cursed, bound to the land of their birth, unable to escape, Fangxing Island. Should they venture beyond, the curse would manifest, their bodies gradually decaying until they were reduced to ash. This mysterious family had, with all their might, employed their treasured relic, the Star Tower, to suppress the curse's power, allowing Fangxing of the previous life to leave Fangxing Island unscathed. The means to dispel this curse lay in locating the 9 and 8 roots. The information was succinct, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Fangxing gazed upon the lifeless Dan Sea, a tempest of fury surging within him. What kind of cruel being would lay such a curse upon an entire family, condemning generations to be trapped on Fangxing Island? An inexplicable anguish welled within him, akin to being shackled, a torment that yearned for death. Surely, every member of that mysterious family bore a similar suffering. Fangxing could hardly suppress the urge to howl in despair. Yet, the anger in his heart and the weight upon his shoulders rendered him breathless. The towering edifice within the Dan Sea was none other than the treasured Star Tower, a stony monolith reaching towards the heavens, silently subduing the curse's power. The nuclear king circled above, several times attempting to enter the Dan Sea, only to retreat in fright upon contact. Fangxing, too, wished to gauge the might of the curse. His soul, still in a state of ethereality, slowly drifted toward the Dan Sea. However, even at a distance of over 100 meters, an icy chill seeped through him, sending tremors through his soul, compelling him to recoil in terror. This frigid aura seemed capable of freezing one's very essence into shards of ice. What a dreadful curse! It was likely that even a formidable being of the 5th transformation of dragonhood would be instantaneously shattered upon descent. Fangxing was astonished. How could the curse, already subdued by the Star Tower, still exude such terror? He couldn't help but reflect on the family from his dreams, filled with experts of unparalleled skill, yet still ensnared by this curse. Just how fearsome was this curse? The mere thought was staggering. Fangxing's soul instinctively veered away from the Dan Sea. It was too horrifying. The Dan Sea was a treasure trove of human potential, a gateway to unlocking one's innate divine abilities, yet his own Dan Tian was shrouded in the curse's influence. Did this mean he would be deprived of his own talents? Fangxing felt himself spiraling into madness. Every individual who opened the Dragon Gate could attain their unique divine powers. The higher the level of the Dragon Gate, the more formidable the innate abilities one could acquire. Fangxing's Dragon Gate was of an extraordinary caliber, promising powers far superior to Kong Rong's Great Sun Thunder technique. While his innate abilities may not have been the most powerful in existence, they were undoubtedly the most suited to him. As one unfolds oneself, due to the interconnectedness of the original source, the power will surpass that of the same level of divine abilities by more than thrice. However, trapped within the Dan Sea, Fangxing's soul cannot penetrate, leaving him at a loss for how to unlock his own potential and acquire innate divine powers. With his unparalleled aptitude from the unparalleled sect, his innate divine powers should not only be extraordinary but also unrivaled. Yet, the fact that he cannot attain what rightfully belongs to him is more tormenting than death itself. Who cast this curse? If the young master were to discover the culprit, he would surely dismantle him piece by piece. Anger surged within Fangxing. His soul sought various avenues, but each was met with rejection, mirroring the frustration of the court kings, who appeared desperate to devour all the cursed energies within the Dan Sea, only to expel them afterwards. Suddenly, a force of repulsion pushed Fangxing's soul out of the Dragon Gate. Alas, upon the first attempt to knock upon the Dragon Gate, one cannot wholly open it. Though he managed to enter the Dan Sea, the duration was fleeting, and the gate would automatically close, ejecting any foreign entities. Fangxing lamented at this time. He had entered the Dan Sea without acquiring his innate divine powers. To leap into the transformation of a dragon offers two advantages: a breakthrough in strength and the acquisition of innate divine powers. Yet, Fangxing had only attained one, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, discomfort, or unwillingness, ultimately, his soul was expelled. He resolved to swiftly find the 9 great spiritual roots, to dispel this cursed fate, and to obtain his innate divine powers. The 9 transformations of the dragon involve 9 levels. With each breakthrough, one may knock upon the dragon gate once, symbolizing the metamorphosis of a fish leaping to become a dragon. Each advancement allows the use of a metaphorical key to open the dragon gate and enter the Dan Sea. As one's realm ascends, the space opened by the dragon gate expands. Until he breaks through to the realm of the Yinglong, the dragon gate will remain fully open, no longer closing. At that time, the Dan Sea and Dantian will be interconnected, allowing entry into the Dan Sea at will. Each time the dragon gate is opened, one can delve into their own treasures and acquire innate divine powers. Therefore, it matters not that Fangxing did not obtain his innate divine powers this time. There will be opportunities when he reaches the second transformation of the dragon. Not only was Fangxing's soul expelled, but the core king was also cast out. Furthermore, an enigmatic object emerged from the closing dragon gate. At the very moment of its closure, a rectangular object surged forth from the crevice. What could this be? Could it be a jade tablet inscribed with innate divine powers? Fangxing's excitement grew as his soul swiftly enveloped the object. Indeed, it was a piece of jade, yet it bore no record of innate divine powers. While others received innate divine powers upon opening the dragon gate, what had he received? Fangxing was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe his misfortune. This was utterly beyond the realm of reason. The jade was a vibrant green, palm-sized, yet divided into 9 small compartments. 9. Suddenly, Fangxing grasped a faint clue. His soul spread across the jade, hoping to uncover something. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged from the jade into Fangxing's mind. This jade was named the Spirit Connecting Emerald Field, inscribed with a cultivation method titled Heavenly Spirit Transformation, the transformation of celestial essence, the metamorphosis of the world's spiritual roots, takes the Dantian as the earth and the spiritual root as the seed, sowing the path to immortality. Each succinct phrase strikes like a heavy hammer against Fangxing's heart, causing his breath to quicken in an instant. Why do cultivators engage in their arduous practices? To comprehend the celestial path, transcend the mundane, and ultimately achieve eternal life. Yet, while the concept of immortality is easily articulated, its attainment is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Even the mightiest among the dragon origin continent, the spirit sovereigns, are bound by a lifespan of merely 500 years. Who dares to claim immortality? However, this transformation of celestial essence speaks of sowing the path to longevity, suggesting that immortality can be cultivated like crops. What a revelation that would astound both heaven and earth. As Fangxing continued to decipher the information swirling in his mind, the principles of transformation of celestial essence flowed gently through his thoughts, inciting a growing sense of trepidation. The cultivation methods described within this text could only be characterized as unfathomable and otherworldly. The transformation of celestial essence is divided into 9 levels, and to achieve completion in each level, one must utilize a celestial spiritual root as the seed for cultivation. Without such a root, no amount of absorbed celestial energy would suffice to reach even the first level, resulting in stagnation for any practitioner of this profound art. Its cultivation bears a resemblance to the pivotal moment of knocking on the dragon gate to ascend to the next realm. Without that knock, progress halts, and similarly, without the cultivation of the seed, advancement is equally impeded. However, the latter is far more treacherous, as each of the 9 levels demands a different celestial spiritual root. In contrast, the 9 levels of the dragon transformation realm require merely a single stepping stone. Moreover, the tiers of celestial spiritual roots and stepping stones do not originate from the same foundation. Ancient texts recount, in the primordial chaos, all things were formless, and from the condensation of primordial essence, shapes emerged, sharing lifespan with heaven and roots with earth, thus becoming the celestial spiritual roots. The existence of celestial spiritual roots precedes all other entities. They are revered as the ultimate treasures of the cosmos, surpassing even divine medicines in value, and are exceedingly rare. the records from the mystic jade field state that among the myriad realms, there exist only 49 celestial spiritual roots, with each one being utterly unique. No duplicates exist. Fangxing inhaled sharply, even considering only the dragon origin continent. Locating 9 roots among the 49 would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Thus, while transformation of celestial essence may be deemed a miraculous text, possessing the power to seize the very fabric of creation, its practical value in this world is scant. Each celestial spiritual root is priceless. Who would dare to utilize one for mere cultivation, let alone seek out 9? Furthermore, the mystic jade field also records that celestial spiritual roots share their longevity with heaven and their roots with earth, representing an unparalleled celestial entity in the world. Should one attempt to cultivate using them, divine retribution would ensue. The term divine retribution struck Fangxing like a thunderclap, for what could be more terrifying than the wrath of heaven? Who can withstand the judgment and punishment of the celestial realm? Fangxing had no intention of invoking such wrath. The utilization of a single celestial spiritual root could provoke divine retribution. Employing 9 would surely result in an unimaginable magnitude of retribution, far exceeding any mortal transgression. It would not only endanger the individual, but could plunge the entire myriad realms into chaos. This transformation of celestial essence audaciously disregards the threat of divine retribution, advocating the use of 9 spiritual roots for cultivation. Does this not equate to defying heaven itself? One may contravene any individual or circumstance, but the heavens are a line one must never cross. Who would dare to oppose the divine? Chapter 32. Preparing to deceive at the conclusion of heavenly spirit transformation, there is a recorded incantation for spirit control, a spell capable of drawing near to and commanding the spiritual roots. However, the script resembles enigmatic symbols, and Fangxing is unable to recognize a single character, as they belong to an era long past. Nevertheless, he has no desire to cultivate heavenly spirit transformation, and thus pays little heed to this incantation. Yet, he cannot help but chuckle bitterly, while others enter the elixir sea to gain innate divine abilities. He has acquired a perverse cultivation method, yet finds it so outrageous that he is unwilling to practice it. What a farce indeed! Suddenly, Fangxing is struck by a realization. The 9 great spiritual roots that purportedly hold the power to break curses refer to the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. His body convulses as if struck by lightning. The 9 great spiritual roots, the 9 roots of the cosmos. Where on earth can he seek such things? He becomes acutely aware of a terrifying truth. The power of curses requires the 9 great spiritual roots for its eradication. And utilizing these roots would invite unimaginable heavenly retribution. Which is more fearsome, the divine retribution or the curse? This line of reasoning suggests that the curse is indeed more terrifying. For if the power of curses were weaker than divine retribution, who in their right mind would invite greater calamity merely to dispel a lesser one? Only a fool would seek to attract greater disaster to alleviate a minor one. Fangxing stands stupefied, as if rendered senseless. Just how fearsome is this curse? It exceeds the limits of his understanding. A curse more dreadful than divine retribution. Who would inflict such a thing? Could it be that the perpetrator possesses power akin to the heavens? Or is it a curse cast by the heavens themselves? Fangxing dares not contemplate further, for it is beyond his capacity to fathom. He hastily composes himself. If he continues to ponder, the intangible pressure may well crush him. Yet his mind remains remarkably clear as he murmurs. Though defiance of the heavens is indeed frightful, the power of curses is detestable. That I refuse to be controlled by anyone, nor do I wish for my family to be ensnared like livestock. If the eradication of the curse necessitates the 9 great spiritual roots, then what of divine retribution? What of defiance? In that moment, he feels an overwhelming impulse. This urge surpasses any shock brought forth by worldly matters. For he has resolved to cultivate heavenly spirit transformation. The appearance of heavenly spirit transformation within his elixir sea is no mere coincidence. It must be a seal left by his ancestors within him. To dispel the curse requires the 9 great spiritual roots, and to seek and command these roots necessitates the spirit control incantation, which is recorded within heavenly spirit transformation. Thus, it follows that he must cultivate heavenly spirit transformation to seize control of the 9 great roots, and thereby eradicate the curse. Fangxing clarifies his thoughts. He exhales deeply. Unbeknownst to him, he is drenched in sweat, illustrating the immense pressure he faces in making this decision. This pressure is formless, yet weighs heavily upon him. For it is a struggle against the great principles of the world. The psychological burden is immense. The average person would undoubtedly scoff at heavenly spirit transformation. It is well known that cultivation involves aligning oneself with the great principles and comprehending the ways of heaven and earth. Yet heavenly spirit transformation demands one to act against the heavens. Does this not contradict the essence of cultivation? Is it not akin to courting death? Who, I ask, would embark on a path to self-destruction without feeling the weight of such pressure? The reasons behind Fangxing's decision are threefold. First, it is audacity, the courage to challenge the very essence of existence. Second, it is pressure, the weight of expectations inherited from his ancestors. Third, it is helplessness, for he has no choice but to eliminate the curse's grip. Without any one of these three factors, Fangxing would resolutely abstain from choosing Tianlingbian. Now, having opted for Tianlingbian as his cultivation method, he must begin his journey anew. Although his realm shall not diminish, solidifying the transformation of Hualongyibian will demand considerable time, with the impending arrival of the dragon and tiger rankings. He finds himself bereft of the luxury to recultivate, and it appears he must defer any further plans until after the rankings. A thought crossed his mind. The 8 Immortals Black would manifest it in his hand, while the core king remained utterly unresponsive to any attempts of invocation. Placing the 8 Immortals Black wood upon the table, Fangxing moved his hands in a sweeping motion, allowing the cultivation method to activate autonomously. The vital energy within his dantian surged forth, streaming into the intricate meridians, moving in accordance with Fangxing's will. With his right index and middle fingers brought together and pointed forward, a brilliant azure light burst forth from his fingertips. Coalescing into a 3-inch-long sword of energy, the transformation commenced. The vital energy separated from his body. Fangxing stifled his elation as the energy danced to his command. The radiance at his fingertip intensified, the sword's brilliance becoming palpable. Suddenly, it broke free from his finger and shot towards the wall with a whoosh. A resounding crash followed, as a thumb-sized hole pierced through the half-meter-thick, steel-like black stone, illuminating the space behind it. He repeatedly controlled the flow of vital energy surging from his dantian, guiding it through his meridians and beyond his body with effortless precision, reveling in the joy of mastery. After some time, he finally rose from the bed. A series of crisp sounds echoed as if his entire skeleton was being reassembled. Miraculously, all his injuries had healed. Clenching his fist, he unleashed the raw power of his physical form, each punch stirring the air, causing visible ripples in the void. The dragon and tiger rankings. A glimmer of excitement shone in Fangxing's eyes. Was the day finally upon him? He retrieved the great wilderness blade from the wall and slung it across his back before stepping outside. The brilliant sunlight compelled him to squint slightly, but the sight that greeted him widened his eyes in astonishment. Before him stood the entirety of the Fang family, each member's eyes ablaze with fervor. Much like a group that had gone 7 or 8 days without sustenance suddenly beholding a roasted whole lamb, they appeared ready to rush forward and devour him whole. What is wrong with you all? Fangxing feared they might pounce on him for a bite. After all, if more than 10 of them took a nibble, he would surely be in for a rough time. Fangzhongtian was the first to dash forward. Without a moment's hesitation, his hands exploring every inch of Fangxing's body, while a gentle stream of energy flowed into Fangxing, assessing his condition. The realm of Hualongyibian. Fangzhongtian trembled with excitement. Despite having discerned Fangxing's actual level, disbelief lingered in his heart. Hualongyibian. Little Xing has finally knocked upon the dragon gate, Fang Bao shouted. They had awaited this moment for 5 long years, and now it had finally arrived. Fortunately, the commotion Fangxing had caused earlier had prepared them mentally, and Fangzhongtian had already informed everyone that Fangxing's dragon gate was not a doorway to death, but rather the spirit guarding dragon gate. A person's aura strengthens with the elevation of their realm. Unless intentionally concealed, one's level will invariably radiate the corresponding energy signature. Yet Fangxing evidently did not intentionally conceal his abilities. He possessed his treasures such as the Great Wilderness Sword, the Nuclear Sovereign, and the Spirit-Communicating Jade Field. The Great Wilderness Sword and the Nuclear Sovereign had previously been at his side without exhibiting any signs of hidden strength. This suggests that it must be the Spirit-Communicating Jade Field that possesses the power to conceal one's abilities. Fangxing's soul energy is infused into the Spirit-Communicating Jade Field, although there is no overt reaction from it. As soon as he focuses his thoughts, he can manifest his realm of transformation at will. With a mere thought, he can unleash the aura of the fish-leaping 8 transformations, and if he desires to display the dragon transformation, the corresponding aura will emerge. As long as his soul energy is attached to the spirit-communicating jade field, he can control his aura as he wishes. Truly remarkable. Fangxing was elated, not anticipating that the spirit-communicating jade field not only contained profound heart techniques, but also possessed such an effect. This effect, while it may not injure foes or enhance his strength, is exceedingly practical, especially in the presence of unfamiliar adversaries. Moreover, the method of concealing strength with the spirit-communicating jade field differs significantly from Fangxing's previous attempts. Previously, Fangxing's concealment was akin to holding one's breath. As long as others were not vigilant, they might be deceived, but once someone focused their attention, they could easily see through it, especially those more powerful than he, who could pierce through any disguise. In contrast, the spirit-communicating jade field conceals strength through its unique properties, rendering it imperceptible even to those far superior to Fangxing, with Fang Zhongtian being a prime example. Chapter 33. An unreserved insult. Fang Zhongtian's expression shifted from surprise to an intense fervor. Fangxing's aura fluctuated, at times powerful and at others diminished, enveloped in countless layers of enigmatic gossamer. The more layers removed, the stronger the aura released, and conversely, the fewer layers peeled away, the weaker the emanation. If he chose not to unveil any layers, not even a trace of aura would be projected. Manifesting as an ordinary person, Fang Zhongtian's gaze became almost tangible, fixated on Fangxing, hoping to see through those layers of gossamer. However, despite his far superior power, he remained unable to discern Fangxing's true depth. With his keen insight, Fang Zhongtian could naturally perceive that Fangxing possessed a treasure capable of concealing strength, one that far surpassed the ordinary artifacts of such nature. The ability to alter one's aura in accordance with the owner's thoughts was something Fang Zhongtian had never encountered before. Fangxing adeptly manipulated the spirit-communicating jade field, exercising it with ease and freedom. "Where did you acquire such a treasure?" Fang Zhongtian inquired impatiently, only to regret his question as it escaped his lips. The crowd was vast and varied, and not everyone had discerned Fangxing's possession of a concealing artifact. If Fangxing were to reveal its origin, it would essentially be public knowledge. Fangxing observed the changes in Fang Zhongtian's expression and, with an understanding smile, replied mysteriously, "The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of. It cannot be spoken of." Fang Zhongtian playfully chastised Fangxing with a light tap on the back of his head. Yet he was thoroughly satisfied with this answer. Suddenly, a resonant bell tolled, deep and powerful, reverberating through the air. "Oh no, the Dragon Tiger list has begun." Fang Zhongtian's expression shifted drastically, urging, "I was so focused on you that I completely lost track of time. We must hurry, lest we miss the start of the event." In the vast expanse of the sky, where the heavens do not permit division, a hand encircled Fangxing's waist, and in a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastily departing. The other members of the Fang family anxiously followed in close pursuit. Should they miss the competition, it would equate to a forfeiture, and in such a scenario, the Fang family would face imminent disqualification. At Zongjing Peak, within Luoyang Square, 80 platforms stood tall, with the contestants already on stage, engaged in fierce battles. Disciples of the Taishan sect had nearly all arrived. Encircling various platforms in tightly packed layers, before Yanshao Pavilion, a row of chairs elevated above the ground now accommodated more than 10 individuals, each a personage of significant stature within the Taishan sect. At the center sat the sect's leader, Xian Kun to his left and right were the heads of the 6 meridians and the 4 esteemed elders of the Elder Council, as well as the elders from the Weapon Pavilion and the Book Pavilion. Though there were 17 seats in total, only 15 were occupied. "Has there been any word from the head elder of the Cold Moon?" Xian Kun inquired, casting a glance toward his left rear. Behind him stood 2 figures. Flanking him on either side, to the right was a black-clad man with a long sword strapped to his back and graying temples, while to the left stood a gaunt, weary old man, who slightly bowed his head and replied, "Not yet." Xian Kun discreetly glanced at Kong Qiuying, seated in the 4th position to his left, and asked, "What is the status of Zilin?" Xian Kun's brow furrowed, and he fell silent, narrowing his eyes slightly. Unable to restrain himself, he cast a complex look at the man on his right, who had remained utterly silent throughout, even when Xian Kun directed his gaze at him. He stood erect, his black pupils resembling a still pond, devoid of any discernible emotion, much like the cold, rigid sword upon his back. After a moment, he shot a glance at Xian Kun, his tone turning frigid as he stated, "Leader, as long as the Fang family remains a disciple of the Taishan sect, my Kong family shall treat them as kin. However, should the Fang family lose their status as disciples after today, I, Kong Qiuying, shall seek vengeance for the 8 members of my family. At that time, I shall spare not a single member of the Fang family. Wu Yingqiao furrowed his brow, recognizing that the Kong family had already declared their stance. If Fangxing truly failed to secure a place on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, the Fang family would likely face dire consequences. Shen Kuan did not even cast a glance at Kong Qiuying. While the latter calmly remarked, "It is premature to speak of such matters. However, the lives of my Kong family's disciples shall not be lost in vain." Shen Kuan remained uncommunicative. Wu Yingqiao had no choice but to refrain from further discussion and watch the competition unfold. The 80 platforms witnessed successive victories. The first round of combat would soon conclude, solidifying the list of the top 80 contenders that in stark contrast to the fervent battles taking place. 2 platforms exhibited an unusual tranquility, for their opponents had not arrived. Point 1 was the 17th platform, where Zelene had forfeited, allowing the disciple there to win without contest and advance smoothly. The other was the 36th platform, where Kong Rong stood, his opponent also absent. The words of Kong Qiuying echoed in his mind from before stepping onto the stage. The first round is not mere coincidence. It is a deliberate arrangement. You must incapacitate that little wretch from the Fang family, for I intend to ensure their obliteration from this world. Kong Rong's expression grew increasingly fierce, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Fangxing, I have warned you. Should you encounter me on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, you will wish for a fate worse than death." Unbeknownst to all, the competition has drawn near to its conclusion, with 58 arenas having already declared their victors, leaving 22 still in contention. Among these, 19 have exhibited clear disparities in strength, while only 3 remain evenly matched, locked in a desperate struggle. Nonetheless, it is likely that the first round will conclude within mere minutes. Yet, Fangxing has yet to make an appearance, causing Kong Rong to feel a twinge of anxiety. Fangxing's absence from the contest equates to a forfeiture. Those who forfeit are rendered ineligible to participate in the final challenge. Thus, should Fangxing neglect to attend this tournament, his family's exclusion from the rankings becomes inevitable. At that juncture, the Kong family may ruthlessly exact vengeance upon the Fang clan. However, this prospect does little to assuage Kong Rong's frustrations. If Fangxing proves cowardly and forfeits, how can Kong Rong possibly satiate his own desires? Unable to contain himself, he bellows, "Fangxing, you craven coward, too afraid to step onto the stage. You have utterly disgraced your ancestors." Kong Rong's voice reverberates throughout the Luoyuan square as he employs this tactic to provoke Fangxing into action. Instantly, he becomes the center of attention, with myriad gazes fixated upon him, encouraged by the focus of the crowd. He continues unabashedly, "If you do not appear, the Fang family shall be expelled, reduced to mere dogs, scorned by all." His venomous words incite an uproar. The Fang clan is destined to follow in the footsteps of the Li and Yi families. No, the Fang clan has offended the Kong family. Their fate may be even graver than that of the Li and Yi clans. The onlookers murmur amongst themselves. Kong Rong revels in this moment, shouting, "Fangxing, you little thief, disregarding the law and deceiving my Kong family, today you shall be expelled, and divine retribution shall follow. You might as well retract your head like a turtle. Ha! A shrinking turtle. How could the Fang family give birth to such a coward?" The Kong family members join in, their laughter booming. Although some may wish to stand up for the Fang family, the overwhelming numbers of the Kong clan compel them to remain silent. Even the sect master, Shen Kuan, and others do not voice a word of dissent. Kong Rong surveys the surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority, declaring, "From this day forth, the Tai Xian sect shall have no Fang clan." In this moment, he seems to embody the sect master, wielding the power to erase an entire family's status at will. This sensation fills him with a sense of euphoria. Kong Rong, do not grow too arrogant. The competition is not yet over. Who says Fangxing dares not answer the challenge? Wu Xiaoxiao exclaims in frustration. Yet, as she utters these words, her own conviction wavers, fervently praying, "Xing, the flames are licking at your brows. Where have you vanished?" Kong Rong snorts disdainfully, remarking, "Wu Xiaoxiao, it is unwise to offend our Kong family for the sake of a disappointing coward. You should consider this carefully." Wu Xiaoxiao retorts angrily, "Are you threatening me? Can you truly speak on behalf of your family?" A girl clad in green approaches Wu Xiaoxiao, grasping her hand, saying, "Xiaoxiao, I understand that you and Fangxing are good friends, but the fate of the Fang family is sealed. You will no longer belong to the same world. Do not act impulsively." Qin Ran, what do you mean by that? Wu Xiaoxiao furrows her brow, glaring at the girl beside her, her heart ablaze with fury. Once, Qin Ran, she, and Fangxing were close friends. How could she utter such words? Xiao Xiao, do not misunderstand. Ran speaks out of concern for you. The young girl in green behind Qin Ran, Hua Qin, remarked, Fangxing is no longer the person he once was. You should not offend brother Kong for his sake. Wu Xiao Xiao, filled with anger, glared at Qin Ran and exclaimed, I do not care how others view Xiao Xing, but even you feel the same? Release my hand. Qin Ran, taken aback, replied, I am merely being kind to you. Wu Xiao Xiao retorted furiously, if you are kind to me, then get lost. Though Wu Xiao Xiao was petite, when she was enraged, she exuded a formidable presence that made Qin Ran involuntarily tremble. On the stage, Kong Rong clicked his tongue and sighed, Wu Xiao Xiao, it seems you have fallen into madness, for the sake of a coward. You even scold your beloved. How pitiable. The spineless turtle Fangxing has not only caused the Fang clan to be disowned, but has also led you to madness. He is truly a remorseless villain. Shut your mouth, you wretched creature. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward the edge of the crowd. A young man clad in white stood aloof in the wind, his slender figure resembling a sword unsheathed, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This individual was none other than Fangxing. Chapter 34. A shocking revelation. Fangxing. Countless voices called out in unison. The protagonist had finally arrived. Accompanied by Fang Zhongtian, the clan leader of the Fang family, Fang Zhongtian paused briefly before swiftly departing, leaving the matter to the youth. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for Fangxing, who advanced slowly towards the arena, each step light and barely audible. Yet, in that moment, his presence was strikingly pronounced. Some nearby youths turned pale, as if his feet were not merely touching the ground but were instead treading upon their very hearts, leaving them breathless. Fangxing's gaze pierced through the air like an exquisitely sharp sword, causing an ache in the eyes of those who dared to meet it, and none could hold his stare. The instant he stepped onto the stage, the final contest for the arena came to a close. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been disqualified. Kong Rong laughed heartily, declaring, even the heavens are aiding me. Fangxing cast a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Kong Rong, eliminate him, shouted a disciple from the Kong family below. Fangxing, concede. You are no match for Kong Rong. It is better to live, even for a few more days, than to fight to the death. A disciple from Tai Peak mocked. Indeed, conceding is not shameful. It saves you from being beaten to the point of not recognizing even your own mother. Another disciple from the Kong family jeered, then suddenly recalled, oh wait, you have no mother. Fangxing shot a cold glare at the man named Kong Min in the crowd, mentally placing him on his death list. Kong Rong laughed derisively at Kong Min, saying, who would be motherless? Surely, no beast would be born in such a manner. Fueled by rage, Fangxing glared at Kong Rong and declared, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, then get out of my way. Each word resonated powerfully, striking like a massive hammer against the hearts of the onlookers. The disciples of the Kong family, as well as others who looked down upon Fangxing, turned pale and dared not utter another word. A middle-aged man stepped between them, glancing at both, and stated, let us keep this civil. Yet, Kong Rong unabashedly declared, today, I want him dead. He cannot live, nor can he die. As he spoke, a figure lunged forth. The middle-aged man shook his head. The enmity between the two families could not be resolved by mere words. With the clan leader and others present, even if the two were to engage in a life-and-death struggle resulting in injury, it was of no concern to him. Recognizing the need to withdraw discreetly, he stepped aside, and no matter how formidable the fish-leaping realm, in my eyes, it was utterly insignificant. Useless, the last time I allowed you to catch me off guard. Today I shall not grant you even the slightest opportunity. Kong Rong's fists were charged with vital energy. He understood that competing with Fangxing in raw physicality would yield no advantage. Hence he resolved to exert his full strength from the outset. In contrast, Fangxing stood motionless, his thoughts inscrutable to all. The outcome of this battle was already predetermined. The Fang clan's power was waning. Many spectators sighed, for although they had anticipated such a day for the Fang clan, the reality of it still felt surreal that a descendant of one of the 4 founding ancestors, a prominent family of Taishan sect, had fallen to such depths, once again reminding humanity that nothing in this world is eternal. Even Wu Xiao Xiao, who had witnessed Fangxing before, found the situation astonishing. With extraordinary speed, Fangxing evaded Kong Rong's 9 punches, maneuvering behind him to launch a powerful strike. Humph! Had this been our first encounter, perhaps I would have fallen for your tricks. Today, I shall demonstrate that in the face of absolute strength, all else is but an illusion. Kong Rong's left hand darted like lightning to point behind his head, unleashing a whistling finger sword that in his view. Despite Fangxing's formidable physique, he would still need to evade the assault of qi leaving the body. Yet, facing the unstoppable finger sword, Fangxing neither dodged nor retreated. Rather, he intensified the momentum of his punch. Seeking death, Kong Rong scoffed. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a thunderous sound erupted from behind him. As a fierce gust of wind struck the back of his head painfully, the qi had departed from his body, transforming into a dragon. Kong Rong exclaimed, never imagining that Fangxing had breached the dragon gate to attain the dragon transformation realm. Fangxing's fist unfurled into claws, reaching for Kong Rong's left cheek, while his left index and middle fingers converged, targeting Kong Rong's spine. Preoccupied with evading the claws, Kong Rong failed to anticipate the fingers, which struck his back, sending a torrent of violent energy coursing through much of his body like an electric current. He hurriedly summoned his internal qi to defend himself, yet the bones and flesh of his back still crackled painfully. Suffering considerable injury. Infuriating, Kong Rong had not expected to face such a dire predicament so early in their clash. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Had he not reacted swiftly, his spine might have been shattered, and with a broken spine, the human frame collapses, leading to his potential crippling. In a swift rotation, he swept his right foot towards Fangxing's foundation. Fangxing leaped away, feeling a twinge of regret. Would the once prodigious talent once again radiate unparalleled brilliance? Huaqin recalled the boy from 5 years prior, a genius who had commanded her respect and admiration. The pride and happiness she felt stemmed from their bond as the best of friends. Yet, as time passed and Fangxing fell from grace, she and Qin distanced themselves from him, gradually fostering feelings of rejection and disdain. Now, however, their previous actions appeared so naive and laughable that a flicker of regret crossed Huaqin's mind, wondering if they could ever reclaim their former closeness as confidants. The others were left utterly astounded. Fangxing's breakthrough through the Dragon Gate was even more astonishing than the fall of Tai Xian Mountain itself. Moreover, the blood of Kong Rong pierced their eyes like a dagger. How is it possible? How could this worthless fool possibly breach the Dragon Gate? Gradually regaining his composure, Kong Rong finally recognized the astonishing nature of Fangxing's achievement in opening the Dragon Gate. Leaving his countenance ashen and his gaze vacant, Fangxing let out a cold chuckle, denying him any respite. Swiftly launching a flurry of attacks, his hands, whether in fists or palms, executed 7 strikes in the blink of an eye. Despite both being formidable practitioners of the transformation into dragon stage, it was evident to the onlookers that Fangxing's speed surpassed Kong Rong's by a considerable margin. Weary from defense, Kong Rong received a heavy blow to his left shoulder. The sound of shattering bones echoing painfully. Kong Rong, unleash your innate divine ability, bellowed Kong Xian from the sidelines, urging Kong Rong on. Fangxing cast a fleeting glance, and immediately, a murderous intent surged forth. Kong Xian's eyes brimmed with a similar bloodlust. Were it not for the current arena competition, he would have rushed to slay Fangxing without hesitation. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kong Rong barely extricated himself from Fangxing's relentless assault, standing a distance away with a sardonic smile. Under my great sun thunder technique, I never leave a complete corpse, as he spoke. His hands moved rapidly, forming intricate gestures and seals that a resonating hum filled the air. And golden light enveloped Kong Rong, swirling like clouds at dusk, ultimately coalescing in the palm of his hand. The orb of light grew increasingly large and blinding, emanating a devastatingly violent aura. Fangxing stared intently, not in fear, but rather with an expression akin to that of a hungry man eyeing a drumstick, leaving the crowd in astonishment. The innate divine ability, a revelation granted to practitioners who breach the Dragon Gate and comprehend its essence within the sea of elixirs, varies in power according to the level of the Dragon Gate breached. Yet, regardless of the innate ability's rank, its manifestation by the practitioner is unfathomably potent. Therefore, in combat, whenever anyone reveals their innate divine ability, it commands the enemy's utmost attention, often prompting a counter with their own abilities. This moment, Fangxing's demeanor was utterly bewildering. It was not that he was inexperienced. He was indeed envious. Others who opened the Dragon Gate gained innate divine abilities, whereas he had seen nothing of the sort. Should it come to light that he had breached the Dragon Gate, and entered the sea of elixirs without acquiring an innate divine ability. It would undoubtedly incite a commotion, becoming yet another unfathomable revelation. Chapter 35. An unexpected turn of events. The golden energy sphere in Kong Rong's grasp became increasingly solid, resembling a miniature sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Moreover, the aura it exuded grew ever more terrifying, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation, instilling profound fear in all. Once the divine ability was unleashed, its power was boundless. Only by countering with a divine ability could one hope to achieve invincibility. Why then did Fangxing remain indifferent? Kong Rong's Great Sun Thunder technique was nearing completion, and once unleashed, what could he use to resist it? Wu Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted. Fangxing's performance filled him with a sense of urgency. If he were in Fangxing's position, even without deploying his own innate divine ability, he would have resorted to other techniques. For without them, he could not possibly contend with Kong Rong. Of course, he was unaware of Fangxing's predicament. Not only had Fangxing failed to acquire an innate divine ability, but having just broken through to the transformation into Dragon Realm, he had not even cultivated any other techniques that in comparison to Kong Rong. Armed with a formidable weapon, Fangxing stood defenseless. For an ordinary person, victory would seem nearly impossible. Yet Fangxing was no ordinary individual. Kong Rong's strength was still inadequate. Each time he attempted to unleash his innate abilities, it demanded a considerable amount of time, and due to his injuries, this duration was extended even further. If I could defeat him before he executed the Great Sun Thunder technique, no matter how formidable that technique might be, it would pose no threat to me. Had his power reached the third transformation of the dragon change, allowing him to wield his abilities at will, I would have already succumbed to his might. Fangxing swiftly assessed the situation and released 2 finger swords. The act of unleashing these finger swords was merely the most elementary application of vital energy. Their power far inferior to that of a true technique, yet sufficient to strike down the focused Kong Rong. However, the circumstances did not unfold as Fangxing had anticipated. As the finger swords whistled through the air and entered the golden barrier surrounding Kong Rong, they dissolved at a terrifying speed. A hint of derision flickered across Kong Rong's face as he remarked, "The 5 elements are in a cycle of creation and destruction. My metal attribute Dragon Gate is precisely the nemesis of your wood attribute Dragon Gate. I am destined to thwart you for all eternity." Fangxing's expression shifted. He was well aware of the principles governing the 5 elements and chose not to squander any more vital energy. With a cold sneer, he declared, "In that case, my fist shall disregard reason." With that, he surged forward, his fists launching a rapid barrage against Kong Rong's golden barrier. When a practitioner invokes a technique, a protective shield envelopes their body. Unless one possesses greater strength than the practitioner themselves, breaching that shield is nearly impossible. Wu Xiaoxiao shook her head. To her, Fangxing's actions were akin to a moth flying into a flame. Once Kong Rong completed his Great Sun Thunder technique, Fangxing would have no means of evading its wrath. Bang, bang, bang. Fangxing's fists hammered violently against Kong Rong's barrier, causing sparks to fly and the shield to distort. Could Fangxing's punch possess over 3,000 pounds of force? Many were left in astonishment, most believing he would surely be repelled by Kong Rong's barrier, yet reality proved far more terrifying than imagined. In the blink of an eye, Fangxing unleashed over 30 punches, and with the 36th strike, a resounding crack echoed through the air, shattering Kong Rong's barrier before the astonished eyes of onlookers. How was it possible for him to fracture Kong Rong's vital energy shield solely through raw physical strength? Kong Xian's eyes widened. Even he, having completed the second transformation of the dragon change and mastering the 4 extremes, could not guarantee he could shatter Kong Rong's barrier with mere physical might. As Kong Rong's barrier shattered, he was instantly left as defenseless as a turtle without its shell, his face drained of color as he retreated at great speed. Yet how could his speed compare to that of Fangxing? What does it matter if attributes counter one another? A mere human is worthless. It's all nonsense. Fangxing stepped forward, ready to capitalize on his advantage. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged toward him, and without a moment's thought, he retreated at breakneck speed. The energy sphere in Kong Rong's hand radiated countless beams of light, resembling a nuclear bomb poised to detonate. No, Kong Rong cried out in fear. The Great Sun Thunder technique had not yet been fully executed and was interrupted by Fangxing, slipping from his control. Simultaneously, the incomplete technique became exceedingly unstable. Boom! Almost in tandem with Kong Rong's shout came an even more terrifying sound. The energy sphere, now beyond Kong Rong's control, erupted. A fierce wave of energy surged forth, nearly sending Fangxing, who had retreated to the edge of the arena, tumbling off to in the void spanning 10 meters around them. Energy rampaged violently, and flesh was torn asunder. Fangxing's face twitched violently, and on the arena, the figure of Kong Rong had vanished, leaving only a heap of mangled flesh. Taking a deep breath, Fangxing felt a sense of survival after a calamity, fortunate that he had acted swiftly to interrupt Kong Rong's grandson thunder technique, or else he would have been reduced to a pile of shattered remains. The power of the divine abilities indeed lived up to its reputation. Fangxing had resolved that once the arena competition concluded, he would seek out suitable divine abilities for his cultivation in the library. Otherwise, if those who had undergone the transformation of the dragon could wield divine powers, the subsequent battles would be perilous. Below the stage, everyone stood in stunned silence. Kong Rong had perished, his body utterly disfigured. And ironically, he had met his end beneath his own innate divine ability. How bitterly ironic, how helpless, how tragic. Simultaneously, the gazes of the crowd towards Fangxing had shifted. Kong Rong and Fangxing were of the same realm. And Kong Rong's Dragon Gate attribute countered Fangxing, rendering Kong Rong nearly invincible. Yet, Fangxing had triumphed, his performance defying all reason. Even more astonishing was that Fangxing had not only shattered Kong Rong's lethal blow with his bare fists, but had also caused Kong Rong to lose his life entirely. Such an achievement could only be described as extraordinary. Of course, Fangxing's victory stemmed primarily from his unparalleled physical prowess. A single punch exceeded 4,000 pounds of force, a feat unattainable even by those who had completed the transformation of the dragon and reached the second transformation through the Four Extremes cultivation. Secondly, his combat responsibility was exceptional. Fangxing could devise the clearest battle strategy in the shortest time, showcasing a level of tactical acumen beyond ordinary individuals. Considering these two aspects, Kong Rong's defeat at Fangxing's hands was not an act of disgrace. However, others could not comprehend Fangxing's clarity of mind, hence their shock was inevitable. How could this be? How could Kong Rong have lost? The Kong family members were still reeling from the shock. Everything had transpired too abruptly. Kong Rong had unleashed his innate divine ability only to suffer such a devastating defeat, leaving them feeling as if in a dream he was dead. Kong Rong was dead. And Fangxing had killed again. The young disciples of the Kong family nearly shattered under the emotional weight, crying out in despair. Instantly, the arena erupted in chaos. A death on the dragon and tiger ranking, and such a gruesome one at that, was unprecedented. This was dire. The rules of the dragon and tiger ranking explicitly stated that matches were to be conducted with restraint, without intent to kill. Although Fangxing had emerged victorious, he had committed a grave transgression that would undoubtedly lead to punishment by the sect's rules. Wu Zhao's face turned pale. She had intended to celebrate Fangxing's victory, but the gravity of the situation left her colorless. Stealing glances at the sect leader and esteemed elders on the podium, she noticed none dared to utter a word. Fangxing's slaughter of his fellow disciples was an unforgivable crime. A middle-aged man from the Kong family shouted hoarsely on the arena, "Swords and blades are blind. What sin is there in mistakenly taking a life?" Fangda, who bellowed, resolutely opposing the Kong family's attempt to seize this opportunity to eliminate Fangxing. The atmosphere was charged with animosity, as members of the Kong family drew their weapons, ready to pounce at a moment's notice to turn Fangxing into a mere pulp. The Fang family members aimed to rush the stage, but were encircled by the Kong family. A battle was on the verge of erupting. Fangxing's heart had turned to darkness, his indiscriminate killing threatening to become a calamity if not dealt with today. The elder Kong Qiu-ing declared loudly, effectively pronouncing Fangxing's death sentence. The sounds of unsheathing swords filled the air. Sect leader, this child must be eliminated. Kong Qiu remained seated, his demeanor calm, but beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Xian Kuan remained seated, motionless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fang Zhongtian was in a state of distress, yet was obstructed by Kong Qiu-ing. Kong Qiu, aware of the situation, blocked Wu Yingchao, while the other two elders of the Kong family directed their gazes towards Yang Tai and Xiao Zhua. This was indeed a formation indicative of a lethal intent from Fangxing. Fangxing, filled with rage, could hardly believe the contemptible depths to which the Kong family had sunk. That it was clear that Kong Rong had met his demise at his own hands after failing to kill him. Yet now all blame was being thrust upon him. That he spoke in a low voice. Kong Rong, lacking in skill, perished by his own hand. This is evident to all. And what does it have to do with me? Fangxing, do not attempt to evade responsibility. Had you not been so aggressive, Kong Rong would not have died by his own hand. Kong Xian retorted sharply. Oh, I'm aggressive. If I had not reacted swiftly, would I not have fallen victim to Kong Rong? Must it only be Kong Rong who can kill me, while I am powerless to harm him? Fangxing replied with a cold scoff. Humph, you are ruthless and cruel, harming your own kin. You are unworthy to be a disciple of my Taishan sect. Today, I shall cleanse the sect on behalf of the Grand Elder. That a murderous glint flickered in Kong Xian's eyes as he leapt into action. Directly ascending the stage, his sword, drawn from its sheath with a whoosh, radiated a brilliant light that spanned several feet. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 3 strikes, the sword light transforming into a majestic arc that rent the very fabric of the air. Transformation into a dragon. Phase 2. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this unforeseen turn of events. Fangxing, prepare to meet your end, Kong Xian bellowed, his face twisting into a grimace as memories of his tragically slain brother and dishonored wife surged forth. He added in a low voice, Fangxing, let me be frank with you. When Kuo was close to you, she was already mine. You are not only a failure, but also a pitiable fool kept in the dark. Fangxing's fury ignited. Kong Xian's actions and words were a profound violation of his dignity. Kong Xian, you have enraged me. You shall pay dearly for your deeds and regret your words. Fangxing's eyes were bloodshot. Filled with a frenzied thirst for battle, with a resounding shout, he surged forward rather than retreating. Chapter 36. The Rabbit Fights the Lion. It is said that one who has achieved the first phase of transformation into a dragon is almost incapable of vanquishing one who has attained the second phase. As the verse goes, the fish leaps over the dragon gate, shedding its mortal form. With each transformation, the heavens shift anew. Ascending through the 9 transformations to the 9th heaven, the mortal fish attains the essence of the true dragon. The 9 transformations of the transformation into a dragon realm denote the 9 stages of a fish transforming into a dragon, each stage accompanied by earth-shattering changes. Each phase represents a process of transcending the mundane to reach the pinnacle. For instance, the first phase, known as the 4 extremes, refers to the mastery of both hands and feet. Only by bringing both hands and feet to the limits of physicality can one break through to the second phase. The Dragon Frame Realm. The transformation into a dragon realm is a refinement of the body from the outside in, from flesh to soul. Only through the transcendence of the soul can one leap over the dragon gate and ultimately become a true dragon. Kong Xian had already achieved the Dragon Frame Realm of the second phase, fully mastering the 4 extremes, and the strength of his limbs was not inferior to Fangxing's in terms of both physical prowess and vital energy. He could almost overpower Fangxing, thus making Fangxing's defeat inevitable unless an extraordinary event were to occur. Fangxing was acutely aware of the precarious situation, however, even if Kong Xian lacked the intent to kill him. Fangxing felt compelled to confront Kong Xian in a battle to the death. This was a war of men. A struggle concerning dignity. 3 arcs of light surged forth like 3 serpents. Charging forward with astonishing momentum, Fangxing wielded the great wilderness blade, while Luo Yan's steps reached an unparalleled level, transforming his form into countless afterimages. Boom! With a speed as swift as lightning and bolstered by his seasoned combat experience. Fangxing narrowly evaded 2 sweeping strikes, yet could not escape the third. Unfazed, he licked the corner of his mouth, raised the great wilderness blade, and swung it down fiercely. With a shattering sound, a green light flashed upon the blade, manifesting a 1-meter-long blade aura that surged forth, cleaving through the air to meet the incoming strike. Bang! The collision of the blade aura and the strike resulted in a fierce clash, both forces violently resisting each other. Due to Fangxing's wooden attribute energy being suppressed by the metallic attribute energy, the blade aura was evidently at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the aura momentarily hindered the strike, granting Fangxing a fleeting chance to evade. In the instant the blade aura erupted, Fangxing swiftly dodged, allowing the remaining third of the strike to graze past him, shattering a corner of the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The great wilderness blade moved with grand and sweeping motions as Fangxing unleashed 3 consecutive strikes. The blade light icy and the blade shadows formless, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Yet, Kong Xian merely countered with a single sword strike, not only blocking Fangxing's 3 attacks, but also forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. The disparity between them was once again laid bare. The transformation of a dragon into a higher realm rendered those of the first transformation as myths, insurmountable by the untransformed. Fangxing advanced, his treasured sword's energy flowing like rippling water, approaching Fangxing with an air of condescension. Fangxing's complexion slightly flushed, the previous strike having caused him considerable shock. Yet his fighting spirit soared higher as he declared, "I am the one who shatters myths." He raised the great wilderness blade high, then brought it down with great force, the blade aura coalescing into a sweeping torrent. Instantly, a ferocious momentum erupted, akin to a river breaching its banks, causing even Fangxing to exhibit a hint of astonishment. In terms of the purity and thickness of energy, you surpass most at the four extremities realm, yet in my eyes, it remains insufficient. Despite Fangxing's words, he exerted all his might to resist. With a thrust of his long sword, a streak of sword energy shot forth, perfectly colliding with the blade aura. Boom! The two energies clashed, neutralizing each other before culminating in an explosive burst. The turbulent air surged, as Fangxing transformed into a phantom, encircling Fangxing and unleashing 18 strikes in rapid succession. The surrounding figures, indistinguishable from reality amidst the myriad of blade shadows, finally stirred Fangxing's composure, prompting him to muse. This waste has actually perfected the Luo Yin steps to a remarkable extent, even surpassing my own capabilities. It seems I must swiftly conclude this battle. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise. With such thoughts, his sword showed no hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons clashed, resonating with a deafening sound. Fangxing's swordplay oscillated between tempestuous ferocity and fluid delicacy, a harmonious blend of rigidity and grace, alternating between slashing and thrusting, leaving Fangxing hard-pressed to respond. "I have not practiced any blade techniques. My self-created python emerges from the Holand Seven Demons' divine spear from a decade in the moonlit ruins can only be executed with a spear. I must rely solely on speed and unconventional tactics to attack. Yet this is not a long-term strategy. Inevitably, I will be countered by Fangxing. Humph, this young lad with yellow hair must lack substantial combat experience." Failing to recognize the opportune moment, Fangxing scoffed. In his view, Fangxing had squandered such a prime opportunity without unleashing his lethal techniques, undoubtedly indicative of his inexperience in actual combat. Yet for Fangxing, this was undoubtedly the best news. The two combatants exchanged blows for over 100 moves, and at last, Fangxing's speed advantage began to falter. At that moment, Fangxing let out a thunderous roar, his sword cleaving through the southern skies, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. With a resounding boom, his blade shattered Fangxing's defensive web of knives, propelling him upwards over 3 zhang, spinning 180 degrees in midair. The sword descended, transforming into countless sword shadows, cascading down like a myriad of blossoms from the heavens, enveloping the sky. The sword pierced the southern skies, and the celestial maidens scattered flowers. The blades rained down with precision, unerring across the vast expanse. Amidst the crowd, Qing Wan's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on Fangxing's sword. Although the celestial maiden's flower-scattering sword technique could not compare to the revered divine arts of the Taishan sect, it was nonetheless a formidable mid-level yellow-tier technique. Once unleashed, it was said to strike with flawless accuracy across mountains and rivers for miles. Of course, due to Fangxing's relatively weaker strength, he could not achieve the terrifying capability of a single sword striking 10,000 miles. Yet he could certainly encompass the entire arena within his attack range. This technique, the Celestial Maiden's flower scattering, could very well be insurmountable for opponents of the same realm. Fangxing wielded the great wilderness blade with fervor, the blade shadows coalescing into a circular whirling pattern. The sword blossoms fell upon this rotating disc, producing a series of explosive sounds. With each detonation of a sword blossom, Fangxing felt a violent tremor, rendering his arms numb and his face paled. In less than 3 breaths, over 100 sword blossoms struck the great wilderness blade, causing his hands to bleed from the shock. Fangxing loomed above, leaving Fangxing with no opportunity to counterattack. Quickly assessing the situation, Fangxing discerned that each impact of the sword blossoms against his blade carried immense force. He adeptly harnessed this power, propelling himself swiftly toward the edge of the arena. Just then, a sword blossom grazed his shoulder, tearing his clothing and lacerating his skin, blood spilling forth. Another sword blossom fell through the gap in his blade, piercing his thigh and creating a horrific wound. Tears threatened to spill from Fangxing's eyes due to the pain. However, he managed to leverage the force of the sword blossoms to leap out of the arena, evading Kang Xian's assault. Yet, with his thigh injured, his speed was noticeably diminished. Upon landing, Kang Xian propelled himself off the ground and leapt into the air, executing a 360-degree spin, swiftly closing the distance to Fangxing. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust 9 swords, each aimed at Fangxing's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. Each sword was intercepted by Fangxing, but the overwhelming force sent his blood surging, causing crimson to trickle from the corner of his mouth. It was indeed a miracle that Fangxing had endured thus far, but it was clear he could not last much longer. Qing Wan's gaze sharpened, her restlessness palpable. Kang Xian, utilizing the momentum from their clash, soared into the skies once more, unleashing the celestial maiden's flower-scattering sword technique anew. Fangxing spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately evading that a myriad of grievances swirled within him. Had he possessed even a modicum of divine skills, he would not be so relentlessly pursued by Kang Xian, rendered powerless to retaliate. Nevertheless, the celestial maiden's flower-scattering sword technique ensured flawless strikes within a Tianzhong radius, no matter how swift Fangxing was. He could not outmatch Kang Xian's swordplay. "You are worthless. It ends here," Kang Xian bellowed, the sword blossoms growing increasingly fierce. Fangxing's evading figure suddenly halted, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. In his lifetime, he detested being called worthless more than anything, especially by Kang Xian. Gazing at the tumultuous array of sword blossoms, a flicker of delight unexpectedly glimmered deep within his pupils. This sense of delight does not imply that Fangxing is genuinely happy. He has traversed the illusory moon ruins alone for over a decade, slaying thousands of beast souls, which has, in an intangible manner, instilled within him a frenzied thirst for battle, growing ever more intense with each confrontation. The closer he finds himself to the brink of despair, the more he is able to maintain his composure. His current demeanor astonishes not only Kang Xian, but also many spectators present. "You incessantly label me as a useless being. I am keen to witness your endurance. Should you be vanquished by this so-called waste, what then shall you be?" Fangxing tightly grasped the hilt of his sword, displaying an unprecedented calm in the face of the indiscriminate assault of the fairy blossom sword technique. 0.8 trigrams gale / Fangxing bellowed, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a mere shadow, while the blade in his hand moved with a speed surpassing that of his own form, rendering it nearly invisible. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Fangxing's silhouette appeared, the blossoms of the sword shattered like splendid fireworks. He resembled a frenzied lion, with the countless sword blooms manifesting as fragile bubbles, shattering upon the slightest touch. In this clash between the rabbit and the lion, the victor remains uncertain. For the first time, Qing Wan exhibited a look of astonishment. Fangxing's figure darted unpredictably, now east, now west, now south, now north, as though he were simultaneously present in all directions, swiftly drawing closer to Kang Xian at the center. "Today, I shall reveal to you who the true waste is." Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out amidst the crowd. By the time the onlookers discerned the scene, Fangxing had already closed the distance to Kang Xian, his blade moving with such swiftness that its trajectory remained obscured, leaving only the sound of a terrifying wind in its wake. Chapter 37. A sword like a rainbow, shocking the 9 heavens. The dragon transformation realm represents the transformative journey of a practitioner evolving from fish to dragon. Each of the 9 transformations signifies an extraordinary metamorphosis. With each ascension in rank, the practitioner undergoes a qualitative change in both cultivation and physique. The 9 levels of the dragon transformation realm are specifically tailored to the practitioner's development. The first transformation refines the limbs, the second the spine, the third the internal organs, the fourth the bone marrow, the fifth the heart and disposition, the sixth the brain, the seventh the soul, the eighth the divine embryo, and the ninth the primordial spirit. Each transformation pursues the utmost perfection, and only upon reaching the limits of one's current realm can one naturally progress to the next. Thus, the 9 levels of the dragon transformation realm are further categorized into the 4 extremes: dragon frame, internal passage, blood mobilization, valley opening, divine clarity, divine power, divine embryo, and primordial spirit. Only upon successfully cultivating the primordial spirit can one undergo the transformation from fish to dragon, entering the azure dragon realm. Due to the unique nature of the dragon transformation realm, the gap between the 4 extremes and the dragon frame realms, though seemingly minuscule, is marked by an immense disparity in physical prowess. resulting in a chasm of difference in strength. It cannot be said that a practitioner of the dragon frame can effortlessly dispatch those of the four extremes. Yet it is exceedingly rare for a practitioner of the four extremes to survive more than 10 exchanges against one of the dragon frame. Nevertheless, Fangxing not only engaged in hundreds of exchanges with Kong Xian, but also successfully countered the indiscriminate fairy blossom sword technique. Such an achievement is a rarity that may not be witnessed in a century. For Kong Xian, the protagonist of this encounter, the shock he experienced was 100-fold greater than that of the spectators. He exerted formidable strength to suppress Fangxing and unleashed a mid-level yellow-grade divine ability, yet the ease he had anticipated proved elusive. Instead, he found himself cornered by Fangxing to the brink of life and death. An experience akin to a surreal dream. Swish. The sound of the blade was like the wind, yet the blade itself remained unseen. It was mere inches away, yet its position was indiscernible. Kong Xian's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat the size of a fingertip. In close combat, he found his abilities severely restricted, compelled to engage Fangxing in a physical struggle. However, Fangxing's physical prowess seemed to be on par with that of Kong Xian, a master at the pinnacle of the four extremes. Nevertheless, Kong Xian could discern sounds and positions, unleashing 8 swords in a flash, each strike resonating with a thunderous roar as they met Fangxing's blade. In this melee, Fangxing's swordsmanship proved far more effective than the Celestial Maiden's scatterflower sword technique, relying solely on his physical strength to deliver lightning-fast assaults. Clang, clang, clanged in the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of thunderous metallic clashes, with Fangxing's figure darting erratically around Kong Xian, who remained rooted in place. Fangxing managed to force Kong Xian into a defensive position. How was this possible? Many at the dragon transformation stage were astounded, sharing the same grand realm as Fangxing and Kong Xian. They understood the vast chasm between the minor realms within the dragon transformation stage. Yet, the more they knew, the more astonishing Fangxing's performance appeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of soft sounds, far more resonant than the metallic clashes, echoed through the air. Kong Xian's arms, thighs, back, and chest were simultaneously lacerated, blood flowing freely. How could Kong Xian, at the dragon frame stage, possibly be injured? The Kong clan members screamed, for Fangxing's prowess struck them like a heavy hammer, shattering not only their perceptions but also their pride. Fangxing, however, felt a deep sense of regret. He had exerted his full strength with every strike, each capable of severing Kong Xian in two. Yet Kong Xian's speed was not to be underestimated. Each potentially fatal blow was deftly evaded, resulting only in superficial wounds. Thus, what appeared to outsiders as a shocking injury posed little actual threat to Kong Xian. Kong Xian cried out. Although Fangxing had not threatened his life, he had nonetheless trampled upon his dignity, a transgression he could not tolerate. You worthless fool! You have enraged me. A fierce expression twisted Kong Xian's face. And in that instant, an aura surged forth that was more than 10-fold stronger than before, akin to a raging tide. This is bad. Fangxing sensed the impending danger and swiftly retreated. Fangxing had managed to compel Kong Xian to wield his full power. Even in defeat, such an achievement was worthy of pride. Qing Wan murmured to herself, relieved that Fangxing had not overheard her, lest he be driven to the brink of fury at this juncture. Kong Xian had yet to unleash his full potential. Even without such an admission, Fangxing felt the shift. Kong Xian seemed to transform, radiating an aura 10 times more formidable than before. Most astonishingly, his limbs emitted a brilliance akin to sword light, a sight both peculiar and mesmerizing. The pinnacle of the four extremes, his limbs were now as indomitable as weapons. Fangxing mused. Once one breaks through the four extremes realm, their limbs undergo a qualitative transformation, becoming comparable to steel, capable of serving as weapons even without the use of actual arms. Not only did Kong Xian's limbs shine, but his spine also flickered with a subtle glow. Though less pronounced than that of his limbs, it was still conspicuous. Clearly, he had achieved notable progress within the dragon frame stage. What kind of sword technique is this? Kong Xian demanded, genuinely astonished by Fangxing's swordsmanship, which had compelled him to exert his utmost strength. In response to Kong Xian's condescending demeanor towards the lower-ranked, Fangxing merely snorted coldly, choosing not to engage. The Bagua tornado slash he executed was a spontaneous adaptation of the staff technique he had devised in the illusory moon ruins. Yet its power exceeded all expectations. Although the Bagua tornado slash was categorized merely as a low-level yellow rank technique, Years of relentless combat within the illusory moon ruins had led Fangxing to refine it to near perfection, leaving almost no flaws, thus allowing it to rival the formidable force of the mid-yellow rank technique, fairy scatterflowers. Noticing Fangxing's silence, Kong Xian's expression turned frigid as he declared, "I shall see whether your might, born of external enhancements, is superior to my own, cultivated to perfection at the four extremes." One resembled a lion, the other a leopard, as they charged towards each other, culminating in a raw, physical confrontation, a true contest of strength. The onlookers were stirred with excitement. Even the members of the Kong and Fang families wore expressions of exhilaration. Such a life-and-death struggle, characterized by primal power, was a rarity in the rigorously disciplined Taishan sect. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of their exchanges was so rapid that they seemed to blur, fists meeting fists, feet colliding with feet, and soon blood and flesh were flying, despite one's formidable physique, if it had not reached its zenith. There was little chance of victory in a contest of corporeal might. A cruel smile played at the corners of Kong Xian's mouth as he poured all his strength into each punch. Intent on reducing Fangxing to a mere pulp, his astonishment. Fangxing, having undergone the baptism of the Zhuhonghua and by Shui, possessed an exceptionally resilient body. He had triumphed over numerous disciples of the Kong family without suffering defeat. His advantage is clear, yet, in comparison to Kong Xian, he found himself somewhat lacking. The transformation of the dragon was indeed as legendary as its name implied. Though Fangxing was injured, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with an insatiable desire for the four extremes. Having just stepped into this realm with such formidable physical prowess, one could only wonder how terrifying his body would become upon reaching the pinnacle of the four extremes. Having witnessed Kong Xian's prowess, Fangxing opted to evade his most potent attacks, leveraging his slight edge and speed and combat experience to match Kong Xian blow for blow. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Fangxing's left shoulder, fracturing his shoulder bone. However, Kong Xian was not unscathed either. As he struck Fangxing's shoulder, he simultaneously received a kick to his right calf that on average, for every 2 blows Fangxing endured, Kong Xian suffered 3. Although Kong Xian's strength slightly surpassed Fangxing's, the latter's combat experience was remarkably seasoned, gradually allowing him to gain the upper hand. Behind Xian Kuan stood a middle-aged man with graying temples, his gaze sharp as a lightning bolt, his face as cold as iron. Regardless of the covert skirmishes between Xian Kuan and Kong Qiu, or the overt clashes involving Kong Qiu and Fang Zhongtian, he regarded them all with indifference, as if he were an outsider. Puff! Kong Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward several meters before crashing to the ground. Fangxing staggered back 3 or 4 meters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In this brutal contest of flesh and life, Fangxing surprisingly held a slight advantage. Many spectators found this outcome astonishing. The physical prowess of a perfected four extremes individual was often deemed monstrous. Yet Kong Xian had been defeated, prompting a wave of disbelief among the crowd, who now regarded Fangxing with eyes akin to those reserved for a creature of legend. If Fangxing's victory over Kong Rong, who had previously suppressed him, could be considered remarkable, then triumphing over the higher-ranked Kong Xian was nothing short of miraculous, shattering the long-held belief that one of a lower rank could not triumph over a superior one. Amidst the crowd, witnessing her husband's defeat, Lin Kuter turned pale, and as she glanced at Fangxing, her gaze brimmed with a mixture of hatred and an indescribable complexity of emotions. Kong Xian roared. He could hardly fathom that he had become merely a backdrop to Fangxing. Should this day culminate in such a manner, he would forever remain a stepping stone for others to elevate Fangxing, rendering his own life one in which he could never hold his head high. Chapter 38. Enlightenment. Truly an inopportune moment, the Dragon Gate ascended from low to high, a reflection of the divine powers that traverse from the humble to the exalted. The 2D men corresponded to the yellow tier divine abilities, the Lianggong men to the Xian tier, the Jingkai men to the D tier, the Guangshi men to the Tian tier, and the Zhixian men to the Xian tier. Kong Xian's Dragon Gate, aligned with the metal attribute, belonged to the Lianggong men, and his innate divine ability was of mid-level Xian tier, far surpassing Kong Rong's low-level Xian tier Tidiri, Bao Lei Shu in potency, almost rivaling the 3 paramount divine abilities of the Taishan sect. Thus, when Kong Xian unleashed the Jing Hong sword technique, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly oppressive. Under the might of the Jing Hong sword technique, even if Fangxing were to defy the heavens, he would likely find it impossible to escape death. Xian Kuan, his forehead slick with cold sweat, fixated his icy gaze upon Kong Qiu-yi. Though he uttered no words, his intent was unmistakable. Should you fail to yield, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Kong Qiu-yi's visage contorted with profound anguish. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and declared with difficulty, Fangxing has slain over 10 disciples of my clan. His nature is cruel, akin to that of a demon. If he is not eliminated today, he shall surely be a source of calamity in the future. Though the two appeared seated, they engaged in a clandestine battle of monumental proportions, rivaling any battlefield present. Stand aside. On the other side, Fang Zhongtian was consumed with anxiety. Upon witnessing Kong Xian execute the Jinghong sword technique, he understood the peril of the situation. However, Kong Qiu was obstructing him, and with his slightly inferior strength, he found it nearly impossible to break through the blockade. Meanwhile, Wu Yingchao could no longer restrain himself from intervening. Yet Kong Qiu-ji merely chuckled and remarked, Wu Shouzhua, it may be inappropriate for the head of your lineage to meddle in the affairs of the young. As he spoke, a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, making it abundantly clear. Should you intervene, do not expect me to show mercy. After much deliberation, Wu Yingchao ultimately refrained from acting. As for Yang Tai and Xiao Zhe, they exhibited little reaction. Behind Xin Kuan, a man clad in black wore an expression of icy indifference, observing the battlefield below without any inclination to intervene. This allowed Kong Qiu-yi and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Such egregious behavior, Wu Xiaoxiao, in a state of panic, attempted to rush into the fray but was restrained by a middle-aged man who held her shoulder. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. Second uncle, please help Xiaoxing, Wu Xiaoxiao implored the middle-aged man. His expression was grim as he shook his head, helplessly stating, the enmity between the two clans has reached an irreconcilable stage. Our intervention could plunge the Taishan sect into chaos, and none would bear the consequences of such transgressions. Xian Kun was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should others become embroiled in the conflict, chaos would surely ensue within the Taishan sect. Thus, he had refrained from issuing commands to halt the battle. Only his intervention could quell the turmoil, yet Kong Qiu-yi had audaciously dared to impede him. Within the crowd, Qing Wan's eyes shimmered with two blazing flames, her entire being enveloped in a crimson aura. As if on the verge of transforming into a conflagration, Fangxing, compelled by the relentless pressure from Kong Xian, was forced to unleash the astonishing Hongjian Fa, a turn of events that took everyone present by utter surprise, plunging the scene into chaos. The members of the Fang family and the Kong family, with no regard for mercy, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. What transpires today is a personal vendetta between Kong Xian and myself. No one is to interfere, Fangxing suddenly bellowed amidst the tumult. The crowd, taken aback by his declaration, fell silent. Caught in a perilous situation, Fangxing realized that salvation could only come from others. For escape seemed impossible on his own. While he was determined to survive, he was equally unwilling to see his kin sacrifice themselves for his sake, as such actions would only lead to greater loss of life. It was better for him to confront this ordeal alone. The members of the Fang clan retreated. A flicker of sorrow crossed Fang Zhongtian's eyes as he let out a fierce roar. He understood that if the Fang family engaged in a life-or-death confrontation with the Kong family now, none would be left standing in the end. Thus, should a sacrifice be necessary, he would unhesitatingly choose himself. Having secretly prepared for such a fate, all eyes turned to Fang Zhongtian. The Fang family members were reluctant, while others sighed in resignation. The Fang clan had indeed fallen into desolation. In stark contrast to the forlorn demeanor of the Fang family, Kong Xian stood like a deity, elevated and commanding, wielding his sword with the power to decree life and death. His sword was raised high, pointing toward the heavens. Golden essence surged rapidly, coalescing at the sword's tip, ultimately forming a beam of light extending a full 3 zhang in length. This radiant column of light emanated a terrifying aura, churning the void and conjuring a fearsome whirlwind. An invisible force surged forth like crashing waves, sweeping outward in all directions, instantly enveloping a radius of 30 zhang. Youngsters below the realm of Longhua were struck down, with over 10 of them spitting blood, their faces pale and retreating in horror. Even some at the 4 extremes realm felt as though a heavy stone pressed against their chests, gasping for breath. Fangxing bore the brunt of the pressure, experiencing an intensity several dozen or even 100 times greater than the others, causing his otherwise upright figure to bend slightly, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. With a disdainful grunt, Fangxing activated his heart technique, channeling essence in an effort to counteract the overwhelming force. Yet, the pressure emanating from the golden beam surged in relentless waves, each more formidable than the last. Before long, Fangxing was drenched in sweat, as if an unseen mountain bore down upon his shoulders. To say that fleeing was impossible was an understatement. Even taking a step felt like an insurmountable challenge. This predicament was dire indeed. Before the beam could strike, he already found himself struggling, and should it land, he would likely be obliterated into dust. Kong Xian, towering above, held his sword aloft, the beam erupting forth with a resounding crack that reverberated through the heavens. However, his own complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color, as if all the blood had been siphoned from his body. The Hongjian Fa was an intermediate divine technique of the Xian tier, unmatched in its might, yet demanding an extraordinary level of skill from its wielder. Were it not for Kong Rong's innate talent and their shared essence, Kong Rong's current strength would render him incapable of executing such a high-level technique. To force its use now would not only fail to injure the enemy, but could also lead to severe backlash, potentially resulting in the severing of his meridians, despite being a gifted technique. The cost of its execution was immense. Kong Xian's internal essence had been nearly depleted. After this strike, he would inevitably be plunged into a state of exhaustion. However, he was unafraid, for he was utterly confident in his ability to slay Fangxing with a single strike. Thus, even if he found himself on the brink of exhaustion, he harbored no lingering worries. Waste of life. Perish. Kong Rong's lips curled into a cruel smirk as he steadily pressed down with both hands. Wielding his treasured sword, the light beam descended like a divine pillar from the southern skies, causing the very void to tremble violently. Fangxing raised both hands above his head, unleashing all the vital energy within him to envelop his arms. Yet, a horrifying event unfolded. The protective barrier of vital energy shattered like glass, dissipating into nothingness. The sheer force of the light beam had already inflicted such terrifying power before it even struck. How could one withstand it if it landed upon them? A flicker of resoluteness flashed in Fang Zhongtian's eyes as he covertly mobilized his vital energy, preparing for the most formidable strike. Thunderous roars echoed as the light beam descended, producing a fearsome sound. Cracks spread rapidly from Fangxing, the epicenter, resembling a spider's web, while his feet sank deeply into the ground. With a resounding explosion, the veins in Fangxing's left arm could no longer bear the immense pressure and burst, spraying blood like a blooming firework. Fangxing felt his legs weaken, threatening to collapse to the ground. Yet, how could one kneel before an enemy, when one could kneel before heaven, the earth, and their parents? Thus, even if his teeth ground to dust, he would grit his teeth and endure. As the light beam drew ever closer, the pressure upon Fangxing intensified, and his raised arms were slowly forced down. With a mighty roar, he summoned all his strength. However, the light beam bore down upon him like a colossal mountain. Utterly unimpeded. To die beneath the stunning swan sword technique is a worthy honor even in hell, Kong Xian said coldly. Fangxing endured an unparalleled pressure, fully aware that once the stunning swan sword technique was unleashed, he could not resist it. Yet, at that moment, he closed his eyes, his face devoid of fear or pain, exuding an extraordinary calmness and composure. How could he remain so tranquil at the brink of death? Many gaped in disbelief at the sight. Even Fang Zhongtian, poised to fight to the death, was compelled to pause momentarily. Blood vessels on Fangxing's arms continued to rupture, and the light beam loomed merely 3 feet away. A smile of triumph graced Kong Xian's face. However, Fangxing felt an unprecedented tranquility within his heart. The heart method of Tian Lingbian quietly manifested in his mind, operating at a rapid pace. His entire being was immersed in the essence of Tian Lingbian, completely disregarding the threat of death. Indeed, Tian Lingbian was extraordinary. In such a life-and-death moment, it allowed me to achieve mental clarity and enter a state of selflessness. Fangxing cultivated Tian Lingbian with a tranquil heart and composed mind. A flickering azure glow emanated from his surface, his countenance transformed into one of unparalleled serenity, eyes closed like a sleeping infant. In such perilous circumstances, he entered a state of enlightenment. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Even Xian Kuan and Kong Qiu, who had been locked in combat, ceased their struggles, standing in astonishment as they gazed at Fangxing. Enlightenment, a miraculous state sought by practitioners, akin to a sudden awakening, could unravel months or even years of confusion in an instant. Once one entered this realm, it could be said that it was the most effective shortcut for practitioners on their path to mastery. However, enlightenment is a serendipitous state of understanding that occurs unexpectedly. Regardless of one's level of cultivation, it cannot be artificially induced. Some individuals may experience moments of enlightenment every few days, while others may never attain it throughout their entire lives. Such is the mysterious nature of enlightenment. This moment, Fangxing's state of being indeed bears little distinction from enlightenment. Dangerously so, the Tianling Bian heart method activated automatically, allowing him to instantaneously enter a state of clarity and self-cultivation. Yet, while enlightenment undoubtedly offers immense benefits to practitioners, its timing is crucial to this juncture. With Kong Xian's lethal strike approaching, Fangxing's entry into enlightenment is akin to willingly presenting his neck for slaughter. Thus, his moment of enlightenment is most ill-timed. Chapter 39. As if aided by the divine, 6 steps to victory. Fang Zhongtian, Xian Kuan, and the others, after a moment of stunned disbelief, underwent a drastic change in countenance. Fangxing's entry into enlightenment at this moment rendered him as defenseless as a sitting duck. Not only was Kong Xian employing his lethal Jinghong swordsmanship, but even without his deadly techniques, a mere finger could spell his demise. Yet, the peculiar nature of enlightenment defies human influence, and thus, one cannot blame Fangxing. It is merely a cruel jest from the heavens. Suddenly, Fang Zhongtian's expression shifted to one of relief. As he resolved to self-destruct, only through self-destruction could he break through the encirclement of the Kong family, eliminate Kong Xian, and rescue Fangxing. Of course, the consequence of such an act would be his own death. Wishing to self-destruct is not so easily accomplished. At that moment, Kong Qiuing, with iron resolve, intervened, thwarting Fang Zhongtian's deliberate attempt at self-destruction. Coughing blood, Fang Zhongtian was grievously injured by Kong Qiuing. Fang Shitty. No, Xian Kuan's thunderous shout reverberated like a bolt of lightning, shaking Fang Zhongtian's very soul. The energy he had mustered surged forth, only to dissipate like a receding tide, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Incapable of even self-destruction, an elder behind Xian Kuan swiftly darted forward, sealing all of Fang Zhongtian's meridians with 18 precise strikes. Struggling for a moment proved futile, and he was soon overcome with sorrow. Lamenting his own impotence as he helplessly watched Fangxing suffer, feeling a deep sense of shame towards the ancestors of the Fang family and his kin, Xian Kuan was about to act. But Kong Qiu once again obstructed him, stating gravely, "Both Fangxing and Kong Xian are disciples of Tai Xian. This moment, Kong Xian is compelled to launch his attack. Should the sect leader intervene forcefully, he would place Kong Xian in an irretrievable predicament. Kong Xian's intent to kill is justified." Xian Kuan's countenance darkened, yet he resolved firmly. Given the dire state of affairs, as sect leader, he could not escape responsibility. If Fangxing were to perish, he would be unworthy of his title. Thus, the sect leader must assert his authority, undaunted by fear. However, Kong Qiu remained unwavering, and the two clashed head-on. Should Kong Qiu manage to delay Xian Kuan even for a moment, Fangxing's death would be inevitable. Fangxing was indeed on the brink of demise. Kong Xian's sword fell mercilessly, a beam of light collapsing the void. In an instant, countless gaping wounds erupted upon Fangxing's body. With a deafening roar, the beam pressed down upon Fangxing's arm, which began to dissolve at a terrifying speed, akin to sand swept away by a tempest. Fang Zhongtian painfully closed his eyes, while Xian Kuan's murderous intent surged. Alas, even as formidable as he was, with Kong Qiu having retreated, he was too late to render aid. Everything now rested solely upon Fangxing. A sudden, delicate sound echoed, emanating from Fangxing's center, as layers of air rippled outward like waves on water. The ground, over a foot deep in soil and stone, was reduced to flying ash. What kind of divine ability is this? Xian Kuan's eyes emitted 2 beams of light, intently fixated on the concentric waves of AI, everyone else. These waves appeared as mere undulations, yet to Xian Kuan, they manifested as a series of profoundly enigmatic runes. The runes interlinked, resembling the waves of air. How could this be possible? Kong Qiu's complexion turned ghastly, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Each of those esoteric runes exuded a sense of destructive potency, each capable of collapsing the heavens, rendering him unable to gaze upon them directly. With his keen insight and extensive knowledge, he immediately discerned that Fangxing's seemingly simple step was not merely a motion, but the invocation of a terrifyingly unparalleled divine ability. A divine ability composed of runes and imbued with the essence of the great Tao must be at least of the celestial tier. This meant that Fangxing's seemingly simple step was, in fact, an exhibition of celestial divine ability in the entirety of the Jing Kingdom, encompassing the surrounding Qianlong Kingdom and the Lanfeng Empire. The sects possessing celestial divine abilities were exceedingly few. Even the second-rate Taishan sect's most formidable protective divine ability only reached the advanced level of the Xian tier, which pales in comparison to the celestial tier. Where could Fangxing have acquired such a celestial divine ability? A glimmer of fear suddenly flickered in the depths of Kong Qiui's eyes. According to reason, even if Fangxing possessed a celestial divine ability, he would be utterly incapable of wielding it given his strength. There was only one possibility, unless this celestial divine ability was a natural talent of Fangxing. In other words, Fangxing's Dragon Gate was an extraordinary lineage. Fangxing was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Ever since Fangxing demonstrated his prowess in the transformation of the dragon, Kong Qiui had suspected that Fangxing's Dragon Gate belonged to an extraordinary lineage. Therefore, even if it meant directly confronting Xian Kuan, he was determined to prevent Xian Kuan from intervening and allow Kong Xian to eliminate Fangxing, because once an extraordinary talent from such a lineage grew, it would undoubtedly pose a terrifying threat to the Kong family, making it imperative to stifle it in its cradle before it could mature. However, contemplating this did not compare to the shock brought forth by the reality before him. Thus, Kong Qiui resolved that even if it meant turning against Xian Kuan, he would eliminate Fangxing. Kong Qiui could discern the underlying clues, and naturally, Xian Kuan could as well, which allowed him to feel a slight sense of reassurance. Once the celestial divine ability was unleashed, the very heavens would shift, and even if Fangxing's strength were lacking, he would undoubtedly be safe from mortal peril. Of course, both Kong Qiui and Xian Kuan had limited understanding of the celestial divine ability. The intricacies involved were far beyond their comprehension. Fangxing stepped forward once more, his form now fully manifest upon the ground. The runes beneath his feet flowed and transformed into rippling circles of water, dispersing in all directions. It became evident that the light column from Kong Xian's sword was subtly affected by a terrifying force, gradually moving away from Fangxing. This was an uncanny scene. Fangxing exhibited no spiritual energy to resist, nor did he perform any act to obstruct the light column. Instead, the runes beneath his feet flowed as if he stood upon a luminous disk, effectively blocking Kong Xian's formidable strike. Break. As Kong Xian was engulfed by shock, he opened his mouth to unleash a thunderous roar, channeling all his strength into his sword. Yet, despite the unparalleled prowess of the Jingong sword technique and the overwhelming weight of the light column, it was still raised skyward. With a resounding pop, Fangxing took another step forward. This step, taken upon the void, did not find purchase on the ground. He stood balanced on his right foot, as if lifting his left. Simultaneously, Kong Xian's light column began to crack under the gaze of horrified onlookers, its surface becoming adorned with a web-like network of fissures. How could this be? How could this worthless fool achieve such a feat? How did he unravel my Jinghong sword technique? Kong Xian was consumed by terror, his heart tumultuous with dread. Fangxing stepped forward yet again, astonishing all present. His foot hovered in the void, refusing to descend. It seemed as though an invisible ladder supported him as he ascended defiantly against the heavens. With a thunderous roar, Kong Xian's light column shattered, unleashing an unparalleled wave of terror that swept forth. With Kong Xian at the forefront, sent hurtling 300 to 400 meters away, crashing into an arena, coughing blood, the terrifying energy wave brushed past Fangxing, 3 zhang away, silently gliding by, without disturbing the hem of his garments or a strand of his hair. A demon, truly too demonic. In merely 4 steps, Fangxing not only withstood Kong Xian's full frontal assault but also deciphered the Jingong sword technique, a feat so extraordinary it seemed like a tale from a fantastical dream. Even those who witnessed it could not suppress their doubts. How on earth did he accomplish this? Was it merely a matter of taking a few steps? With a pop, Fangxing took another step, ascending through the void, defying all odds. Kong Rong let out a pained cry as his body distorted grotesquely. It was as if an unseen grinding wheel was mercilessly pulverizing his form. Suddenly, a chilling sound of splintering bones resonated. Whooshed at a figure, swift as lightning, charged at Kong Xian, yet when merely 10 meters away, it seemed struck by a heavy blow, crashing to the ground. Its body shattered like Kong Xian's at the strong from the internal connection stage fell instantly, leaving everyone to wonder what kind of terrifying attack Fangxing had unleashed. The young disciples turned pale, stumbling backward, fearful of inadvertently stepping into Fangxing's range of attack and meeting a gruesome fate. Kong Qiu was overwhelmed with dread, a profound fear welling up within him that he sensed that even he, should he enter Fangxing's sphere of influence, might face certain death. Thus, he promptly chose to refrain from action. Standing in the void, Fangxing's hair suddenly turned snow-white as he spat out a mouthful of blood, teetering precariously on the verge of falling. Yet, in an instant, he steadied himself and slowly raised his left foot. It seemed as though a colossal stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds was bound to his foot. Even lifting it was an arduous task. This was dire. The power he had unleashed was immense. But the toll on his body was equally terrifying. His vitality had been completely drained, and his essence had been nearly exhausted. If he were to take another step, he might find himself utterly depleted. Facing the specter of death, Xian Kuan was anxious but dared not intervene. It was evident that Fangxing's divine ability had yet to reach its conclusion. Should he interrupt midway, Fangxing would surely suffer a backlash, one that could rival the might of a heavenly divine ability, jeopardizing his very life. All eyes were fixated on Fangxing as he lifted his left foot halfway, after 6 lethal steps that had claimed the life of Kong Xian. What unspeakable horror would unfold with the descent of his 7th step? In Chapter 40, Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps, the divine dragon returns to its place. The disciples on the scene almost instantaneously retreated, swiftly distancing themselves from Fangxing until they halted at a distance of over 1,000 meters. In that moment, a practitioner at the internal connection realm perished beneath Fangxing's foot. It was no jest. Who would dare to venture too close? Xian Kuan's gaze burned with intensity as he stumbled upon a chilling truth. That moment, Fangxing was still in a state of enlightenment. This implied that his lethal advance was not a conscious act, but rather a movement of his subconscious. The subconscious wielded celestial abilities, a phenomenon utterly defying the heavens. Even the cloaked man behind him had his pupils radiating a terrifying light, fixating on Fangxing with a look of astonishment and confusion. Indeed, Fangxing's powers emanated from his subconscious. He remained oblivious to the name of this divine ability, yet it coursed through him as if it were an intrinsic part of his very blood, a feeling both profound and enigmatic. All of this was a consequence of his practice of the Tianling Bian. In this state of enlightenment, his cultivation speed was alarmingly rapid. He had anticipated needing a year or two to fully transition from his former mental techniques to the Tianling Bian. But astonishingly, this moment of realization enabled him to accomplish it instantaneously. The principal distinction between the Tianling Bian and his previous mental techniques lay in the methods of operation and the storage of vital energy. Although he still circulated through the meridians in the 8 extraordinary vessels, the direction of this flow had altered. After this transformation, Fangxing could distinctly perceive the acceleration of vital energy within his body. Moving with remarkable swiftness, his strikes were over twice as fast as before. Previously, the vital energy he cultivated was stored in his dantian, necessitating its retrieval during combat. However, after practicing the Tianling Bian, the vital energy disseminated throughout every corner of his body, reaching every cell. In the heat of battle, he could summon this energy from anywhere in an instant. This qualitative shift in the speed and convenience of mobilizing vital energy was apparent. One could assert that after mastering the Tianling Bian, Fangxing's combat capabilities and speed had more than doubled. The advantages were glaringly evident, and the unparalleled nature of the Tianling Bian was merely the tip of the iceberg. What terror would manifest should he reach the pinnacle of the 9th level? Yet, Fangxing had no time for elation. The divine powers summoned by his subconscious had depleted his entire reservoir of vital energy. By the time he had taken his 6th step, even his essence had been entirely consumed, leaving him utterly drained. With each step he took, the force of his actions geometrically increased, as did the toll on his body. The 6th step had nearly cost Fangxing his life. Should he proceed to the 7th, he would likely be reduced to a mere husk. However, his advancing foot could not be halted, entirely beyond his control. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign. Fangxing's left foot stubbornly lifted, rising slowly. It was evident that with the elevation of his foot, his skin lost all luster and became wrinkled, as if he had aged 50 years in an instant. Even more alarming was the transformation of his once silver hair into a shade of gray, strands dissipating into the breeze. His originally fitted garments now appeared oversized, threatening to slip off at any moment. The formidable power of the divine arts has drained its wielder of energy. The atmosphere is thick with astonishment, as even the less experienced youth can discern that Fangxing is depleting his own vital essence. Once this essence is exhausted, death is inevitable. At last, Fangxing has taken his 7th step. elevating his form yet again. Beneath his feet, a radiant brilliance emanates, resembling ripples upon water, spreading forth and enveloping a space of 200 jong. The ground trembles. Under the weight of the runes, the earth fractures, stones shatter, and the arena collapses. It is reminiscent of an earthquake, with the very mountains quaking. Kong Xian's corporeal form is swiftly reduced to dust, leaving no remains behind. The fissures in the ground rapidly extend, causing panic among those at the periphery, resulting in a terrifying spectacle of people trampling one another. Such chaos typically occurs only among the common folk during emergencies. Yet to witness cultivators succumbing to such terror is an unprecedented sight. One can only imagine the profound shock and dread they experience, reaching an unimaginable intensity. Blood sprays forth, cascading down as Fangxing suddenly plummets from the sky, his garments billowing like a fluttering banner. Given his current state, a fall from a height of 7 or 8 meters would likely result in a gruesome outcome. Yet, in the wake of such an abrupt event, no one reacts swiftly enough to attempt a rescue. They remain ensnared in an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The potency of Fangxing's seventh step, with its terrifying destructive force, has even left Xian Kuan aghast. Kong Qiu is drenched in cold sweat, silently grateful for his restraint in taking rash action. Otherwise, had he dared to act in the face of Fangxing's seventh step, he too would have found himself in peril. Thankfully, Fangxing's advance has finally ceased. Otherwise, the psychological strain alone could have driven Kong Qiu to spew blood. He perceives Fangxing's imminent collapse, recognizing that now is the opportune moment to strike. However, before he can make a move, the falling Fangxing astonishingly rises once more, standing suspended in midair. His right foot lifts slightly, poised to take another step. Kong Qiu's very soul quivers thrice. How much longer can this continue? The terror of the seventh step is unfathomable, and should an eighth step be taken, what cataclysmic scene would unfold? Xian Kuan casts a cold glance at Kong Qiu, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his gaze. Kong Qiu's repeated challenges to his authority have ignited a desire for retribution within him. Suddenly, the crowd scatters like leaves in a tempest. As Fangxing, though gravely injured and on the brink of death, instills a fear more profound than that evoked by an ancient beast in its prime. Even at a distance of 3,000 or 4,000 meters, those in the forefront feel a lingering sense of insecurity, as if they might be reduced to ash by a mere step from Fangxing. The demise of Kong Xian has left an indelible mark of dread upon all present. Qing Wan's complexion pales, her gaze fixed upon Fangxing, her eyes reflecting a tumult of complex emotions. She recalls Zilin, who is currently suffering under the torment of the golden vein heart-pressing palm. The woman who appears gentle yet is resolutely stubborn. Before today, she had deemed Zilin's devotion to a seemingly useless individual as unwarranted, yet now, she feels a twinge of solace for her. Beyond the throng, none notice a disheveled figure departing quietly. Lin Kuo could never have imagined that such an event would transpire today. She recalled the resolute decision to annul her engagement and the merciless insults hurled by Fangxing. In retrospect, it seemed utterly ridiculous, even pitiable. Deep within her heart, she harbored a profound hatred for Fangxing, who had obliterated her entire existence. Yet amidst this loathing, there lingered a tinge of regret. Alas, time cannot be rewound, and there exists no remedy for remorse. Fangxing slowly lifted his foot, stubbornly intent on taking a step forward. His entire being had become devoid of vitality, resembling a lifeless corpse. Xian Kuan let out a long sigh, fully aware that once Fangxing took this step, his life force would dissipate. Even the most miraculous elixir could not revive him. However, to interfere at this moment and disrupt his stride would unleash a terrifying backlash. And given Fangxing's current state, survival would be utterly impossible. Thus, he resolved to allow Fangxing to make his own choice. At the very least, even if he were to perish after taking this step, he would die with honor and splendor. Although Fang Zhongtian felt a pang of sorrow, a trace of solace crossed his face. Fangxing not only vanquished formidable foes but also compelled the venerable masters like Kong Qiu to retreat, creating a profound impact that would undoubtedly echo throughout Tai Xian's sect in the future. Such a powerful conclusion, for a cultivator, could indeed be perceived as a blessing. As Fangxing mechanically stepped into the eighth step, a collective tension gripped everyone's hearts, for none could fathom the terrifying consequences of this action. Yet, this step took everyone by surprise. There was no earth-shattering power, no cataclysmic destruction. Instead, there was merely a frail, aged figure standing in the void, as if existing since time immemorial. The world fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath. Had Fangxing already completed his 8th step? Or was there a 9th? His physical form was utterly lifeless, and his soul was on the verge of dissolving. Am I to perish in this manner? Faced with death, Fangxing felt not a shred of fear. Rather, he experienced a sense of liberation and acceptance. Having personally slain his arch-nemesis, Kong Xian, the obsessions in his heart had vanished, making death seem worthwhile. The heavenly spirit transformation had ceased to operate, and all returned to tranquility. Akin to the genesis of life or the dawn of the universe, that a series of figures flashed rapidly through Fangxing's mind. Fang Zhongtian, Fang Ting, Xian Kuan, Wu Xiaoxiao, Zilin, and his family from a past life. If I die, the Fang family will be nameless on the dragon and tiger list, and will surely face the frenzied wrath of the Kong family. Therefore, I cannot die if I die. I cannot repay the great kindness of the sect leader. Thus, I cannot die if I die. The hopes of my family from a past life will be shattered, unable to lift the curse and escape from the demonic lands. Hence, I cannot die if I die. I shall never see Zilin again. Contemplating the myriad of possibilities that lay beyond death, Fangxing felt an overwhelming terror at the thought of dying. He could not perish. He must live. I must live, Fangxing's soul roared, the desire for survival surging within him with unprecedented intensity, and no matter what, he could not die. His soul entered a state that was neither fully asleep nor awake. Drifting in the depths of an endless universe, devoid of land, life, stars, or sun, a vast expanse of white with no end in sight that eye in the distance, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed, shaking the heavens and awakening his slumbering soul. A faint yet palpable dragon's roar resonated, its volume modest, yet it struck like thunder within the hearts of all present. Eye in the void, a terrifying vortex of wind arose. Enveloping Fangxing, people could vaguely perceive a golden dragon, appearing and disappearing, continuously roaring around Fangxing. It emanated an aura of sanctity akin to the presence of a celestial emperor, stirring an involuntary impulse to worship. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, the divine dragon returns to its place. Fangxing suddenly bellowed, then drew in a deep breath. The ethereal azure dragon transformed into a stream of energy that swiftly surged into his mouth, and instantly, onlookers were astonished to witness Fangxing's aged and decrepit body rapidly rejuvenating at a terrifying pace. Chapter 41. 8 Steps Against Heaven, a Dominant Conclusion. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, the divine dragon returns to its place. Each word resonated like a clap of thunder, seemingly capable of shattering the heavens and collapsing the ancient skies. Those present, particularly the more powerful, felt an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was not merely a result of aura but originated from the depths of their souls, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. Kong Qiuyi, Kong Qiuing, and others were unwittingly drenched in cold sweat. Their overwhelming murderous intent dissipated, replaced by unparalleled shock and a deep-seated anxiety. Fangxing's performance today made it seem as though they were witnessing the demise of the Kong family. Xian Kuan's gaze was intense, fixed unwaveringly on Fangxing. That figure resembled an unfathomable black hole, brimming with countless secrets. Fang Zhongtian trembled with excitement, realizing that Fangxing's performance today was unparalleled throughout the ages. Even the founder of the Fang family, in his youth, likely did not achieve such earth-shattering feats. He envisioned the rise of the Fang clan, casting a formidable shadow over Taishan. A whirlwind howled, and the world descended into chaos. The essence of wood from all directions converged at a terrifying speed. At the edge of the square, ancient trees visibly turned yellow, and the grass withered. This profound impact was solely due to Fangxing's inhalation. This single breath surpassed that of a whale consuming a cow, seeming to siphon the very essence of heaven and earth. Practitioners of wood attributes with lesser cultivation levels were terrified to discover their internal energy surging, as if it might burst forth at any moment. Such an eerie phenomenon prompted many to cry out in panic, hastily channeling their techniques to resist. In the void, Fangxing stood suspended, enveloped by the whirlwind. Within the whirlwind, azure specks of light flickered, representing the wood essence drifting in the air. His open mouth resembled a bottomless black hole, welcoming all that approached, greedily consuming it. Fangxing activated the heavenly spirit transformation, refining and absorbing the wood essence to replenish his internal energy. It was evident that his hunchbacked form gradually straightened, layers of wrinkled skin shedding like dead skin, restoring at a terrifying speed. With 8 steps taken, the heavens trembled, and life emerged from the brink of death. Just how fearsome were these heavenly dragon's 8 steps? Xian Kuan murmured to himself. Now aware that the divine ability Fangxing exhibited was called the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Yet, it was merely a name. It could not dispel the doubts and astonishment in his heart. Tio think that at this moment, Fangxing was merely at the 4 extremities realm, and yet he displayed such terrifying power. If he were to reach a higher level of cultivation, what cataclysmic force would he unleash then? Xian Kuan could scarcely fathom it. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as all eyes fixated on the figure within the whirlwind. Each harboring a myriad of complex and inexplicable emotions, the shock Fangxing instilled today nearly snapped the strings of their hearts. The wind howled fiercely, growing ever more intense out a venerable ancient cypress tree. Standing tall for a millennium upon Zongjing Peak, suddenly crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, transforming into a mere deadwood. In the gardens surrounding Luyan Square, the grass was reduced to ash, and the soil danced with the wind, swirling up clouds of dust. Such a ruthless and direct extraction of the essence of flora and fauna sent Xian Kuan into a fervor once more. Although cultivators typically absorb the 7 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder for their practice, the refinement into vital energy requires an exceptionally intricate process and a protracted period of cultivation. Even someone as formidable as Xian Kuan could not match Fangxing's ability to absorb energy with such unrestrained vigor. Yet Fangxing had achieved this not due to superior strength, but because of the terrifying prowess of the heavenly spirit transformation, regardless of the quantity of plant essence or the purity of the spiritual energy. Once it entered his body and circulated through the meridians for a complete cycle, it would be entirely refined into the purest vital energy. This process was exponentially faster than the countless cycles Fangxing had previously undergone in his dantian. Under the onslaught of the torrential energy flow, Fangxing's meridians expanded to more than double their previous capacity, enabling him to accommodate a far greater volume of vital energy. And the speed of its circulation increased by more than a fold. The vital energy refined in less than a quarter of an hour surpassed the cumulative total of 3 to 4 times what he had achieved in the past 5 years. The extraordinary nature of the heavenly spirit transformation left Fangxing in awe once again. With such a formidable technique, his cultivation speed in the future would likely outpace that of anyone else. Fangxing's physique had returned to its original state. A tall figure, bronze skin, cascading black hair, eyebrows like swords, and eyes that sparkled with brilliance, exuding an air of calm composure. However, the whirlwind showed no signs of abating. Every pore in his body continued to absorb the essence of the flora with terrifying fervor. The sheer volume of spiritual energy he was absorbing could easily rupture the body of someone at the dragon frame realm. Yet he remained insatiable. Was this wasteful individual now on an unstoppable rise? Humph! What of a prodigy? Without proper growth, he remains vulnerable. In the depths of Kong Chio's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed. He discerned that the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon were subconsciously unleashed by Fangxing, implying that the current Fangxing was yet incapable of consciously invoking such a formidable divine ability. How peculiar! Fangxing was left dumbfounded. Had it not been for Kong Xian's demise and the lingering traces on the ground, he would have doubted whether the previous events were merely a dream. The 8 steps of the heavenly dragon left no trace in his memory. Why, in a moment of life and death, did he subconsciously execute the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon? Fangxing did not believe it to be mere coincidence. The fact that he had invoked it suggested that, in some capacity, be it in this life or a past one, he must have practiced such a divine ability. Was it the heavenly spirit transformation that triggered this? Or was it merely the instinctual resistance of his physical body in a critical moment? Perhaps the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon were his innate divine ability? Fangxing's thoughts spiraled, contemplating that the reason he had unconsciously manifested the 8 steps at the last moment was likely related to the heavenly spirit transformation in the primal instincts of his body. This indicated that the heavenly spirit transformation could indeed activate the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon, and that within the depths of his being lay the potential for this divine ability. Possibly as an inherent gift out of course, this remained only Fangxing's conjecture. Yet one thing was certain, the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon undoubtedly belonged to him. His inability to consciously wield it was merely a consequence of insufficient strength. Suddenly, Fangxing realized that his physical form concealed far too many secrets, still awaiting his excavation, the means of which lay in the continuous elevation of his cultivation and enhancement of his prowess. The swirling vortex surrounding Fangxing gradually dissipated. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, he slowly descended to the ground. His injuries had fully healed, rendering him as he was prior to participating in the arena competition. Yet, imperceptibly, he had grown more confident and composed. With a mere thought, the vital energy within him surged forth, swiftly coursing through his limbs and meridians, flowing with great rapidity. The meridians had widened. The vital energy had become more robust, and the speed of circulation had accelerated. Fangxing inhaled slightly, a faint smile gracing his countenance. Not only had he vanquished his adversaries at the brink of death, but he had also stabilized his cultivation and augmented his strength, an unexpected boon indeed. After surveying his physical form, he opened his eyes and cast a sweeping glance at the onlookers. His gaze was unperturbed, his demeanor serene. Yet, whether they belonged to the Kong family or those who had previously looked down upon Fangxing, they instinctively recoiled, unwilling to meet his gaze. Although Fangxing remained at the fourth realm of cultivation, his presence now instilled a sense of awe that rivaled that of the power holders of the Taishan sect. He stood as the sovereign of this place. Suddenly, a mirror glided through the air, emitting a beam of white light that enveloped Fangxing. Upon glancing upward, he could not help but feel a stir of emotion. This mirror was all too familiar to him. It was none other than the Taishan mirror he had brought back from the illusory moon ruins at the cost of his life. He instinctively turned his gaze towards Xin Kuan, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Xin Kuan regarded Fangxing from afar, nodding in satisfaction. Kong Qiuyi's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Xin Kuan, astonishment evident in his gaze. As if silently questioning, "How is the Taishan mirror in your possession? Was it not in the illusory moon ruins? How did you manage to bring it out? You dare to shield Fangxing with the Taishan mirror. How am I to kill him? You have obtained the Taishan mirror. How am I to kill you?" Naturally, Kong Qiuyi would never voice such thoughts, but he merely cast a cold stare at Fangxing beneath the beam of light. Xin Kuan glanced at Kong Qiuyi and coldly remarked, "Kong Zhongzhu, are you aware of your transgressions?" Kong Qiuyi's body trembled. He could sense the palpable killing intent emanating from Xin Kuan. And despite the turmoil within, he had no choice but to bow his head slightly. Xin Kuan then turned his attention to Kong Qiuyi, suddenly declaring, "The Grand Elder has failed in his duty of enforcement. Henceforth, he shall be stripped of his title." Kong Qiuyi's complexion paled, hardly believing his ears. The disciples below erupted in uproar. This turn of events had come far too abruptly. The position of Grand Elder, of such esteemed rank and power, could not simply be rescinded at will. "Zhongzhu, I, Kong Qiuyi, have yet to finish my words." But before he could continue, Xin Kuan interjected, "All disciples of Xianzheng Peak are to be confined for a month, during which they are forbidden from stepping foot outside of Xianzheng Peak." Xin Kuan's words fell like thunder, a singular punishment meted out to an entire sect, and moreover, this sect was the second strongest after Xianzheng Peak, an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Taishan sect. Kong Qiuyi, Kong Qiuyi, Kong Qiuji, and all the elder experts of the Kong family were thrown into a state of agitation. With their high status, how could they simply accept confinement? Yet, a mere glance from Xin Kuan was enough to make even the younger disciples tremble, let alone Kong Qiuyi, who shuddered thrice, his heart filled with dread. Did he intend to kill me? He could feel the unmasked killing intent in Xin Kuan's gaze, yet he dared not resist. The authority of the sect master was such that even the Kong family could not defy it. Xin Kuan let out a cold snort, contemplating. "Kong clan, you have truly gone too far. If I do not show you a bit of color, do you still regard me, the sect leader, at all?" Chapter 42. Drunk today, for tomorrow is uncertain. The members of the Kong clan departed in dejection, and with their exit, the atmosphere in the arena became noticeably lighter. Fangxing exhaled a sigh of relief. The punishment meted out to the Kong clan today was a measure of justice for both him and the Fang clan. The people of the Fang clan, including friends close to Fangxing and even those with whom he had little interaction, gathered around him at that moment. Fangxing had wholly transformed into an idol in the hearts of the crowd, even more revered than the halo of past geniuses. As he gazed upon the battered members of his clan, a profound sense of vengeance surged within Fangxing. The Kong clan had acted with utter impunity, not only attempting to take his life, but also injuring members of the Fang clan. The animosity of today could not be resolved with a mere punishment. Among them, Fangda, who bore the most severe injuries, a sword wound spanning a foot in length and an inch in width across his chest. Had it been a mere fraction deeper, he would have surely met his demise. The brutality with which the Kong clan had struck was evident. Yet Fangda, who, unfazed by his own injuries, broke into a wide grin, repeatedly thumping Fangxing's shoulder, his excitement unmistakable. "Shaoxing, today was simply exhilarating. Just wait and see if the Kong clan dares to disregard our Fang clan in the future." Fang Bao declared, chest puffed out, brimming with confidence, as if he himself had been the architect of the recent earth-shattering battle. Fangting's eyes were red and brimming with tears, yet none could match her joy. As Fangxing looked at the familiar faces around him, some wounded, others with tear-stained eyes, he could not help but feel a lump in his throat. Kinship is, after all, the most poignant of emotions. Xiaoxing, Wu Xiaoxiao squeezed through the crowd, her face tinged with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage to say, "I initially intended to assist you." But Fangxing interrupted her with a smile. "I know." That smile, gentle as a breeze, was the same familiar expression he always wore, untainted by today's events. Wu Xiaoxiao secretly sighed in relief. She had genuinely feared that Fangxing would look down upon her. With a smile, she added, "Fortunately, you seem to have divine assistance, exhibiting extraordinary prowess and turning the tide of battle, vanquishing our foes." When the topic of Fangxing's performance arose, the crowd fell into a state of shock and awe. They wished to inquire how he could display such formidable strength and terrify his adversaries, but upon reflection, they realized that his extraordinary feats were simply too numerous to know where to begin. "Fangxidi, I apologize for my earlier taunts. That it was my fault. If you harbor any resentment, feel free to strike me," a young man said, his face flushed with embarrassment. This individual, Fangxing recognized, was none other than Dong Li Ming, who had insulted him when he first confronted Kong Rong in the arena. Deep down, Fangxing held a disdain for such fickle-minded individuals, yet since they were all part of the same sect, he did not wish to pursue the matter further. "We are all fellow disciples. There is no need to elevate one above another or to look down upon anyone. Let bygones be bygones." "Fangxidi, your magnanimity is deeply appreciated," Dong Li Ming responded, visibly moved and wearing a look of gratitude. "Fangxidi is accomplished yet humble, a rare individual indeed," someone remarked. "Fangxidi is no ordinary person. He is a prodigy of unparalleled talent," another called out. "A once-in-a-lifetime talent." 5 years prior, everyone referred to Fangxing in such exalted terms. At that time, Fangxing felt elated, as if he were invincible. Yet, in the ensuing years, those very words transformed into a source of mockery aimed at him. Now, as he listens, Fangxing bears no trace of unusual sentiment, remaining utterly indifferent. "Come here," Wu Xiaoxiao said resignedly, pulling a young girl from the crowd. The girl's face flushed crimson, her gaze cast downwards, appearing shy and reserved. Fangxing had always harbored an inexplicable fondness for Qin Ran, even when she looked down upon him due to his misfortunes. He remained unaffected, likely because of his affection for Wu Xiaoxiao, love for her, and by extension, for Qin Ran, Wu Xiaoxiao's closest ally. Fangxing was well aware of her interest in Qin Ran, and the two shared a deep emotional connection, seemingly destined to intertwine their fates. Qin Ran clutched the hem of her garment, visibly anxious, and after a prolonged pause, mumbled, "Xiaoxing, I'm sorry." Fangxing feigned surprise, asking, "Sorry for what?" Qin Ran nearly buried her face in the ground, wishing she could vanish into the earth. Observing the situation, Fangxing chuckled. "Qin Ran, you aren't really falling for Xiaoxiao, are you? That would truly break my heart. And I would never forgive you." Wu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then playfully scolded, "Oh, you cheeky Fangxing, do you dare to steal away my friends? Are you courting death?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Qin Ran, blushing, fidgeted and attempted to escape, only to be restrained by Wu Xiaoxiao's grip. Hu Qin, standing behind Qin Ran, stole a glance at Fangxing, her eyes reflecting a myriad of unspoken emotions. Fangxing smiled back at her, but said nothing. Hu Qin felt a pang in her heart. She realized Fangxing would not hold a grudge against her and had already forgiven her, yet she also understood that from this moment onward, they would likely inhabit entirely different worlds. After a brief discussion among Xian Kuan and others, Wu Yingqiao stepped forward, announcing loudly, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, the Longhu ranking must be suspended. This year's participants will have to wait until next year to contend." The Fang family erupted in cheers. They had finally avoided disqualification. For at least the next year, the Fang family would remain one of the two prominent clans of Taishuanzong, one of the 7 main lineages. Given Fangxing's performance, he would undoubtedly secure a spot on the Longhu ranking next year, allowing the Fang family to rest easy. Next year, the corners of Fangxing's mouth curved upward slightly. Clearly, the Longhu ranking would not be his sole ambition, for he had far greater and more significant endeavors awaiting him. As the sun dipped low, casting a sanguine hue across the sky, a gentle evening breeze stirred. The square was illuminated by a bonfire, where more than a dozen members of the Fang family, young and old, sat around an elongated table, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, reveling in the warmth of camaraderie. As the wine flowed freely, restlessness took hold of the gathering, with the younger attendees clustering together, engaging in games of chance, and drinking heartily, their laughter ringing out. Even Fangxing and Fangxing, two young girls, sat amidst the boys, their faces flushed, indulging in copious amounts of wine and meat. "Let us drink to the present, for tomorrow may bring no such fortune," Fang Bao slurred, his exuberance prompting uproarious laughter from the crowd. Fang Yang, unrelenting in his teasing, retorted, "Little Baozi, what on earth are you rambling about? Alas, your lack of education is truly alarming." Fang Bao, displeased, exclaimed, "Who says I lack culture? Fang Yang, if you're so clever, why don't you give us a line?" Fang Yang ignored him, raising his cup to Fangxing and downing the contents in one go. Feeling neglected, Fang Bao glanced at Fangxing and said, "Little Lingzi, do keep your composure. Otherwise, how will you ever find a husband?" Fangxing shot back, "You're the one who will struggle to find a partner." Fang Bao chuckled and said, "I am a man, capable only of taking, not marrying." This quip immediately provoked a chorus of laughter. Fang De, who, not in the best of moods, strode over and playfully tapped Fang Bao on the back of his head, stating, "What are you trying to steal the spotlight for? Today's protagonist is Shaoxing, not you." Fang Bao, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Uncle, I was merely throwing out a bait to attract a response." Ignoring him, Fang De made his way directly to Fangxing, giving him a pat on the shoulder and saying, "Nephew, I admire you. Let's skip the pleasantries and get to it." With that, he clinked glasses with Fangxing and downed the fiery liquor in one go, exhibiting a commendable spirit. Fangting, her cheeks flushed, chided, "Uncle, my brother is still quite young. How can you call him old?" Fang De grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and responded, "It simply feels more comfortable to address him that way." "It's endearing to as." Fangxing swallowed a bowl of potent liquor. A searing warmth enveloped him, as if he were about to ignite. The 500-year-old Zhugua aged brew was something even a cultivator of the fourth extreme realm like him dared not indulge in excessively. After 5 or 6 bowls, he began to feel lightheaded. He discreetly circulated the Tian Ling Bien heart technique, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that a significant portion of the wood attribute essence from the liquor was extracted and refined into vital energy. In the blink of an eye, the effects of 6 bowls of strong liquor vanished without a trace, leaving his mind crystal clear, his face devoid of any redness. "Goodness, Shaoxing, when did you cultivate such impressive drinking capacity? Even I, with my vast tolerance, feel a bit dizzy, yet you appear completely unfazed, without even a hint of color in your cheeks," Fang Bao exclaimed in astonishment. Fangxing cleared his throat and replied, "I don't turn red when I drink, cough, I simply do not." Fang Bao, perplexed, asked, "Oh, how is that possible? I recall you used to flush at the mere scent of alcohol. Could I be mistaken?" An elderly man in his 60s approached, shoving Fang Bao aside, his nose red from drink, and said, "Grandson, come, let us share a bowl." "Certainly," Fangxing replied, raising his cup to clink with the elder and downing it in one gulp. The elder, known as Fang Zhongchun, was the younger brother of Fang Zhongtian and the last 2 remnants of their generation. After finishing his drink, Fang Zhongchun glanced around conspiratorially and said, "Grandson, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Sensing the elder's mysterious demeanor, Fangxing's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire, "What is it?" "Please, do tell." In a hushed tone, Fang Zhongchun revealed, "Your second grandmother has a brother who has a granddaughter, a charming girl of 15, as lovely as a flower, and she is quite enchanting. Your second grandmother wishes to match the 2 of you. What do you think?" He punctuated his words with winks and mischievous grins, as if to say, "Young man, you are in for a treat." Fangxing nearly gasped aloud, quickly declining, "I'm still quite young. Let us forget about it." Fang Zhongchen's expression soured immediately, and he retorted, "You rascal, you're already 15. How can you still consider yourself young? If it weren't for your grandfather asking me to gauge your opinion, I wouldn't even bother telling you." "Gauge my opinion?" Fangxing was taken aback. Realizing it was merely a notification rather than a discussion, Fang Zhongchen thumped his thigh and declared, "Indeed, a notification. I have the final say." Though Fangxing longed to protest, "Can your word truly carry weight?" He refrained, aware that the elder was a senior, and even if he were to argue, what could he do? Thus, he cast a desperate glance toward Fangting, seeking her assistance. Fangting stifled her laughter. Sitting beside Fangxing, and of course, she had heard Fang Zhongchen's words. Although she found Fangxing's behavior somewhat abrupt, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for Fangxing therefore. Fangting feigned ignorance and simply offered Fangxing a gentle smile. Fangxing was speechless. He had never encountered such a disloyal sister. While Fangxing rambled on, Fangxing hardly listened, preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape the clutches of the verbal onslaught. "Ah, Qingwan, what brings you here?" Suddenly, the astonished voice of Fang Bao broke through, and Fangxing reacted swiftly, darting out in a flash. Behind him, Fangxing complained, "Hey, I haven't finished my sentence yet." Chapter 43. A fury for the fair one. The newcomer was tall and slender, possessing an oval face, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips. Two strands of hair cascaded down her chest, exuding an air of grace and refinement, reminiscent of a neighborly sister. Yet, beneath this tranquil exterior lay an undeniable aura, akin to a lotus emerging unsullied from the mud, pure, or a celestial crane soaring in the clouds, elevated, surpassing even the heavenly maidens who descended to the mortal realm. However, those familiar with her knew that this seemingly serene beauty harbored a burning flame within. Once stirred, she erupted like a volcano, capable of shaking the heavens and moving the spirits. In the entire Taishan sect, one could find no other like her, an individual whose appearance and inner self were polar opposites. She was none other than Qingwan, one of the four beauties of Taishan. Her arrival was like icing on the cake, enhancing the festive banquet with even greater delight. "Qingwan, my dear junior sister. What a delightful surprise. Please, do take a seat," Fang Bao exclaimed, nearly shouting with excitement. The prospect of conversing with one of the four beauties of Taishan sent his hormones into a frenzy. Not only were the young men exhilarated, but even Fang Ting and others were equally overjoyed, and even Fang Dao's generation expressed immense joy. Qingwan was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed exceptional talent, garnering an extraordinary level of popularity. Both brothers, Fang Zhangtian and Fang Zhengchen, rose to invite her to sit. Fang Ting approached and took Qingwan's hand, guiding her to sit beside herself, adjacent to Fangxing. Fangxing was indeed taken aback by Qingwan's presence, as he had little interaction with her before. "Sister Qingwan, come, allow me to toast you," Fang Ting said, lifting 2 cups and placing one in Qingwan's hand. Exuding a hint of a tomboyish charm, Qingwan hesitated momentarily, but seeing Fang Ting smile at her, she found it difficult to decline. "Sister Fang Ting, I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I shall only sip a little. If that is acceptable?" Though Qingwan was at the dragon frame realm, and the mere alcohol brewed from the zhu fruit could hardly affect her, she had spoken thus, and Fang Ting could not press further. "Very well, do as you please. I shall drink to that," she replied. A waft of fragrant aroma entered Fangxing's nostrils, more intoxicating than a century-old zhu fruit brew, invigorating yet quickly leading to a state of delightful inebriation, where thoughts drifted into reverie. Fangxing raised his cup and took a hearty gulp, unaware that his face had turned crimson. "Brother, since Qingwan has traveled from afar, shouldn't you toast her as well?" Fang Ting teased Fangxing with a knowing glance and a constant smile. Yet inwardly, she mused, "Qingwan has never visited Fangzhengfeng before. Why has she chosen today to come? Surely, it must be for my little brother. Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? Aside from her somewhat fiery temper, she is otherwise impeccable, a perfect candidate to become my sister-in-law." Fangxing was entirely unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in Fang Ting's mind. Raising his cup, he politely declared, "Sister Qingwan, I toast to you." Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Observing Fangxing down his drink in one gulp, she hesitated before taking a delicate sip. Fang Ting chided, "Little brother, Sister Qingwan is still younger than you. Why do you address her as sister? Such a form of address for a young lady is rather inappropriate." Fangxing paused, for in this world where strength was revered, he saw no fault in his choice of address. The Fang family members were all warmly toasting to Qingwan, and Fangxing could sense her growing agitation, though she bore it with restraint. Inwardly musing, "This fiery girl, I wonder how long you can endure." A flicker of anticipation coursed through him. Fang Ting was exceedingly enthusiastic, continually serving Qingwan food, inquiring, "Sister, what do you think of my little brother?" Fangxing nearly spat out his drink. Such blatant words were rather shocking. He could not help but cast an incredulous glare at Fang Ting, who, seemingly oblivious, continued, "My brother, aside from being shy in the presence of girls, is quite admirable in every other regard. Look at his age, he still lacks a proper partner. As his sister, I worry for him." With that, she shot a fierce look at Fangxing, her frustration palpable. To everyone's surprise, the previously reserved Qingwan's complexion suddenly drained of color, only to flush a deep crimson tinged with purple moments later. Without uttering a word, she stood up and yanked Fangxing by the collar, dragging him away, even toppling the bench in her haste. The abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of comprehension, Fangting chuckled, "Ahem, those two have matters to attend to. Let us not intrude, especially you." Fangbao, "Behave yourself." Fangbao, with a lecherous grin, replied, "Understood. I am not blind. In this pitch-black night, a man and a woman. Who would dare interrupt them? That would surely be madness." Fang Zhongchen interjected disapprovingly. "How can Xiaoxing act like this? He is already betrothed to Xiaoxian. He must not act recklessly." Fang Zhongtian, equally displeased, glared, threatening. "Who is engaged to whom? Just because you say so. Does it hold any weight?" Fang Zhongchen recoiled slightly, sulking as he drank alone. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Their spirits lifted in the depths of darkness, where the flickering firelight could not reach, and the onlookers remained oblivious. The hand that had seized Fangxing's collar abruptly released him, followed by a swift and sharp sound slicing through the air. Startled, Fangxing instinctively leaned back, only to see a shadow dart past him. It was a hand. Had his reflexes been just a moment slower, he would have likely received a resounding slap to the face. Anger surged within him. Qingwan held no familial ties to him. Their relationship was merely that of fellow disciples. What warranted such a fierce reaction? "Sister Qingwan, what on earth are you doing?" Fangxing inquired softly, his tone tinged with chill. "Humph," Qingwan scoffed, refraining from further aggression. She regarded Fangxing with a frosty gaze, stating, "That slap earlier was for my sister. How dare you evade it? Next time, I shall ensure she strikes you in my presence." "Your sister?" Fangxing was utterly bewildered. He could not recall offending her sister. Qingwan's sisters were none other than Zilin, Bai Bing, and Hong Yin, three formidable women he would never dare to cross. The Azure Phoenix, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "My senior sister has suffered from a lethal poison for your sake, and yet you, fickle as the wind, still seek a path to salvation. That I ask you, has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Were it anyone else uttering such words, Fangxing would have likely retaliated with a fierce blow. But upon hearing Qingwan's words, he felt a weight settle in his heart, as if he sensed an impending calamity. He hastily inquired, "Your senior sister, is it Zilin? What poison has she been afflicted with? And how is she faring now?" Suddenly, he recalled that during his fierce battle with Kong Xian, he had not seen Zilin's figure. His singular focus had clouded his awareness. Yet, after his victory, why had she not appeared? The Dragon Tiger ranking is of paramount importance to the younger disciples of the Taishan sect. Unless faced with an extraordinary circumstance, none would willingly miss such an event. Clearly, Zilin had missed the Dragon Tiger ranking, implying that the poison she endured was no ordinary affliction, likely endangering her very life. Before Qingwan could respond, Fangxing's voice turned grave as he demanded, "Who inflicted this poison upon her?" The chilling malice in his tone caused the fervent night to grow suddenly cold. The ire within Qingwan dissipated instantly, her cold, piercing gaze shimmering with an uncanny light. The towering mountains loomed like malevolent specters, coldly observing all life. The dense forests appeared ghostly, eerily clutching at souls. Fangxing's gaze was colder than demons and more spectral than phantoms. The flickering campfire seemed to share in the frigid atmosphere. No one could fathom that a woman once as gentle as water and as beautiful as the moon could devolve into such a state. The sudden pang of anguish gripped Fangxing's heart, causing tears to spill forth. He reached out, tenderly wiping away the tears from her cheek, which felt rigid and bore a metallic chill. To his horror, the tears glimmered with a metallic sheen, akin to gold. The golden vein heart-cleansing palm, once afflicted, would render the heart's surface metallic, with this corrosion gradually spreading throughout the body until the individual transformed entirely into metal, an unfathomable and malicious fate. At that moment, Zilin's body was nearly 70% covered in metallic patches. Once her skin was entirely engulfed, it would signify that her heart had wholly turned to metal, rendering any heart protection elixir futile. Thus, time was slipping away for Fangxing recently. Qingwan has been assisting me in alleviating the poison. Her fire attribute essence possesses a restraining effect on metals, effectively halting the toxin spread. You need not worry excessively about me." Zilin spoke softly. Despite her cold visage, even her entire being frozen, her voice radiated warmth and gentleness, capable of melting one's heart. "You should rest assured and recuperate. Trust in me," she continued. How could Fangxing not feel anxious? Yet he managed to display a gentle smile. Is murderous intent reserved solely for his foes that I believe in you? Zilin replied tenderly. Fangxing enveloped her in his embrace, with Zilin leaning against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth emanating from him. This warmth seemed to have the power to dispel her poison. In this moment, words were unnecessary. All that was needed was to quietly feel each other's warmth. Zhang Tianqing, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will drag you out. The murderous intent within Fangxing had coalesced into a formidable force, awaiting its most terrifying eruption. He silently communicated with the Nuclear King, hoping for assistance. The Nuclear King can silently neutralize even the venom of the ancient demonic ants, so naturally, the toxins of the Golden Vein's heart-pushing palm pose no challenge to it. Alas, despite Fangxing's painstaking efforts, the Nuclear King remains indifferent, ultimately compelling him to give up. Chapter 44. How Our Masters Forged. Radiant sunlight cascades through the branches, forming brilliant beams of light. The morning forest exudes freshness and elegance. Qing Wan has been vigilantly stationed outside the cave, and when Fangxing emerges, she remains in the same posture and direction as the previous night. Fangxing suddenly realizes how fortunate Zilin is to have such a sister, and he longs to express his gratitude. However, given their relationship, it hardly seems appropriate for Fangxing to thank her. Qing Wan, thank you, he finally articulates. Qing Wan turns to face him, her gaze somewhat peculiar, and replies, do not call me sister. Zilin is your sister. Her tone carries a hint of playful reproach. Fangxing says nothing, brushing past her. After taking 10 steps, he is taken aback by Qing Wan's faint voice from behind. My master has yet to return since descending the mountain, and I am quite worried about her safety. That I will accompany you down the mountain. Fangxing stares at Qing Wan in surprise and astonishment. You need not worry, she continues. Even in my absence, your sister can endure for a year. Fangxing is somewhat perplexed. Zilin has transformed so drastically in less than a month, even with Qing Wan's assistance. How could she possibly last a whole year without Qing Wan by her side? Qing Wan elaborates, on the surface, it appears that my help has alleviated the spread of the toxins, but in truth, my contribution is minimal. My presence or absence does not significantly affect her injuries. Fangxing, puzzled, inquires, why is that? Qing Wan replies, the metallic elements within your sister are exceedingly strange, and my fire attribute energy is utterly ineffective against them. With that, she strides away. Watching his retreating figure, Qing Wan is suddenly filled with confusion, murmuring to herself, why did I say so much to him? Fangxing hurries towards Zongjing Peak. Zhang Tianqing is a formidable presence within the internal communication realm, and he must be thoroughly prepared if he hopes to stand a chance. Currently at the Four Extremes realm, although his battle with Kong Rong has solidified his status, he still has a considerable distance to cover before breaking through to the next stage, and the gap between him and Zhang Tianqing is even larger. His immediate goal is to ascend to the Four Extremes realm in the shortest time possible. This realm specializes in the cultivation of the limbs, and the most straightforward way to enhance them is to seek out divine abilities related to hands and feet. Naturally, obtaining a Four Extremes pill would be the most efficient method, but its value surpasses even that of the cleansing marrow pill. The alchemists of the Taishan sect are unable to concoct it, and it is scarcely available in the market. Thus, acquiring a Four Extremes pill proves exceedingly challenging for Fangxing. Consequently, his only option is to engage in diligent cultivation as he passes through the Taishan gate. The presence of disciples from the Taishan sect gradually increases. Noticing Fangxing's urgent ascent, the other disciples greet him courteously. Once he departs, they gather in small groups, marveling at him. The once legendary talent, having caused a stir at the gates of death, is now even more astonishing, exceeding the bounds of his realm to slay foes. One could hardly find such a formidable figure throughout the entirety of the Jing Kingdom's history. Hidden and unassuming, the gasps of astonishment from behind naturally reached Fangxing's ears. However, he remained indifferent to them, instead quickening his pace. The crowd at Luyan Square was even more substantial. Upon spotting Fangxing, numerous individuals flocked towards him, with many eager to seek his guidance. Fangxing, succinctly and decisively, declined their requests and made a beeline for the library. Was he perhaps in a hurry due to some urgent matter? His hurried demeanor prompted concern rather than disdain among the crowd as he headed towards the library. It was clear that he was in search of some profound insights. Truly, a fanatic for cultivation. Unwilling to pause for even a moment, someone sighed, remarking on Fangxing's remarkable achievements. Yet his relentless pursuit of cultivation was a testament to a level of determination far beyond the average practitioner. It seemed we too must intensify our training lest we bring shame upon ourselves. Unbeknownst to Fangxing, his urgent desire to avoid wasting time had led others to perceive him as a cultivation zealot, inadvertently affecting the enthusiasm of some younger disciples for their own training. Upon entering the library, Fangxing immediately stirred a commotion. Not only did the disciples engrossed in their studies gather around him, but even the elders of the library set aside their tasks, their expressions akin to those who had stumbled upon a treasure. "Shaoxing, you're not planning to raid our library's collection again, are you?" One elder remarked, part teasing, part astonished. They had witnessed Fangxing's remarkable feats within the library and were left in awe. Before Fangxing, a silent sense of inadequacy began to take root in their hearts. The elders took immense pride in their extensive reading and understanding. Yet in Fangxing's presence, that pride seemed to lose its value. "I seek a set of techniques that are both easy to practice and possess great power, such as palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, foot techniques, and knife techniques," Fangxing stated. The elder rolled his eyes, exasperated yet amused, replying, "In this world, where can one find techniques that are both easy to master and immensely powerful? Techniques that are easy to practice lack strength, while those that are powerful are notoriously difficult to master. This is an unyielding truth." Fangxing continued, "I require the palm, fist, leg, and foot techniques to be of the low yellow rank. Yet they must be the most potent of their level. The knife techniques should be of the intermediate yellow rank." Having committed much of the library's vast array of texts to memory, Fangxing found the sheer volume and variety overwhelming. To sift through the multitude of manuals to find what suited him best would indeed require considerable effort, hence his return to the library. He could have searched independently, but after previous experiences, he had come to realize that even his rapid reading skills could not compare to the direct guidance of the library elders. Thus, he chose to inquire directly. The elder paused momentarily before saying, "Follow me." With that, he led Fangxing to the second floor. Would the elder truly lend him such an extensive collection of techniques all at once? That would seem rather biased. Some murmured discontentedly. "You know nothing," one disciple retorted, rolling his eyes at the earlier speaker, implying a subtle mockery of their short-sightedness. Elder Liang selected 3 techniques: Mingyang Kaitian Palm, PL Fist, and H11 OH Emming Fist. Although all were classified as low yellow rank techniques, when cultivated to perfection, their power rivaled that of many intermediate yellow rank techniques, though they were exceptionally challenging to master. To my knowledge, within the entire Taishan sect, aside from a select few, no one had successfully cultivated even one of these 3 techniques. Li Yang, a senior brother, once practiced the Thunder Fist. However, the physical demands of this technique proved too rigorous, and after 3 years of arduous training without success, he ultimately abandoned it. One individual shook his head in dismay. Clearly possessing some knowledge of the Thunder Fist, Qian Lu was currently refining the Mingyang Kaitian Palm, having dedicated 2 years to it with minimal results. A female disciple remarked, "What does that signify? Senior brother Gao Qi has been practicing the Tiger Roar and Crane Call Fist for 5 years, and he has only achieved minor success. Yet, the Tiger Roar and Crane Call Fist truly lives up to its reputation. Even in its nascent form, its power is no less than that of a typical low-level yellow-grade divine ability in full bloom." A short, stout disciple added, "If even senior brother Yan Gaoqi took 5 years to attain minor success, just how challenging is the practice of the Tiger Roar and Crane Call Fist?" Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Yan Gaoqi is a prominent figure on the Dragon and Tiger list. His aptitude is beyond question. The fact that it took him 5 years to achieve even a slight breakthrough clearly illustrates the formidable nature of this technique. It settled then. Fangxing took hold of the manual for the Tiger Roar and Crane Call Fist, instantly eliciting surprise from many. Was he knowingly walking into danger? However, Fangxing's subsequent actions sent a shiver down their spines. He rapidly flipped through the manual, finishing a 20-page tome in roughly 10 breaths, before promptly returning it to Elder Liang. Even after witnessing Fangxing's skimming technique for the second time, Elder Liang still hesitated, asking, "You finished reading it? Have you memorized everything? You must understand that studying a manual is not like any other task. Even the slightest mistake can lead to catastrophic consequences." Fangxing nodded affirmatively and replied, "I've memorized it all. I now require a manual on blade techniques and another on leg or foot techniques." He had previously encountered this manual, and now, upon reviewing it again, his recollection was even more vivid and stable. A chorus of gasps filled the air, and the gazes directed at Fangxing shifted to expressions of uncertainty, some filled with shock, others disbelief. How is that possible? memorizing a manual in just 10 breaths. Surely, this must be a jest? Many found it hard to accept this reality, as it was far too demoralizing. Fearing that lingering any longer would incite considerable commotion, he preferred to remain discreet. The process of borrowing books from the library was quite elaborate. One first had to register with the elder in the specialized pavilion, then with the elder in the specialized floor, and only after that could one proceed to the library's registration office to borrow the manual, which had to be returned within a month. Each floor of the library was overseen by an elder known as the specialized floor elder, and each floor contained numerous compartments, each managed by an elder referred to as the specialized pavilion elder. The specialized pavilion elder held the least authority, followed by the specialized floor elder, while the library elder wielded the greatest power, forming a three-tiered management system. Fangxing truly seemed like a reincarnated deity. As they watched him depart, many swallowed hard, filled with envy. Could it be that he intends to master so many challenging techniques all at once? Is this how masters are forged? Chapter 45. The crane in the clouds. Fangxing had not ventured far from the library when he spotted Wu Xiaoxiao approaching with a beaming smile. Her voice carrying from a distance, "Xiaoxing, what divine ability have you chosen, and what is its name?" Before the library, I made 3 selections of divine abilities, 1 set of palm techniques, the stone-splitting palm, 1 set of foot techniques, the sundo foot, and 1 set of staff techniques, the 5 kills staff. The first 2 belong to the low-grade yellow tier, while the staff technique is of the intermediate yellow tier. Let us compare them. Before Fangxing could utter a word, he continued, "I know without you saying it that you must have chosen sword techniques. However, one can only select 1 divine ability at a time from the library. So you cannot compete with me. What kind of sword technique do you possess that could rival my 5 kills staff?" Wu Xiaoxiao, dressed in azure garb and wielding a 7-foot black iron staff, appeared ready to descend the mountain, with a bundle slung over his shoulder. However, his expression was one of unbridled arrogance, prompting Fangxing to suppress his curiosity and reply curtly, "Naturally, I chose sword techniques as well, which are also of the intermediate yellow tier, though I wonder if they can compare to your 5 kills staff." As he spoke, Fangxing produced the technique for the chaotic blade, causing Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes to sparkle with interest. Chaotic blade, indeed. It is the foremost sword technique in the library and can be mentioned in the same breath as my king of staffs, the 5 kills staff. Fangxing could not help but roll his eyes at the self-aggrandizing title Wu Xiaoxiao bestowed upon himself. Nonetheless, the power of the 5 kills staff was undeniably formidable, boasting the claim of 1 staff, 5 kills, placing it among the top in the intermediate yellow tier. Without mincing words, Fangxing remarked, "The 5 kills staff. You say, have you mastered it yet? If not, then it shall be known as the 5 blind staff. 5 strikes launched, yet none effective, all blind." Fangxing furrowed his brow slightly, then proceeded to open the manual and skim through it before returning it. Wu Xiaoxiao stood agape, incredulous, and stammered, "You memorized it just like that?" Fangxing ignored him and took his leave first. "Goodness, cultivation is no child's play. Fangxing, I must warn you, this is an extremely irresponsible approach. Stop right there. Did you hear me? You infuriate me. By the way, where were you last night? I went out cheerfully to find you for a drink, only to see not even a shadow of you. Have you gone deaf or mute?" In the woods, Wu Xiaoxiao's frustrated voice echoed, leaving the disciples of the library in a state of shock. It seemed that among the entire Taishan sect, only Wu Xiaoxiao dared to speak to Fangxing in such a manner. Within the grand hall of the Yunxiao Pavilion stood a statue towering over 3 zhang, its imposing presence radiating an aura of majesty. Despite being merely a sculpture, it exuded an undeniable sense of reverence and fear in all who approached. This statue depicted the founder of the Taishan sect, Xian Gizi. Below the statue were 4 altars, dedicated to the ancestors of the Fang, Kong, Yi, and Li clans. The Taishan sect pays homage not to heaven and earth, but solely to their ancestors. Upon entering, individuals would first bow thrice to the statue and altars before paying their respects to the sect leader, Xian Kuan. Before long, 10 individuals arrived, including the sect leader Xian Kuan, Wu Yingqiao, the chief of Zizhu Peak, Kuan Lin, the eldest disciple of Zheng Feng, the 3 sisters of Xia Peak, Bai Bing, Hong Yan, and Qing Luan, Lu Wen from Tai Peak, He Yu from Kaidi Peak, as well as Wu Xiaoxiao and Fangxing among the 7 branches of the Taishan sect. Only the Kong clan of Xianjing Peak was unrepresented. Wu Yingqiao took the lead, and Fangxing and the younger generation lined up behind him, facing sect leader Xian Kuan. After sweeping his gaze over everyone, Xian Kuan declared, "Our descent from the mountain this time is primarily to locate Master Lung Yue and the heart-protecting elixir. Ensure that no other incidents arise, and obey Wu Shou's commands without question." The young disciples responded in unison, "Yes." Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating to herself how swiftly they had changed their tune. She glanced at Fangxing and reassured him, "Rest assured, Senior Sister has been taken to the back mountain for recuperation by the sect master." Instantly, Fangxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. With sect master Xian Kuan accompanying her, she was undoubtedly safe. Hong Yan, with a playful smile, remarked, "Fang Shixiao, have you become so anxious after just a brief separation?" At that moment, Fangxing felt his cheeks flush with warmth. Hastily averting his gaze from Hong Yan, only to suddenly hear Bai Bing's cold voice cutting through the air, "If anything were to happen to my master or senior sister, I will be the first to hold you accountable." Her tone was even colder than her demeanor, chilling enough to send a shiver down Fangxing's spine. He couldn't help but scrutinize Bai Bing closely. Her beauty rivaled that of Qingwan, clad in white garments. Resembling a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, yet exuding the frigidness of an ancient glacier, the aura she radiated was potent enough to influence him. It seemed Bai Bing was perilously close to mastering the inner realm. Fang Zhongtian, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, issued an immediate order to seal the mountain after Fangxing's departure. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off his concern for Fangxing. Meanwhile, at Xianzheng Peak, the confined Kong clan did not exhibit any signs of despair. Instead, they were all gathered around an elegant pavilion, their eyes wide with astonishment. This pavilion, constructed of timber, was distanced from the Kong clan's main gathering area. Nestled against verdant bamboo and facing clear waters, an extraordinarily secluded spot. At that moment, a whirlwind began to swirl around the pavilion, and what was most peculiar was that the whirlwind seemed to be drawn to the pavilion, as if something within was causing it. Kong Chiu-yi and Kong Chiu-ing gazed intently at the pavilion, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as even their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. This whirlwind was not a mere figment of the imagination. It was a result of an individual inside the pavilion, who had broken through today, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, thus creating the whirlwind. Such a spectacular event had never been recorded in the annals of the Kong clan's history. The gate of the extraordinary truly evokes a different resonance, Kong Chiu-yi murmured, realizing that Kong Yunha's Dragon Gate was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The whirlwind persisted for a considerable duration before finally dissipating, followed by a crisp sound that stirred the hearts of all present. Crackling noises erupted as the entire pavilion became riddled with terrifying fissures, which soon culminated in a thunderous collapse. From the clouds of dust emerged a figure, composed and unperturbed. This individual possessed icy, piercing eyes that shone like blades. Despite their youth, they emanated an invincible confidence and dominance. Unmistakably Kong Yunha, waves of earthy light radiated from his body, protecting him from the encroaching dust. Kong Yunha cast a languid glance at each person present, casually inquiring, "Have they descended the mountain?" Kong Chiu-yi and Kong Chiu-ing exchanged glances, knowing that the they Kong Yunha referred to must be Wu Yingqiao and his companions. However, when the disciples had come to report earlier, Kong Yunha had been in seclusion. How was he aware of this? Did he overhear them? The distance between them was at least 300 meters, and the disciple's voice was as faint as a whisper. Even a master with acute senses in the spirit-clear realm would struggle to hear amidst complete focus. How did he perceive it? Kong Yunha continued, "When fish leap and transform into dragons, opening the Dragon Gate allows one to unlock their innate potential and acquire extraordinary abilities. The leap of the fish and the transformation into a dragon, though merely a step apart, represent an abyss of difference. Not only have I attained divine abilities, but I have also awakened my corporeal form, unlocking the power of auditory perception." Auditory perception? Kong Chiu-ing could not suppress his astonishment. Auditory perception is one of the 6 divine senses, and one who possesses it can hear conversations from 1,000 miles away, earning the title of heavenly ears. Each of the 6 divine senses, once acquired, inevitably elevates one to the ranks of invincibility, for it signifies the awakening of one's physical constitution, a feat achievable only by those whose innate strength has reached a significant threshold. An extraordinary rarity. Yet, Kong Yunha has somehow awakened the power of auditory perception, making both his talents and physical form a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Truly a prodigious genius of celestial caliber, now that he has descended from the mountain. It is time for me to do the same. The clash between us is destined to reach its conclusion. Kong Yunhe gazed towards the east, murmuring to himself. Kong Qiuying was taken aback. Was Kong Yunhe preparing to confront Fangxing in a battle to the death? Fangxing's behavior was exceedingly enigmatic. Could he truly overcome him? However, his apprehension soon dissipated. Kong Yunhe's gaze was frigid, his demeanor composed, as if everything before him was of little consequence. The unparalleled Dragon Gate. The auditory perception. Who in the entire eastern wilderness, or even across the Longyuan continent, could be compared to him? Chapter 46. Who is the one in the shadows? At noon, when Fangxing arrived at the Taishan sect, Wu Yingqiao and his son, as well as the three sisters of Xia Peak, had already gathered. As they settled in, Kunlun, Lu Wan, and He Yu arrived one after another. Kunlun donned a grayish robe, his robust frame complemented by a bushy beard, and he carried a broad sword on his back. Lu Wan, with his refined appearance, wore a white robe and had a jade flute of emerald hue at his waist. He Yu's delicate features and slender form were accentuated by the sword she bore. After everyone exchanged greetings, Wu Yingqiao led them swiftly down the mountain. The least experienced among them, Wu Xiaoxiao and Fangxing, both possessed the cultivation of the Four Extremes realm, and together they executed the Luo Yin step. Resembling a tempest as they rushed past, at dusk, the group arrived at Yue City, the closest settlement to the Taishan sect. They found an inn to stay, and after dinner, Wu Yingqiao gathered everyone to discuss their forthcoming plans. Tomorrow, we shall utilize the teleportation array in Yue City to travel to Luoxia City. The Zhang family has informed us that Zhang Tianqing departed for Luoxia City after leaving Taishan, and he is yet to return home. It is highly likely that he is there, and Master Lin Yue may also be in Luoxia. However, we cannot place full trust in the Zhang family's words, so we must alter our appearances and claim to be from Shirlu City in the south. Even if we encounter members of the Zhang family, we must not easily reveal our identities. Wu Yingqiao declared. Fangxing found this reasoning sound. Zhang Tianqing's injury to Zilin had already set the two sides at odds. Yet, due to the Kong family's influence, the conflict had remained unvoiced. Even if the Zhang family merely inflicted an accidental injury upon Zilin, it was prudent to exercise caution until the nature of the enmity was clarified. The first level focuses on cultivating a forceful and dominating strength. The second level emphasizes a gentle and lingering grace. And the third level harmonizes the two, achieving a balance of hardness and softness. The difficulty of mastering the tiger's roar and crane's call fist lies in the transition from the culmination of forcefulness to the realm of gentleness. Representing two extremes, the essence of this transition lies in the control of power and the mastery of the physical form. Many individuals, after honing their vigorous strength, find it arduous to transition into a gentler force. Conversely, those who have cultivated a soft power struggle to revert to a robust vigor. Thus, this particular martial art proves exceedingly challenging to master, particularly in the third layer, where the harmonious coexistence of hardness and softness is demanded. The expectations placed upon the practitioner are exceedingly stringent. Although it is merely encapsulated in 4 simple characters, it embodies profound truths that in a state of hardness, one can shatter stone and split boulders. In a state of softness, one can wield the weight of 1,000 pounds with but a gentle touch. The essence of blending hardness and softness renders one invincible. Fangxing initially practiced the vigorous strength, delivering each punch with utmost force. However, striking at emptiness made it difficult for him to elevate his mastery to its zenith. Subsequently, Fangxing turned to the cultivation of a gentle force. Before embracing this gentler approach, he first refined his disposition. This disposition is manifested in a state of tranquility, for in stillness, one can perceive the winds. Within a room, the average person may be oblivious to the presence of air. Yet, when Fangxing achieved stillness, he could sense the oscillation of air with every breath, creating currents that formed an almost imperceptible breeze. What is the softest? Is it not this gentle breeze? Can this breeze inflict harm? Certainly not. Yet, the true essence of the tiger's roar and crane's call technique lies in its gentleness akin to this breeze, capable of dispatching enemies with lethal precision. This notion is almost inconceivable, and to achieve such mastery is even more so. The difficulty inherent in the tiger's roar and crane's call technique is evident, explaining why many have spent years, even decades, without attaining significant progress. Throughout the night, Fangxing refrained from striking, focusing solely on the sounds of the wind around him. Only by first understanding the gentle breeze could he hope to unleash punches as light as the breeze itself. It was clear that he had not gleaned much from that night as dawn broke. The group gathered at the front courtyard restaurant, enjoying breakfast before setting off. The teleportation array of Yue City is situated at the heart of the city, constructed at the expense of the Jingwa court, and is under the court's control. To utilize the teleportation array, each individual must pay 10 taels of gold for every 100 miles, a fee that is simply beyond the reach of the average person. When Fangxing and his companions arrived, there were still 7 or 8 individuals queued at the teleportation array. Each person was required to inform the soldiers of their destination and pay a fee prior to stepping onto the array. Once on the array, the soldiers would establish the coordinates and activate the teleportation. That a strange white light would envelop the individual, and within approximately 3 breaths, they would vanish from the array. Wu Xiaoxiao stared in awe, exclaiming in astonishment, which drew curious glances from onlookers who regarded them as simple folk from the countryside. This left Wu Yingxiao both amused and exasperated, compelling him to sternly admonish Wu Xiaoxiao for her lack of composure. Fangxing himself found the spectacle quite extraordinary. However, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, concealing his surprise behind a facade of indifference. Puffed. They all act as if they are grand nobles, aside from my father and senior brother Kunlin. Who among you has ever used a teleportation array? Wu Xiaoxiao mercilessly pierced through their pretenses. The faces of Lu Wen, He and others flushed crimson, while only Bai Bing remained as cold as ice. Distancing herself from the rest, soon it was Fangxing and his companions' turn. Wu Yingxiao relayed their destination, Luoxia City, located over 1,400 miles from Yue City, with each person needing to pay 140 taels of gold, amounting to a total of 1,260 taels for their group of 9. This sum would suffice for the average person's livelihood for 8 lifetimes. Wu Xiaoxiao grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, the moment they stepped onto the teleportation array, all discontent vanished instantaneously. Even if the cost were 10,000 taels of gold per person, he would likely not find it exorbitant. Fangxing, filled with curiosity, pondered the extraordinary nature of the teleportation array that could enable a person to traverse thousands of miles in an instant. He scrutinized the array meticulously. It was constructed from a sturdy black stone, shaped like a disc, capable of accommodating 20 to 30 individuals at once. Surrounding it were 32 openings, through which soldiers diligently inserted white stones. Subsequently, a layer of runes emerged above the array, swirling rapidly and emanating a radiant light that enveloped everyone present. Those white stones were spirit stones, born from the essence of heaven and earth, which could be refined into vital energy by practitioners above the heavenly dragon realm. Wu Yingxiao remarked. Only those at the heavenly dragon realm can refine them? To which Lu Wen inquired. The surface of spirit stones is exceptionally tough. Only those of the heavenly dragon realm possess the capability to refine them. For such powerful beings, they serve as a source of energy. Yet for us, they hold little value, Wu Yingxiao explained. The crowd was taken aback, realizing how distant they were from the heavenly dragon realm. Fangxing pondered aloud. If they are so significant to those at the heavenly dragon realm, why then are they utilized as the energy source for the teleportation array? Wouldn't that be a waste? Wu Yingxiao cast an appreciative glance at Fangxing and replied, Spirit stones come in various grades. This is the most inferior type, which would not be coveted by practitioners of the heavenly dragon realm. It is best to utilize resources to their fullest potential, hence it serves perfectly to power the teleportation array. As he spoke, the brilliance of the teleportation array reached its zenith, and Fangxing felt as though his body had become weightless, losing both sight and sound, surrounded by an overwhelming void. As if he had entered a state of chaos where even time seemed to stand still. It was unclear how long they remained in this state, but suddenly, the sound of wind erupted, growing increasingly intense, and everyone felt as if they were being torn apart by countless hands, as if they might be shattered at any moment. However, this sensation did not linger long, and soon they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. The teleportation array remained beneath their feet, yet the surrounding scenery had transformed. Fangxing glanced at his companions. Wu Yingxiao and Kunlin appeared largely unchanged, while the others exhibited varying degrees of pallor. Even Bai Bing's typically cold visage bore traces of ashen hue. Clearly, their inaugural journey through space had left everyone unsettled. Nearby was another teleportation array, designated for sending, while the one they stood upon was intended for receiving. Each city operated in this manner, one for dispatch and one for reception. After Wu Yingxiao led the group off the teleportation array, they swiftly merged into the throng, and before long, they found themselves in a courtyard located in the northwestern corner of Luoxia City. This place housed the surveillance left behind by the Taishan sect. Upon arriving, Fangxing and his companions received shocking news. Just yesterday, The uncle and nephew Zhang Tianqing had unexpectedly appeared at the Zhang family gate, only to be discovered as corpses that asked for Master Ling Yue. She had remained untraceable. Fangxing's heart plummeted to the depths. With Zhang Tianqing's demise, who in this world could possibly cure Zeline's poison? Zeline was afflicted by the golden vein heart-compelling palm, a unique talent of Zhang Tianqing. This meant that apart from Zhang Tianqing, no one else could wield the golden vein heart-compelling palm or concoct the heart-protecting pill. What were they to do? How could this be? Wu Yingqiao furrowed his brow. The coincidences were too numerous to ignore. Could it be that Master Ling Yue had encountered an accident? If these suspicions held true, who was the shadowy figure behind it all? Do you harbor a grudge against the Taishan sect? Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat began to trickle down Wu Yingqiao's forehead. Before leaving the Taishan sect, Xian Kun had met with him privately and shared some conjectures. Perhaps there were those lurking in the shadows, seeking to take advantage of this opportunity to strike against the Taishan sect. At that time, Wu Yingqiao had been skeptical, but in retrospect, the thought sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 47. A problem arises by Chao City. Situated in the eastern part of Jinghua, serves as the economic hub and transportation nexus of the region. It is the largest city in the east. The east of Baichao City lies the renowned Diling mountain range. Rich with medicinal herbs and spiritual elixirs, often referred to as the paradise for alchemists. Within Baichao City, the streets are crisscrossed, lined with countless apothecaries, due to its proximity to the Diling mountain range. Many individuals bring the herbs they find there to Baichao City for sale, resulting in an extraordinary abundance of medicinal materials. Rare herbs that are difficult to find elsewhere are often available within Baichao City. Giving it its namesake of Baichao, Fangxing and his companions traverse the bustling streets, having passed through the 9th Street dedicated exclusively to the sale of medicinal herbs. The entire Baichao City was enveloped in the fragrant aroma of herbs. As if one were wandering through a dream, Baichao City indeed lived up to its reputation. Was every street within the city devoted to the trade of medicinal materials? Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. For in other cities, merely having a secluded street for such sales would be more than sufficient. Yet here, it seemed there were even more streets dedicated to this purpose. Wu Yingqiao chuckled. Baichao City is named for its herbs. Whether they are ordinary materials, medicinal herbs, or even spiritual elixirs, this place boasts a diverse marketplace, abundant with varieties, including many herbs on the brink of extinction that he cautioned. It is precisely because Baichao City is well known and rich in herbs that it attracts people from all corners to engage in trade here. However, with so many people, the marketplace becomes a chaotic blend of genuine and counterfeit goods, making it easy to fall victim to deception. Wu Xiaoxiao scoffed. Only a fool would purchase counterfeit goods. We are all cultivators here. Who could possibly deceive us? Wu Yingqiao retorted bluntly. It is precisely novices like you, fresh on the path of cultivation, who are most susceptible to being deceived. Just look around. How many here are not cultivators? Wu Xiaoxiao took a moment to sense the throngs of people filling the streets, only to realize that a significant portion were indeed cultivators, with merely a handful being ordinary folk. The ratio of cultivators to ordinary people in Baichao City was strikingly abnormal compared to other cities, where ordinary citizens typically outnumbered cultivators. Only Fangxing, in a state of melancholy, failed to notice the unusual auras entering his senses, as if he were a soulless specter trailing behind the jubilant crowd. The others, lost in their astonishment and joy, remained oblivious to his disquiet. Wu Yingqiao and his party spent 3 to 4 hours wandering through more than 10 streets without entering a single apothecary. On the surface, they appeared to be aimlessly meandering, yet it seemed they were silently proclaiming, "We have arrived." This behavior left Kun Lin, Lu Wan, and others bewildered, as Wu Yingqiao had previously urged them to act discreetly and refrain from revealing their origins. Yet now, his conduct was remarkably ostentatious. Upon reaching the 13th Street, they finally stepped onto a thoroughfare not dedicated to herbs. The sides of the road were lined with inns, and the sharp sounds of hawkers echoed back and forth. Wu Yingqiao chose to stay at the most luxurious inn on this street. Upon entering the room, Kunlin could no longer contain his curiosity and was about to inquire, when Wu Yingqiao mysteriously smiled and said, "Are you all perplexed as to why I brought you to the bustling street?" Wu Xiaoxiao murmured, "It's not just a stroll. It feels almost like parading through the streets." Wu Yingqiao chuckled and turned to the others, asking, "Do you all share this sentiment?" Kunlin smiled. Hong Yin blushed with a grin. Luan seemed hesitant to speak. He who appeared contemplative. Qingwan's gaze was clear, while Bai Bing remained expressionless, and Fangxing seemed entirely out of sorts. Wu Yingqiao continued, "The reason I concealed my identity and acted discreetly before was primarily due to the unclear relationship with the Zhang family. If they were to quickly discover our whereabouts, it would be detrimental to our endeavors," Liu Yuan remarked. Although the Zhang family is not a prominent clan, they wield considerable influence in Baijiao City. Having traversed so many streets, it is difficult to evade their watchful eyes. It is quite possible that our movements are already known to them. Given the ambiguity of our relationship with them, could this not hinder our actions? Hong Yan added, "It seems we are not hiding from the Zhang family, but rather intentionally allowing them to know of our arrival." A fleeting glimmer of light crossed Wu Yingqiao's eyes as he replied, "With the death of Zhang Tianqing and his nephew, everything has become shrouded in mystery. Who was responsible for their demise? Why were they killed? We are unaware. With Zhang Tianqing gone, does anyone in the Zhang family still possess knowledge of how to concoct the heart-protecting pill? We do not know. Only those from the Zhang family can provide us with answers to these questions. Our foremost priority now is to meet with the Zhang family to glean any useful information." Hong Yan's eyes sparkled. "Since we intend to meet them, rather than seeking them out ourselves, why not first disseminate our own news and allow them to come to us? This way, we can seize the initiative." Wu Yingqiao cast an appreciative glance at Hong Yan, affirming, "Precisely, so I believe it won't be long before the Zhang family sends someone our way." True to his words, within a short span of time, someone from the Zhang family arrived. To their surprise, it was none other than Zhang Jingshan, the family's elder, indicating the significance they placed on Wu Yingqiao and his companions. Accompanying Zhang Jingshan was a young man. Zhang Jingshan, a man in his 70s, sported a tuft of goat-like beard and bore a kind demeanor, displaying great humility as he entered, grasping Wu Yingqiao's hand with warmth and chiding the young man behind him for his lack of etiquette. Questioning why he did not directly invite Wu Shouzhua to the Zhang family upon their previous encounter, he then lavished praise upon Fangxing and the other young disciples, extolling their potential and bright futures, which caused Wu Xiaoxiao to feel quite elated. The arrival of the Zhang family invigorated Fangxing as well. The possibility of alleviating the poison within Zilin rested entirely upon the Zhang family members. Wu Yingqiao expressed his condolences regarding the deaths of Zhang Tianqing and his nephew, while Zhang Jingshan offered apologies for Zhang Tianqing's actions against Zilin, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. However, Fangxing noticed that when the subject of Zhang Tianqing's death arose, a flicker of sorrow and anger passed through the eyes of the young man behind Zhang Jingshan. Although he concealed it well, Fangxing caught the glimpse. Evidently, the Zhang family does not express the gravity of the deaths of Uncle Zhang Tianqing and his nephew as grandly as they would have one believe. They have never suspected the disciples of the Tai Xianzong as for the heart-protecting pill. Apart from Tianqing, no one in the Zhang family possesses knowledge of its concoction. Fangxing scrutinized Zhang Jingshan intently, hoping to discern a hint of inconsistency. However, Zhang Jingshan maintained a demeanor of complete naturalness, showing no signs of deceit. Yet, how could Fangxing be convinced? It was difficult to ascertain the thoughts of the others in the Zhang family. But did even Zhang Tianqing's wife lack knowledge of the pill's formulation? Zhang Jingshan seemed aware that such a statement might not convince Wu Yingqiao and others. He gestured to a young man behind him, saying, "This is Zhang Song, the son of Tianqing. He too is oblivious to the method of crafting the heart-protecting pill." Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Song, the youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18. Wore a countenance twisted with rage, gasping for breath, his fists clenched tightly. After a prolonged pause, he declared, "My father intended to pass down the golden vein heart-pushing palm to me, yet he fell victim to nefarious hands before that could transpire. Once I have mastered the golden vein heart-pushing palm, I shall learn the method for the heart-protecting pill." However, Wu Yingqiao was inclined to inquire whether his mother was also unaware, yet he refrained. This was not the moment for such questions. Instead, he turned to Zhang Jingshan and asked, "Might I inquire if there is anything peculiar about the injuries sustained by Zhang Daoyu and his nephew? I recognize that this inquiry is ill-timed, but the urgency of the situation compels me to seek your forgiveness, Zhang Sr." Zhang Jingshan replied, "I understand. The remains of Uncle Tianqing and his nephew have yet to be interred. If Master Wu wishes to see them, he may do so at any time." Wu Yingqiao immediately desired to head to the Zhang residence, and Zhang Jingshan appeared quite agreeable. During this interval, Fangxing remained vigilant regarding Zhang Song. Every expression of his, be it fury, confusion, or hatred, was evident, devoid of any hint of artifice. He appeared entirely natural and reasonable. Thus, it seemed Zhang Song was also speaking the truth. Nevertheless, Fangxing could not shake the feeling that both were concealing something. Lacking evidence to substantiate his suspicions, He was guided by an instinct that Zhang Jingshan had more to disclose. He yearned to apprehend both men and subject them to rigorous interrogation. Yet such a course of action was patently impractical. Not only could Fangxing not match Zhang Jingshan in strength, but even if he could, Wu Yingqiao would never consent to it. The group followed Zhang Jingshan to the Zhang household, devoid of palanquins or horse-drawn carriages. Relying solely on their own feet, such hospitality from the Zhang family seemed rather discourteous, yet under the circumstances, it appeared entirely reasonable. The Zhang residence was situated on the northeastern side of Baichao City. Nestled against a mountain, boasting a substantial estate, there were quite a number of people in the Zhang family. Upon entering through the main gate and reaching the quarters where the remains of Uncle Zhang Tianqing and his nephew lay, Fangxing and the others encountered no fewer than 100 individuals. Clearly, the Zhang family was far more populous. Although this scale of family fell short of being a top-tier clan, it was sufficient to be classified as a second-tier family, suggesting a formidable presence in Baichao City. The corpses of Uncle Zhang Tianqing and his nephew were surprisingly encased in ice, which evidently formed from the inside out, indicating that they had succumbed to a water attribute technique akin to the Xianbing palm. Zhang Tianqing bore no visible wounds, evidently having perished due to the freezing of his vital channels by the extreme cold. Conversely, Zhang Qing's injuries were grievous, with his left arm having been severed at the shoulder. The three sisters, Qing Luan, Hong Yan, and Bai Bing, found their expressions darkening with an unusual gravity. Bai Bing trembled slightly, for her long men was of the water attribute, and it was the very attribute of the assailant who had slain Zhang Tianqing and his nephew. To her astonishment, she discerned the nature of the divine power wielded by Zhang Tianqing's murderer. Chapter 48. The spirit communing field. Hong Yan shook her head, asserting, "That cannot be. We must have misinterpreted what we saw." Qing Luan bit her lower lip and murmured, "It seems to resemble Master S. Heavenly Frost Palm, that Wu Xiaoxiao and Lu Wen widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Zhang Tianqing and his nephew had fallen victim to the cold-hearted Master Lin Yue? Bai Bing explained, "Master's Heavenly Frost Palm is cultivated from extreme cold energy. Once struck, the meridians instantly shatter, and the chill permeates from within, encasing the victim in ice that lasts for 100 days without melting." Yet, despite the myriad of doubts, the three sisters, along with Wu Yingqiao, visibly exhaled in relief. As long as Master Lin Yue remained unscathed, there was hope for clarity. However, Fangxing's brow furrowed deeper. Zhang Tianqing bore an almost imperceptible scent, so faint that others could not detect it. Yet Fangxing was certain it did not belong to him. It was the scent of the murderer, a remnant of the palm strike that had claimed Zhang Tianqing's life. This aroma was peculiar, akin to the fragrance of a seasoned alchemist, suggesting that the individual had crafted potions for many years. Since Master Lin Yue was not an alchemist, Fangxing could confidently conclude that she was not the one who had slain Zhang Tianqing and his nephew. But then, who was the true perpetrator? Why mimic Master Lin Yue's Heavenly Frost Palm? What ulterior motive did they harbor? To employ her technique in the assassination of Zhang Tianqing and his nephew? Was it merely to frame Master Lin Yue? Would the Zhang family dare to confront the Tai Xuanzong head-on? Would they openly express discontent towards Master Lin Yue? Whoever had the audacity to impersonate Master Lin Yue so brazenly, could it be that she had encountered misfortune? With whom had Master Lin Yue forged enmity? Was it against the Tai Xuanzong? The more Fangxing pondered, the more unsettling the situation appeared. It felt as though an unseen hand was manipulating events from the shadows. Yet he could not voice these thoughts. Setting aside whether Wu Yingqiao and the others would agree with his perspective, the mere notion of Master Lin Yue being in peril would undoubtedly drive the Qingluan sisters to madness. Until there was evidence to support his suspicions, Fangxing could only endure in silence. After the crowd dispersed, Wu Yingqiao stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast expanse of the night sky, where stars twinkled brilliantly and the crescent moon hung like a delicate hook. Suddenly, his gaze sparkled with the brilliance of the stars, yet his demeanor was colder than the moonlight. Fangxing, upon entering the room, was soon followed by Wu Xiaoxiao, who remarked, "Why the long face? Do not fret. We shall undoubtedly find a way to rescue Zelene. Baichao City is abundant in medicinal herbs, a veritable paradise for alchemists. Perhaps if we venture out, we might encounter an alchemist or two who could assist with the heart-protecting pill." Fangxing huffed dismissively. "If only it were as simple as you suggest." Internally, he sighed, realizing that if Master Lin Yue had truly faced misfortune, Zelene would be devastated upon learning the truth. Wu Xiaoxiao remarked, "Even if those alchemists are of little use, The proprietor of the herbal medicine shop in Baichao City has encountered countless medicinal herbs. If we share Zelene's condition with them, they might offer us invaluable advice. Surely, that would be more beneficial than languishing in this room. Wouldn't you agree? Fangxing found some merit in Wu Xiaoxiao's words. And thus, they exited the inn and headed straight for the herbal street they had previously traversed. Upon reaching the street corner, a plethora of robust herbal aromas wafted into Fangxing's nostrils, instantly invigorating him. Baichao City indeed lived up to its reputation. Even this narrow street boasted the sale of top-tier medicinal herbs. With his olfactory prowess, Fangxing could discern the fragrance of premium medicinal herbs with ease. Strolling through this herbal street felt akin to walking upon gold. With a mere twitch of his nose, he could identify treasures. The two entered a modest apothecary, its shelves brimming with an array of herbs. To Fangxing's delight, from the innermost compartment emanated the scent of 3 exquisite medicinal herbs, rekindling his previously dim spirits. Premium medicinal herbs were scarce even in the Taishan sect, yet this small shop harbored 3 specimens. Truly, Baichao City was the homeland of herbs, the veritable garden of alchemists, living up to its esteemed reputation. A rotund middle-aged man emerged from behind the counter, his movements resembling a cumbersome waddle due to his ample girth. Good sirs, what herbal remedies do you seek? Though my shop may be small, it is well stocked. Whatever you desire, we have it here, he said with a jovial grin, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. An unfortunate sight for the eyes. Standing before him, Wu Xiaoxiao appeared like a small bucket beside a large one. Though both were buckets, they were not of the same caliber. Boss, do you truly have everything? Wu Xiaoxiao inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. As long as you can name it. I assure you, we have it, the proprietor boasted, thumping his chest with a resounding thud, clearly eager to make a sale. Wu Xiaoxiao then asked, have you heard of the Heartguard pill? I require all the ingredients necessary for its concoction. The shopkeeper expressed surprise. The Heartguard pill. Is it not specifically designed to counteract Lord Zhang Wuye's heart-piercing palm? Fangxing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this proprietor would be knowledgeable about the origins of the Heartguard pill. He quickly clarified. Indeed, it is the antidote for Lord Zhang Tiancheng's heart-piercing palm. Unbeknownst to Fangxing, Zhang Tiancheng was indeed the Zhang Wuye mentioned by the shopkeeper. He merely sought to gauge the proprietor's reaction, wondering if there might be another Zhang Wuye who wielded the heart-piercing palm. The shopkeeper, finding no oddity in Fangxing's assertion, replied, do you know the formula? Wu Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat perturbed, and Fangxing, shaking his head, pulled him outside. If even a casual individual were privy to the formula of the Heartguard pill, then experts like Xian Kuan and others would not be at a loss. After they departed, the proprietor scoffed disdainfully. If you've fallen victim to Lord Zhang Wuye's heart-piercing palm, just await your demise. Who besides Lord Zhang knows the formula? Fangxing, of course, remained unaware of the proprietor's remarks as they proceeded to the next apothecary. This establishment was significantly larger and bustling with customers. In this place, Fangxing unexpectedly encountered a familiar medicinal herb, the zhuhonggua, classified as a first-grade medicinal ingredient. Here, the first-grade medicinal herbs were carelessly placed upon the shelves, lacking any protective measures. There was no one to oversee. Fangxing easily retrieved the zhuhonggua from the shelf. Gazing at the vibrant red fruit, he felt a sense of nostalgia, akin to meeting an old friend. Suddenly, the zhuhonggua in his hand vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. In his astonishment, Fangxing quickly reined in his soul power, only to discover, to his bewilderment, that the zhuhonggua he had just held had appeared in the Lingqing Bu field. More astonishingly, the zhuhonggua began to dissolve rapidly, leaving behind merely a seed. This seed astonishingly sprouted, its shoots growing rapidly into a tree that reached 3 meters in height within a short span of time. The tree bore flowers and fruits, yielding 7 green fruits. As these fruits matured, they transformed into 7 fully ripened zhuhonggua, emitting an aroma even more intense than the previous one. A second-grade medicinal herb? Fangxing was left agog. The fruits swaying on the branches were indeed of second-grade quality, a full tier above the melted one. Could this be a figment of his imagination? Fangxing could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. For a first-grade medicinal herb to ascend to second-grade status would typically require decades, if not centuries, of growth. Yet here, in the blink of an eye, it had transitioned from seed to fruit. 10 breaths time was comparable to 200 years. The Lingqing Bu field. Was it truly a mystical field? A field for cultivating medicinal herbs? The mere thought left Fangxing in a state of astonishment. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of miraculous and profoundly captivating. Observing that no one was paying him any heed, he grasped a common medicinal herb in his hand, and in an instant, it vanished, reappearing in his dantian, taking root in the Lingqing Bu field. The herb's evident growth was astonishing. Before long, an ordinary medicinal herb had transformed into a first-grade medicinal ingredient. How could this be possible? It was simply divine. Fangxing was so exhilarated that he nearly cried out. An ordinary herb could swiftly evolve into a first-grade medicinal ingredient, while a first-grade herb could rapidly ascend to second-grade status. If this were the case, could it not mean that any herb in his possession could undergo a transformative change, achieving a qualitative upgrade? Eagerly, he reached for another herb, but at that moment, a young man clad in black approached with ill intent, saying, "Brother, the zhuhongwa you previously took is a first-grade medicinal herb worth 100 taels of gold. And the herb behind you, the huashui chao, is valued at 50 taels of gold." Though his words were polite, his gaze towards Fangxing bore the scrutiny of a thief. Chapter 49, The Chaotic Blade. Humph, does he not realize where he is? To dare to play tricks among us at Baoji Ling. Speak out of turn, and I shall break your legs and toss you to the dogs. The man mused inwardly, his eyes fixated on Fangxing, clearly suspecting that the sudden disappearance of the zhuhongwa and huashui chao from Fangxing's hands was due to thievery. Fangxing forced a sheepish smile, producing his purse, and said, "Is it not just 170 taels of gold? I am not refusing payment." He extracted a 100-tael gold note along with 7 10-tael notes, all issued by the Huiong Trading Company, fully exchangeable without dispute. The funds in question were bestowed upon him by the celestial entity known as Zhangtian before his descent, constituting nearly his entire fortune. Yet, at this moment, he exhibited a remarkable indifference that a single vermilion fruit of the first-grade medicinal category, after undergoing a transformation in the ethereal realm of Tongling Baiyushan, had metamorphosed into 7 second-grade medicinal fruits, their value soaring by 2 to 3 dozen times. Coupled with a vivacious blood-activating herb, whose worth had doubled, he was indeed poised for a tremendous profit. In an instant, the sum of 150 taels of gold, which usually seemed substantial in his eyes, now appeared trivial. The 7 second-grade medicinal vermilion fruits, if sold at 400 taels each, would yield a staggering 2,800 taels, in addition to the 100 taels from the blood-activating herb, resulting in a total profit of 2,730 taels of gold. With this fortune, he could procure second-grade medicinal herbs, cultivate them into third-grade ones, sell them, and continue this cycle, potentially even producing a revered medicinal king or even divine elixirs. Fangxing was momentarily taken aback by his own conjecture. The Tongling Baiyushan could elevate the grade of herbs. Thus, the prospect of cultivating divine medicines no longer seemed mere fantasy. Indeed, Tongling Baiyushan was a true treasure of the world. However, Fangxing's complexion abruptly shifted through hues of crimson, violet, obsidian, and ultimately to a ghastly green. With the muscles in his cheeks quivering uncontrollably, the man, terrified, hesitated to accept the gold, bewildered by the fear that perhaps this individual had been poisoned. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoxiao, who was selecting herbs nearby, was startled into action, swiftly advancing with a fierce gaze directed at the man that he quickly waved his hands, asserting that he had no involvement in the matter. Fangxing was not poisoned, but his emotional turmoil was far worse than any ailment, for the vermilion fruits and blood-activating herbs swaying in the Tongling Baiyushan had, in mere moments, withered and perished, ultimately disintegrating into ash. By the time he realized what had transpired, both herbs had vanished without a trace. How could there be not even a remnant left? Fangxing trembled with fury. Yet, the Core King seemed even more enraged, incessantly battering against the Tongling Baiyushan, as if intent on shattering it. Clearly, the vermilion fruits and blood-activating herbs had been absorbed by the Tongling Baiyushan, consumed without a trace, leaving even the gluttonous Core King without a morsel. With the tyrannical core now joined by an avaricious field, Fangxing seethed. Was this fate conspiring to ruin him? He yearned to grasp another herb to observe the Tongling Baiyushan's reaction, but the peculiar disappearance of the herbs would undoubtedly attract the attention of the man beside him, compelling him to suppress his impulse. "Xiaoxing, are you poisoned?" Wu Xiaoxiao inquired anxiously. "Poison my foot," Fangxing retorted with irritation, casting an exasperated glance at her before gesturing to the man. "Pack up the bilan branch, hanmian flower, and zai fruit for me." The man, perplexed, cast a wary glance at Fangxing, his hand hovering over the herbs, Reluctant to take action at that moment, Fangxing abruptly seized the Bylin branch, channeling his energy to sever the meridians between his dantian and arm. Yet, to his astonishment, the Bylin branch vanished before his eyes, instantaneously reappearing in the Tongling Bayushan, quickly taking root and flourishing into a first-grade medicinal herb. Fangxing exerted all his strength in a desperate attempt to seize the Bai Lingji from the Bu field. However, his efforts proved utterly futile. He could only watch helplessly as the essence of the Bai Lingji was consumed by the ethereal Bu field, turning into mere ashes. A tremor coursed through Fangxing's body, and the remnants of ash expelled from him. As Fangxing contended with the Bu field, the nuclear king also engaged in a battle of wills against it. Yet, a faint green barrier inexplicably materialized around the Bu field, rendering the nuclear king's frantic assaults ineffective. Once the Bu field had absorbed the Bai Lingji, the barrier dissipated, followed by a series of thunderous impacts echoing the nuclear king's fury. Thud, thud, thud. The nuclear king raged against the Bu field, yet it remained steadfast and impervious to his onslaught. For the first time, Fangxing felt a twinge of pity for the nuclear king. However, he found himself in a more lamentable position. All the benefits were reaped by the nuclear king, while he was left to bear the brunt of the toil. Fangxing was at a loss for words. He was the one who procured the medicinal materials, only to see them utilized by the Bu field, and now he was left to clear away the refuse it produced. Moreover, he had no choice but to do so, for if he left the ashes within his dantian, it would impede his cultivation. The thought of this made Fangxing seethe with frustration, wishing he could extract the Bu field and shatter it to pieces. Yet, like the nuclear king, the Bu field was entirely beyond his dominion. Reflecting on the 200 taels of gold he had squandered, Fangxing felt a wave of nausea, for this represented his entire fortune. In a fit of rage, he unsheathed the Da Huang Dao and began practicing his sword techniques within the confines of his room. As the night deepened, Baichao City fell into a tranquil silence, yet the Tianyang echoed with roars of fury, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of existence. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged, and the blade's light shimmered. A streak of azure blade energy cleaved through the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, it split into three, weaving like a serpent in chaotic dance, crisscrossing with the intent to slice space into fragments. After the three streams of blade energy intertwined rapidly, they converged at a singular point, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The practitioner of this blade technique was none other than Fangxing Wu Yingqiao, and others had gathered across from Fangxing's room. Able to glimpse his actions through the window, a single blade energy transformed into three, intertwining as if weaving a net. Any object ensnared within, no matter how fine as a hair, would be severed in twain. This bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal swordplay known as fairy scattering flowers. While many could disperse a single sword energy, the true challenge lay in reuniting the scattered energies, a task as daunting as scaling the heavens. Once a sword energy was unleashed, it nearly severed its connection to the human form, rendering it impossible to influence its trajectory through sheer will. Thus, to draw them back together from their previous paths required an exceptionally potent soul force capable of manipulation. Lu Wen pondered this. Yet, Fangxing was merely at the fourth extreme realm. How could his soul force be so formidable? Lu Wen was perplexed. Wu Yingqiao interjected. Fangxing's ability to reunite the dispersed blade energy does not stem from soul force, but rather from the extraordinary nature of the blade technique he practices. What blade technique? Lu Wen, Ku Lin, and Wu Xiaoxiao inquired almost in unison. Wu Yingqiao pronounced each word deliberately. Chaotic Frenzy Blade. Chaotic Frenzy Blade, Kunlun exclaimed. The chaotic blade, renowned as the most arduous technique of my esteemed Taishian sect, aside from the three paramount foundational arts, is said to be hundreds of times more challenging to master than the tiger's roar and crane's call fist, as well as the shadowy leg. Its formidable complexity has led to its classification as a mid-level yellow-grade technique, despite its inherent potential as a high-level yellow-grade art. Within the entire sect, fewer than 10 individuals have chosen to pursue this blade technique, each one brimming with pride and ambition, yet none have succeeded in their cultivation, not even to a minor degree. Wu Yingqiao stated. Indeed, the most challenging aspect of the chaotic blade lies in the unification of the dispersed blade aura, which is akin to a dead end. Moreover, the practice of the chaotic blade induces a sensation of chaos within the practitioner, giving rise to a form of malevolence that can inflict severe harm upon the body. This malevolent energy not only disrupts one's mental state, but also wreaks havoc on one's physical form. Only those with resilient minds and robust physiques may dare to undertake this cultivation. Otherwise, they risk succumbing to madness and suffering backlash. Wu Xiaoxiao gasped. Is there truly such a terrifying aspect beyond its difficulty? Qing Wan, Hong Yin, and others, evidently hearing of the detrimental effects of training in the chaotic blade for the first time, displayed expressions of astonishment. Wu Yingqiao continued. It is precisely due to the adverse effects the chaotic blade has on its practitioners that it has been concealed multiple times that I never anticipated that Fangxing would acquire it. And to such an extent. Although Wu Yingqiao maintained a remarkable composure, the astonishment in his voice was unmistakable. Chapter 50. The falcon guards the hare. Wu Xiaoxiao seemed to have a revelation. Exclaiming in an incredulous tone, the chaotic blade, just before descending the mountain, it appears that Xiaoxing had only recently obtained this technique from the library. What? Wu Yingqiao gasped, his surprise palpable, as were the reactions of the others. He acquired the secrets of the chaotic blade just days prior. Are you suggesting that he has been practicing it for less than 3 days? Kunlun inquired. Incredulity etched across his face. Wu Xiaoxiao replied. It seems to be the case. Wu Yingqiao inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he murmured. To achieve minor proficiency in the chaotic blade in less than 3 days is truly a prodigious talent. An extraordinary genius. That moment, a sudden flash of sword light sliced through the night sky, followed by a piercing shout. Wu Xiaoxiao and the others were immediately alarmed. The sword light was hurtling directly towards Fangxing's dwelling. Humph! Wu Yingqiao snorted coldly, his treasured sword soaring from his back, unleashing a beam of sword light that exuded a ferocity 100-fold greater than the previous one. Intercepting the incoming blade, the soft sound resonated as blood splattered beneath the illuminated sword light, revealing a shadow tumbling from the window and crashing to the ground with a muffled groan. Fellow cultivator, do not misconstrue my intentions. I bear no malice. I merely sought to remind you that it is rather late for one to still be practicing. Disturbing our rest, completely immersed in joy, he had sought tranquility through cultivation after being irked by the spirit-connecting jade field. However, as he practiced, he unwittingly began to follow the cultivation methods of the chaotic blade, losing himself in the process. The benefits reaped from this practice were immense. Not only had he grasped the cultivation techniques of the chaotic blade, but he had also achieved a level of mastery, consequently enhancing his prowess. The vital energy within his body unexpectedly surged by 1/10 during the midnight hour. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest increment. Ordinarily, to refine and absorb the essence of the wood attribute, Fangxing would require no less than a month of diligent cultivation. Furthermore, after a night of intense training, the strength of his arms had been greatly enhanced, having been thoroughly tempered by the ceaseless flow of vital energy. Whenever this energy circulated, his bones emitted a faint, ethereal glow, marking the initial step into the realm of the 4 extremes. Once his limbs were cultivated to a state akin to precious jade, surpassing even blades and spears, he would achieve completeness in the 4 extremes and ascend to the dragon frame realm. As Wu Yingqiao and others entered Fangxing's chamber, they were immediately taken aback. At that moment, apart from Fangxing himself, not a single item remained unscathed. From the furniture to the tea leaves and the teapot, everything had been reduced to a pile of fragments, as if crushed by a powerful press. It seems that his chaotic blade is slightly more formidable than my 5-killer's staff, Wu Xiaoxiao murmured. Wu Yingqiao and the others could only laugh in disbelief, with Hong Yin exclaiming, not just slightly. It's vastly superior. Upon hearing their voices, Fangxing finally registered the extent of the destruction he had wrought. The emergence of the chaotic blade had indeed left no trace behind. This is disastrous. I shall be ruined by the cost of this, Fangxing lamented, leaving Wu Yingqiao and the others utterly astonished. They couldn't help but think, you've already mastered the chaotic blade, yet you fret over such trifles? Are you not satisfied? They were rendered speechless. Wu Yingqiao glanced at the sky, stating, all right, dawn is approaching. There's no time for rest. Gather in my room that I have tasks to allocate. Kunlun, you and Xiaoxiao will form a team, constantly surveilling the vicinity of the Zhang family. Should there be any unusual activity, report to me immediately. Lu1 and you will pair up to oversee the Eastern District. Hong Yin and Bai Bing will manage the Western District. Qing Wan and Fangxing will cover the Southern District. I will handle the Northern District. Should there be any news of Master Lin Yue, come directly to the north. Even in the absence of news, we must convene daily, with our meeting point set at Pingwell Lake in the Northern District. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qing Wan cast a glance at Fangxing, her eyes revealing a hint of something unusual. Wu Yingqiao surveyed the group, cautioning, "The Baichao city is rife with all manner of characters. Exercise utmost caution while you are out." Subsequently, they dispersed. Fangxing and Qing Wan journeyed southward from the Tianyangyan. Although they did not inquire of every passerby, their thoroughness was nonetheless remarkable. They visited nearly every accessible location. While none ventured to speculate on Master Ling Yue's whereabouts, they were all acutely aware that her silence implied either misfortune or injury. Thus, Qing Wan exhibited signs of impatience, occasionally startling Fangxing with her fervor, displaying a hint of boldness. On the third day, the Zhang family held a discreet funeral, inviting only a select few close individuals. Wu Yingqiao accompanied Fangxing and the others to pay their respects. The Zhang family continued to show them profound respect, and though they mobilized their resources, they uncovered neither the true culprit nor any leads on Master Ling Yue's situation. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the honest and amiable Zhang Jingshan, Fangxing felt an inexplicable urge to subject him to intense interrogation. Moreover, 3 days had passed, yet no one from the Tai Su sect had made an appearance. According to common reasoning, 3 days prior, Wu Yingqiao dispatched a letter, which should have reached the Tai Xian sect on the same day, undoubtedly leading to immediate action being taken, even if there were delays along the way. It ought to have arrived by now. Thus, this evening, he voluntarily offered to assist Wu Xiaoxiao in monitoring the Zhang family's movements. "Xiaoxing, you wouldn't be contemplating a clandestine incursion into the Zhang residence, would you?" Wu Xiaoxiao remarked, discerning Fangxing's intentions with a single glance. Concealed in the embrace of a magnificent camphor tree, the two figures remained hidden in the darkness. This tree stood across the street from the western side of the Zhang estate, allowing them to perch atop it and behold a significant portion of the Zhang household. Fangxing remained silent, embodying the essence of an owl in the night, ready to spring forth with unparalleled swiftness upon spotting his prey. Wu Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the young man beside her, whose breathing was steady yet body tense, revealing a hint of uncertainty in her gaze. Fangxing had been deemed to be at death's door, condemned to a state of decline, yet suddenly he had broken through the gates of the dragon and exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. For Wu Xiaoxiao, who was familiar with Fangxing, the impact of these developments was overwhelming. However, since Fangxing chose not to speak, she refrained from probing further. After a moment, she continued, "My father once stated that although the Zhang family does not rival our Tai Xian sect, they should not be underestimated. Zhang Jingshan, whom we know, is already a master of the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation realm. Apart from my father, none of us would stand a chance against him. Moreover, the Zhang family boasts more than just Zhang Jingshan as their formidable expert. Thus, I strongly advise you to abandon any thoughts of invading the Zhang residence tonight." Fangxing remained unresponsive, seemingly impervious to her words. Wu Xiaoxiao pressed on. "Ever since the tragic demise of Zhang Tiancheng and his nephew, the Zhang family's defenses have increased manifold. I have been observing their surroundings for the past few days, and their patrols change every 10 minutes. Additionally, within the artificial hills and trees, there are hidden mechanisms and crossbows. One misstep could render us targets of a multitude of arrows." Fangxing remained silent, not due to ignorance, but because he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. After hours of vigilant observation, he had discerned the Zhang family's formidable defenses, guards stationed every 5 paces, sentinels every 10, and a patrolling force that rendered the estate virtually impenetrable. The prospect of slipping in undetected and extracting someone was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, he had no choice but to wait. 3 days passed in this manner, and still, the Zhang family's defenses were impeccable. Fangxing cursed himself for his lack of strength. Were he more formidable, he could boldly breach their walls. As the clock struck the 3rd watch, a sudden chill swept through the air, and a dark cloud slowly loomed overhead, casting a shadow over Baichao City. In that instant, Fangxing's eyes lit up. "Is that not Zhang Song?" he mused. "What is he up to?" Wu Xiaoxiao whispered in intrigue. Within the Zhang estate, a figure stealthily flitted about, deliberately avoiding the patrols. The location he chose to conceal himself was precisely where he could evade the Zhang family's hidden sentinels, clearly demonstrating an intimate knowledge of the estate's clandestine surveillance. This individual was none other than Zhang Tiancheng's son, Zhang Song. During the morning period, abstaining from meat and wine, this young master of the Zhang family must certainly be yearning for indulgence. Wu Xiaoxiao scoffed, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. As she had anticipated, Zhang Song was indeed unable to withstand the solitude, and, spurred on by his raucous companions, had resolved to sneak out tonight to attend a banquet at the Chunqiu Yiming Tavern. It is said that those attending the banquet not only include the most formidable young masters and mistresses of Baichao City, but also disciples from the distant Xingqian Pavilion, AS, one of the three major sects of Jinghua. Xingqian Pavilion wields an unimaginable level of influence. If Zhang Song were to forge a connection with the disciples of Xingqian Pavilion, it would undoubtedly be akin to climbing to great heights. He would be able to hold his head high within his family and exude confidence even in the presence of outsiders. Thus, after much deliberation, Zhang Song ultimately resolved to attend this gathering. Should he inadvertently befriend a member of Xingqian Pavilion and secure an introduction into their ranks, his ascent would be meteoric. With a heart racing like a startled deer, he vaulted over the wall, nearly bursting into laughter. The time had come. At that moment, Fangxing, who had been curled up within the treetops, suddenly sprang forth, shooting out like an arrow. Capturing the son of Zhang Tianqing would be more effective than taking down anyone else. Chapter 51. Unyielding pride. Such rapid reflexes and astonishing speed. Wu Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded. Just as he was about to charge out, Fangxing had already darted away like an arrow. Both of them spotted Zhang Song simultaneously, and the thought of capturing him crossed their minds, but in terms of action, they were a beat behind. Still as a maiden, swift as a hare. If I were to engage him, I would likely lose the moment I made my move. Wu Xiaoxiao, astonished yet speechless, recognized that he and Fangxing were of the same realm, and given his longer experience in the Sijijing, he should logically possess greater overall strength than Fangxing. However, in that initial strike, Wu Xiaoxiao could distinctly feel that Fangxing surpassed him by a considerable margin. Just as Zhang Song steadied himself, a sudden gust of wind made his nerves tense, prompting him to instinctively shrink against the wall. In the darkness, a hand shot towards him at an unfathomable speed. Zhang Song felt an urge to shout, yet before the sound could escape his throat, goosebumps erupted across his neck as a finger pressed against it. Instantly, his upper body went rigid. Following that, he was struck 18 times in rapid succession, each blow sealing his acupoints, rendering him utterly immobile. Who could this be? How could someone strike so swiftly? A storm of turmoil brewed within Zhang Song's heart, his forehead drenched in sweat. He had barely glimpsed his assailant before being subdued. It felt like a nightmare. To have been so effortlessly captured in an instant by someone who could leave him powerless was an indication that they were at least a master of the Longjia realm. Yet, he had never wronged such a person. A chill ran from his feet to the crown of his head. The excitement of potentially connecting with the disciples of Xingqian Pavilion had evaporated in an instant. A face that was not entirely unfamiliar appeared before Zhang Song. His eyes widened in shock, his throat bobbing as he struggled to process the astonishment. Without a word, Fangxing hoisted Zhang Song onto his shoulder and swiftly departed. You continue to monitor the Zhang family's every move. I shall return shortly. Fangxing quickly vanished into the night. Wu Xiaoxiao stood there, staring blankly as he watched him leave. The ease with which Fangxing had captured the Sijijing Zhang Song left him in awe. Xiaoxing, you have truly changed. A tempest of emotions surged within Wu Xiaoxiao. Yet upon recalling Fangxing's victory over the higher realm master Kong Xian, he felt a slight sense of relief. Fangxing let out a cold snort and inquired, who instructed you to conceal the truth from us, to withhold the heart-calming pill and its secret formula? Zhang Song was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of profound astonishment as he fixated on Fangxing. As if to convey, how did you uncover our deceit? How did you learn that the Zhang family has someone backing them? Fangxing, of course, was unaware of the specifics, yet he fundamentally disbelieved that the Zhang family could be entirely ignorant of the alchemical methods for crafting the heart-calming pill. However, given the Zhang family's formidable stature, they would naturally refrain from opposing the Taishian sect unless supported by some powerful entity, which emboldened them to concoct such a blatant excuse. Thus, Fangxing posed this question, hoping to glean the truth from Zhang Song's demeanor and speech. To his astonishment, his query struck true. As he anticipated, there were indeed individuals within the Zhang family privy to the method of crafting the heart-calming pill, shielded by their connections, and they had received explicit instructions to refrain from disclosing this knowledge to Wu Yingqiao and others. Everything appeared to be premeditated, yet who was orchestrating this? Who? Fangxing pressed on. Zhang Song's complexion darkened to an ashen hue, and he hastily replied, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Apart from my father, no one in the Zhang family knows the method for crafting the heart-calming pill. With a swift motion, Fangxing brandished a blade, and in an instant, a spray of blood erupted, soaring several meters high as he severed Zhang Song's left arm. Zhang Song let out a pained wail, but Fangxing's voice rendered him momentarily mute with dread. Speak. Aside from Zhang Tianqing, who else possesses the heart-calming pill? Who instructed you to deliberately conceal this? Fangxing demanded. Trembling, Zhang Song was unsure whether it was pain or fear that gripped him as he pleaded. I truly do not know what you are talking about, I swear. I have no knowledge of who possesses the heart-calming pill. Zhang Xiong, we hold no grievances. Please, spare me. His voice, now tinged with desperation, was nearly a supplication. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Fangxing's eyes, a chilling aura that sent shivers down Zhang Song's spine. Fangxing declared, since your father harmed Zilin, our enmity has been sealed. Zhang Song shuddered. Would Fangxing truly exact vengeance upon him for his father's transgressions? Fangxing's gaze fixated on the ebony blade, a singularly severed weapon. The blade grazed Zhang Song's thigh with deliberate slowness. Before he nonchalantly stated, if you wish to avoid becoming a limbless abomination, I suggest you continue to speak the truth. Although Fangxing exerted no force, Zhang Song felt his very soul tremble thrice. His face drained of color, he dared not harbor even the slightest underestimation of the situation. Fangxing's swift, ruthless, and resolute actions left Zhang Song in a state of terror, with a quavering voice. He confessed, aside from my father, no one else possesses the heart-calming pill, but I am aware of the method to concoct it. We were simply instructed not to speak of it. Fangxing's expression grew even colder. It became evident that someone was working against the Taishan sect from the shadows, and it was highly likely that Master Lin Yue had met with misfortune that he demanded. Who is it? Zhang Song trembled as he stammered. It is the Kong family. Clearly, he harbored a deep-seated fear of the Kong family. Fangxing's body shuddered. Astonished, the Kong family, he had not anticipated that it was indeed the Kong family orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Could it be that Master Lin Yue's disappearance was also tied to the Kong family? Did the Kong family intend to betray them? Panic surged within Fangxing. The disciples of the Taishan sect had not sent anyone for over 10 days. And the absence of any news was decidedly eerie. It turned out that the Kong family had betrayed them, placing the Taishan sect in grave peril, given the relationship between the Fang and Kong families. If the Kong family were to rise to power, would not the fate of the Fang family be in jeopardy? Although the Kong family was formidable, they still had some distance to cover in their ambition to monopolize the dominance of the Zongjing Peak. Zhang Song trembled thrice. He had never encountered such a ruthless and cunning youth. Yet, could he dare to remain silent? He stammered. To concoct the heart-guarding pill, 7 types of medicinal herbs are required, all of first-grade quality. 1 tail of black ginseng, 7 qian of tiger root, 8 qian of cold bone wood, 9 qian of rabbit ear grass, 5 qian of honeysuckle, 1 tail 2 qian of dragon tongue plant, and 1 tail 5 qian of 9 hell's ghost grass. Fangxing diligently committed these to memory. The first 6 herbs were quite common in the market, yet the last one was entirely unfamiliar to him. Gazing intently at Zhang Song, he inquired, "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Zhang Song shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not." Fangxing could see that Zhang Song was indeed truthful. Of course, at this moment, no one dared to lie before him. "Brother Fang, may I be allowed to leave now?" Zhang Song pleaded, managing to force a faint smile. In that instant, his life and death rested entirely in Fangxing's hands, and he dared not exhibit even the slightest abnormality. However, within his heart, a myriad of grievances surged forth. As he mused, "Fangxing, as long as I survive today, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end in the 100 Herb City." Yet, when malevolent thoughts arise in one's heart, the eyes often betray the true feelings. Fangxing discerned a flicker of deep-seated malice in Zhang Song's gaze. With a cold snort, he swiftly struck. "Fangxing, how can you go back on your word?" Zhang Song cried out in alarm. "Humph, what did I say?" With a single stroke, the body was severed in 2. Zhang Song's head rolled aside, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, filled with terror. Fangxing stood motionless, coldly stating, having watched for so long, "It is time for you to reveal yourself." Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice echoed from the shadows. "I thought you had not noticed me. Otherwise, you would hardly be worthy of being my opponent." Fangxing turned, casting his gaze into the depths of darkness, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "You are the most arrogant yet utterly incompetent person I have ever encountered." The newcomer faltered momentarily before sneering. "Is that so? Do not presume that because you managed to win against me by sheer luck last time, you can dictate terms to me. In my eyes, you will forever remain the weaker." Fangxing remained silent, coldly regarding him. The newcomer glanced at the corpse on the ground and clicked his tongue in disapproval. "At such a young age, to be so ruthless. It seems I must act on behalf of justice today." Fangxing furrowed his brow and retorted, His death was caused by your Kong family. You had the chance to save him, but chose not to intervene, merely watching as he perished, and yet you remain unrepentant. The newcomer huffed disdainfully, exhibiting an air of profound arrogance. I am a crane among clouds. He was merely an ant, unworthy of my intervention. This haughty demeanor only intensified Fangxing's murderous intent as he declared in a deep voice. Since you are a crane among clouds, I shall ascend to the heavens today and slay the white crane. Chapter 52. Ascend to the heavens and slay the white crane, come forth. And today I shall show you what true genius is, and what it means to be in a position of power. Kong Yunhe held his head high, showing disdain for the deceased Zhang Song as well as indifference towards Fangxing. With a swift motion, the fierce blade aura betrayed Fangxing's resolute determination. Kong Yunhe possessed the capital of pride, yet was Fangxing truly feeble? Fangxing, without hesitation, made his move, not because he underestimated Kong Yunhe, but rather, after their previous encounter, he had already regarded Kong Yunhe as his primary adversary. Nor was he intimidated by Kong Yunhe's potential to strike first. He simply wished to avoid idle chatter. When enemies meet, the atmosphere is charged with animosity. It is either one's demise or the other's, and all matters are settled through blades and swords. Although Kong Yunhe outwardly professed his contempt for Fangxing, deep within, he too considered Fangxing as his foremost nemesis. Thus, he unleashed his full strength from the outset, abandoning any notion of underestimation. I shall see how much skill you, a wanderer from the central continent, have truly acquired. In a blink, Fangxing executed 5 swift slashes, his blade aura slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. The central continent has long been a cradle of exceptional talent and a gathering place for masters. The eastern wilderness pales in comparison. Fangxing aspired to transcend this realm, and his future undoubtedly lay in the central continent. Engaging with Kong Yunhe at this moment would provide him with a glimpse into the depths of the central continent's prowess. The skills I have acquired are beyond the comprehension of someone as narrow-minded as you. Kong Yunhe thrust out 5 swords, successfully countering Fangxing's formidable blade aura. He then swiftly launched 8 more strikes, their speed surpassing that of the previous 5. Fangxing's blade moved so swiftly it became a blur, forming a circular barrier as 5 blossoms of sword energy collided against it, producing a series of resounding booms. Both combatants exhibited their formidable strength as they exchanged rapid strikes, their blade and sword energies intertwining, reducing the surrounding trees to splinters. Were there bystanders present, they would be utterly astonished, for the combat prowess displayed by the two far exceeded that of an average practitioner at the Four Extremes realm. With a silent exclamation, Kong Yunhe executed a technique known as 6 sword seizing pearls, thrusting a single sword that inexplicably unleashed 6 streams of sword energy, surging forth directly at Fangxing. This single strike, producing 6 streams of sword energy, was 6 times faster than executing 6 swords in succession. In other words, to counter this, Fangxing would need to unleash a single strike that could yield 6 streams of blade energy. Otherwise, the sequential blows would simply not suffice, leaving him no time to react. However, his chaotic blade technique could only unleash 3 streams of energy at once, rendering it somewhat inadequate. If he were to rely solely on the chaotic blade technique, he would need to strike twice in succession. Yet, the chaotic blade technique, a mid-tier yellow-ranked divine skill, demanded a significant consumption of vital energy, and despite Fangxing's rapid energy circulation, there would still be a slight time gap before he could execute a second strike. Although this interval was minimal, the simultaneous assault of his opponent's sword energy could spell disaster for him, should he falter even slightly. Fangxing inhaled deeply, pushing his Luo Yin step to its utmost limit, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, the 6 streams of sword energy pursued him relentlessly, each imbued with terrifying power, each seemingly alive, locking onto his vital energy in an instant. This was no mere divine technique of the Taishan sect. Once the 6 sword seizing pearls was unleashed, blood would not be shed in vain. Just as Kong Yunhe was about to speak, a voice akin to a roaring tiger suddenly erupted forth. Upon observing Fangxing's left fist, a faint image of a tiger's head materialized, formed from the gathered vital energy, its sound echoing as if borne by the force of the punch. His fist and blade struck simultaneously. Concurrently, Fangxing leaped into the air, both feet executing a kick at once. The moment his feet propelled forward was slightly delayed compared to his fist and blade, yet the speed of his legs was so swift that they seemed to vanish. The shadowless leg was renowned for its velocity. 3 strands of blade energy, a tiger-shaped fist imprint, and two footprints simultaneously intercepted the oncoming 6 streams of sword energy. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding explosions erupted in succession, sending a shockwave soaring into the sky, forming a terrifying whirlwind, which swept both Kong Yunhe and Fangxing off their feet. In comparison, Kong Yunhe landed with relative ease, while Fangxing appeared somewhat disheveled. After all, the former had merely unleashed a single sword strike, whereas Fangxing had exerted all his strength. The disparity was glaringly apparent at that moment. Fortunately, the vital energy within him was still quite sparse, preventing him from consecutively executing the 6 sword seizing pearls technique. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Fangxing let out a quiet sigh of relief, having expended considerable energy in unleashing the chaotic blade. The tiger's roar and crane's call fist, as well as the shadowless leg, leaving his complexion slightly pale. In contrast, Kong Yunhe's situation was not much better. The 6 sword seizing pearls technique had consumed even more of his vital energy than Fangxing's continuous 6 sword strikes, leaving him with little energy remaining. You did not perish from the 6 sword seizing pearls. That truly surprises me. Kong Yunhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the 6 sword seizing pearls was not a particularly profound technique, its brilliance lay in its ability to deliver 6 lethal strikes with a single sword, while also being able to lock onto the enemy's vital energy, making it nearly impossible to evade. Regardless of the opponent's speed. In comparison, Wu Xiaoxiao's 5-kill staff bore some resemblance, yet its weakness lay in its inability to lock onto the opponent's vital energy. Given Fangxing's speed, even if Wu Xiaoxiao wielded the 5-kill staff, he could effortlessly evade it. My chaotic blade is merely at a minor accomplishment. Were it to reach a greater mastery, it would certainly rival his 6 sword seizing pearls. Fangxing inhaled slightly, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. Before dashing forward, he aimed for a swift resolution. Kong Yunhe was a prodigy of the Kong family, who knew if he had powerful guardians nearby. Humph, so eager to meet your demise. I shall grant your wish. With a flick of his longsword, the two engaged in a fierce melee. It bore a striking resemblance to a confrontation between a tiger and a lion, each evenly matched, locked in a fight to the death. Both were exceptionally formidable in physical prowess, their strikes carrying a force that rivaled the manipulation of vital energy, the only drawback being their inability to kill from a distance. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of blades clashing reverberated across the wilderness as the two engaged in over 100 exchanges, still evenly matched, their battle reaching a boiling point. Yet, within Fangxing's heart, a tempest brewed. He had faced Kong Yunhe before. Although this individual possessed remarkable abilities, he lacked substantial combat experience, thus granting Fangxing an overwhelming advantage in close-quarters combat. However, today, no matter what tactics he employed, Kong Yunhe managed to counter them, demonstrating a level of adaptability that rivaled his own. In just over 20 days, Kong Yunhe had transformed from a novice into a combat expert, his experience seemingly on par with Fangxing's arduous struggles over a decade in the Phantom Moon ruins, leaving Fangxing's heart somewhat disheartened. Could it be that Kong Yunhe managed to hone combat prowess comparable to a decade of experience in just over 20 days? Such a notion is utterly disheartening. In stark contrast to Fangxing's astonishment, a tempest of tumult surged within Kong Yun's heart. With his auditory prowess, he could discern positions by sound alone. No matter how cunning or devious Fangxing's techniques might be, he could identify them instantaneously, allowing for timely defenses and even counterattacks. Yet, despite possessing such remarkable abilities, he found himself unable to decisively triumph over Fangxing, a fact that left him feeling disconcerted and incredulous. Could it be that this young boy possessed combat experience akin to that of a seasoned warrior, or did Fangxing harbor an extraordinary ability rivaling his own auditory sensitivity? Indeed, Fangxing did possess a unique ability, one that had awakened prior to Kong Yunhe's. However, his olfactory sensitivity was primarily suited for discerning spiritual artifacts, offering little advantage in the heat of battle. The reason he was able to match Kong Yunhe blow for blow was due entirely to his seasoned combat experience. After half an hour of fierce confrontation, both combatants bore wounds, yet their fervor remained undiminished. Particularly for Fangxing, he grew increasingly emboldened, his aura becoming ever more formidable amidst the chaos, a wildness tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Blades clashed and fists flew, each demonstrating an unyielding determination to tear the other asunder. When the blade and sword collided with a resounding force, both fighters felt a jolt in their arms, amidst the sparks flying. Fangxing's eyes suddenly gleamed, while Kong Yunha's pupils constricted in disbelief. My sword. Kong Yunha's eyes widened in astonishment, scarcely able to believe what he beheld. His sword bore a small chink, no larger than a grain of rice. Yet in such a frenzied battle, it represented a potentially fatal flaw. How could this be? My sword is forged from stardust iron by my master, renowned for its unparalleled hardness. How could it be damaged by his broken blade? Kong Yunha stared incredulously at the imperfection on his sword, then glanced at the dark, worn blade in Fangxing's hand. In comparison, his sword radiated a divine brilliance, while Fangxing's seemed like mere scrap metal. Yet how could such scrap inflict harm upon his divine weapon? A cold smirk crept across Fangxing's lips. It was evident that Kong Yunha had not fundamentally changed. He seized the moment to deliver a merciless blow. It seems that fools remain fools, regardless of their talents. Enraged, Kong Yunha retorted, "Who are you calling a fool?" Fangxing replied with a sneer, "Indeed, you are quite foolish, failing to recognize your own folly." Fangxing's derision was not unfounded. In this life and death struggle, Kong Yunha's flaws were glaringly apparent. Rather than concealing them, he exaggeratedly displayed his vulnerabilities, effectively broadcasting his weaknesses to his opponent. If such a person is not foolish, then who is? Fangxing was now convinced that Kong Yunha's ability to evade his lethal strikes was not due to combat experience, but rather a heightened sensitivity, likely a form of innate talent. Those who rely solely on innate gifts may excel if utilized properly, yet squander them when mishandled. You call yourself a cloud-soaring crane, but I see you as a mere field frog, prepared to meet your end. Fangxing gripped his blade with both hands, delivering brutal strikes upon Kong Yunha's sword. To his astonishment, Kong Yunha observed that the chink in his sword continued to multiply. After yet another violent strike, Kong Yunha was horrified to discover a crack swiftly spreading from a notch at the center of his sword. Although it was not yet severed, he knew that should Fangxing deliver another blow, his treasured sword, forged from starry iron, would undoubtedly shatter into two pieces. Chapter 53. The Power of Spiritual Weapons. What material is this broken blade made of, that it proves even more resilient than my starry sword? In his shock, Kong Yunha's heart bled. His starry sword was a prized artifact, ranking among the finest even within the sects of Central State. The market price for starry iron is 3,000 taels of gold per pound, and this sword had consumed 10 pounds of it, painstakingly forged over 49 days. With the runes inscribed by his master, its hardness and sharpness surpassed that of an ordinary starry iron sword. If sold in the market, I would not part with it for less than 50,000 taels of gold. Yet, it had been utterly destroyed by a mere broken blade. The impact of this broken blade struck Kong Yunha profoundly, causing his blood to surge violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he spat blood, he watched in disbelief as his sword was abruptly cleaved into two halves. The piece he grasped was riddled with notches, looking even more unsightly than the broken blade in Fangxing's hand. Fangxing scoffed, finding it absurd that in such a life-and-death struggle, Kong Yunha could still be angered and dazed over a mere object. With a superior weapon in hand, Fangxing had no chance of losing in this close combat. Thus fleeing was his best option. Humph, today I shall send you on your way. Fangxing executed the Luo Yin step to its utmost, pursuing Kong Yunha. Although Kong Yunha's agility was no less than Fangxing's, the panic and injury weighed him down, making him a step slower. Consequently, it wasn't long before Fangxing caught up to him. The great wilderness blade whistled as it approached, its intent seemingly to cleave Kong Yunha in half. Even though Kong Yunha reacted swiftly, he still suffered a horrific wound across his back. In the face of life and death, Kong Yunha dared not hold back, countering with a diagonal slash of his sword, which instantly transformed into countless afterimages, the sword aura intertwining like scattered petals, mesmerizing the eye. Fangxing let out a cold snort, wielding the great wilderness blade with sweeping motions, effortlessly countering the enchanting sword technique. Fangxing, had I not just broken through to the fourth extreme realm, my foundation still unstable, you would find it impossible to escape my 6 sword-snatching pearls today. Kong Yunha fled desperately, refusing to concede. After nearly an hour of fierce battle, his internal energy was nearly depleted, rendering him unable to execute the 6 swords-snatching pearls technique again. 6 sword-snatching pearls is merely your innate divine ability. Barely reaching mid-yellow tier. I truly do not understand what you have to be proud of. Fangxing pursued at great speed. Haha. Innate divine ability. Am I mistaken? Or is there truly someone who considers 6 sword-snatching pearls to be my innate divine ability? Kong Yunha laughed mockingly. as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Fangxing maintained a stern expression, choosing silence while quickening his pace. Fangxing, let me inform you, my Dragon Gate is an extraordinary sect, and my innate divine ability is of the heavenly tier. Were it not for my still limited strength preventing me from unleashing the full might of such a divine ability, I could easily crush you with a mere finger. Kong Yunhe declared proudly. Fangxing's heart raced. He had not anticipated that Kong Yunhe belonged to an extraordinary sect, and that his innate divine ability was of heavenly tier divine abilities. The most terrifying supernatural powers in this world, second only to the mythical immortal tier abilities that it is said that when the celestial grade divine power emerges, the heavens tremble and the earth quakes. Mountains shatter and rivers break apart, a terror beyond measure. Such formidable abilities can only be found among the super sects of the central continent. The fact that Kong Yunhe possesses a talent of celestial grade is surely astonishing to Fangxing, who cannot help but feel a pang of envy. While others who breach the Dragon Gate are granted divine abilities, he himself has yet to encounter even a whisper of such gifts. He stands as an anomaly among cultivators. While others can wield their divine powers as their trump cards, Fangxing evidently lacks such advantages. Fortunately, Kong Yunhe's abilities are still lacking, rendering his divine powers ineffective. Otherwise, even 1,000 or 10,000 Fangxings would likely be reduced to ashes beneath Kong Yunhe's celestial prowess. He has no doubt that celestial grade powers possess such might that this moment. His murderous intent intensified. Should Kong Yunhe be allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become an insurmountable foe in the future. Simultaneously, a flicker of covetousness ignited within Fangxing's heart. If he could subdue Kong Yunhe and extract the secrets of his divine powers, it would undoubtedly be akin to acquiring a treasure of immeasurable value. You shall regret seeking me today, for seeking me is akin to courting death. Fangxing summoned the last remnants of his vitality, determined to deliver a thunderous strike once he caught up with Kong Yunhe. With a sudden cough, Kong Yunhe spat blood, his expression shifting tumultuously. He could never have anticipated such a dire outcome today. He had some understanding of Fangxing's combat prowess. Although he had displayed the extraordinary celestial dragonate steps during his confrontation with Kong Xian, the Kong family had deduced that Fangxing lacked the inherent capability to wield such powers. His display during that life and death moment was purely by chance, as such abilities could only manifest during moments of profound realization, fueled by an intense desire to win. However, such moments of enlightenment might not present themselves even once in a lifetime, let alone amidst a struggle for survival. Thus, for Fangxing to invoke the celestial dragon 8 steps again seemed almost impossible. This is precisely why Kong Yunhe was eager to advance and eliminate Fangxing. He believed that with his 6 swords seizing pearls technique, his auditory abilities, and the indomitable Star Scar sword, he could effortlessly subdue Fangxing after emerging. He had successfully evaded the skilled guardians sent by the Kong family several times. He was confident in his ability to defeat Fangxing without need of protection. His auditory powers enabled him to discern sound and location, granting him a near-invincible position. The simultaneous attack of 6 swords was akin to 6 individuals launching an assault who could withstand such an onslaught. The Star Scar sword sliced through steel as if it were mud, giving him the upper hand in close combat. Generally, those at the 4 extremes realm would likely perish at his hands without a chance to resist. Yet, he faced Fangxing, who was no ordinary practitioner at the 4 extremes realm. As the sounds of pursuit grew ever closer behind him, a rising tide of dread enveloped Kong Yunhe's heart. His 3 significant advantages could suppress all peers of equal standing. Yet he found himself up against the outlier that was Fangxing. This realization filled him with a sense of injustice. Accompanied by a chill of despair, a sudden pang of sorrow washed over him, reminiscent of the lament, "Why must there be a Zhuge Liang when there is a you?" However, this feeling was but a fleeting shadow. Kong Yunhe's gaze transformed into one of renewed confidence, his previously aloof and proud demeanor reasserting itself. Even if he could not wield his divine powers, and even if his 3 advantages did not suffice against Fangxing, he was not an ordinary individual. He was the crane in the clouds. He cast aside the broken sword, and to his astonishment, a violet gourd materialized in his grasp. In an instant, the meager essence within him surged forth entirely into the gourd, unleashing an overwhelming malevolence that stirred the winds and clouds in all directions. The ominous clouds that loomed above erupted violently, revealing a tapestry of stars. Fangxing's forward momentum abruptly halted, a chill coursing through him, as his heart began to pound like a drum. Kong Yunhe slowly turned, lifting his chin with an air of haughty superiority. declaring, "I am the crane in the clouds. Only when the crane sings and the sparrow dies." Does the sparrow drive the crane to flee? Clearly, he regarded Fangxing as a mere sparrow. However, Fangxing did not meet his gaze but fixated intently on the gourd in his hand. The gourd, a striking violet hue and about 2 feet tall, bore a Taiji symbol etched upon its small belly, now enveloped in a mist of purple energy, resembling a celestial treasure. "Have you encountered a spirit weapon?" Kong Yunhe inquired, refraining from immediately slaying Fangxing. "A spirit weapon?" Fangxing took 3 rapid steps back, astonishment evident on his face. He had indeed witnessed spirit weapons before. The Taishan mirror and the Jiuxiao battle chariot of the Taishan sect were spirit weapons. Crafted by masters of the Yinglong realm, possessing terrifying destructive power, only those of the Yinglong realm could forge spirit weapons, capable of countering various rune formations and striking down foes from 1,000 miles away. Even a warrior of the dragon transformation realm wielding one could unleash a blow comparable to that of a mighty Yinglong, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains or leveling cities. Its horrifying might was simply unimaginable. Fangxing's heart plummeted into despair. The very notion of escape evaporated. Once a spirit weapon was unleashed, even the swiftest could be struck down in an instant. There was no need for flight. For to flee was death, and to remain was also death. To compel me to reveal my trump card. "You, too, can revel in your triumph in the underworld," Kong Yunhe coldly remarked, and Fangxing could distinctly sense his bitterness. Kong Yunhe was an individual of immense pride and arrogance. No one beneath his realm had ever bested him, and this defeat had severely wounded his ego. If not for the need to provoke him. Fangxing mused. He might become reckless and engage in a desperate struggle. Fangxing positioned the great wilderness blade across his chest, although the emergence of the spirit weapon left him little room for resistance. He deemed it prudent to take precautions. He then sneered, "The crane in the clouds. A magnificent and imposing title. Yet what a pity if your master were to witness your current state. He would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood." Kong Yunhe's expression contorted, for Fangxing had poured salt into the wound of his fragile pride. Fangxing continued, "If you wish to kill me, then do so. As you said, to perish beneath a spirit weapon would bring me satisfaction." A flicker of struggle crossed Kong Yunhe's visage. Even if he were to slay Fangxing today using a spirit weapon, it would likely haunt him as his greatest inner shadow in the days to come. For a solitary, exceptional being, to rely on external power to vanquish one of equal standing, what confidence could he possess in his pride and arrogance henceforth? Fangxing added, "However, it is not you who triumphs over me, but rather your master." Kong Yunhe's countenance twisted into a near snarl as he bellowed, "Why is it your master who conquers me, rather than I who bests you?" Fangxing replied with a smile, "If you defeat me using your master's artifact, is that not a testament to your master's prowess?" The struggle on Kong Yunhe's face became increasingly apparent, yet the venomous glare in his eyes intensified even further. His voice turned sharp as he declared, "Fangxing, having suffered defeat at your hands twice, my psyche has endured an unprecedented blow." Chapter 54. Snowflakes in the night sky. Mu Chunyue, do not push me too far. A voice, laced with desperation, echoed through the night, revealing a man in black fleeing in disarray, bearing significant injuries. Behind him, a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being, soared through the air, treading upon a treasured sword. Pa! Casting a glance at the pursuers swiftly closing in, the man could not suppress a spitting retort. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Mu Chunyue, and may even have had the upper hand. However, the opponent wielded a spiritual weapon and possessed the ability to fly, resulting in his grievous injuries after just a few exchanges. Had it not been for the opponent's insufficient strength, which caused a backlash from fully utilizing the spiritual artifact, leaving them momentarily weakened, he would have surely met his demise by now. Yu Liangzi, surrender the fire cloud technique, and I shall spare your life, Mu Chunyue proclaimed. Her voice rang out like a pure spring striking against stone, crisp and untainted by any semblance of worldly strife. Upon hearing the words fire cloud technique, Yu Liangzi's cheeks twitched, and his heart raced with a torrent of curses. After a near-death experience, he had painstakingly acquired the fire cloud technique from the lair of the fire cloud ancestor. Intending to remain hidden until his powers had fully matured before venturing into the world, little did he anticipate that, freshly emerged from the fire cloud ancestor's domain, he would encounter the harbinger of his doom. Mu Chunyue, who claimed that the fire cloud ancestor was her ancestor and sought to seize the technique from him. Could she not concoct a more reasonable pretext for her brazen demands? Yu Liangzi longed to unleash a torrent of expletives, but feared inciting Mu Qinyue's wrath, which could lead to his untimely demise by her sword. Thus, he reluctantly said, "Miss Mu, the fire cloud technique is something I have obtained through immense toil. Is it not somewhat tyrannical of you to demand it upon our first meeting?" "This is hardly the conduct one would expect from the Mu family," Mu Qinyue replied. "The fire cloud ancestor is a forebear of my Mu clan, and due to his years of wandering, his identity remains unknown to the world. In consideration of the friendship between your master and my Mu family, I shall overlook your transgressions regarding the desecration of our ancestor's domain, provided you relinquish the ancestral technique. Yet, you remain ungrateful. Why Yu Liangzi wished to shout, "Curse it! The fire cloud ancestor is also my ancestor. He bears the surname Yu, not Mu. Wait, it seems I do not bear the surname Yu either?" Naturally, Yu Liangzi refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead buried his head in flight. He contemplated, "As long as Mu Qinyue does not fully unleash her spiritual weapon, my life is not in peril. Furthermore, considering her regard for her master, it is unlikely she would take my life. Once I encounter my master, I shall be safe. But where on earth could that old fool be hiding?" Yu Liangzi was overwhelmed with frustration, truly having nowhere to vent it. Should this pursuit continue, even if Mu Qinyue refrained from killing him, he would surely exhaust himself to death. Mu Qinyue's gaze was icy yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. It was not that she wished to refrain from summoning her spiritual weapon to eliminate Yu Liangzi, but rather that the weapon was sealed, allowing only a fraction of its power to be unleashed at a time. Otherwise, she would not be troubled by such considerations. She would simply eradicate him without a second thought. Thus, the chase persisted, and Yu Liangzi sustained several more strikes. Yet, the distant silhouette of Baichao City came into view, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Once he entered Baichao City, Mu Qinyue would surely think twice before acting recklessly. Moreover, his master was evidently within the confines of Baichao City as well. "Yu Liangzi, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Mu Qinyue spoke coldly. Why Yu Liangzi remained silent, resembling a rabbit fleeing for its life, his speed reaching its utmost limits. However, no matter how swift or desperate his escape, Mu Qinyue, wielding her spiritual weapon, approached with unruffled composure, capable of catching up to him in the blink of an eye. Damn it, with a spiritual weapon in hand, how am I to escape? "Cursed master, you were supposed to forge a spiritual weapon for me, yet you have turned a blind eye. Now, should your precious disciple perish, I wonder how you will lament." Yu Liangzi fumed inwardly. Suddenly, a blade of icy energy descended from the heavens, exuding an intense chill, freezing everything in its path, rendering the air solid and vegetation encased in ice. A wave of cold enveloped Yu Liangzi, momentarily slowing his pace. Though his strength was formidable, he managed to dissipate the chilling force with a surge of energy, the snowflower divine sword, freezing the expanse for miles. Mu Qinyue stood atop her spiritual sword, gracefully wielding it as if dancing like a celestial being, a sight of indescribable beauty. Yet, with her swordplay, snowflakes of an unusual size began to fall from the night sky, and more strangely, wherever the snowflakes landed, the air solidified, and all life became still. The snowflower divine sword. "This woman has actually unleashed her signature technique. Quickly retract your powers. I shall hand over the fire cloud technique to you. Is that not sufficient?" Yu Liangzi exclaimed with a mournful countenance. However, Mu Qinyue remained unfazed. From her sword, snowflakes fell, spreading in all directions, freezing the land for thousands of miles. "You foul woman, I have made several concessions, yet you seem addicted to this confrontation. Do not presume that I fear you simply because you possess a spiritual weapon. Should you provoke my wrath, I would show no mercy, even to the Mu family." Why Yu Liangzi's anger ignited, a torrent of fury erupting within him. He had always acted according to his own will, never fearing anyone. The reason he had been avoiding her today was that he was indeed outmatched, and he did not wish to sever ties with the Mu family. Standing atop the sword, Mu Qinyue nearly lost her balance, her fury boiling over. "What did you say? You dare call me a woman? I am but 18 years old, waiting in my chamber, and you dare to label me thus?" Of course, Mu Qinyue, possessing a refined upbringing, would not stoop to Yu Liangzi's level of vulgarity. She restrained the urge to curse. Yet the chill emanating from her sword grew even more formidable. "Killing is but a trivial act. Come forth. I have never feared anyone." As the frigid energy approached, Yu Liangzi's pupils ignited with fierce flames. He raised his great curved blade high, and flame surged to a height of 3 zhang. Flame demon blade, shatter for me. With a mighty roar, he swung the blazing blade downward. Instantly, a flame-shaped blade extending over 10 meters sliced through the air with terrifying force. Cracks began to form in the frozen void, tearing towards Mu Chinxue. Yet, the falling snowflakes quickly descended, slowly encasing the rift in ice. Once more, his dismay. Yu Liangzi's flaming blade diminished under the pressure of the cold. Though your chill may suppress my fire, without the use of spiritual weapons, I have no reason to fear you. Flames engulfed Yu Liangzi's entire being, continuously converging towards the flame demon blade, and the frozen space once again began to tear apart. The two adversaries remained locked in a tense stalemate for the duration of a cup of tea, their complexions turning noticeably pale. This exchange was a test of their inner vitality, and despite their formidable prowess, they could hardly withstand the relentless drain on their energy. After an agonizing 10 breaths, Yu Liangzi's flame blade suddenly contorted, revealing its inner turmoil. Simultaneously, the snowflakes descending from the sky veered off course. Almost instantaneously, a thunderous explosion erupted from the flame blade, unleashing a wave of unfathomable energy that violently surged through the frozen space. The ground trembled, the very fabric of reality began to unravel and collapse. A terrifying shockwave struck Yu Liangzi, sending him hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing through more than 10 trees before finally regaining his balance. Yet, in that fleeting moment of stabilization, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Mu Chinxue faced a similar onslaught, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. At that critical juncture, the spirit weapon beneath her feet radiated a brilliant light, shielding her from the fearsome shockwave, allowing her to steady herself after a brief sway in the air. The heavens. Yu Liangzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was grievously injured, yet his opponent appeared significantly less affected. How could this battle possibly continue? No amount of frustration or reluctance would change the reality. He had no choice but to press on desperately. Just then, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from the northwest, stirring the winds and clouds, breaking through the thick layers of clouds to reveal the void beyond. The power of the spirit weapon? Could it be that a formidable expert was engaged in battle in that direction? Without a second thought, Yu Liangzi dashed towards the northwest. There, amidst the chaos, he hoped to harness the power of others to intimidate Mu Chinxue and seize the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. Humph! Mu Chinxue let out a delicate cry, pursuing him with her spirit sword in hand. Regardless of the circumstances, the fire cloud technique must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Thus, the two raced through the forest, where Fangxing found himself confronted with a life-threatening peril. He never anticipated that the arrogant and imperious Kong Yunhe, seemingly impervious to his provocations, would resolutely wield his spirit weapon to strike him down. In a moment of decisive action, Fangxing poured all his strength into executing his chaotic blade technique. Kong Yunhe displayed a hint of disdain. With a mere thought, a beam of white light shot forth from his gourd. What does it mean to move with the swiftness of lightning? This was the very essence of lightning's speed. Fangxing made the first move, yet before his chaotic blade technique could manifest, that beam of light, imbued with a boundless murderous intent, struck the great wilderness blade positioned before his chest. The resounding crash reverberated, followed by an overwhelming force that swept over Fangxing's entire body, rendering his arm as numb as wood. Under the pressure of this impact, Fangxing was propelled backward, crashing through more than 10 massive trees. This the might of a spirit weapon. Fangxing's eyes widened in astonishment. The power of the spirit weapon was indeed terrifying. Just the shockwave, had his physique not been extraordinarily robust, would have been sufficient to shatter him to pieces. Instantly, he felt a coppery taste in his throat. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from spilling forth, beneath the terrifying onslaught, his internal organs sustained injuries. The great wilderness blade managed to withstand a strike, yet left him gravely wounded. Had the attack landed directly upon him, he likely would have met his demise. What material was his blade forged from that it could withstand a strike from the flying sword? Kong Yunhe was beyond imagination. The power of his flying sword was terrifyingly immense. Even his star-marked sword, prior to becoming a spiritual weapon, was mere scrap metal in the presence of the flying sword. Although the material of the broken blade was harder than star-mark iron, it was hardly capable of withstanding a spiritual weapon. Kong Yunhe's face turned as pale as parchment, and in his injured state, summoning the spiritual weapon drained his vital energy, even consuming his own essence. resulting in an overwhelming sense of weakness that enveloped his entire being. However, seeing Fangxing still alive, he dared not succumb to slumber. With a series of sharp sounds, a beam of light slid from the edge of the great wilderness blade and rushed towards Fangxing's abdomen. A flicker of a smile appeared on Kong Yunha's ashen face. Although the flying sword had been partially deflected by Fangxing, its striking force was not so easily depleted. Fangxing had a broken blade to defend his chest. But what treasures could protect his abdomen from the flying sword? Even if the sword's power had diminished to a mere tenth, it was still sufficient to eviscerate Fangxing. Chapter 55. The seven fiends gored. The white light emanating from the gourd revealed a sword blade approximately 3 feet long, radiating brilliance and exuding a formidable aura. The first strike landed upon the edge of the great wilderness blade, forcing Fangxing to stumble back 30 meters, shattering over a dozen large trees, and causing significant injury to his spine. Yet, astonishingly, the power of the flying sword had not been exhausted. It veered off from the blade's edge and directly pierced toward his abdomen. Given the might of the flying sword, this strike would inevitably result in Fangxing's disembowelment. Only the great wilderness blade could withstand such an indomitable force. However, the speed of the flying sword was blindingly swift, leaving Fangxing no time to defend himself. Almost as soon as the thought of using the great wilderness blade to counter it crossed his mind, the flying sword plunged heavily into his abdomen. With a sharp hiss, Fangxing's clothing was instantly rent open. Kong Yunha finally breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, Fangxing's body was propelled backward by the terrifying force, sliding several meters before crashing into a tree so large that it required 3 or 4 people to encircle it. With a cough, Fangxing spat blood, his body riddled with wounds, not a single part unscathed. All these injuries were inflicted by the branches. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Kong Yunha's face. Rather, it bore an expression of astonishment tinged with a hint of despair. His eyes bulged like those of a dead fish, as if they might fall from their sockets at any moment. With a soft thud, the blade embedded in Fangxing's abdomen fell to the ground, causing Kong Yunha's very soul to tremble. Blood bubbles erupted from his mouth as he collapsed, limbs twitching, his breath becoming faint. Hissing in shock, Fangxing gasped, his face contorting in agony, hands clutching his abdomen yet hesitant to touch it. It felt as though he had been seared by a red-hot iron, nearly causing him to foam at the mouth. He quickly focused the remnants of his vital energy, taking several deep breaths before the pain in his abdomen began to ease slightly. Trembling, he peeled back his clothing to reveal a large crimson mark on his abdomen, resembling a burn from a branding iron. A piece of black wood was affixed to his skin, as if scorched by fierce flames, radiating intense heat. Was it the 8 Immortals' blackwood? This very piece of wood, a remnant from the failed rebirth of the Medicine King bestowed upon Fangxing by Xian Kuan, had unexpectedly absorbed the fatal blow of the flying sword. Fangxing cautiously peeled the 8 Immortals' wood from his skin, revealing a vivid red brand upon his flesh, reminiscent of a burn from fire. The searing pain coursed through his head like electric shocks. Once in Fangxing's grasp, the 8 Immortals would crumbled into fragments. Had it not been for the great wilderness blade intercepting 90% of the flying sword's force, the 8 Immortals would have been utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike. If the power of the flying sword had been even slightly greater, it could have shattered the 8 Immortals' wood, leaving him disemboweled. Fangxing exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. Originally intended for striking the Dragon Gate, the 8 Immortals would have failed its purpose, yet it had ultimately fulfilled its role by saving his life. He placed his finger upon the flying sword. A drop of fresh blood falling from his wound. At that moment, a surge of blood energy erupted from the sword, repelling his blood. Humph! With a cold snort, Fangxing released a pulse of his vital energy, dispersing the blood energy and asserting dominance over the sword with his own essence. Instantly, he felt a wondrous connection with the flying sword, as if it were an extension of himself, ready to be commanded at will. Fangxing yearned to test the sword's might, yet he was acutely aware that while spiritual weapons are immensely powerful, wielding them exacts a significant toll. In his current state, he would likely be drained of his very essence by the sword's demands. He approached Kong Yunha, pried open his fingers, and cradled the purple gourd in his hand. The flying sword had been launched from this gourd. Could it be that the gourd was even more formidable than the sword itself? Using a similar method, Fangxing connected with the purple gourd. Immediately, a surge of information flooded his mind. The gourd was known as the Seven Fiends Gourd. Inscribed within were the Seven Fiends sword array. If 7 spiritual swords were present, the array could be activated, unleashing unimaginable power. One flying sword possessed such potency. If 7 were to soar together, even a master of the Yinglong realm could be slain. Fangxing was astounded by Kong Yunhe's formidable lineage, which had gifted him such a treasure. However, since Kong Yunhe only wielded a single flying sword, its power was but a fraction of the 7 fiends' sword array's potential. This realization filled Fangxing with elation. The greater the might of the 7 fiends' sword array, the more advantageous it would be for him. Thus, the 7 fiends' gourd had become his prized possession. With a mere thought, he summoned the flying sword, which settled into place as a component of the 7 fiends' sword array. In the future, whenever he desired to utilize the flying sword, he would simply activate the array, and the sword would emerge from the 7 fiends' gourd to vanquish his foes. Once he gathered 7 spiritual swords and wielded the 7 fiends' gourd, he would surely achieve great feats. Fangxing examined the purple gourd with keen interest, unable to part with it. Kong Yunhe lay on the ground, his eyes wide and lifeless. If looks could kill, he would have long since dispatched Fangxing. Notably, Kong Yunhe had not possessed the 7 fiends' gourd until this critical moment, indicating he must have had a spatial pouch or similar treasure. Fangxing had encountered descriptions of spatial pouches in various texts. Like spiritual weapons, they were treasures that only those of the Yinglong realm and above could forge. Externally resembling an ordinary coin purse, the internal space could contain vast amounts, making it an essential item for powerful individuals. Fangxing began to search around Kong Yunhe's waist, discovering a brown pouch, which at first glance appeared no different from a typical coin purse. However, after Fangxing shed a drop of blood, he immediately transformed. The spatial pouch instantly resonated with his soul, allowing Fangxing to perceive everything contained within it. Wow, I've struck it rich. Fangxing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kong Yunhe was spewing forth blood and foam from his mouth, his head tilting to the side as he fainted. Inside the spatial pouch lay an expanse of 3 to 4 zhang, filled with a small mound of gold, at least amounting to 10,000 taels. Additionally, there were 5 jade boxes, each worth 100 gold pieces, containing medicinal herbs, including 3 second-grade elixirs and 2 third-grade elixirs. Moreover, there were 8 manuals, 9 weapons, 3 mid-level yellow-grade manuals, and 5 low-level yellow-grade manuals, each weapon appearing quite extraordinary. Fangxing roughly estimated that the total value of the items in this spatial pouch exceeded 100,000 taels of gold. A considerable fortune. Of course, compared to the 7-kill gourd, this wealth seemed rather insignificant. Nevertheless, for a poor man like Fangxing, it remained a monumental treasure. TSK, truly worthy of being a disciple from a major sect in Zhongzhou. They are not comparable to our Taishan sect, Fangxing exclaimed in genuine admiration. He was in no rush to eliminate Kong Yunhe, as the latter still possessed precious treasures, and Fangxing wished to extract his innate divine abilities. Just then, a sudden rush of wind pierced through the air. Could it be that the Kong family had tracked them down? Fangxing swiftly hoisted Kong Yunhe and darted through the forest. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill descended from the heavens, instantly encasing the mountains and woods in ice. Fangxing, while maintaining his running posture, was transformed into a frozen statue. Damn, this left Fangxing utterly astonished. Merely being caught in the residual shockwave was enough to freeze him solid, rendering him helpless. Just how formidable was the woman's cultivation? It was simply unimaginable. Where did the combatants from earlier vanish to? Yu Liangzi felt an urge to curse. He had exerted himself to the utmost, hoping to leverage the earlier confrontation to intimidate Mu Qinxue and escape amidst the chaos. Yet not a single shadow remained. Of course, Yu Liangzi was fortunate not to encounter Fangxing and Kong Yunhe. Otherwise, he would surely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Given Fangxing and Kong Yunhe's strength, they were far from the formidable adversaries he had anticipated. This woman is relentless. I will be tormented to death by her sooner or later. However, I'm no easy target. If you seek to gain the upper hand from me, be prepared to bleed. Yu Liangzi's eyes flickered with a glint of brilliance as he retrieved a manual from his storage pouch, tossing it back towards the pursuing Mu Qinxue. You want it? You can have it, you old hag, but the tides may turn. Just don't fall into my hands in the future, or I will make you suffer. Yu Liangzi shouted and cursed, yet his feet did not slow down, sprinting like a rabbit. Chapter 56. The yellow sparrow lurks behind Mu Qinxue, trembled with rage. Born with extraordinary beauty at the tender age of 18, she was revered as a fairy wherever she went. However, in the mouth of Yu Liangzi, she had become an old hag. This was truly outrageous, utterly intolerable. even if Yu Liangzi surrendered the fire cloud technique. She would never forgive this scoundrel. Grasping the fire cloud technique in one hand and wielding her sword in the other, her speed increased even further. I knew this woman wouldn't relent. Humph, don't think I'm easy to bully. The frantically fleeing Yu Liangzi was not frightened. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. At that moment, Mu Qinxue suddenly gasped in astonishment as the ancient tome in her grasp erupted into flames, instantly engulfing her entire being. The fireball technique. I curse you, woman. It was never my intention to offend, merely to provoke you. Mu Qinxue fought to suppress her urge to cough up blood, her icy gaze fixed upon Yu Liangzi. Yu Liangzi continued, when one is enraged, distraction easily ensues, particularly for a woman of your temperament. Otherwise, even with the formidable fireball technique, it would be difficult for you to approach me. Moreover, you have seized my weapon and now threaten me with your spiritual arms. If it weren't for your mystical weapon, would I truly fear you? And yet here you are, branding me as despicable and shameless. Who is truly the vile one? The chill in Mu Qinxue's expression could have frozen the air around her as she silently glared at Yu Liangzi. Yu Liangzi, indignant, retorted, "Do not look at me in such a manner. I am not swayed by this charade. Do you believe your beauty can entice me? I scoff. Am I such a lecherous man?" Mu Qinxue felt a surge of nausea, nearly spitting blood. "What did you say? You dare claim that I would use my beauty to seduce you? Have you lost your senses in folly?" Though she longed to unleash a torrent of curses, she held her tongue. Why Yu Liangzi's lofty words belied the truth, as his eyes betrayed him, roving over Mu Qinxue's disheveled form. Aside from a few key areas, her figure was laid bare, causing Yu Liangzi to bleed from his nose. A wave of revulsion washed over Mu Qinxue, akin to being scrutinized by a salivating hound, making her want to retch as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, given the camaraderie between our masters. We are somewhat matched in status. Why not unite as one? Yu Liangzi leered lewdly. Mu Qinxue retched violently, as if the very seas were churning within her. How dare you? Even so, I am a dashing figure, beloved by all in the realm. Is such lewdness truly necessary? Yu Liangzi rolled his eyes, while Mu Qinxue resolutely closed her eyes, as if fearing that a mere glance more would send her into fits of disgust. Yu Liangzi, exasperated, declared, "You will comply, whether you wish to or not. Today, I shall make this a reality." One could clearly see Mu Qinxue's delicate body trembling. Why Yu Liangzi revealed a glimmer of triumph before sighing. "I jest. We are far too familiar for such severity. Very well, I shall spare you this once." With that, he patted his garments and sheepishly turned to leave. Mu Qinxue opened her eyes, observing his retreating figure, hesitation flickering in her gaze before she resolutely made her move. Whooshed from her sleeve, a radiant beam shot forth, hurtling towards Yu Liangzi's back. "Damn it!" Yu Liangzi shouted, hastily dodging, yet still sustaining a heavy blow that sent him sprawling several meters away. Coughing blood. Mu Qinxue, you have a heart so cruel. Yu Liangzi stared in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that she would strike him with such force at this juncture. Already injured, he found himself devoid of the strength to resist. Meanwhile, Mu Qinxue, having forcibly summoned her spiritual weapon, was met with backlash, compounding her injuries and rendering her immobile. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes as she coldly stated, "The fire cloud technique is a treasure of the Mu family. It cannot be allowed in your possession." Why Yu Liangzi, blood spewing forth, felt a million furious alpacas galloping within his heart, and exclaimed in anger, "Who claims that the fire cloud ancestor is of the Mu family? If you wish to seize it by force, could you not provide a more convincing rationale?" Mu Qinxue offered no reply, swallowing a pill and closing her eyes to recuperate. Resigned, Yu Liangzi hastily followed suit, consuming a pill to heal. Both were grievously injured and incapable of further combat. Ultimately, the victor would be determined by who recovered more swiftly. Not far away, Fangxing, encased in ice, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Though he could not hear their words, his eyes were greedily drawn to the two magical weapons wielded by the woman in white. Should he acquire them, the potency of the Seven Fiends' gourd would be greatly enhanced. After these two engaged in a life-and-death struggle, yet remained motionless, it was evident they were severely wounded and unable to continue fighting. Now was the opportune moment for him to strike. Fangxing clenched his fist, and instantly, his muscles swelled like coiling dragons, accompanied by the crackling sounds of the surrounding ice. With a silent inward shout, he summoned all his strength. Cracks began to form around him with a series of sharp pops. And then the ice shattered with a resounding crash. Fangxing tumbled out of the ice, gasping for breath that a glance at Kong Yunhe revealed that he had perished. This cloud-walking crane had frozen to death. Were Kong Yunhe to know this, he would surely be infuriated, even in death that a surge of nameless fury ignited within Fangxing. He had hoped to extract the celestial tier divine abilities from Kong Yunhe. But now, with his demise, those abilities were lost. He rose, filled with indignation, and strode toward Mu Qinshui. As he approached, Yu Liangzi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, mouth agape, as if he could swallow a fist. His heart tumultuous with thoughts of, is this the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Mu Qinshui, hearing the footsteps, opened her eyes, a flicker of trepidation crossing her bright, gazed at this moment. Both she and Yu Liangzi were devoid of combat power. Regardless of who approached, even an ordinary person could effortlessly end their lives. Fangxing knelt before Mu Qinshui, staring intently at her, momentarily transfixed. Before him was an oval face graced with eyes as luminous as pearls, brows as delicate as emerald feathers, and skin as smooth as congealed fat, flawless and untainted. She emanated an ethereal aura, seemingly belonging to another realm altogether. Yet her gaze was cold, accentuating her elegance akin to a Tianshan snow lotus, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Fangxing found himself involuntarily swallowing hard, his rage diminishing significantly as he spoke. Return my celestial tier divine abilities. Though his tone bore the weight of accusation, it carried an undercurrent of negotiation. Mu Qinshui was taken aback, as was Yu Liangzi. The latter then threw back his head in laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly splendid. What goes around comes around." Upon hearing Mu Qinshui proclaim that the fire cloud decision belonged to her family, the sudden emergence of this young man demanding celestial tier divine abilities seemed like poetic justice. Mu Qinshui remained silent, coldly scrutinizing Fangxing, as if regarding a fool. One weapon was a sword, the other a sphere the size of a thumb, both of which were of magical quality. That Yu Liangzi observed with delight and, in a display of goodwill, advised, "Little brother, do you see? She has a spatial pouch at her waist, filled with treasures." Mu Qinshui cast a cold glance at Yu Liangzi, her eyes already ablaze with sparks of fury. However, Yu Liangzi relished this display, smiling even more brightly in response. "Thank you for the reminder," Fangxing said, turning to Yu Liangzi with a radiant smile, before clumsily reaching to untie the space pouch at Mu Qinshui's waist. Her attire was in disarray, and besides a white belt, only a few tattered scraps of fabric clung to her form. As Fangxing's hand brushed against her skin while unfastening the pouch, Mu Qinshui let out a startled cry, more terrified than if a centipede had crawled upon her, her body trembling uncontrollably. "You little thief, remove your filthy hands from me at once." Fangxing was taken aback, incredulously retorting, "How are my hands dirty? They're perfectly clean." As he spoke, he deliberately grazed her waist again, muttering, "See, my hands are spotless, not a speck of dirt on them." Mu Qinshui was so enraged she shook with fury, her waist instantly covered in goosebumps. Yu Liangzi laughed uproariously, practically rolling with mirth at the scene before him, having never witnessed anything so ludicrous in his life. Meanwhile, Mu Qinshui continued to shriek in terror at Fangxing's hand, exclaiming, "I truly do not understand how someone as formidable as you could fear my hand. It won't bite, I assure you." Fangxing continued to poke at her waist, seemingly eager to prove his intentions were harmless. Yu Liangzi, unable to contain himself, chortled, "Little brother, what is your name? I shall certainly treat you to a grand feast in the future." Fangxing rolled his eyes in jest, thinking to himself, "You think I'm foolish enough to share my name?" Yu Liangzi feigned a sudden realization, declaring, "A hero does not inquire about origins, and a champion need not register. This friend, I, Yu Liangzi, have decided to befriend." In stark contrast to Yu Liangzi's elation, Mu Qinshui felt as though she had plunged into a den of venomous serpents, her body quaking, her skin flushed and prickling with goosebumps. Fortunately, Fangxing finally managed to unfasten her space pouch. In that moment, as her belongings were taken, she felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her. Yu Liangzi, seemingly still unsatisfied, called out, "Little brother, have you noticed her belt? It is also a treasure, rumored to be one of the 3 heirlooms of the Mu family, the 9 Harmony silk belt, whose power surpasses that of flying swords." Chapter 57. Teasing a master of the Bigu realm, the 9 Harmony silk belt, whose power eclipses that of spiritual weapons. Fangxing's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Was he dreaming? Such spiritual weapons, which were seldom seen, suddenly appeared in abundance today. Moreover, It seemed these spiritual weapons were swiftly becoming his to claim. Was this a windfall from the heavens? Mu Qinxue was consumed by a mix of fury, rage, and hatred. Her delicate form trembling, her chin quivering, her teeth chattering. The glare she directed at Yu Liangzi was almost lethal. She longed to sink her teeth into Fangxing, to bite down with all her might. As he was currently assessing her belt, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam akin to that of a demon's in the dead of night, Mu Qinxue could scarcely bear to imagine the impending scenario. If her belt were to be unfastened, her already tattered garments would surely be flung asunder, leaving her wholly exposed before him, not Yu Liangzi. Shut your mouth. Mu Qinxue nearly exerted all her strength to roar. Fearing that the reckless youth before her might be swayed by Yu Liangzi into taking action she would rather die than endure. However, Yu Liangzi laughed mischievously and remarked, "My mouth is a human mouth, so I shall not close it." He then turned to Fangxing with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Tell me honestly, are you not envious of the 9 Harmony silkworm belt, which is more formidable than a spirit weapon flying sword?" Fangxing, feeling embarrassed, admitted, "I am indeed envious." But Yu Liangzi promptly interrupted him, saying, "Envious of what? Let me tell you, she is a master at the void-breaking realm that if you miss this opportunity, you may never have the chance to obtain the 9 Harmony silkworm belt again." Fangxing was greatly shaken. He had not anticipated that this frosty woman would possess such terrifying prowess. Instantly, he became more cautious. Moreover, considering that a man who could engage her in a mutually destructive battle was evidently no weakling. The fact that these two seemingly mere youths, barely 18 or 19, boasted such formidable abilities was truly beyond Fangxing's expectations. Fangxing stated earnestly, "Then I dare not proceed any further. If she seeks revenge in the future, it would be a calamity." Mu Qinxue immediately felt reassured and coldly declared, "As long as you leave now, I shall treat today's events as if they never occurred." Yet Yu Liangzi would not relent, saying, "What is there to fear? I shall have your back in the future. Should she dare trouble you, I will teach her a lesson." Mu Qinxue nearly spat blood. Yu Liangzi was utterly insufferable at last. Fangxing's interest was piqued, and he innocently asked, "Really?" Yu Liangzi pounded his chest and assured him, "Do you think I would lie? Ha ha ha, my lady Mu, from this day forward, I shall see you strutting before me like a proud white goose." Ahem, I wonder what expression the old Master Mu would wear if I were to reveal today's events. Yu Liangzi laughed heartily, and in that moment, all his previous displeasure evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, Mu Qinxue spat a mouthful of blood, splattering Fangxing's face in her icy gaze. An expression of deep-seated rage and madness flickered. This woman was so obstinate. If I continued down this path, it was not beyond reason that she might resort to self-destruction. Fangxing felt a surge of alarm. He genuinely feared provoking her to the point of self-detonation, taking him down with her. A self-detonation by a master of the void-breaking realm, while perhaps not as powerful as a strike from a spirit weapon, would certainly be sufficient to claim his life. Having acquired the treasure, it would be unwise to toy with her further. Fangxing swiftly removed his own garment and draped it over Mu Qinxue. At the same time, he deftly extracted her belt with a gentle tug. Stunned, Mu Qinxue, who had been prepared for self-destruction, now regarded Fangxing with a gaze that was complex, filled with both resentment and embarrassment, yet tinged with a hint of gratitude. However, she soon became covered in a rash, trembling uncontrollably. Fangxing's clothing upon her felt as if countless ants were crawling over her, causing her discomfort. Coughing softly, Fangxing stood up and discreetly pocketed the 9 Harmony silkworm belt. Yu Liangzi, expressing his discontent, lamented, "Brother, how should I address you? Alas, such a splendid opportunity lies before you, yet you failed to cherish it properly. Am I to call you foolish or dim-witted?" As he spoke, Yu Liangzi glanced at Mu Qinxue, but unfortunately, most of her figure was obscured by Fangxing's garment, preventing the anticipated scene from unfolding. Fangxing approached Yu Liangzi with a broad smile, causing Yu Liangzi to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation. "Good brother, you must leave at once, or once she regains her composure, you shall find it impossible to escape," he urged. "Rest assured, I will shield you. She will not dare to trouble you in the future." Fangxing remained silent as he lifted Yu Liangzi's formidable sword, its weight a substantial 70 to 80 pounds. He wielded it with casual grace, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, exuding an undeniable aura of power. "What a magnificent sword!" he exclaimed, running his fingers along the smooth, gleaming edge, which radiated a gentle warmth that elicited a heartfelt commendation. Yu Liangzi's expression shifted slightly as he chuckled. "Little brother, in the presence of a spirit weapon, my sword is but a piece of worthless scrap metal, nothing to admire." His smile, at that moment, was more sorrowful than tears. Fangxing replied, "If it is indeed worthless, I presume my elder brother would not mind parting with it, would you?" Yu Liangzi sputtered, spitting out a mouthful of water. And after a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, "You can't possibly intend to take everything I possess." Regretting his words immediately, he wondered if he had inadvertently alerted the naive youth before him. Fangxing, smacking his forehead in realization, said, "Thank you for the reminder, elder brother. I almost forgot. Ah, this spatial pouch at your waist. Might you consider gifting it to your brother as well?" As he spoke, he began unfastening Yu Liangzi's spatial pouch. "You do realize that overindulgence can lead to disastrous consequences, don't you?" Yu Liangzi glared, his eyes aflame with indignation at that moment. He comprehended that this seemingly foolish youth was not truly simple-minded, but merely playing the fool, delighting in mocking him. Across from them, Mu Qinxue could no longer contain her laughter, which caught both Fangxing and Yu Liangzi off guard, their expressions transforming into something extraordinary, especially Yu Liangzi, who gazed at her as if she were a celestial treasure. Realizing that this moment was one he might never encounter again, Mu Qinxue was laughing, so sweetly, so joyfully, and she looked so beautiful. Surely, he must be dreaming. Amidst his astonishment, Yu Liangzi found himself momentarily forgetting Fangxing's brazen actions. Meanwhile, Fangxing's heart surged with emotion, pondering. This woman exudes an icy demeanor, keeping others at arm's length, yet her smile is undeniably enchanting. Under the intense scrutiny of foreburning gazes, Mu Qinxue felt a wave of heat wash over her. Suddenly aware that she had committed an act she ought never to have done, a flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes before she resumed her frosty facade. She looks far more beautiful when smiling. Why must she always act like an ice statue? Muttered Yu Liangzi. Instantly, Mu Qinxue's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her glare upon him, causing him to feel a prickling sensation on his skin. He quickly averted his gaze and exclaimed, "Where has that boy gone?" The two exchanged wary glances before turning to look behind Yu Liangzi, only to catch sight of a figure darting like a specter through the trees. Fading from view in the blink of an eye, Yu Liangzi's face turned a shade of ashen gray as he howled to the heavens. Damn it, a master of the pivotal realm has been outwitted by a mere boy of the four extremes. Boy, you better hope I don't catch you, or I shall ensure your demise. Whether it was his excessive exertion or sheer rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as death. Muttering, "My fire cloud technique. Oh no, my fire cloud technique." The sound, akin to a mournful wail, caught Mu Qinxue's attention, and her mood began to shift from despair to a flicker of exhilaration, as she thought to herself, "Serves you right for instigating him to seize my belongings. This is what one calls retribution for the wicked. The law of cause and effect." Yu Liangzi turned his gaze towards Mu Qinxue, seething with indignation. "Miss Mu, did you witness that? That scoundrel feigned ignorance and played us both for fools." Mu Qinxue fixed him with a cold stare, reminiscent of a rattlesnake poised to strike its prey, sending a chill down Yu Liangzi's spine. "Have you not yet perceived? He is deliberately masquerading as naive and innocent, when in truth, he is toying with you," Yu Liangzi exclaimed. The color in Mu Qinxue's face shifted from pale to crimson and then to a deep purple. Previously, she had thought Fangxing merely a dimwit, oblivious to everything, but now it seemed he was merely pretending to be foolish for his own gain. Yet, where was Fangxing now? What remained was the garment draped over her. Stained with Fangxing's blood, sweat, and scent, a wave of revulsion washed over Mu Qinxue, and she felt an overwhelming urge to tear the fabric to shreds. However, at that moment, if she were to rend the clothing, it would merely benefit another scoundrel. Clenching the fabric tightly in her hands, she took a long moment to slowly release her grip, then cast a frigid glance at Yu Liangzi, stating coldly, "From this day forth, we shall be irreconcilable." Chapter 58. Disturbance. After a brief moment of concern, Wu Xiaoxiao relaxed, fixated on the Zhang family estate. In half an hour, once the sun rose, he would be able to withdraw. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the Zhang family courtyard. This individual did not take care to evade the Zhang family's hidden sentries, nor did the sentries attempt to stop him, clearly indicating he was dispatched by the higher-ups of the Zhang family. But why not use the front entrance? Was there some underlying scheme? Wu Xiaoxiao immediately sharpened his focus. After observing the Zhang family for so long, he had finally gleaned something of significance. The newcomer, akin to a leopard, charged directly towards Wu Xiaoxiao, leaping several meters from the tree where he concealed himself, without inquiring about the other's identity and thrusting forth a sword. the sword light flowed like water, transforming into a silken ribbon several meters long, cleaving the entire crown of the tree in twain. Dragon Frame Realm. Wu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. The Zhang family had dispatched an expert of the Dragon Frame Realm, evidently intent on taking his life without negotiation. The shockwave produced by the sword energy forced the branches apart, as though a sword had sliced through the surface of a lake, revealing Wu Xiaoxiao, who had been hiding within. A wave of terrifying pressure overwhelmed him, nearly stealing his breath, yet his reflexes were quick. His staff swept out rapidly, and a ribbon of earthy energy collided with the sword energy. The clash of the earthy ribbon and the white sword energy erupted instantaneously, the resulting wave of destructive energy reducing the centuries-old tree to splinters. Wu Xiaoxiao found himself bereft of ground beneath him and was violently thrown backward, crashing to the ground. "Stop, brother, I am a disciple of the Taishan sect," Wu Xiaoxiao shouted. However, the figure clad in black unleashed another sword strike, heedless of his identity. This astonished Wu Xiaoxiao. The Zhang family had always held the Taishan sect in both reverence and fear. It was rare for them to even express the slightest dissatisfaction towards anyone from the Taishan sect, let alone attempt to assassinate one of their members. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Yingqiao had dared to send Wu Xiaoxiao to monitor the Zhang family. But how has today descended into such chaos? Had it not been for his own eyes witnessing that individual emerging from the Zhang residence, Wu Xiaoxiao would scarcely have believed that this person hailed from the Zhang family. Yet, confronted with the lethal assault of the cloaked figure, Wu Xiaoxiao dared not underestimate the threat, summoning all his might to wield the 5-kill stick. Each strike of the 5-kill stick was equivalent to 5 ordinary blows. However, the cloaked figure ultimately possessed a level of strength that surpassed Wu Xiaoxiao's own. After several exchanges, he sustained considerable injuries. "I am Wu Xiaoxiao of the Taishan sect. Do you truly intend to kill me, fellow cultivator?" Wu Xiaoxiao seethed with anger, and in the face of overwhelming power, he could do naught but proclaim his lineage once more, hoping to instill fear in the cloaked assailant. The figure scoffed coldly, dismissing the Taishan sect's reputation with disdain. With a single motion, he unleashed 3 strikes, resulting in 3 sharp sounds as Wu Xiaoxiao's left arm and abdomen were pierced. Damn it! Though Wu Xiaoxiao was furious, he was acutely aware of the perilous situation and promptly turned to flee. Yet, the cloaked figure clung to him like a malignant shadow, refusing to be shaken off. The dawn sky grew increasingly bright, and silhouettes began to appear on the streets. However, what astonished Wu Xiaoxiao even more was the unwavering intent of the cloaked man to pursue him. To be slain in the darkness was one matter. To be killed in broad daylight before countless witnesses was quite another. This was enough to indicate that the Zhang family regarded Wu Xiaoxiao, a direct disciple of the Taishan sect, with utter contempt. With multiple wounds upon his body and blood gushing from his mouth, Wu Xiaoxiao struggled to ask, "Why?" The man replied with a cold smirk, "Because the Taishan sect is no longer the Taishan sect of yesteryear." With that, he thrust his sword straight at Wu Xiaoxiao. "The Taishan sect of today is not the Taishan sect of yesterday?" Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom the meaning behind the man's words. The morning sun illuminated the cold blade, reflecting harshly into Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes, causing him pain. It was the first time he realized that the morning sun could be blinding. The majestic and imposing Diling mountain range loomed like a great azure dragon across the land. The sun peeked over the ridge, as if it were too timid to fully reveal itself. Outside the city, Fangxing had just emerged from the dense forest, stumbling and falling to the ground. Rolling down the slope to the foot of the mountain, his battle with Kong Yunhe had drained him significantly, and he had raced back with what little energy remained. Crushing stones and colliding with tree stumps and rocks had only compounded his injuries. Even more alarmingly, an ominous premonition stirred within his heart, as if disaster were imminent. Logically speaking, having just triumphed over a formidable foe and reaped great rewards, he should not be plagued by such feelings, unless something truly unexpected was about to transpire. This was humanity's instinctive ability to sense the unknown, commonly referred to as intuition. Fangxing had always trusted his instincts. His mind raced, filtering through pertinent information. If he could anticipate danger ahead of time and prepare accordingly, he could face even the gravest threats with composure. He scoured his thoughts, identifying only the previous man and woman as potential threats. Yet, given their injuries, they would take at least 10 days to recover and posed little immediate danger. Could it be the Kong family? Suddenly, Fangxing was struck by realization. Given Kong Yunhe's talents, the Kong family would undoubtedly treat him as a treasure, ensuring he would not act alone. This meant that after Kong Yunhe, There would surely be protectors in TOW.It seems that the arrogant Kong Yunho wishes to engage me in a solitary battle to determine our fates. Deliberately discarding his protector, his figure is like smoke, moving with an ethereal grace akin to a specter, employing the elusive Luo Yanbu of the Taishan sect. Before long, a furious roar reverberates from the depths of the forest. Reminiscent of a lion driven to madness by the loss of its cub. Did you slay here? The elder gazes upon the tattered pair seated upon the ground, an unspoken murderous intent swirling in the air, forming a tempest that rustles the surrounding branches ominously. This forlorn duo, steeped in resentment, is none other than Yu Liangzi and Mu Qinshui. Mu Qinshui casts a cold glance at the elder, choosing to ignore him entirely. Yu Liangzi, with a displeased glare, retorts, "Old man, why are you shouting? Can't you see I'm trying to rest? Who is here?" "I've neither seen nor heard of him." The elder brings forth the lifeless body of Kong Yunha, placing it upon the ground, where it lies encased in ice, resembling a grotesque sculpture. Its hair stands rigidly toward the heavens, knees bent as if kneeling, reminiscent of a victim left in a state of disarray. Yu Liangzi scoffs, "Is this the here you speak of, pathetically weak, frozen to death by Mu Qinshui's chill? Such a person is not worth mourning." "What did you say?" The elder's brow furrows with indignation, but he quickly realizes something and inquires, "Who is Mu Qinshui?" Yu Liangzi rolls his eyes in exasperation, replying, "If the younger one is disappointing, it's not surprising that the elder is equally foolish." "Are you a fool? Mu Qinshui is undoubtedly female. Which male would bear such a name?" The elder, filled with a desire to obliterate Yu Liangzi, is nonetheless compelled by the wealth of crucial information woven into his words. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifts his attention to Mu Qinshui, tightening his grip on the sword hilt, increasing his resolve. There is but one woman present, and it is highly likely that Mu Qinshui is she. The elder's thoughts solidify in this regard. Mu Qinshui remains unresponsive, not even opening her eyes. Yet, despite the palpable murderous intent radiating from him, the elder refrains from striking, fixated intently on Mu Qinshui, his inner turmoil brewing as he contemplates. These two appear to be adversaries who have endured a fierce battle and are now gravely injured. The elder's breath quickens as he solemnly inquires, "Did you kill here?" Mu Qinshui coldly replies, "Who is here? I've never heard of him." The elder falters momentarily, and in a swift motion, draws his sword. At that moment, Yu Liangzi's voice interjects, "Old man, although you possess the cultivation of the Bigu realm, do not presume to be her match." The elder is struck with a profound shock. He had never struck first, yet the adversary discerned his level of cultivation, indicating one undeniable truth. They are stronger than him. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly inexperienced youth possessed strength comparable to his own. A man in his 50s or 60s. The overwhelming feelings of defeat and astonishment leave the elder momentarily bewildered. "Be careful," Yu Liangzi suddenly cries out. The elder, startled, believes Mu Qinshui is launching a surprise attack. Yet she remains utterly motionless. "Ha! Did you grow up eating dung, that you could be so easily deceived?" Yu Liangzi laughs heartily, pointing at the elder. The elder's complexion shifts from pale to flushed with rage, exclaiming, "You have gone too far." In the present moment, disregarding Mu Qinshui entirely, he charged directly at Yu Liangzi. With a playful expression, Yu Liangzi coldly scoffed, "Do you truly believe yourself to be my adversary?" The elder, consumed by rage, found his voice rasping as he retorted, "Such arrogance! Even at your peak, I would not fear you, let alone now." However, before he could finish his words, a violent strike landed upon his back, propelling him uncontrollably towards Yu Liangzi. Before he could comprehend the situation, Yu Liangzi unleashed 3 swift attacks, each one precisely targeting a vital point. Chapter 59. A perilous ambush. Yu Liangzi's strikes were executed with unparalleled speed, as if his hands had already been pressed against the elder's body, leaving the elder no time to react before succumbing to all 3 blows, each capable of claiming a life. After suffering these 3 strikes, the elder found himself with no hope of escape. To the astonishment of all, Yu Liangzi exhibited no trace of elation. Instead, his countenance turned a sickly green, akin to bitter gall. In an instant, he resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing to the ground, while blood and froth continuously escaped from his mouth. Opposite him, Mu Qinshui coughed blood as well, exerting every ounce of strength to strike the elder, further weakening her already depleted form. Meeting Yu Liangzi's gaze, she became acutely aware of the sweat that had soaked her entire being. Coughing violently, it was indeed rare to witness Mu Qinshui in a state of fear, after a fit of harsh coughing. Yu Liangzi managed a strained smile that Mu Qinxue, with a disdainful huff, closed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. She knew she must restore her ability to move swiftly and escape this perilous place, though she appeared calm on the surface. Internally, she ground her teeth in frustration. Having grown up, she had never encountered such a dangerous moment as today, all due to that seemingly innocuous youth. The this thought, a shiver involuntarily coursed through her body, and goosebumps crept silently along her slender waist, accompanied by a sense of nausea. In the distance, Fangxing, equally injured, suddenly encountered darkness before collapsing to the ground with a painful thud, gritting his teeth in agony. He needed to find a place to tend to his wounds urgently. Even in the absence of enemies, he could not escape the attention of those with ulterior motives. In his current state, even a rabbit could take him down. He arrived at the riverbank, disregarding all else, and stepped into the water, allowing the raging current to carry him downstream, with injuries all over his body and blood flowing profusely. Only by traversing the waterway could he sever his aura and conceal his whereabouts. After traveling over 10 kilometers, Fangxing finally emerged onto the shore, seeking refuge in a secluded cave, where he hid and began to search through his spoils for healing elixirs. 3 impoverished fools. Fangxing was dumbfounded to discover that none of the 3 spatial bags contained a single healing pill. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse the heavens. Staring blankly at a shimmering spirit weapon sword, a dazzling orb, and a heavy gourd, he couldn't help but wish they were 3 precious healing pills. Within the 3 storage bags lay spirit weapons, secret tomes, spirit jade, and precious medicines, yet not a single healing pill. This realization drove Fangxing to the brink of madness. Given his current injuries, without the aid of elixirs, he would likely take a year or more to recover. In his present predicament, this situation was simply intolerable. Sampin Yao Long Shilan, invigorating energy and promoting blood circulation. Sipin Yao Di Mai Gua, aiding bone healing and regulating menstruation. Wupin Yao Qing Long Gua, replenishing blood and strengthening the spleen. These are all extraordinary medicines for healing and revitalization. Fangxing sighed deeply, realizing that most of the medicinal ingredients within Mu Qinxue and Yu Liangzi's spatial pouch were precious remedies for injuries, all of high grade and considerable value. Just consuming that Wupin Yao Qing Longgua and Fangxing's injuries would likely heal within 10 days. Yet, could he partake? Would he be able to? Suddenly, Fangxing felt a twinge of pity for himself. Surrounded by a plethora of healing treasures, he found himself unable to take action. Whether it was due to the severity of his wounds or sheer frustration, he was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling over. Damn the tumbling Bution! Fangxing couldn't help but grit his teeth. The very reason he found it difficult to utilize these precious medicines was the existence of the tumbling Bution. It was an omnipresent thief. The moment he grasped any medicinal ingredient, it would be snatched away by the tumbling Bution, leaving him with nothing but the humiliation of crafting a wedding dress for another. However, now, aside from this collection of herbs that could expedite his recovery, there seemed to be no other recourse. It was a race against time. Fangxing cradled the jade box in his hands, resolved to swallow the medicinal herb whole. Yet, the tumbling Bution not only seized the herbs, but also the jade box itself. The moment the jade box was in Fangxing's grasp, it vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing within the depths of his dantian. To his astonishment, the jade box dissolved rapidly, transforming into liquid that flowed across the tumbling Bution, becoming one with it. The Erpin Yao Shou Jianxiang contained within the box quickly took root in the tumbling Bution, growing at an unfathomable pace into a Sampin Yao, only to have its essence absorbed by the tumbling Bution. Reduced to ashes. In less than 3 breaths, a complete jade box and a whole medicinal herb had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Fangxing wished he could extract the tumbling Bution and cast it into a latrine for a millennia of confinement. Subsequently, he tore a strip of cloth from his pant leg, wrapping it around his hand, and then picked up the jade box once more. To his surprise, the jade box remained intact. Elated, Fangxing realized, I understand now. Jade and herbs must not touch my skin, or they will be sensed and plundered by the tumbling Bution, as long as I prevent direct contact between my skin and the jade or herbs. The tumbling Bution cannot detect what I hold. Fangxing felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove after years of searching, his joy utterly ineffable. He tore another piece of cloth to wrap his left hand, cradling the jade box with his right, and finally took out the herbs within. This time, the herbs were not seized by the tumbling Bution. Haha, it turns out it is not omnipotent. There is a way to counter it. Fangxing laughed heartily, realizing that he could now utilize the herbs for healing. However, before his smile could fade, it froze instantly. For the moment the herbs touched his lips, they vanished and reappeared on the tunneling Butian. Fangxing was left in tears, having thought he discovered a method to resist the tunneling Butian, only to realize it was futile. Would he never be able to indulge in the nourishing benefits of these precious medicines? Fangxing sighed heavily, and in a fit of rage, he seized 3 herbs, forcefully stuffing them into his mouth, chewing frantically, fearful that something might pry open his lips and snatch away his precious remedies. However, it was his lower teeth that inadvertently clashed against his upper ones, and due to the excessive force, the impact reverberated loudly, sending him into a dizzy spell. The medicinal herbs, which had barely touched his lips, vanished without a trace. He hardly had the chance to chew them. Since you are fond of them, take them all, he declared with a fury that was tinged with a profound sense of resentment. He flung away the cloth in his hands and swept both arms towards the pile of medicinal materials and jade boxes on the ground. The moment they came into contact with his hands, whether jade box or herb, they instantly disappeared. Among the 8 young individuals who had emerged together, 2 had already perished in this manner. The fate of Fangxing remained uncertain. Wu Xiaoxiao was still in a state of unconsciousness, and Lu Wen had suffered a severed left arm, gravely wounded. Although Hong Yin and Bai Bing appeared relatively unscathed on the surface, they had sustained severe internal injuries. Their combat prowess diminished to less than 30% of their peak. In contrast, Qing Wan remained relatively intact. Yet, when faced with a multitude of skilled fighters from the Zhang family, even if just one Qing Wan remained unharmed, they would still be no match for their opponents. The crisis was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the air, causing Qing Wan's nerves to tense up as she gazed toward the eastern sky, her scalp prickling with dread. Above her, more than 10 dark spots blotted out a significant portion of the sky, emitting shrill sounds akin to the wails of vengeful spirits, hurtling toward the dilapidated house where Qing Wan stood. Rain of arrows. In an instant, Qing Wan recognized these as the infamous black wind arrows of the Zhang family. Crafted from an exceptionally hard black wind mysterious iron, these arrows were strung with bowstrings that had been soaked in a special potion for 30 years, made from the tendons of a century-old dragon, endowing them with remarkable resilience. The combination resulted in formidable penetrative power, capable of easily striking down a master of the 4th level. Lu Wen's arm had been severed by such an arrow. Its might undeniably terrifying. Though these arrows were not released by someone of the dragon transformation realm, their power should not be underestimated, especially considering that all those inside the house were already injured. Come, what is destined to arrive will eventually come. Qing Wan's eyes gleamed with determination. If ensuring her companion's escape required her sacrifice, then so be it. Alarmed, she dashed out, "If you suffer further injury, we shall all perish. If death is inevitable, why not let it be me alone?" Lu Wen's voice lingered, yet he had already plunged into the torrent of arrows. Shortly thereafter, a resounding explosion echoed from that direction, as several houses were reduced to mere dust. Clearly, Lu Wen had chosen to self-destruct in order to inflict severe damage upon the enemy. Qing Wan turned and rushed back into the house, hoisting Wu Xiaoxiao while grasping the hands of Hong Yin and Bai Bing, breaking through the walls in a desperate bid for escape. Simultaneously, a single tear fell, shattered by the wind. Chapter 60. Spirit Elixir of the Dan Ling. The azure fruits swayed upon the branches, each the size of a walnut, radiating a soft blue luminescence that extended a foot in all directions, resembling tiny light bulbs. This was a unique characteristic of the 6th grade medicinal herbs. The fruits were crystal clear, within which a small azure dragon could be faintly seen drifting, occasionally emitting a soft dragon's roar, brimming with spiritual energy. The fruit tree stood 3 to 4 meters tall, its roots sturdy like a coiling dragon, with branches that sparkled like jade. Each leaf appeared as if carved from precious stone, and the entire tree emanated an ethereal glow. This was the Qinglong fruit tree, which could only thrive in the blood-soaked grounds of the azure dragon. Infused with the essence of the azure dragon's blood, given sufficient time, it could fully evolve into a spirit herb. On the branches swayed an impressive 18 dragon fruits, each one embodying the essence of a 6th-tier, nourishing medicine. This treasured tree, if placed in the outside world and its existence revealed, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among numerous adept practitioners, for this was a tree capable of evolving into a spiritual herb. It's worth transcending the cumulative value of all 18 sixth-tier nourishing medicines by countless degrees. Especially intriguing was the inner vitality of the dragoness blood, an unparalleled elixir for cultivators striving to refine their physical forms. Yet, here stood Fangxing, merely an onlooker, his heart heavy with anguish and fury as he watched the fruits fall and rapidly wither away, turning to mere ashes. Such is perhaps the most helpless moment in the world. All of this was due to the existence of the ethereal jade field, which allowed a fifth-tier, nourishing medicine dragon fruit to take root and flourish into 18 sixth-tier dragon fruits. Only to be absorbed and digested, it felt as though Fangxing's heart had been lifted to the heavens only to be cruelly dashed to the ground. Pain. Excruciating pain. Alas, with a resigned sigh. Fangxing found himself with no other recourse but to lament. The medicinal materials had been ruthlessly seized by the ethereal jade field, leaving him with no choice but to rely on cultivation to heal his wounds. A long and torturous journey ahead. Striving to calm himself, he quietly activated the Tianling transformation technique, drawing in the wood essence from the world around him through his pores. Suddenly, a sound almost imperceptible resonated within his dantian, akin to a pearl dropping to the ground. This was followed by two more similar sounds, totaling 3. Fangxing jolted, his spiritual energy rapidly retracting as he scanned his dantian. In an instant, his expression transformed from serenity to astonishment, then to a state of stupor, 3 distinct emotions shifting in the blink of an eye. What is this? Fangxing stared in rapt attention at the 3 thumb-sized, milky white orbs atop the ethereal jade field. His nerves taut with disbelief. These 3 orbs, identical in form, bore countless shallow markings spiraled upon their surfaces. How remarkably similar they were to the cleansing marrow pills described in texts. Fangxing could hardly believe his eyes. Yet the more he gazed, the more these orbs resembled cleansing marrow pills. Could it truly be? A tempest of excitement surged within him, as he became almost certain that these 3 orb-like entities were indeed cleansing marrow pills. But from whence did they come? Fangxing did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. Such coincidences often harbor mysteries. Cleansing marrow pills could not have appeared in his dantian without cause. He scrutinized the ethereal jade field carefully. The emergence of cleansing marrow pills there must be intricately linked to its essence. Suddenly, the ethereal jade field quivered, and in one corner, the once rigid jade transformed into an astonishingly pliable substance. As if filled with gas, gradually forming a bulge, the apex of this bulge grew increasingly luminous, and before long, a small opening appeared, from which a thumb-sized milky white orb extruded, rolling onto the surface of the ethereal jade field. As the orb emerged, the bulge in the jade field slowly retracted, returning to its normal state as if nothing had transpired. Was he witnessing a phantom? Fangxing could scarcely believe his eyes. The cleansing marrow pill had actually been expelled from the ethereal jade field, a notion utterly preposterous. However, he truly witnessed it with his own eyes. If I were to share this matter with others, they would undoubtedly deem me insane. Fangxing began to question whether he was experiencing an illusion. The elixir that emanated from within his body. Fangxing murmured to himself, the words feeling oddly cumbersome on his tongue. What could one possibly describe as being squeezed out of the body? One might say expelled, or urinated, or vomited, or defecated. Fangxing's expression became remarkably vivid as a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that the spirit-communing jade field had consumed an excessive amount? Much like a human needing to clear its digestive system. Was it possible that the reason the spirit-communing jade field expelled the cleansing marrow pill was due to it having ingested these 7 primary ingredients? Could it be likened to a conscious alchemical furnace, capable of producing corresponding elixirs simply by introducing the necessary materials? If that were the case, then as long as the spirit-communing jade field ingested the ingredients for the Great Dragon Pill, it could produce the Great Dragon Pill, and similarly, if it ingested the ingredients for the Essence Pill, it could yield the Essence Pill. Henceforth, would not Fangxing be able to request any elixir he desired? Simply by having the spirit-communing jade field produce it, the risks associated with an alchemist's craft would be rendered moot, as the spirit-communing jade field appeared entirely devoid of peril. Fangxing trembled with excitement. If his thoughts were indeed accurate, he would indirectly become a master alchemist by merely sourcing the ingredients. He could effortlessly obtain the corresponding elixirs. This was infinitely more convenient and safer than having a master alchemist by his side. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, and elixirs have become indispensable aids for practitioners. With the assistance of elixirs, one's cultivation can advance at an astonishing pace. This is why the profession of alchemist holds such sacred esteem in the Dragon Yuan continent. The more formidable the sect, the greater their reverence for alchemists. Take the Four Extremes realm, for instance. With the aid of the Four Extremes pill, as long as one's aptitude is not abysmally poor. If one can fully refine and absorb the energy and medicinal properties of the Four Extremes pill, they can successfully achieve the completion of the 4th level and break through to the Dragon Frame realm. Elixirs can transform an ordinary individual into a prodigious cultivator, and they can empower geniuses significantly. The benefits of elixirs for cultivators are innumerable. One might say that the quantity of elixirs consumed in a lifetime can indirectly gauge the heights a person may reach. Of course, nothing is absolute. If one's physical condition is exceedingly poor or their aptitude is deplorable, even the most divine elixirs would be of no avail. However, Fangxing, in terms of both physicality and aptitude, is truly unparalleled among his peers. For someone like him, if he were to have an unending supply of elixirs to aid his cultivation, his future would be boundless. The spirit-communing jade field is not merely of little use. It is, in fact, a rare treasure of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, it appeared to Fangxing as a magnificent and formidable entity. In comparison, a Pill King-level core is but a mere trifle. The Core King seemed to sense Fangxing's thoughts and promptly protested, angrily colliding with the spirit-communing jade field. Yet Fangxing paid it no mind. Although the cleansing marrow pill is not a healing elixir, its abundant energy and the purifying potency it possesses are invaluable treasures for me at this moment. First, I shall see if I can procure it from the spirit-communing jade field. If not, I shall be left to lament my fate. Fangxing stabilized his emotions, extending the power of his soul towards the spirit jade field without encountering any resistance, successfully making contact with the cleansing elixir. Suddenly, the cleansing elixir unexpectedly soared into the air, distancing itself from his soul's influence, a flying elixir. Fangxing was once again taken aback. This cleansing elixir could actually fly. Elixirs are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. The higher the grade, the purer the quality, the richer the fragrance, and the stronger the medicinal efficacy. Yet, it has never been heard that even a supreme cleansing elixir possesses the ability to fly. The flight of an elixir indicates that it possesses spirit. Only those legendary elixirs that nurture elixir spirits are endowed with autonomous consciousness. Could it be that these 4 cleansing elixirs have also birthed elixir spirits? Fangxing once more harnessed his soul's power to control the cleansing elixir, and indeed, it resisted as if it were alive. Could this be the legendary elixir spirit divine elixir? Fangxing's breathing grew increasingly rapid. The elixir spirit divine elixir is a grade beyond supreme elixirs, a treasure that approaches the pinnacle of the alchemical path. This is something beyond the realm of Longyuan continent. Even the top-tier alchemists of Longyuan continent, renowned for their mastery, might not be able to concoct such an unparalleled elixir. Throughout the annals of Longyuan continent's history, the occurrences of this treasure can be counted on one hand. Moreover, each appearance invariably incites a tempest of bloodshed on Longyuan continent. The most recent instance dates back 3,000 years, when a peak alchemist, revered as the alchemy's sovereign, attained enlightenment through alchemy and successfully refined the elixir spirit divine elixir. According to ancient texts, when the divine elixir was completed, multicolored thunder descended from the heavens, striking down upon the central continent. The elixir spirit divine elixir and the alchemy sovereign were buried beneath the towering storm, vanishing from sight. Though the elixir spirit divine elixir disappeared, the struggle to seize the alchemy sovereign's alchemical grounds ignited a grand conflict as individuals sought to gather the scattered essence of the divine elixir. Historical records indicate that this war claimed the lives of 8 formidable beings of the heavenly dragon realm and 56 experts of the Yinglong realm, that for those below the Yinglong realm. They were not documented, merely summarized as countless. One can only imagine the ferocity of that battle. This was merely due to the desire to collect the lingering essence of the elixir spirit divine elixir. If the true elixir spirit divine elixir were to materialize, Fangxing could scarcely fathom the unforeseen upheaval it would provoke. Chapter 61. Dragon Frame Realm. The elixir spirit divine elixir, imbued with elixir spirits, transcends the mundane, standing exalted above all. It is the sovereign of elixirs, drawing ever closer to the path of alchemy. Although these 4 cleansing elixirs of elixir spirit divine grade are only effective for practitioners below the blood transformation realm, their astonishing value would incite envy among every individual on Longyuan continent. The cleansing elixir of elixir spirit divine grade can maximize the effects of refining one's essence and marrow. Even those with subpar foundations, upon undergoing the baptism of the cleansing elixir of elixir spirit divine grade, would undergo profound transformations, emerging as the mightiest beings in the corporeal realm, perhaps rivaling the offspring of divine beasts. This is truly the unparalleled divine elixir that forges human killing machines. Whichever faction acquires it is bound to cultivate a terrifying genius, destined to become invincible within the same realm. Moreover, elixirs of the elixir spirit divine grade harbor fragments of the great Tao, offering unexpectedly profound effects for enlightenment and healing. Even if the Shisui Dan is not a miraculous remedy for healing, its esteemed level as a divine elixir guarantees that once Fangxing successfully refines and absorbs it, his injuries will undoubtedly mend. Focusing his soul's energy, Fangxing adeptly captures a Shisui Dan. Although the elixir possesses a spirit and attempts to evade capture, it remains within Fangxing's dantian, allowing him to sense its movements in advance. After several attempts, he successfully seizes a Shisui Dan with a mere thought. The elixir appears in his hand. Fangxing observes the internal currents of the Shisui Dan pulsating, sending electric shocks through his fingers, causing a tingling sensation. The reputation of the divine elixir is indeed well-deserved. It quivers incessantly in his grasp, resisting and attempting to escape. Stop struggling. You shall become a part of me. Fangxing grins as he presses the Shisui Dan into his mouth and swallows it whole. Instantly, his body convulses as if electrified that he channels his mental energy, and the vital essence surges rapidly, initiating the process of refining the Shisui Dan. Under the impact of his vital essence, the Shisui Dan disintegrates, transforming into a powerful flow of energy that swiftly permeates his entire being. Within the white currents lies a multitude of mystical runes, profound and elusive, racing towards his limbs and bones, striking against them. With each rune's impact upon his skeleton, a dazzling light radiates forth before merging into the bones. As thousands of runes penetrate his skeletal structure, Fangxing distinctly feels his shattered bones mending and his intact bones undergoing astonishing metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the marrow within his bones experiences a terrifying transformation, with hematopoiesis accelerating to tenfold, and the blood flow quickening correspondingly. As the blood circulates faster, his heartbeat increases, and the metabolism throughout his body intensifies, facilitating rapid recovery from his injuries. This is an ineffably beautiful process. With each passing moment, Fangxing perceives his growing strength and the evolution of his physical form. The runes of the divine elixir imprint upon his flesh, akin to a powerful being inscribing formations upon a weapon, enabling a mundane weapon to transform into a spiritual one. As the number of runes continues to multiply, Fangxing's body transitions from the mundane to the spiritual. Every inch of his skin and every bone radiates a luminescence reminiscent of the Shisui Dan, illuminating the dim stone cavern like fireflies in the night. With the restoration of his physical form, Fangxing gradually enters a state of cultivation, absorbing and refining the energy of the Shisui Dan, which flows incessantly into his dantian, transforming into vital essence. The essence grows increasingly robust, and the core king stirs into action, relentlessly battering against the Lingyin Dragon Gate. A breakthrough imminent. Fangxing rejoices. In the realm of transformation, each layer he surpasses will unlock the Dragon Gate, allowing his soul to enter and excavate his potential, gaining insights into innate divine abilities. Although his Dragon Gate is the Lingyin Dragon Gate, once it is breached, it remains unveiled, transforming into a nebula that drifts within the cosmos of his dantian. With each assault from the core king, the nebula dissipates, revealing the true form of the Lingyin Dragon Gate at the Light Gate. With a thunderous crash, Fangxing channels his vital essence, propelling the core king forcefully against the Dragon Gate. As anticipated, the gate gradually opens, revealing a narrow crevice. The core king and vital essence surge forth, entering the realm of the Danai. Fangxing notes that this time, the fissure in the Dragon Gate is more than twice as wide as the last. As one ascends in cultivation and reaches the realm of the Yinglong, the Dragon Gate shall fully open, never to close again. That moment, the Dantian and the Danhai will merge into one. Upon the influx of the core king and primordial energy, the Lingqing Bayushin will also soar within, accompanied by a mesmerizing aura emanating from the Danhai. Even though this is not the first time Fangxing has experienced such an aura, his soul still trembles in response. The power of the curse, Fangxing sighed, realizing that to eradicate this curse, He must locate the 9 supreme spiritual roots. This curse acts like a ticking time bomb, an ever-present threat to his life. Unpredictable in its detonation, that I shall undoubtedly find the 9 spiritual roots and obliterate you completely. Fangxing's soul entered the realm of the Danhai, where an ancient pagoda firmly anchored the depths. The Danhai was as dark as ink, exuding an eerie aura of death. The core king hovered above the Danhai, attempting to penetrate its depths. Fangxing's soul also drifted above, seeking to attain innate divine abilities. However, the curse's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even at a distance of 100 meters, it felt as though he were besieged by countless steel needles, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. After several perilous attempts that nearly cost him his life, he was compelled to abandon his exploration of the Danhai, while others could unlock the Dragon Gate and gain innate abilities from within. I find myself retreating in fear. Fangxing was engulfed in bitterness, to the point of tears, buzzing that a whirlwind-like sound erupted nearby, causing Fangxing's soul to shudder thrice. The Lingqing Baiyushan was madly absorbing primordial energy. If it consumed all the primordial energy, would I not be reduced to an ordinary mortal? Primordial energy is the essence of cultivation. Its complete depletion would signify the nullification of his cultivation. Having previously experienced the agony of diminished power when the great wilderness blade absorbed his energy, how could he idly watch as another thief snatched it away? Yet, he soon relinquished the thought of interference. For at that moment, he inexplicably connected with the Lingqing Baiyushan, subconsciously operating the Tianling transformation technique. Fangxing was astounded. The Tianling transformation consists of 9 levels, and despite only recently beginning his practice, he had seemingly broken through the first level with such ease. Upon meticulously studying the second level of the Tianling transformation, he realized he was still far from completing the first level. Only when one of the compartments of the Lingqing Baiyushan is filled with primordial energy transformed into droplets can one truly achieve completion of the first level and proceed to the next. At present, Fangxing's primordial energy remained gaseous, not yet transmuted into liquid, indicating that he had a long journey ahead to attain the first level's fullness. The Lingqing Baiyushan is an essential artifact for practicing the Tianling transformation, as the cultivation of the latter is predicated upon the former. Fangxing finally comprehended the invaluable nature of the Lingqing Baiyushan. However, he was unaware that this artifact was forged by the ancestors of his family in a previous life from the chaotic Jade Emperor. Revered as the finest jade across the 3 realms, essential for dispelling his family's ancestral curse, at this moment, the Lingqing Baiyushan resonated with Fangxing with a mere thought. The primordial energy hovering above the first compartment of the Lingqing Baiyushan surged forth, becoming his to command. Although the energy, once compressed by the Lingqing Baiyushan, appeared less voluminous than before, its internal power had surged to 10-fold. Fangxing wielded the primordial energy with effortless grace, exuding confidence in every gesture. Should he encounter Kong Xian again, he could effortlessly vanquish him without a hint of difficulty. With the breakthrough to the Dragon Frame realm, Fangxing merely needed to channel his vital energy. His limbs and bones appeared as exquisite as jade, radiating a verdant glow. Even his spine emanated a phosphorescent gleam, as the effects of the Danling Divine Pill, at the level of marrow cleansing, coursed through his entire being. Every bone and meridian had nearly attained a state of perfection. The Dragon Frame realm cultivates the spine, and under the baptism of the Danling Divine Pill, his spine was approaching completeness, making a breakthrough merely a matter of time. Having just broken through, he understood the importance of solidifying his foundation. Fangxing was not in haste to ascend to the intercommunication realm. Each layer of the Dragon Transformation realm serves as a fundamental building block for practitioners. Only with a robust foundation can one aspire to greater heights in the future. Fangxing calmed his mind and gradually circulated his vital energy. At the onset of a breakthrough, the surge of vital energy can be tumultuous and unstable. His current task was to eliminate those instabilities, ensuring the solidity of his cultivation. As time flowed slowly by, figures such as the Core King and the spirit-linking Bution were once again expelled, while the Linging Dragon Gate gradually closed, severing the connection between the Dan Sea and the Dan Field. Fangxing missed yet another opportunity to harness his innate divine abilities in Baichao City. A piece of news emanated from the Treasure Appraisal Tower, instantly stirring the winds of change in all directions. Even the long-anticipated conflict from the Qianlong Kingdom was compelled to be postponed. Experts from within the nation emerged to head towards the Jinghua Baichao City. In an instant, Baichao City became the focal point of attention. A confluence of talent, with experts abounding and undercurrents swirling. Chapter 62. The calculations of the treasure appraisal tower sitting opposite Zhang Jingshan, the second elder Zhang Jingtian remarked. I concur with the first elder's perspective. The news disseminated by the treasure appraisal tower is far too shocking. Even considering the tower's standing, it cannot be taken at face value that a flicker of brilliance passed through Zhang Jingting's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by profound resignation as he replied, We have no choice but to believe it. Both Zhang Jingshan and Zhang Jingtian were taken aback, for they did not expect the usually suspicious clan leader to accept this seemingly preposterous news from the treasure appraisal tower. Zhang Jingting continued, The medicine sovereign was an unparalleled powerhouse 3,000 years ago, a true master of the alchemical arts, and his legend has permeated every corner of the Lonyuan continent. Particularly, the Qi-seizing battle from 3,000 years ago is still widely recounted, marking one of the most significant events in the annals of the cultivation world. The genesis of this battle stemmed from the medicine sovereign's creation of the transcendent Danling Divine Pill. The Danling Divine Pill does not belong to the Lonyuan continent. The medicine sovereign, by peering into the heavenly mechanisms, forged it, inciting the divine retribution of five-colored thunder, ultimately leading to his demise alongside the destruction of the pill. In the ensuing struggle for the residual aura of the Danling Divine Pill, a fierce contest erupted in Zhongzhou, resulting in countless deaths of formidable experts. Zhang Jingtian remarked, If the medicine sovereign perished with the pill, then the news regarding his dojo disseminated by the treasure appraisal tower is likely fabricated. With a high probability, Zhang Jingting shook his head, stating, If it were any other individual suffering divine retribution, their fate would be sealed. However, the medicine sovereign is different. He is capable of crafting the Danling Divine Pill, and thus, miracles may well transpire in his presence. Zhang Jingshan exclaimed, Do you suspect that the medicine sovereign did not actually die back then? Zhang Jingting replied, No one has ever laid eyes on the medicine sovereign's remains. Zhang Jingtan shook his head, asserting, Under divine retribution, not a blade of grass survives, and no ashes remain. Even the medicine sovereign could not escape the heaven's wrath. Yet, Zhang Jingting firmly insisted, Perhaps others cannot, but he can, for he is the medicine sovereign, and that alone suffices. Zhang Jingtian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If the revered master of medicines could concoct such divine elixirs as the Danling Divine Pill, what could he possibly be incapable of? Zhang Jingting remarked, Once news of the master of medicine's sanctuary spreads, it will undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves. Due to geographical constraints, this information cannot yet permeate Tianzilin Prefecture. But I fear that within 3 days, it will reach every corner of the nations of Jinghua, Qianlongguo, and Lanfeng Empire. One can only imagine the multitude of formidable experts that will converge upon Baijiao City by then. Although the appraisal pavilion wields considerable power, can it truly afford to deceive in the face of the endless might from these three nations? The mere fact that they have disseminated this information suggests its authenticity. Otherwise, even the appraisal pavilion would not withstand the wrath of the experts from these nations. Zhang Jingtian inquired, perplexed, if the appraisal pavilion has already learned the precise location of the master of medicine's sanctuary. Why would they release this information? Is this not akin to inviting wolves into one's home? A single misstep could lead to ruin. Zhang Jingting replied, the appraisal pavilion's announcement of the auction for the map to the master of medicine's sanctuary will inevitably attract heroes from across the land, clamoring to seize it. One cannot fathom the exorbitant price it may fetch. How could they suffer ruin when they stand to gain so much? The others nodded in agreement, deep in thought. Zhang Jingting then turned to the middle-aged man and stated, in the coming month, Baijiao City will surely be a tempest of activity. With experts aplenty, in the heart of Baijiao City stood an imposing structure, adorned with intricate carvings and rising 9 stories high. This was the renowned appraisal pavilion, famed across Jinghua, Qianlongguo, and Lanfeng Empire. Specializing in the auction and trade of medicinal herbs, weapons, and treasures, its branches span the entirety of the three nations, making it the most formidable organization on their soil. Though it did not belong to any sect of cultivation, its prestige and renown were on par with the foremost sects of the three nations, since the announcement 3 days prior regarding the auction of the Master of Medicine Sanctuary map. The appraisal pavilion had closed its doors to business, fortifying its defenses to the point of impenetrability. Even an elder from one of Jinghua's 3 major sects, the Starry Pavilion, was turned away at the threshold. This marked the first time in the history of the appraisal pavilion that it had remained closed for such an extended duration, and an air of tension was palpable on the 9th floor of the appraisal pavilion. a forbidden area where entry was strictly limited to the head steward. Su Dongsheng ascended the creaking wooden stairs, his ample frame causing them to groan beneath his weight. The clinking of keys at his waist accompanied his ascent, a sound he cherished. He could listen to it daily without complaint, for these keys symbolized his power and wealth. However, today, Su Dongsheng's demeanor was anything but relaxed and self-satisfied. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he hurriedly climbed the stairs. Upon reaching the 9th floor door, he anxiously unlocked it and, bowing slightly, entered with a marked sense of subservience. The room was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his vision, yet he bowed low and respectfully intoned. Head steward Su Dongsheng of the appraisal pavilion in Baichao City pays his respects to you. Young master, from the shadows, a faint voice emerged, devoid of emotion, asking, "How did it go?" Su Dongsheng dared not lift his head, responding with utmost reverence, "It was a failure. Not a single one survived that eye in the shadows." The figures remained silent, while Su Dongsheng felt the sweat trickling down his forehead at an accelerated pace. This place, so familiar to him, now instilled a fear far greater than that of a hellish battlefield, making him yearn to turn and flee at that very moment. A sudden chill enveloped him, prompting involuntary shivers to course through his body. Despite 100 reservations in his heart, he dared not entertain even a hint of rebellion, for he feared being discovered. If the enigmatic young master were to unveil his trepidation, the head that had labored for half a lifetime to attain its current glory would likely no longer belong to him. The three major sects of Jinghua had also dispatched their formidable talents. The Qianlong Kingdom had momentarily set aside its long-planned hostilities, sending its elite to arrive within 3 days that on the day of the auction. It would surely be a gathering of masters, a convergence of fortunes. Yet, the young master remarked, with countless experts from the three kingdoms, even if we were to breach the grand formation set by the medicine master, it would not guarantee that our gem appraisal pavilion would reap any benefits. Suddenly, 2 beams of cold light flickered in the shadows, emanating from a pair of piercing eyes. Su Dongsheng instantly regretted his words. He should not have spoken so carelessly. Humph. As long as those colossal figures from Zhongzhou do not send anyone, the trifling experts from these borderlands cannot pose a threat to me. Su Dongsheng finally grasped the significance of scheduling the auction a month hence. This interval would allow the news to permeate the lands of Tianzi and Lanzhou, enticing the masters from the three kingdoms to vie for supremacy. However, a month's time was evidently insufficient for the news to spread to the eastern regions of Dongwang, let alone reach Zhongzhou. The Dragon Yuan continent was divided into 5 vast domains: Dongwang, Nan's, Xiling, Biyuan, and Zhangzhou. The Dongwang region, barren and desolate, stretched endlessly, with a mere few hundred miles yielding any sign of human habitation. The dissemination of such news would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar, yet it was all meticulously orchestrated, proving the young master's acumen. Su Dongsheng could not help but be genuinely impressed, while he contemplated the chaos that would ensue upon the news's release. He had not foreseen the young master's foresight and comprehensive planning. The figures in the shadows ceased their discourse, and after a considerable wait, without further instruction, Su Dongsheng obediently withdrew. Once outside, he reflected on his earlier indiscretion with trepidation, unable to resist delivering a couple of slaps to his own face before exhaling deeply and departing quietly. Within the room, an oppressive silence descended. After what felt like an eternity, a voice broke the stillness, musing aloud. After over 30 years in this marginal land, those fellows from Zhongzhou have probably long forgotten about me. Medicine Master, I have finally tracked you down. While the world knows only of the Medicine Master's ability to concoct the divine elixir, they remain oblivious to the existence of something 100 times more precious than the elixir itself. Chapter 63. The roots of heaven and earth. Before Fangxing could enter the city, he distinctly sensed that today's Baichao City was anything but ordinary. The city gates. Throngs of people formed 3 lengthy lines stretching over 1,000 meters, all comprised of cultivators. How could there be such a multitude of cultivators flocking to Baichao City? Could it be that the gem appraisal pavilion had something of great significance to auction? After much contemplation, Fangxing surmised that only such an event could draw so many cultivators to Baichao City. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, might I inquire if there is some significant event occurring in Baichao City recently, leading to such an influx of people? Fangxing asked the young man in front of him. Just as another 10 individuals queued up behind him, the young man scanned his surroundings and, slightly taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you not aware? The Appraiser's Pavilion has announced that a month from now, they will auction the map to the Medicine Master's dojo. This news has been circulating for 5 days." spreading throughout the Tianzi, and I've heard that even more people are rushing here. The medicine master's dojo. Fangxing was astonished. He had long been familiar with the illustrious name of the medicine master. It was hard to imagine a cultivator on the entire Longyuan continent who was unaware of it. Anything related to the medicine master was extraordinary, so he needed to hurry into the city and meet with Uncle Wu and the others to discuss their plans. After about a quarter of an hour, Fangxing entered Baichao City. The moment he stepped into the city, he was taken aback. Today, Baichao City was teeming with people. What are you staring at? Don't block the way. Just as Fangxing stood in a daze, a disgruntled voice came from behind him, followed by a broad shoulder colliding with his own. Several individuals brushed past him, jostling him in the crowd. Suddenly, a gleaming light pierced Fangxing's vision, causing him to squint. He quickly took a half-step forward, lowered his head, and swiftly turned, pinching a cold, glimmering sword between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. The sword's wielder, a young man in his early 20s, turned pale and hurriedly said, "Hero, please spare me. I did not intend to offend you." Fangxing raised an eyebrow, his expression sharp as two unsheathed swords, and bellowed, "Who are you? What grievance do we share? Why resort to such a nefarious attack?" With a surge of murderous intent, Fangxing realized that had he not reacted swiftly, the back of his head would likely have been pierced by now. The young man, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, pleaded, "I beg your pardon, noble hero. I was merely swayed by temptation and inadvertently offended you. I hope you can forgive this small transgression." Fangxing was perplexed. Temptation? Are you really so foolish to attempt robbery in broad daylight? The young man explained, "Someone offered 100,000 taels of gold for your whereabouts." Fangxing's heart jolted, and he inquired, "Who?" The young man, trembling, began to describe the situation, and with each word, Fangxing's frown deepened, for he knew who was behind the purchase of his information. Once the young man finished speaking, Fangxing let out a cold laugh, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "They merely sought my whereabouts, yet you dared to seek my life. It seems you're even more despicable than that individual." However, just as he was about to leave the inn, a waiter discreetly informed him that the Zhang family was pursuing Wu Xiaoxiao and her companions. The Zhang family. Have they truly lost their senses? Fangxing clenched his fists. After departing from the Tianong Inn and making several inquiries, he received the news that drove him to the brink of fury. 5 days prior, the Zhang family had brazenly besieged several young individuals. According to reliable sources, 7 in total had been targeted, of which 5 had already perished, leaving only 2 whose fates remained uncertain. As he listened to others boast and lament about the recent skirmishes, Fangxing's mind was engulfed by a cacophony of thunderous echoes. Particularly distressing was the revelation that among those involved, 5 had sacrificed their lives in a self-destructive act to ensure their companion's safe escape. Tears welled in Fangxing's eyes. He could hardly fathom that in merely 7 or 8 days since their parting, so much turmoil had transpired. Yet he was not blinded by anger and hatred. Instead, he swiftly analyzed the information gleaned from the news he had heard. Firstly, given the Zhang family's strength, it would be utterly irrational for them to dare to act against the disciples of the Taishan sect unless they had someone backing them from behind. Secondly, even if the Zhang family did have support, their relationship with the Taishan sect would not lead them to openly clash, unless that support came from the Kong family. Thirdly, if the Kong family members were indeed harming their own kind, it must stem from some unspeakable secret, most likely a conspiracy to rebel. Since actions had already commenced, it was evident that rebellion had become a reality. 7 individuals had perished, leaving only 2 alive. Since the Zhang family had opted to take action, they undoubtedly harbored the intent to eradicate all threats. Therefore, they would certainly not allow the remaining 2 to leave the city. They were still within its confines. Fangxing entered a clothing store and emerged transformed into a young man clad in a tiger-skin shirt, his hair braided into multiple strands, exuding a rugged aura that made it nearly impossible to recognize him without close scrutiny. He then traversed the streets and alleys, paying particular attention to those entering and exiting apothecaries and individuals with suspicious movements. However, given the vastness of Baichao City and its dense population, finding someone in such an environment was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Both individuals were severely injured, and they would undoubtedly need to venture out in search of medicinal herbs for healing. Under their current circumstances, they would never dare to walk about brazenly. Fangxing arrived at the most dilapidated street in Baichao City, located in the southern part of the city, a haven for thugs, thieves, and criminals, where respectable individuals seldom ventured. Yet, This street also housed apothecaries, some of which had been in business for several hundred years. He walked along the smoothly polished bluestone path. The foul odor from the stagnant water in the ditches on either side was pungent. Since Fangxing stepped into this alley, he had felt numerous unfriendly gazes sweeping over him. A drunken man lay in the gutter, his body covered in foul water, intensifying the already unbearable stench. Fangxing pinched his nose and trudged through the alley, vowing that he would not have come to such a place under any ordinary circumstances. A woman clad in coarse linen emerged from a charred doorway. Holding several medicine bags, she glanced around furtively before scurrying deeper into the alley. Not long after, two men in black emerged from another apothecary, stealthily following her. Fangxing, confirming that no one was behind him, silently trailed the black-clad figures. The woman at the front appeared particularly cautious as she navigated through a series of narrow alleys that could only accommodate one person at a time. The two following her displayed exceptional tracking skills, managing to remain undetected while maintaining a safe distance. With her abilities, how could she not notice someone tailing her from 100 paces away? Unless she was severely injured, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Fangxing's eyes. To the west of the city, atop Jizu Mountain, nestled among ancient pines and cypress trees, stood an array of elegantly antiquated buildings. Akin to delicate jade nestled within the Azure Sea, this area was the affluent district of Baichao City, where wealthy merchants and skilled practitioners typically chose to establish their residence. Mu Qinshui resided in the highest house. Having arrived 3 days prior, but her purpose here was not for rest or leisure. She had come for a bath. Every moment, she was immersed in cleansing, scrubbing her skin relentlessly for 3 days and nights, wishing she could peel it off entirely. Each time she recalled the sensation of those hands crawling on her waist like ants, Mu Qinshui could hardly suppress the urge to vomit blood. Her waist, particularly the left side, was raw and bleeding, yet she continued to wash it, as if it were stained with filth. In a fit of rage while scrubbing, Mu Qinshui suddenly surged above the water's surface, her hand reaching out to seize the white robe hanging nearby, enveloping herself tightly within it. With her right hand, she drew her sword. A flash of cold light illuminated the scene as she and her blade burst through the screen. Darting outside, the transition from her emergence to the unsheathing of her sword occurred in the blink of an eye, her speed almost otherworldly. Xiaoxua, it's me. A raspy voice suddenly called from outside, sounding as if it contained a rough pebble lodged in the speaker's throat, rendering the utterance particularly coarse and unclear. Mu Qinshui performed a graceful flip in midair, landing steadily, her wrist flicking to position the sword upright against her arm. With her left fingertips lightly brushing the latch, the door swung open. She was wary of allowing her fingers to touch the door, lest she soil it. Standing outside was a man in his 30s, clad in gray, exuding a certain refined demeanor. Upon catching sight of Mu Qinshui, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered something utterly novel. Mu Qinshui's spirit jolted, droplets of water scattering around her, emanating a chilling aura as she coldly inquired, "Second uncle, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man let out a silent sigh, noting that his niece remained unchanged, her demeanor equally frosty towards everyone, clearing his throat. He stepped inside and closed the door, only to find Mu Qinshui seated, showing no inclination to invite him to do the same. With a wry smile, he made his way to a seat across from her. Mu Qinshui sat there like a statue of ice, and the man sighed, saying, "Xiaoxua, have you heard any news regarding the Taoist of medicine?" His handsome features were marred by a voice that was rough and hoarse, grating upon the ears like a multitude of tiny blades scraping against the eardrums, causing Mu Qinshui's skin to twitch involuntarily. The ancestral ties of the Haixin clan had some connection with the Taoist of medicine. As recorded in the clan chronicles. 3,000 years ago, although the Taoist evaded punishment from the heavens, the divine elixirs he concocted had vanished without a trace. Mu Qinshui regained her composure, evidently accustomed to the man's voice, though her demeanor remained as frigid as ever. If others were aware of their ancestors' connection with the Taoist of medicine, they would be exhilarated and filled with pride. However, she listened as if it were a tale entirely unrelated to her own life. Chapter 64. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The roots of heaven and earth, sharing the same origin as the cosmos, are celebrated as the elixir of immortality and longevity, according to the records of the spirit root rankings. Across the myriad realms of existence, there are only 49 types of these celestial roots, each one unique and unparalleled in its rarity. Their value is unmatched by anything else in the world. Yet, such a heavenly treasure had fallen into the hands of the Taoist of medicine. It was no wonder he was renowned throughout the land, capable of concocting elixirs that should not exist in this world. However, this extraordinary treasure only elicited a fleeting glimmer in Mu Qinshue's expressive eyes, akin to a still pond stirred by a gentle breeze, creating mere ripples on the surface that a middle-aged man gazed intently at Mu Qinshu for an extended period. Muttering to himself, "How could my elder brother have produced such a frigid, wooden figure?" He then sighed heavily, his voice growing increasingly strained, akin to the sound of grinding gears. "The spiritual roots of heaven and earth are extraordinary. If our Mu family were to acquire them, the revival of our illustrious name from 1,000 years ago would be imminent. Thus, this time, we must spare no expense to seize the map." With a hint of frustration, the man felt an urge to slap Mu Qinshu to ascertain if he was indeed flesh and blood. Resignedly, he said, "Xiaoyu has also emerged, but she slipped away while we were distracted. I have come to request that you find her." On the ice-like visage of Mu Qinshu, dark lines began to materialize, deepening with each passing moment. In a dimly lit alley, a foul stench permeated the air. With abandoned houses devoid of human presence, that a woman in tattered garments pushed open a dilapidated door and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, two men clad in black emerged swiftly. "Since Qing Wan has arrived here, Wu Xiaoxiao must be inside the house. You take position at the back to prevent their escape, while I will assault from the front," Zhang Tianzuo instructed. The young man, Zhang Ke, nodded and turned the corner, concealing himself behind the house, ready to draw his sword at a moment's notice. "This time, let us see how you escape." A cold smirk played on Zhang Tianzuo's lips as he kicked the battered door, shattering it to pieces, and dashed inside like a swift arrow. Qing Wan, who had just entered, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Zhang family member. With a furious cry, she brandished her sword and charged forward. "Qing Wan, surrender. Even in your prime, you could never match my prowess, let alone now when you can only unleash a fraction of your strength." Zhang Tianzuo scoffed. "Shut your vile mouth." Two eerie flames ignited in Qing Wan's eyes. Having endured a life of evasion, she resolved that if the enemy had come to her doorstep, it was time for a life-or-death battle. "Qing Wan, run." A pale, pudgy boy burst from the room, wielding a short stick that elongated with a tremor of his hands. Qing Wan swiftly retaliated with a slap to Wu Xiaoxiao's face, exclaiming, "Get out of my way and stop being a hindrance." Stunned by the slap, Wu Xiaoxiao stood frozen, the sting on his face igniting not fury but a pang of sorrow within him. "Humph, none of you shall escape. Prepare to pay with your lives." Zhang Tianzuo swiftly executed two sword strikes, intending to take on both adversaries. Just then, a rush of wind sounded above Wu Xiaoxiao's head, as an energy whip, resembling a serpent, surged forth and collided with Zhang Tianzuo's sword. After a few exchanges, Zhang Tianzuo's sword shattered, and as he prepared to engage fully, a flash of a blade whisked between his eyes. Immediately following was a pain akin to having his head cleaved, a sensation that flared and vanished. With a clatter, Zhang Tianzuo's sword clattered to the ground, and shortly thereafter, his body collapsed, cleaved in two. Witnessing the gruesome fate of Zhang Tianzuo, Wu Xiaoxiao gaped in shock, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Qing Wan scrutinized the figure before her. Though his appearance was peculiar, he exuded an oddly familiar aura. The man slowly turned, revealing a face she recognized. None other than Fangxing Xiaoxing. "Is it truly you?" After a moment of astonishment, Wu Xiaoxiao cried out in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Zhang Tianzuo had barely stepped into the inner realm, his formidable power apparent, yet he was swiftly slain by Fangxing in mere exchanges. Was this truly the same Fangxing from before? At that instant, a flash of sword light pierced through the air, and Qing Wan lunged forward, unleashing 3 consecutive strikes, each aimed at Fangxing's vital points. Fangxing was taken aback, while Wu Xiaoxiao's face drained of color. What was Qing Wan playing at? "Qing Wan, it is I." Fangxing hastily implored, assuming that his unusual attire had obscured his identity from her. However, the moment he spoke, Qing Wan's sword strikes became even more cunning. Had she succumbed to madness? Fangxing swiftly dodged. Yet, Qing Wan remained relentless, and soon Fangxing found himself cornered. "Qing Wan, what on earth do you mean by this?" Fangxing's brow furrowed, a hint of anger flickering within him. She had attacked after a mere glance, and her demeanor was far from playful. This woman was exceedingly strange. Many of their fellow disciples had perished, and yet she had vanished from sight. "Today, I shall seek justice for our brothers and sisters who lie beneath the yellow springs." Qing Wan's throat constricted, and amidst the flurry of sword shadows, 2 streams of tears silently coursed down her cheeks. Just as her blade was about to pierce Fangxing's body, Wu Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her alarm. Suddenly, The advancing sword shattered inch by inch, and Qingwan involuntarily expelled a spray of blood. Fangxing was astounded. Qingwan had, at the last moment, used her inner strength to shatter her own sword, causing a backlash that exacerbated her already grievous injuries. The sword was broken, yet Qingwan lacked the strength to halt her forward momentum and collided into Fangxing's embrace. Blood stained Fangxing's chest, the warmth igniting a fiery passion within him. Qingwan could no longer restrain herself and burst into tears, repeatedly pounding her fists against his chest. That Wu Xiaoxiao breathed a subtle sigh of relief and approached, saying, "These past few days, her burdens have been too heavy." "I understand." Fangxing nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he allowed Qingwan to vent her emotions. After a considerable time, Qingwan, in a fit of rage, pushed Fangxing away, yet it was evident to all that she felt quite bashful. Wu Xiaoxiao observed Qingwan's flushed cheeks with a complex expression. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart." Fangxing spoke to dispel the awkwardness, leading the two away to a secure dwelling several miles to the east. As they entered the room, Fangxing addressed them, "Open your mouths." The moment they complied, he flicked his hands, and 2 pills entered their mouths. "This is the Shisui Dan. If you refine it, your injuries will heal." With that, Fangxing turned and exited the room. That he yearned to inquire about the circumstances, but both were grievously wounded, and it was clearly not the right moment for questions. Qingwan and Wu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. What kind of Shisui Dan could possibly heal their injuries? Nevertheless, they settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to refine the pills to tea. That moment, a radiant white light emanated from their bodies. As if they were ascending to the heavens, they were not foolish. They quickly realized that the pills Fangxing had provided were extraordinary and promptly closed their eyes to circulate their inner techniques. 3 days later, Wu Xiaoxiao emerged first, her joy so overwhelming that her smile seemed unable to close. Upon seeing Fangxing, she excitedly bombarded him with a flurry of questions. "Xing, what grade of cleansing elixir did you give me? It's truly miraculous. Not only has it healed my injuries, but it has also allowed me to break through to the dragon frame realm. Moreover, I am not far from reaching the inner passage realm. Where have you been these past few days? How did you acquire such a high-quality elixir?" Fangxing had no intention of revealing the matter of the Dan Yun divine elixir to her. It was of great significance, and until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, he could not allow anyone else to know the ins and outs of it. The principle of a gentleman is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime was not lost on him. He replied directly, "Tell me the full story." Wu Xiaoxiao's smile gradually faded, replaced by expressions of hatred and fury. She recounted everything to Fangxing. After listening, a murderous aura surged in Fangxing's eyes as he exclaimed in anger, "Indeed, the Kong family is rebelling. Since you have chosen death, I, Fangxing, will ensure that you do not survive." Yet, an undeniable concern gnawed at him. As Wu Xiaoxiao had stated, if the Kong family still held the upper hand, what then was the situation of the Xin family? What about the Fang family? By evening, Qingwan had yet to emerge. Fangxing instructed Wu Xiaoxiao to guard Qingwan while he cloaked himself in the shadows of the night and infiltrated the Zhang family estate. Upon arriving at the former surveillance point of the Zhang family, Fangxing peered in from the outside. The Zhang residence appeared as tranquil as any ordinary household. However, Fangxing was acutely aware that within that serene courtyard lay countless sentinels and traps. Yet, he was intimately familiar with these defenses. He stealthily scaled the wall from a blind spot that no sentinel could detect, moving with the swiftness of a specter, and silently dispatched the first guard. He then concealed himself and eliminated the second sentinel. In a flash, regardless of who it was, they met their demise without a sound. As the first rays of dawn broke, a shriek erupted from within the Zhang estate. Akin to a ghostly wail, the members of the Zhang family rushed to the scene, their eyes wide with horror. All 17 sentinels stationed in the western courtyard, once vibrant with life, lay lifeless overnight. The dismembered bodies of the 17 formed 7 large characters on the ground. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Chapter 65. The art of spiritual concealment. Every realm has corresponding elixirs that can perfect the physical body. At this moment, Fangxing stood at the dragon frame realm, primarily focusing on his spine, and the dragon frame elixir would enable his successful breakthrough. The dragon frame elixir was concocted from 12 types of second-grade medicinal herbs, and only alchemists of 4th grade and above could produce it, with an exceedingly low success rate. However, Fangxing possessed the lingering jade field, relieving him of any worries regarding alchemy. holding the purchased herbs in his hand. In an instant, the materials appeared in the lingering jade field, their branches and leaves swaying as they rapidly matured, soon reaching the level of third-grade medicinal herbs. Then came the familiar scene for Fangxing. The matured herbs withered, turning to ash. Once the essence of all 12 herbs was digested and absorbed by the lingering jade field, a bulge began to rise slowly from one corner of the field. The golden light emanating from the swelling mass grew increasingly intense, and a pill the size of a cat's eye was gradually expelled, followed by 2 more until the field returned to its original state. Could it be that these 3 dragon frame elixirs were also of the Danling divine elixir grade? In the mystical realm of the spirit-linked jade field, the grade of the Longjia Dan remained inscrutable, overshadowed by its immense power. Only when held could it manifest into a radiant nebula, dazzling to behold. Fangxing, seizing a piece, swallowed it, and channeled his vital energy to refine the Longjia Dan. He could distinctly feel the medicinal potency of the Longjia Dan fervently converging towards his spine, exerting its influence upon it. After 2 days, a surge of azure energy erupted from Fangxing's back, subtly transforming into a dragon's form, howling to the heavens. Under the baptism of the Danling divine grade Longjia Dan, his spine underwent a rebirth, achieving perfection and smoothly breaking through to the inner communication realm. Regrettably, he still had not attained his innate divine ability. Although his soul had strengthened with the elevation of his realm, he could only venture within 90 meters of the cursed power before experiencing excruciating pain akin to needles. Forcing his proximity could result in his immediate obliteration. The innate divine ability is one of the greatest supports for a cultivator. If I remain unable to grasp it, I will be at a disadvantage in contesting with others of the same realm. Fangxing felt helpless. The cursed power resembled a poisonous mire, preventing his approach and perpetually threatening his life. He had silently resolved that once he resolved matters with the Kong family, he would seek the roots of heaven and earth. Regardless of how far he must travel or the changes the world may undergo, in the spirit-linked jade field, vital energy coalesced into a droplet, falling into the first grid at that moment. The spirit-hidden dragon gate shimmered with fleeting runes. What is this? Fangxing sensed carefully. Although the Dingmen Dan had long been consumed, its medicinal effect still acted upon the spirit-hidden dragon gate, rendering it no longer concealed. Upon close inspection, he discovered that the entire surface of the spirit-hidden dragon gate was enveloped in a layer of profound runes. Suppressed by the power of the Dingmen Dan, could it be that these runes were the key to the spirit-hidden dragon gate's concealment? Suddenly, Fangxing was invigorated if that were indeed the case. Mastering all the runes and applying them to himself might allow him to vanish like the spirit-hidden dragon gate. Shrouded in mystery, he extended his soul over the spirit-hidden dragon gate, laboriously deciphering each flickering rune. To his astonishment, he realized that if these runes were arranged together, they could form an extraordinary secret technique. Should he fully comprehend it, he could indeed become as elusive as the spirit-hidden dragon gate itself. It was a technique for concealing one's form. Engrossed in contemplation, he lost track of time. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the door splintered, and an intruder burst in. "Who are you? Where's Fangxing?" The intruder was none other than Qing Wan, who, in the midst of her words, lunged forward. "Shaoxing, if I shout until my throat is raw, and you still don't respond, hey, who are you?" Wu Xiaoxiao followed closely behind Qing Wan, equally startled, and then, reacting similarly to Qing Wan, charged forward with a fierce aura. "Are your eyes blind? Am I not right here?" Fangxing maintained a stoic expression. The jest was far from amusing, yet Qing Wan paid him no heed, swiftly unleashing her power, her fingertips emanating vital energy like flowing water, exuding the might of the inner communication realm. Clearly, after refining the divine grade cleansing pill, she too had made a breakthrough. However, her aura remained unstable, fluctuating, indicative of a recent advancement. "Why does your voice sound just like Fangxing's? Speak. What have you done to him?" Wu Xiaoxiao questioned, her uncertainty evident. Yet her grip on the staff remained steadfast. The Azure Phoenix launched an assault on the 3 roots, while he descended upon another 3, directing his attack squarely at Fangxing's vital points. Instantly, Fangxing sensed something amiss. It was somewhat justifiable for the Azure Phoenix to strike upon their initial encounter, yet at this moment, both of them exhibited abnormal behavior, indicating a deeper mystery at play. Had I somehow ceased to be myself? A realization seemed to dawn upon Fangxing, prompting a startled cry as he broke through the wall and rushed to the courtyard's well. Upon gazing into the water, He was horrified by what he saw. A rugged and grotesquely distorted visage stared back at him. Whose wretched face is this? Fangxing shrieked, as if trapped within a nightmare. The Azure Phoenix and Wu Xiaoxiao had also emerged from their skirmishes. Halt! I am Fangxing. I have transformed in this manner due to the cultivation of a secret technique, he implored repeatedly. Both individuals recognized his voice and ceased their relentless pursuit, albeit eyeing him suspiciously. Wary of his potential escape, Fangxing was at a loss, lamenting his current repugnant appearance, which he believed was a consequence of comprehending the ethereal concealment technique. To his dismay, the elusive art had not only failed to yield the desired results, but had instead rendered him utterly unrecognizable. He hastily sat cross-legged, delving into the intricacies of the runes, while under the astonished gazes of Wu Xiaoxiao and the Azure Phoenix, his facial features morphed repeatedly, from rugged to contorted, from contorted to pockmarked. And at one point, he even bore the visage of a woman. After more than 30 transformations, he finally reverted to his original countenance. Wu Xiaoxiao and the Azure Phoenix gasped in disbelief, realizing that Fangxing was practicing the art of facial alteration. Indeed, his true form was far more handsome and dashing. Fangxing turned to the ancient well once more, admiring his reflection and caressing his cheeks, feeling quite pleased with himself. The Azure Phoenix, unable to watch any longer, scoffed and stepped aside. During this time, Fangxing employed the spirit-concealing jade field to mask his aura, emanating only the presence of a dragon's realm. The subtle changes went unnoticed by Wu Xiaoxiao and the Azure Phoenix. Astonishingly, the lowest tier of the ethereal concealment technique could alter one's appearance. Although it lacked the ability to render one invisible, its applications were boundless. Fangxing turned, a sly smile playing on his lips as he surveyed Wu Xiaoxiao and the Azure Phoenix. Both immediately tensed, sensing a hint of cunning in his expression. All right, you shall assist me in altering my appearance, declared the Azure Phoenix without a moment's hesitation, eager to abandon her life of evasion. However, given her current limitations in power, she felt compelled to resort to this desperate measure. Fangxing then cast his gaze upon Wu Xiaoxiao, who reluctantly acquiesced, stipulating that he should not be rendered too unsightly. Fangxing patted his chest, assuring her he would make her the most beautiful. Before long, two piercing cries echoed, followed by shouts of violence and chaos. After a brief duration, all sounds abruptly ceased. The streets and alleys of Baichao City were plastered with posters depicting two individuals, a man and a woman, clearly the likenesses of Wu Xiaoxiao and the Azure Phoenix. Accompanying the images was a notice, a reward of 1,000 taels for information on their whereabouts, a bounty of 3,000 taels for their heads. Many were puzzled. Amidst this tumultuous environment filled with skilled individuals, why did the Zhang family act so brazenly? Did they not fear inciting the ire of formidable figures? An elderly man, in his 60s with graying hair, was addressing a group of young people, saying, in a single night, the Zhang family suffered the massacre of 30 to 40 members, leaving behind the bloodied words, "The Zhang clan's vermin must all perish." It is said that these 8 characters claimed 70% of the Zhang family's estate. A scene drenched in blood, truly harrowing to behold. You say it's come to this. How can the Zhang family concern themselves with anything else? It would be better if they were like a pack of rabid dogs, biting indiscriminately. A plump woman, heavily made up, inquired in a coarse voice, "I heard it was the 2 people in the painting who did it. Is that true?" The elderly man slightly puffed out his chest and replied, "Absolutely true. Someone from the Zhang family witnessed it." "Damn, how could I have killed so many people? How did the 7 words turn into 8? A handsome young man in white muttered under his breath, though his voice was too soft for anyone to hear. The plump woman was about to ask further, but the dashing young man pulled her away from the crowd, discontentedly saying, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you fear being exposed?" The woman replied nonchalantly, "We didn't kill anyone." Nearby, a triangular-faced man with a face full of freckles flashed a peculiar red light in his eyes, a hint of murderous intent surfacing as he remarked in a strange tone, "Whoever killed them did a fine job." The handsome young man was exasperated. He found these 2 utterly absurd. He retorted angrily. "Shun Tu announced loudly, "We are the ones from the painting. We didn't kill anyone." "But well done, splendidly done." The woman and the man quickly fell silent, their gaze fixed on the young man as if they could breathe fire. "Don't look at me like that. We must focus on our task. Once we procure the herbs, we'll leave the city immediately." Chapter 66. The Fireline siblings. The trio, an odd combination, traversed various apothecaries, purchasing a plethora of medicinal materials. Before long, they had spent over 100,000 taels of gold. leaving the plump woman and the triangular-faced man utterly astounded. When did this fellow become so affluent? They acquired items such as black sea cucumber, tiger root, cold bone wood, rabbit ear grass, honeysuckle, and agave, but were still in need of the elusive nine hells ghost grass. The triangular-faced man, in a peculiar tone, remarked, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. These herbs were precisely what was required for concocting the heart-protecting elixir. The nine hells ghost grass, found exclusively in extremely frigid regions, was exceedingly rare and usually accompanied by the nine hells ghost snake, making it notoriously difficult to harvest and thereby seldom seen in the marketplace. Even if some shops had it, it would command a sky-high price. The handsome young man, Fangxing, furrowed his brow slightly. They had scoured 18 streets of medicinal shops, visiting several well-known establishments in the herb city, yet had failed to find the nine hells ghost grass, with such a vast herb city and countless apothecaries. There must be some herb we haven't found. If we inquire at each one, we are bound to locate it. The heavily made-up woman, Wu Xiaoxiao, reassured. The triangular-faced, freckled Qing Wan cast a deep glance at Fangxing, his feelings quite complicated. This young man remained unfazed even when facing the Zhang family or the Kong family. Yet now he was troubled over a single herb, clearly indicating that Zilin held a significant place in his heart. The trio conducted a thorough search, traversing another 23 streets, and finally found the nine hells ghost grass in a dilapidated shop at the innermost part of Mouse Street. The shopkeeper was an old, disheveled man, his left sleeve hanging empty, evidently lacking an arm. A large black patch marred the left side of his face, extending down to his neck, concealed only by his collar. Upon seeing the shopkeeper, Fangxing understood that the man's words were not false. He undoubtedly possessed the nine hells ghost grass. The dark spots on his face were the result of the venom from the nine-nether serpent, and it was highly likely that his left arm had been severed by its bite. The old man cast a fleeting glance at the three individuals, inquiring, "What do you intend to do with the nine-nether grass?" His voice bore an accusatory tone, laced with barely contained fury, as though addressing a sworn enemy. Qing Wan, immediately incensed, retorted, "You sell medicine, I buy medicine. What business is it of yours?" The old man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qing Wan, and barked, "Here you are, a mere wretch, masquerading in such a loathsome guise. You clearly are not of good character. Depart at once, and do not obstruct my trade." "You." Qing Wan trembled with rage, her gaze fiercely slicing through Fangxing, as if she could tear the flesh from his face. The old man's demeanor was utterly atrocious. This was hardly a way to treat a customer. However, considering his age and disability, Fangxing restrained Qing Wan and, with a polite smile, implored, "Esteemed elder, we urgently require the nine-nether grass, and we hope you might consider parting with it." The old man regarded Fangxing for a moment before grunting dismissively, stating bluntly, 3,000 taels of gold. If you want it, pay up. That if not, get lost. Fangxing was taken aback. This truly was a peculiarly irritable character. Wu Xiaoxiao was infuriated, wondering if this was an attempt at robbery. Qing Wan slammed her palm on the table, ready to escalate into a confrontation point. 3,000 taels of gold is a reasonable price. If the three of you cannot afford it, then I shall take it. At that moment, three men clad in white entered. The leader among them spoke up. The trio wore identical garments, each adorned with a star emblem on their chests, clearly indicating their affiliation to the same sect. The old man turned his attention to the three, his expression betraying no hint of change, and commanded, "Bring the money." The leading man's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes before he resumed his grin. Gesturing for the man to his left to present the funds, that man placed 3 gold tickets upon the table. The old man cast a scornful glance at the man and reached out to collect the tickets. "We arrived first," Qing Wan asserted, seizing the old man's collar and pulling him from behind the counter, exclaiming her exasperation at such audacity. The old man remained unfazed, coolly stating, "Little girl, do you realize you have committed 3 fatal errors? First, you should not lay hands on an elder. Second, you should not bully the disabled. And third, you should not overestimate your own abilities." Qing Wan's expression turned rigid, for a single finger had pressed against her dantian point, and with just a slight exertion, she could be cast into an abyss of despair. Wu Xiaoxiao was horrified. Qing Wan, a master of the internal connection realm, had been subdued by the old man with a mere gesture, and she had not even perceived how he had executed it. Clearly, the old man was an adept of profound skill, well concealed beneath a facade of frailty. Upon concluding his statement, he produced 3,000 taels of gold tickets and respectfully handed them to the old man. The old man's expression softened slightly at the sight of Fangxing, and he replied, "Given your courteous demeanor, I shall sell it to you." The others were discontent, but the old man retorted mercilessly, "Having money makes you important. Does it? I will sell to whomever I please. Now get out." The other two men contemplated resorting to violence, but the leader restrained them, and they left awkwardly. Fangxing successfully acquired the final ingredient for the heart-protecting pill. As he departed, the old man coldly remarked, "Young man, your disguise technique is rather unimpressive." Fangxing stumbled, drenched in cold sweat. The cursed old man, selling the second-tier Yao-grade Jiu Yu Ming Chao for 3,000 taels of gold, is nothing short of intimidation and robbery. Wu Xiaoxiao cursed angrily. My fiery temper is flaring. I truly wish to sever his other hand as well. Qingluan's face burned with indignation. Fangxing shook his head, realizing that these two fellows were utterly lacking in insight. The old man clearly possessed extraordinary cultivation. Such a person, choosing to live in seclusion here and sell medicine, undoubtedly harbored unspeakable grievances that a bit of irritability is, after all, understandable. The three individuals who had previously blocked their path were now confronted by a smiling man in the middle, who clasped his fists and said, "I am Su Xinglan from the Starry Sky Pavilion, seeking Jiu Yu Ming Chao for quite some time. Today, I am fortunate to meet you. Might I ask if you could part with it?" Wu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. He was well aware that the Starry Sky Pavilion was one of the three major sects in the Jing Kingdom, far more powerful than the Tai Xian sect. The fact that the other party introduced himself right away seemed courteous, but was, in truth, a veiled assertion. "I am from the Starry Sky Pavilion, and I desire your Jiu Yu Ming Chao. Hand it over." Who in the Jing Kingdom would dare offend someone from the Starry Sky Pavilion? Fangxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied with a smile, "Unfortunately, I have also been searching for it for quite a while and cannot part with it. I hope you understand. Kid, Su Shixiang's interest in Jiu Yu Ming Chao is your opportunity. Forging a good relationship with him will greatly benefit you in the future," remarked the youth on the left with a look of disdain. "Is the Starry Sky Pavilion so formidable? Step aside." Qingluan was not swayed by such words and boldly walked towards the three. The two men on either side, enraged, prepared to strike, but Su Xinglan stepped in, smiling as he retreated to the side. As the two parties brushed past one another, the smile on Su Xinglan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a hint of cold malice. His right hand quietly raised, an icy aura surged forth as he aimed a sudden, treacherous palm strike at Qingluan's back. This strike was abrupt, insidious, and vicious. He had discerned that the most formidable among the three was the unattractive man. With a single blow to eliminate him, the other two would pose no threat. Just as Su Xinglan's icy palm was about to strike Qingluan's back, she remained blissfully unaware, when suddenly, a fist surged fiercely from the left, crashing with a thunderous sound against Su Xinglan's wrist, as if struck by a massive hammer. Pain seared through Su Xinglan's wrist, forcing him to stagger several steps to the right. The Dahuang blade silently appeared in Fangxing's grasp, and in an instant, he unleashed 3 swift strikes, the sound of the blade echoing but the blade itself unseen. The 3 members of the Starry Sky Pavilion were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the counterattack. Qingluan and Wu Xiaoxiao swiftly regained their composure and unleashed fierce assaults. Qingluan faced off against Su Xinglan, launching a barrage of relentless attacks, and the flames of battle between the two, both at the interconnection realm, instantly spread across a radius of 200 to 300 meters. "But don't mind me. Go assist Qingluan." Fangxing single-handedly kept the remaining 2 at bay. Starry Sky sword technique, the 2 shouted in unison, unleashing their signature skills. However, before the sword techniques could manifest, the swords in their hands shattered piece by piece. Fangxing's obsidian blade was indomitable, rendering their swords utterly ineffective. Employing the chaotic blade technique, the 2 perished before they could fully comprehend the astonishment. Su Xinglan's expression shifted to horror. His 2 junior brothers were also experts of the dragon frame realm, yet how could they be so easily vanquished? "Dare to launch a sneak attack on me. Prepare to die." Qingluan erupted in rage, flames igniting around her, resembling a human form of celestial fire. Wu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity amidst the chaos. Su Xinglan found himself flustered and disoriented. The sudden ambush by the members of the Xingchen Pavilion was truly an eye-opener. With a sharp reprimand, Fangxing unleashed the great wilderness blade with a ferocity akin to a rampaging dragon, its might unparalleled. Had he not been concealing his true strength, Su Xinglan would have perished beneath his blade long ago. However, Under the relentless assault of the three attackers, Su Xinglan gradually began to falter, ultimately falling prey to Qingluan, who seized the moment to deliver a powerful strike to his chest, causing him to cough up blood. Immediately thereafter, Wu Xiaoxiao struck him forcefully on the right shoulder, sending him careening through the air. Chapter 67. Little Cutie. Amidst the throng of people, a young man clad in dark yellow garments approached slowly. Despite the bustling crowd, he swiftly became the focal point among the passers-by. Appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. However, his hair was haphazardly tied with a grass rope, deliberately allowing a lock to cascade down from his left eye, dancing gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of carefree abandon. Across his shoulder, he bore a large white banner, upon which an image was depicted, accompanied by the inscription, "A bounty of 100,000 taels for information leading to the whereabouts of the fugitive." A bounty of 150,000 taels for the capture of the individual. Compared to the Zhang family's wanted poster, this was threefold more direct and domineering, if it weren't for the vendetta of a father's murder and the grudge of a wife's abduction. Who would go to such lengths to seek out another? Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young man, craning her neck to inspect the figure in the image, only to be rendered speechless as though she had swallowed her own fist. The person depicted was strikingly clear-eyed and youthful, but what captured the most attention were the sword-like eyebrows. Was it not Fangxing's likeness? Fangxing's expression shifted, yet he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, he was not in his true form, and as long as he maintained his calm demeanor, it would be difficult for others to recognize him. Thus, he held his head high and strode purposefully towards Yu Liangzi. However, he was abruptly halted by Yu Liangzi, who inquired, "This brother here seems rather familiar, does he not?" Fangxing's heart quivered. Yu Liangzi was not to be underestimated like Su Xinglan. If he were to be recognized, they might not even have the chance to escape. Feigning nonchalance, he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Liangzi and retorted, "It's no surprise that someone as dashing as I would catch your eye. However, I do not recall having seen you before." Wu Xiaoxiao struggled to suppress her laughter, secretly muttering to herself, how could he consider himself dashing? Poor me, it's simply unbearable to behold. How could this fellow speak without fear of his own tongue getting twisted? You call yourself dashing, while I am the very image of grace and elegance. Yu Liangzi shot back with a glare. Humph. Fangxing chose to ignore him, striding past with his head held high. What are you laughing at? Just as Fangxing had let out a sigh of relief, he heard Yu Liangzi's voice behind him, and a torrent of expletives surged within him. Damn that Wu Xiaoxiao. Turning around, he found Wu Xiaoxiao doubled over in laughter. How could there be such an ugly person? So hideous. Oh dear. I must leave quickly, lest I regurgitate the gourmet delicacies I had for breakfast. Yu Liangzi's disdain was unabashed, filled with aversion, as if he wished to distance himself at all costs. What the hell are you saying? Wu Xiaoxiao exploded. It was already enough to feel stifled, yet to have someone call him ugly in broad daylight nearly drove him to despair. Don't believe me. Shall I fetch you a mirror? Yu Liangzi replied with palpable scorn. At this, Wu Xiaoxiao erupted, while Qingluan laughed so hard she bent over, her sharp and mocking laughter drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Good heavens, three peculiar individuals. Yu Liangzi cursed his bad luck and hurriedly sought to escape. Wu Xiaoxiao and Qingluan, however, were not deterred, launching an immediate counterattack. Both felt a wave of nausea, simultaneously wishing to unleash their fury upon Fangxing. They had encountered narcissism before, yet had never witnessed such audacious shamelessness. Intrigued, Yu Liangzi inquired, "Where have you seen him? Where is he now?" After a moment of contemplation, Fangxing replied, "Is it true that the bounty for information is 100,000 taels of gold?" Yu Liangzi glared and retorted, "Are you doubting my integrity?" Fangxing, taken aback, asked, "If I provide the information now, when can I expect my reward?" Yu Liangzi stated, "If what you say is true, you can receive it at any time." Fangxing pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I will share the information with you, but you must first give me half of the deposit. Once you verify its accuracy, you may provide me with the remaining half." Yu Liangzi paused and asked, "What if the information you provide is false?" Fangxing chuckled, "With your wisdom and prowess, do you really think I could deceive you? Moreover, would I dare to?" Wu Xiaoxiao and Qingluan stared at Fangxing, and had they not known him well, they might have been inclined to believe him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Liangzi agreed. Fangxing then whispered to him. After which Yu Liangzi pressed 50,000 taels of gold notes into Fangxing's hand and threw the flag onto the ground, cursing as he strode away. "What did you tell him?" Wu Xiaoxiao and Qingwan were most curious about how Fangxing fabricated a message regarding his whereabouts. Fangxing smiled mysteriously, contentedly pocketing the gold notes, and sighed. How is it possible for someone so young to have reached the level of fasting? Logically, their aptitude should be exceptional, yet they still resemble a pig. Qingwan rolled her eyes and reminded him, "You should be cautious, for if he discovers the truth, the wrath of a fasting master could be perilous." Fangxing, however, remained unconcerned, laughing. "I come and go like a shadow. He will likely never find me." Yet, unbeknownst to all, Fangxing's back was already drenched in sweat. The three found a deserted alley to alter their appearances before making their way toward the western city gate. While others were busy entering the city, they were intent on leaving. The eastern entrance was filled to the brim with those seeking entry, and the trio struggled to squeeze through the crowd. As Fangxing walked, his expression suddenly turned green. Could it be that today was an ill-fated day for travel? Just 10 meters away, a woman with flowing black hair and a gown as white as snow glided gracefully. Cradling a small creature as pristine as herself, another victim of misfortune, Fangxing took a deep breath, feigning that nothing had occurred. Deceiving Yu Liangzi was one thing, but he dared not underestimate this woman. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. The small creature in her arms transformed into a streak of white light, launching itself at Fangxing with a sharp cry that startled many. Fangxing's complexion changed dramatically, for the creature was now hurtling toward him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Should he slay the creature with a single strike, or remain still and allow it to collide with him? If he chose the former, the white-clad woman would likely retaliate fiercely, given her level of mastery. Unless Fangxing resorted to his trump card, survival would be improbable, choosing the second option. If the little beast possesses the gift of clairvoyance, it could discern his not-so-expert disguise, prompting the woman to engage him as well. Yet Fangxing opted for the latter, acknowledging the inherent dangers, but believing it afforded him more room for maneuver compared to the former. However, the moment the little beast pounced into his embrace, Fangxing immediately regretted his decision. This creature was not only gifted but also possessed formidable strength, with its limbs clinging to Fangxing's clothing. It called out softly, its ruby-like eyes radiating an enchanting light, fixated on the area of his dantian. Fangxing's heart sank. Could this little beast sense the essence within him? A tumultuous wave of dread surged within as he pondered the origins of this creature resembling a ferret. Could it possibly see through a person's body? The woman in white approached, casting an apologetic glance at Fangxing before gently calling out, "Little one, come here to your sister." She lowered her head, extending her delicate, fair hand to gently cradle the little beast clinging to Fangxing's attire. Yet, the creature seemed rooted in place, refusing to budge. The woman, with evident regret, remarked, "My apologies, sir. It seems you possess something that attracts the little one, which is why it has taken a liking to you. But fear not. I shall take it away immediately." As she finished speaking, she smiled sweetly at the little beast, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, revealing two adorable little fangs. Fangxing was momentarily taken aback. Although he was not intimately acquainted with the woman, her icy demeanor had left a lasting impression. Now, she appeared transformed, as if she were an entirely different person. He questioned his own perception. Yet such breathtaking beauty was a rarity in this world. Regardless of the woman's soothing attempts, the little beast stubbornly refused to descend, gazing at Fangxing with soft cries, seemingly pleading. Fangxing was at a loss. If the creature remained clinging to him while the woman stayed close, his true identity would inevitably be unveiled, leading to dire consequences. He certainly did not expect that a few casual remarks such as "Hello, we meet again," or "Look how fond your little beast is of me. Shall we be friends?" would suffice to dismiss the woman. In desperation, he scanned his surroundings for an escape route, casting furtive glances at Qingwan and Wu Xiaoxiao, who merely stood by, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold without any intention of intervening. By chance, Fangxing caught sight of two figures entering the city, one clad in black, bearing a long sword on his back, his hair occasionally lifted by the wind, the tip shockingly white. The other figure wore a purple gown and a wide-brimmed hat, concealing her features. Fangxing's breath quickened, and he turned to flee. The little beast cried out. The woman in white echoed her alarm, while Wu Xiaoxiao and Qingwan gasped in surprise. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, a blinding white light descended like a bolt of lightning before it reached him. A terrifying gust of wind swept through, toppling those around him. It was a sword chi of unparalleled might, aimed directly at Fangxing's chest. A chilling wave of terror gripped him, rendering his body rigid. As he realized this was undoubtedly a full-force strike from a master beyond the blood-moving realm, Fangxing's mind raced. He prepared for his most formidable counterattack. However, in the face of such a fearsome sword chi, the white little beast was not alarmed. Instead, it turned its head and began to shout, continuously howling, "Little one, come here." The woman clad in white felt a surge of alarm as she instantly discerned the formidable power of the incoming sword strike. Should it land, irrespective of the point of impact, both the little creature and the young man would surely perish beneath its blade. Yet, the diminutive white beast remained undeterred, incessantly vocalizing with an air of dominance. The woman in white acted decisively, extending a finger to unleash a white beam of energy that met the oncoming sword chi with a resounding clash, resulting in a violent explosion. "Young lady, you dare to interfere in matters of the Xingqian Pavilion?" boomed the voice of a middle-aged man, as 8 figures clad in white encircled Fangxing and his companions. Each of them donned identical garments, adorned with an embroidered star emblem upon their chests. Chapter 68. The bloodbath at the Zhang family. All present recoiled at a distance. Few dared to meddle in the affairs of the Xingqian Pavilion on this land. However, the woman in white remained unperturbed, asserting, "What you do is of no concern to me, but you shall not harm the little one." The leading middle-aged man furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at the group. And upon spotting the white beast nestled in Fangxing's arms, he could not suppress a gasp. The crimson-eyed snow ferret spirit beast? Fangxing's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated that this little creature was indeed the crimson-eyed snow ferret spirit beast. No wonder it had rushed to him upon their meeting, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. In the realm of magical beasts, there exist 4 classifications: savage beasts, demon beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. The latter classifications represent increasingly noble bloodlines and greater potential. Spirit beasts rank just below divine beasts, possessing intelligence that rivals that of humans. Moreover, due to the nature of their lineage, spirit beasts cultivate at a significantly accelerated pace compared to ordinary beings. The crimson-eyed snow ferret is a type of spirit beast, small in stature, yet of esteemed lineage, holding a prominent place among its kind. Additionally, the crimson-eyed snow ferret possesses a unique ability. Its sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, enabling it to detect all things imbued with spiritual essence, akin to a human endowed with olfactory supernatural powers. As for their eyes, while they appear beautiful and resplendent, they are inherently flawed, as this breed is entirely blind. However, their acute sense of smell compensates for their lack of sight, exerting no detriment to their agility or precision in judgment. Fangxing felt a wave of unease wash over him. The ferret's keen nose, rivaling his own olfactory prowess, had undoubtedly detected the presence of the Danling divine pill within him, leaving him in a quandary. A particularly unscrupulous man stepped forth, pointing at Fangxing, Qing Wan, and Wu Xiaoxiao, declaring, "Those 3 are the culprits responsible for the demise of Daoist Su and his companions. They even concealed themselves in an alley, altering their appearances, but I have closely followed their every move." With a mocking glance at Fangxing, the man then stealthily retreated outside the encirclement. "Whoever slays our disciples of the Xingqian Pavilion shall meet their end," declared the middle-aged man, raising his hand to issue orders for execution. The woman in white interjected, "You must not harm the little one." The middle-aged man disregarded her plea, stating, "This young lady is an accomplice. She must be eliminated as well. I want the crimson-eyed snow ferret alive." Greed had taken root in his heart. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate the woman in white would render the ferret a possession without a master, thus making it his own. Fangxing's heart lightened, and he tenderly caressed the crimson-eyed snow ferret, awaiting the unfolding drama with keen interest. The woman clad in white, indeed, became furious as Fangxing had anticipated, though her anger was imbued with a playful charm. Pouting, she declared, "How dare you snatch my little darling? I must warn you, should anyone lay a hand on it, do not blame me for being ungracious." The middle-aged man paid her no heed, pressing forward as others rushed in. The white-clad woman bit her lower lip, stamped her foot, and with a swift motion of her hands, conjured forth a wave of white energy that flowed like ethereal smoke. Those who approached were met with an invisible barrier, rebounding as if they had collided with a solid wall. Even the leading man turned pale, exclaiming in astonishment, "A master of the void refinement realm." His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this seemingly youthful girl was, in fact, a concealed expert. Fangxing had long foreseen this outcome, yet he was taken aback by her combat style, so devoid of any brutishness. Her movements were graceful and exquisite, an embodiment of beauty. He found himself questioning if this was truly the same woman whose icy demeanor resembled that of celestial snow. He could not help but steal a glance at her slender waist, wishing to touch and explore, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Recognizing her formidable prowess, the man, shaken to his core, managed to regain his composure and clasped his fists in respectful greeting, saying, "Miss, these 3 thieves have slain my disciple, and their transgressions cannot be redeemed. I implore you not to be deceived by their one-sided claims." The white-clad woman, pouting in dissatisfaction, retorted, "If I were not concerned about your little darling's safety, I wouldn't even bother to intervene. Fighting is such a tiresome affair." Fangxing was taken aback. She resembled a child. She clearly intended to protect her spirit beast, yet her reaction was bewilderingly naive. The middle-aged man, shifting his gaze, suggested, "We shall not harm the little beast. Might you allow us to escort you away?" The woman, infuriated, replied, "As if I need your permission to take it away." Fangxing hurriedly soothed the little beast, urging it to heed his words. The man's face flushed with embarrassment. Having rallied such a force, he was bested by a mere girl. The thought of such news spreading was mortifying, yet he secretly sighed in relief, realizing that the girl bore no murderous intent. Otherwise, they might not have survived this encounter. However, that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, in the northern city of the Zhang family, a young man burst through the door, blood splattering in all directions. It was only when the clan leader, Zhang Jing, intervened that the carnage ceased. Soon, shouts erupted from the Zhang estate, resonating through the streets, where passers-by could faintly hear 2 individuals gnashing their teeth and yelling, "Fangxing." This ignited a flurry of speculation. Was Fangxing merely a name, or perhaps a coded signal? Regardless, the name spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of lively discussion among many. As for Fangxing himself, he successfully forged a bond with the crimson-eyed ferret, but chose not to exit the city, instead searching for something within its confines. Everything appeared utterly mundane, save for the nagging discomfort of having a ticking time bomb at his side. The white little beast was closely attached to Fangxing, and naturally, the white-clad woman refused to part ways, opting to accompany them, which significantly heightened Fangxing's visibility. It was easy to surmise that should his identity be revealed, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. As the day slipped away, the Starry Pavilion made moves befitting a major sect, and it was clear to all that should those individuals be found again, their escape would be nearly impossible. At the very moment when the Starry Pavilion was engulfed in fury, those few individuals seemed to vanish as if they had never existed in this world. However, the inhabitants of the Starry Pavilion had long been prepared for such an eventuality. They were aware that these individuals were skilled in the art of disguise. Consequently, rather than seeking them out, they opted to pursue the crimson-eyed snow weasel, issuing orders that anyone seen in the company of the creature, regardless of whether they were the individuals in question, should be dealt with mercilessly. To the north of the city, merely a street away from the Zhang residence, lay the Qianyuan in point. 4 individuals gathered in a room, encircled around a table, engaged in lively conversation. "Xing, you are truly wicked," leading that person to the Zhang family. "After this incident, the Zhang family has been severely weakened. It may take them a century to recover, if ever," exclaimed Wu Xiaoxiao, dressed as a Taoist priestess, clapping her hands in delight. "Humph, a century? They shall never recover in this lifetime. Sooner or later, I will raise the Zhang family to the ground," declared Qingwan, her voice laced with lethal intent. My master perished because of the Zhang family. 2 of my senior sisters were slain by them, and another was injured by their hands. When it comes to enmity towards the Zhang family, none surpasses my own. Fangxing paused momentarily before deciding to disclose what he had witnessed earlier that day. "I believe I saw Zilin and the esteemed Dugu," he stated. Both Qingwan and Wu Xiaoxiao were taken aback, with Qingwan hastily inquiring, "Did my sister and Dugu come as well? Where are they?" Fangxing shook his head, responding, "I only caught a glimpse of their silhouettes and could not ascertain for certain that I intended to pursue them, but the people from the Starry Pavilion intervened, causing me to lose track," Qingwan asserted. "Given the bond we share as sisters, if my sister were to learn of the Zhang family's misdeeds, she would undoubtedly head to their residence. We shall lie in wait around the Zhang household. If they truly arrive, they will surely storm the gates." Beside them, the woman in white, Yuer, expressed her discontent, saying, "You all seem to think only of violence and bloodshed. This is not the way. One should calm their mind and diligently cultivate, for that is the path to success." Wu Xiaoxiao and Qingwan paid her no heed. Although Yuer possessed formidable strength, her demeanor resembled that of an immature child. She harbored an affinity for trinkets and small creatures, yet remained utterly oblivious to the complexities of human relationships. Fangxing furrowed his brow and asked, Yuer, do you happen to have a twin sister? Yuer and Mu Qinxue bore an uncanny resemblance. Yet their personalities were worlds apart, prompting Fangxing's inquiry. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by cries of alarm, followed by a cacophony of noise. Fangxing and Qingluan sprang to their feet in unison, swiftly exiting the room, with Wu Xiaoxiao and Yueo close behind. Inside the Zhang residence, rivers of blood flowed freely, regardless of gender, age, or even species, be it man, woman, elder, child, dog, cat, or chicken. Every living being lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Moreover, each had met their end by a single sword thrust. Even the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Jingting, had been assassinated with a sword. The fatal blow struck his forehead, and there were no signs of struggle in the vicinity. It was evident that in a mere encounter, Zhang Jingting had succumbed to the blade of his opponent. Zhang Jingting was a master of the blood-moving realm, and to conclude his life with a single stroke required an adversary of at least the pill condensation realm. The cruelty and cold-bloodedness of this assailant were truly appalling. The Zhang family, numbering over 300 individuals, including even infants in their cradles, had been utterly annihilated. Witnessing such a grim outcome, even Qingluan felt a pang of compassion. Deeming the perpetrator's actions excessively ruthless, could it be the doing of the esteemed Dugu? Fangxing pondered to himself. Dugu Mu, the enigmatic figure who had always lingered beside Xiankuan, was a person whom no one could command but Xiankuan himself. In the realm of Taishan sect, he was a veritable enigma, seldom mentioned even by Xiankuan. Once, Fang Zhongtian had inadvertently remarked that Dugu Mu was not a member of Taishan sect. He had ascended the mountain with the sect leader 20 years prior and had remained there ever since, maintaining interactions solely with the sect leader. Even the haughty Kong Chiu harbored a measure of respect for him. Chapter 69. Dugu Mu. The treasure appraisal towers are dispersed throughout the cities of the three kingdoms in Tianzilanju, with thousands of branches. A.S. The head manager of Baichao City, Sudong Sheng. Despite his unparalleled prominence within the Baichao City Treasure Appraisal Tower, only held a moderate position within the organization. Above him were the district head managers, the chief manager of Jinghua, the deputy tower master, and the tower master. The tower master, known as Young Master Yi, was the supreme authority of the treasure appraisal tower. In his capacity as Sudong Sheng, he lacked the qualifications to report matters directly to Young Master Yi. Typically, he would first report to the district head manager, who would relay the information to the chief manager of Jinghua, followed by the deputy tower master, and only after passing through their scrutiny would it reach the tower master. Routine matters seldom graced Young Master Yi's desk. However, the recent affairs concerning the Medicine Venerables Dojo afforded Sudong Sheng an unprecedented opportunity, enabling him to bypass 3 hierarchical levels and engage directly with Young Master Yi. Such opportunities to meet directly with Young Master Yi were rare indeed. Consequently, Sudong Sheng was compelled to report daily on the happenings within Baichao City. He was acutely aware that this was a rare chance in his life. Should he manage to please Young Master Yi, there was a possibility he could be promoted to district head manager after this matter concluded, and even the position of chief manager of Jinghua might not be beyond reach. Thus, Sudong Sheng had been exceptionally diligent of late, attending to every detail with utmost thoroughness. Whether it was matters assigned by Young Master Yi or tasks he deemed necessary, he executed them with near perfection. Yet, the unfolding of events had escalated to a level Sudong Sheng could scarcely fathom. He even began to question whether Young Master Yi had overstepped or if he himself had underestimated the potential for such a fervent reaction. Therefore, after meticulously organizing today's intelligence, Sudong Sheng hurried to report to Young Master Yi. Within the dimly lit room, Sudong Sheng could see nothing. Only the sound of his own breathing filled the air. Yet he remained as respectful as ever, bowing deeply to deliver his report. Master, as you anticipated, the 3 major sects of Jinghua, the 5 major sects of Qianlong Nation, the 7 prominent families of Lanfeng Empire, as well as the royal families of the 3 kingdoms and renowned loose cultivators, along with 2nd and 3rd tier sects, have sent skilled practitioners. Currently, the count of those at the Yinglong realm exceeds 15. While there are over 1,300 practitioners at the transforming dragon realm, with countless others in attendance, that a faint voice emerged from the shadows, stating, "Not enough." Sudong Sheng was taken aback. How could so many still be deemed insufficient? This already surpassed the defensive capacity of the treasure appraisal tower. Is there anything else of note? The voice inquired. Su Dongsheng recounted the carefully arranged information in his mind, replying, "Moreover, a small faction has been active within the city of late. Although their numbers are few, their origins are remarkable, and their strength is formidable. Get to the point." In the shadows, the individual spoke impatiently. Zhu Dongxing had initially intended to casually mention his efforts in tracking and investigating that faction, hoping to convey the hardships he faced to young Master Yi. But he quickly dismissed that thought and said, "The reclusive Mu family has also dispatched someone." The Mu family. The voice from the shadows wavered slightly before descending into contemplation. Zhu Dongxing remained silent, refraining from interrupting. After a considerable pause, the figure in the shadows remarked, "I did not anticipate that this ancient clan still exists. It truly surprises me. Relay the message to the assassination group and the intelligence team. Everyone is to gather in Baijiao City to see me in 7 days." Zhu Dongxing was taken aback. Young Master Yi, who regarded the formidable masters of the Three Kingdoms with disdain, seemed to spring into action at the mere mention of the Mu family. He hesitated before saying, "Young Master, just moments ago, the Zhang family was annihilated by a single individual. This person appears to hail from the Taishan sect, yet he is not one of them. He comes from the western region of Tianchuzu. What is this person's strength at the realm of Yuan Shun? Keep a close watch. Ascertain whether there are accomplices that I do not wish for outsiders from other continents to meddle in this affair." Meanwhile, at the Zhang family estate, Fangxing, Wu Xiaoxiao, and Qing Wan emerged from within. Though the destruction of their adversary's family was indeed a cause for celebration, the trio did not exhibit much elation, for the fate of the Zhang family was exceedingly grim. Evoking a sense of sympathy deep within them, Yuer, cradling Xiao Guai, kept her distance, her complexion pale, unable to bear the sight of the Zhang family's direction. Wu Xiaoxiao, astonished, remarked, "Sister Yuer, you have attained the realm of Bigu. Why fear death? Have you never taken a life?" Yuer grimaced slightly and replied, "Kill? I cannot even bring myself to harm a small insect. How cruel, how terrifying it is." The others exchanged glances, marveling at the existence of such a person in this world governed by the law of the jungle. It was indeed a miracle. The direction of their thoughts was nearly certain. Yuer was not the victim. The one who acted decisively, exuding an air of coldness, seemed to belong to an entirely different realm from Yuer. A man clad in black, with a long sword slung across his back, emerged into Fangxing's view, his hair flecked with gray, gently swaying in the wind. "Senior Dugu," the trio exclaimed in unison. The newcomer bore a face that was as hard as stone, his eyes as unyielding and frigid as the sword upon his back. None other than the enigmatic Dugu Mu of the Taishan sect. Dugu Mu led them to a secluded courtyard, where a woman with a wide-brimmed hat stood waiting. Upon seeing her, Fangxing felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes grew misty. "Senior sister," Qingwan cried out, rushing forward to embrace the woman in tears. The woman removed her hat, revealing a radiant face that sparkled like gold. To any observer, her identity might remain a mystery, yet Fangxing recognized her as the perilous yet beloved Zilin. Fangxing assisted Wu Xiaoxiao and Qingwan in restoring their appearances, then glanced at Yuer, restoring his own visage as well. This decision carried considerable risk. If Yuer were indeed the victim, a conflict could erupt at any moment. However, with Dugu Mu present, Fangxing felt a measure of reassurance. Indeed, Yuer was not the victim. Upon seeing Fangxing's true appearance, she gasped, her mouth forming an O shape, before breaking into a grin and saying, "You're actually not too ugly in person." Fangxing was left speechless. After all, he was quite handsome even after the transformation. After a round of polite inquiries, everyone settled down, and Fangxing could hardly contain his eagerness to learn more from Dugu Mu. However, Dugu Mu remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Zilin as Zilin spoke. "Just 2 days after your descent from the mountain, the Kong family instigated a rebellion. Given the Kong family's strength, they should not have been able to overturn us, but an external force intervened." Fangxing had anticipated this scenario. Although the Zhang family was formidable, they were still far from being capable of toppling Taishan sect on their own. Zilin continued, "According to the investigations conducted by Senior Dugu, this clandestine force belongs to the imperial family of Qianlong Nation. They support the Kong family's rebellion in a bid to seize control of our Taishan sect, thereby instigating a war with Jing Nation." Fangxing, filled with urgency, inquired, "Is the sect master safe?" Zilin offered him a gentle glance, reassuringly stating, "The sect master is unharmed. Rest assured. Fang clan leader, Sister Ting Ting, and the others are also safe, as is Elder Wu. However, The Kong family is currently in a position of power and is ruthlessly hunting us down. We have dispersed into smaller groups, scattering to various locations, awaiting the moment to counterattack. She endeavored to soften her voice, but the poison from the Jin Mai Chui Xin palm had coursed through her veins, rendering her voice exceedingly strained. Fangxing felt a slight relief, yet a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he declared, "The Kong family's treachery cannot sustain for long." That he then turned to Du Gumu and asked, "Senior, what shall we do next?" Without even glancing at Wu Xiao, Du Gumu replied, "We stay right here. What if they come to kill us? We fight." Yu Er, with wide, glistening eyes, curiously stared at Du Gumu, exclaiming, "Senior, your aura is so heavy with murderous intent." In an instant, a chilling energy emanated from Du Gumu, causing the strands of hair on Yu Er's forehead to flutter wildly, her complexion turning ashen. Du Gumu suddenly stated, "The alchemist's sanctum is extraordinary. I must remain here to investigate further." Fangxing paused, responding, "While the alchemist's sanctum is indeed of immense importance, the actions of the appraisal pavilion this time have been highly irregular. I suspect there is an insidious conspiracy at play." His lack of interest in the alchemist's sanctum, given that he possessed the Danling divine pill, was evident. After all, everyone sought it for the sake of acquiring the divine pill. While he pondered, what would he gain? What if he could not obtain it? Moreover, the incident had attracted too many experts, and his keen senses had detected an unusual scent in the air. He did not wish for Du Gumu to take such risks. Du Gumu remained silent, his demeanor betraying his resolve. Fangxing attempted to sway him, stating, "Since the appraisal pavilion has generously put the map up for auction, there must be something amiss. Who can assert that they have not previously scouted the alchemist's sanctum? Perhaps they yielded no results and willingly decided to auction the map, intending to exploit everyone." Fangxing himself felt that his reasoning was insufficient, yet he still hoped that Du Gumu might take heed. Suddenly, Yu Er interjected, "You may not understand this, but the alchemist's sanctum is undoubtedly protected by an unparalleled grand formation. Even with the map, it would be futile if one cannot break the formation. The appraisal pavilion must have made multiple attempts to breach the formation, but alas, their strength was inadequate, prompting them to devise the strategy of auctioning the map, hoping to enlist the efforts of heroes from all over to dismantle the grand formation." Du Gumu's eyes, resembling a bottomless abyss, suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Fixated in astonishment upon Yu Er, it was evident to all that Yu Er's words bore a greater weight of persuasion. Observing the collective astonishment directed at her, Yu Er was filled with delight. However, she pouted slightly and emitted a hum towards Du Gumu, as if to convey, "You shall not hear it." Du Gumu was momentarily frozen, while the others merely smiled. Fangxing glanced at Du Gumu with an amused expression, curious to see how this frosty senior would navigate such an awkward situation. To their surprise, Du Gumu's complexion darkened to an inky hue. Surely he does not intend to harm Yu Er, Fangxing thought, alarmed. Yet, it soon became evident that he had overestimated the situation. Du Gumu simply closed his eyes, opting to disregard her. Yu Er, with an air of mysterious profundity, proclaimed, "I know another secret, one that guarantees you all are unaware of it." Fangxing, ever cooperative, inquired, "What secret?" "We certainly do not know." This only heightened Yu Er's joy as she replied, "The medicine master possesses something more precious than the Danling divine pill." "What?" A cold, piercing voice interrupted, and Fangxing and the others turned in surprise to find Du Gumu staring wide-eyed, utterly astounded by Yu Er. Something more valuable than the Danling divine pill? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. What in this world could surpass the worth of the Danling divine pill? This revelation was undeniably shocking, prompting Fangxing and the others to regard Yu Er with expressions that oscillated between skepticism and bewilderment. Yu Er smiled enigmatically, her cherry lips revealing two delicate dimples, exuding an irresistible charm. Then, casting a glance at Du Gumu, she declared, "I shan't share it with you. Go elsewhere." Fangxing gazed at Du Gumu with a pleading expression, internally lamenting the absurdity of Yu Er's innocence. Did she not realize that the one person they must not offend was Du Gumu? Du Gumu's countenance was so dark it seemed liable to drip with malice. He huffed and stood to leave. Fangxing felt a slight relief, thankful that Du Gumu did not unleash his fury upon Yu Er, reducing her to a mere pulp. That Yu Er stuck out her tongue at Fangxing, her demeanor suggesting that she had successfully vented her frustrations and was now in high spirits. Without waiting for Du Gumu to exit, she exclaimed, "The Danling divine pill refined by the medicine master has long been destroyed in that calamity. Were it not for that extraordinary item, The medicine master would likely have vanished along with his elixirs. Qing Wan, brimming with curiosity, queried, "What item?" In that moment, Dugumu seemed to unconsciously slow his pace. Yuer inhaled slightly and replied, "The heavenly spirit root." Fangxing's mind was instantly engulfed in a thunderous uproar, his entire being shuddering at the revelation. Dugumu, too, staggered slightly in his stride, in contrast. The reactions of the others were considerably muted. The medicine master possesses the heavenly spirit root. How do you know this? And what is the name of that heavenly spirit root? Fangxing's eyes widened, shimmering with anticipation, unmistakably revealing his astonishment intertwined with boundless hope. Ware chuckled. "I cannot disclose how I know, but trust me, I would never deceive you. As for the name of that heavenly spirit root, I am afraid I do not know." Dugumu exited the room, yet Fangxing could distinctly sense the weightiness of his steps. Clearly straining to contain his emotions, as night fell. The moon hung full and luminous. With a gentle breeze wafting through the air, two figures flickered through the night, departing towards the outskirts of the city. She felt the warmth of the hand in hers and the sound of breath by her ear. Ziling's heart experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Despite her current appearance, Fangxing had not cast her aside, and a wave of emotion swelled within her. The duo sought refuge in a secluded cave, where Fangxing presented Ziling with a heart-protecting pill. This pill, naturally of the divine elixir category, did not prompt Ziling to inquire about its origin. Under Fangxing's watchful gaze, she obediently ingested it and settled into a meditative posture to gradually refine its essence. Fangxing quietly withdrew from the cave, standing guard outside. Thoughts of the words spoken by the moon earlier that day involuntarily surfaced in his mind. No one could live for 3,000 years. Not even the revered alchemist. Thus, the heavenly spiritual root had become a thing without a master. Whoever gained the approval of the spiritual root at the alchemist's domain would claim it as their own. With only a little over 10 days until the auction at the treasure appraisal pavilion, Fangxing was determined to confront whatever schemes or perils lay ahead. The spiritual root was of utmost significance to him. Inside the cave, Ziling radiated a mesmerizing glow of white and gold. As the effects of the heart-protecting pill swiftly dispelled the toxins within her, her golden skin gradually regained its vitality. Restoring her original beauty, Fangxing sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, diligently cultivating to consolidate his realm. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested lightly upon his shoulder, as soft as a breeze, awakening from his meditation. Fangxing turned to see a beautiful maiden with flowing hair and a radiant smile. Her enchanting eyes, as gentle as autumn waters, seemed capable of melting all in their gaze. "You are awake," he remarked, rising with concern. Ziling nodded, her demeanor flowing with grace, her red lips parting to utter, "Thank you." Fangxing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, simply gazing at her with a smile. Ziling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quietly lowered her head. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. "Ahem, I have a gift for you." Fangxing broke the silence, producing a pristine white pouch, which he had acquired from Mu Chinchue. This pouch not only boasted an exquisite design but also emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance. Ziling accepted it with uncontainable joy and inquired, "What is this?" "It's a spatial pouch. A spatial pouch. How did you come by such a precious item?" "I found it." "Found it?" Ziling regarded Fangxing with skepticism. "A drop of your blood on it will bind it to you." Despite her effort to maintain a gentle tone, a hint of reproach and irritation was difficult to conceal. Fangxing suddenly recalled that this pouch contained the possessions of that unfortunate girl, making the situation all too clear. He sighed. "I stumbled upon it by chance, initially intending it as a gift for you. If you don't want it, I shall give it to that girl, Yuer. She would surely appreciate it if you require assistance. We have a plethora of weapons available. Anything you may need." A young man dressed as a shop assistant approached Fangxing, speaking volubly. Fangxing casually glanced at the array of weapons on display, noting their multitude. "Although they were all of inferior quality, I am not here to purchase weapons. I seek to sell materials." The young man's smile vanished instantly, his expression becoming hollow as he replied, "Materials can be sold over there." Casually gesturing, he paid no further attention to Fangxing. On the western wall, a window had been opened, above which hung a dilapidated wooden sign inscribed with the words "Material Trading." An old man was seated behind the window, soundly asleep. Fangxing approached and knocked on the window a few times, startling the old man awake. He wiped his mouth and scrutinized Fangxing before gruffly inquiring, "Are you buying materials or selling them?" "Selling," Fangxing replied. "Show me what you have." He produced the refining materials he had obtained from Kong Yunhe and Yu Liangzi, placing a considerable pile on the windowsill. The old man glanced over them swiftly and, with a lackluster demeanor, stated, "A heap of scrap metal. I'll give you 3,215 taels of gold that you accept." Fangxing nodded, and then retrieved the shattered star-marked sword, causing the old man's eyes to brighten instantly. That a surge of frustration welled up in Fangxing. He regretted selling the previous materials for what he now considered too little. Discontentedly, he declared, "One price, 30,000 taels. If you're interested, take it. If not, I'll seek others." The old man displayed an expression of dilemma, wavering for a moment before conceding, "All right, 30,000 it is, though I incur a slight loss. Gaining a friend like you is worth it." Fangxing scoffed at the old man's words. After receiving the payment, the old man attempted to leave, but called out, "Friend, wait. Our shop is currently running a promotion. First-time customers who complete a transaction here will receive a meticulously crafted weapon box." The old man presented a wooden sword box with a broad smile. Fangxing was at a loss for words. The cost to produce this box likely did not exceed 1 tael of gold, and the boast of it being intricately made lacked sincerity. However, he thought it better to accept a gift from one who presents a friendly face. The old man cheerfully continued, "If you ever come across quality materials in the future, feel free to exchange them here. I assure you, I will offer the best prices in the industry." Fangxing grimaced slightly, and, either intentionally or unintentionally, asked, "In Baichao City, what can one do to make money the fastest?" The old man internally scoffed, realizing Fangxing was merely a destitute fellow eager to join the Jade Treasure Pavilion auction. Despite this, he maintained a cheerful faade, replying, "If you wish to make quick money, the best course is to resort to robbery, ideally targeting those major sections." Fangxing couldn't help but roll his eyes, realizing this old man was not of good character. Having hit a snag, the old man laughed awkwardly and said, "Just jesting with you. How much do you wish to earn?" Fangxing replied, "Naturally, the most within the shortest time." The old man pondered for a moment before saying, "There is indeed a method to make substantial sums quickly, but it carries great risk. If you lack experience, it is best you avoid it, lest you suffer total loss." Fangxing's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "What method?" The old man replied, "Gambling on medicinal herbs." Chapter 71. Raising funds for gambling. The Longyuan continent was formed billions of years ago, with tectonic shifts occurring every several 100,000 to millions of years, resulting in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and other calamities that buried surface life beneath layers of earth, ultimately forming fossils. Medicinal herbs of grade Yao and above possess vigorous vitality and can remain unspoiled for extended periods under special conditions. When concealed within the earth's layers, they transform into a highly precious stone known as the burial medicine stone. The burial medicinal stone conceals within it precious herbs, even those of the legendary spiritual grade, and has long been sought after by cultivators. However, the surface of the burial medicinal stone bears little distinction from that of ordinary stones, leading to frequent occurrences in the market where common stones are deceitfully passed off as burial medicinal stones, causing considerable distress among many practitioners. Paradoxically, such occurrences only serve to ignite the fervor of individuals for gambling on medicinal stones, as perhaps the desire for stimulation and challenge flows through the very veins of humanity. The Diling Mountain Range is not merely a hub for the production of medicinal herbs. It is also the location of the largest burial medicinal stone vein in Tianzilan Prefecture, within the bustling Baichao city. There are no fewer than 100 gambling establishments for medicinal stones, among which the Qixing Fong of the Xingchen Pavilion, the Haoshi Fong of the Haoyan Gate, and the Chunlong Fong of the Sword Valley stand out as the most prominent. Qixing Fong is situated on the northern outskirts of Baichao city, sprawling over an impressive area of 100,000 acres. Fangxing, adorned as a scholarly youth, gracefully rides a fine steed while wielding a feather fan. Upon dismounting, he witnesses a frail man being unceremoniously ejected from Qixing Fong by 2 burly men, one of whom is vociferously berating, trying to cheat. Do you even know where you are?" The frail man, groaning as he rises, inadvertently encounters Fangxing, muttering in indignation, "The Xingchen Gate is truly despicable. Everything is counterfeit, not a single genuine piece among them. Is this not sheer bullying?" Fangxing inquires, "My good fellow, what do you mean everything is counterfeit? How many did you wager?" The man shoots Fangxing a disdainful glance and retorts, "Of course, it's the burial medicinal stones. I wagered 13 pieces, and not one is authentic." Fangxing touches his nose, turning away with a knowing smile. "Is that so?" He then strides confidently up the white jade steps and into the grand entrance. The man scoffs, ignoring the wisdom of the elders. You shall soon face the consequences. A mere child, still lacking maturity, thinks to gain some advantage here. Humph. You will surely find yourself in a more dire predicament than I doubt. The man finds a stone, chews on a blade of grass, and adopts a posture of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Upon entering Qixing Fang, Fangxing is approached by a guide who begins to introduce the establishment. Qixing Fang is divided into 7 distinct courtyards: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, each representing an ascending level of quality. The lower-tier courtyards contain stones of lesser value. Nonetheless, there are occasions when one's judgment may falter, albeit such instances are exceedingly rare. Fangxing first enters Tianshu courtyard, his nostrils twitching as a few wafts of aroma reach him, prompting a slight disappointment. Covering thousands of acres, Tianshu courtyard is piled high with stones, yet the truly valuable ones are few and far between. The scents he perceives are merely those of first-grade medicinal herbs. Even if he were to acquire them, the profit would be minimal, thus diminishing his interest as he proceeds directly to Tianquan courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he observes clusters of individuals emerging, their expressions marked by excitement and urgency. Among them, Fangxing spots an acquaintance and smiles as he stops him to inquire, "My friend, why the haste?" Before he can finish his question, he notices a flash of anger on the man's face as he retorts, "What the hell are you blocking me for? Are we even acquainted? We are exceedingly familiar." Fangxing suppresses a chuckle, recognizing the man as the aggrieved Yuliangzi, though he refrains from voicing his thoughts and apologetically states, "I merely wish to ask why everyone is rushing outside. Has something occurred?" The man expressed his discontent, saying, "A few fools from the Qianlong kingdom have arrived at Kaiyang courtyard, boasting and even daring to challenge our esteemed Jingwa. I intend to see what manner of buffoon they are. Will you accompany me? If not, do not obstruct my path." The gamble, devoid of bloodshed and chaos, manages to leave the loser reeling while the victor revels in triumph. In recent days, experts from both nations have engaged in over 10 grand gambling events, with victories and defeats on both sides. However, today's contest is unlike any previous ones, for a heavyweight from the opposing side has made an appearance. Zidon, the prodigy of the alchemical lineage from the Qianlong kingdom. When it comes to the art of gambling, few can rival the expertise of the alchemical families. Generations have devoted themselves to the study of elixirs, gaining profound insights into both the art of alchemy and the exploration of medicinal stones, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Thus, upon learning that the opponent is Zidon, those from Jingwa understood that their chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Upon the arrival of Fangxing and his companions at Kaiyang courtyard, they were taken aback by the scale of the gambling event, which far exceeded their expectations and carried an air of life and death stakes. From the Qianlong kingdom, elites from the 5 major sects and members of the royal family had assembled, placing hefty wagers on Zidon. Even the heirs and heiresses of the 8 prominent families of the Lanfeng Empire were involved, with the stakes reaching an astounding 380,000 taels of gold. The royal family of Jingwa, surnamed Xianyu, alongside the esteemed factions of Xingqian Pavilion, Haoying Gate, and Jian Valley, wielded considerable influence, seemingly unbound by the jurisdiction of Jingwa, and thus their camaraderie with the princes was not seen as overstepping. The third prince, Xinyu Chun, felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks as he remarked, "I was just thinking of discussing with the 3 of you. Who among us do you believe is most suited to confront them?" The expressions of the 3 instantly morphed into that of despair, their minds racing with 1,000 expletives. How could he ask them to participate in the gamble without even selecting a contender? They were up against the elite of the alchemical world. Even combined, they would not stand a chance. Xinyu Chen too sensed the inadequacy of asking these individuals to contribute financially, yet with the opponent poised to strike. Could they truly retreat? What face would Jingwa have left? With a grim countenance, he turned to Xia Xiong, asking, "What amount do you propose to wager?" Xia Haoyin, internally scoffing, felt as though his face had been painted green. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly said, "I shall contribute 50,000 taels." That he then added, "That is all I possess. If you do not believe me, feel free to search me." Xinyu Chun retorted with frustration, "What are you saying? Today is the moment to witness our glory. As a sister, why do you not show some support?" The young lady pouted in resignation, producing a modest sum of gold. Xinyu Chen, exasperated, exclaimed, 1,000 taels. Do not tell me that as a princess, you carry only this amount." A woman in blue chuckled. "Xinyu, seeing how pitiable Yi looks. How could you be so cruel? If you do not heed your sister's advice, you might as well concede. Before Xian Yuchen could respond, Xian Yui indignantly declared, "Who are you calling your sister? I shall wager 100,000 taels, and let us see how you fare against my brother." Xian Yuchen was instantly elated, unable to resist planting a kiss on Xian Yui's forehead, much to her dismay as she protested in distaste. Fangxing glowered at Xian Yui amidst the crowd, a surge of anger igniting within him, his cheeks flushed with indignation. In the past, at Luoyuan Square, he had caught a whiff of 6 distinct fragrances, 4 of which emanated from the surrounding medicinal herbs. One was the scent of bloodstone, and the last, the most alluring, originated from a red jade pendant that dangled from the waist of a young maiden. This phoenix-shaped pendant evidently concealed a treasure, one even more precious than bloodstone. Such a gem lay within reach, and to let it slip away would be nothing short of a sacrilege against the gift of olfaction. Xian Yuchen clasped his fists and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends of Jinghua, I am Xian Yuchen, the third prince. Today, I seek to measure my prowess against the heroes of Qianlong Kingdom. However, due to a lack of ready funds, I wonder if anyone would be willing to join me in this noble endeavor to confront formidable foes." The atmosphere grew palpably tense as whispers of the third prince's unreliability circulated through the Jianghu, prompting most to remain silent. Suddenly, Yu Liangzi bellowed, "I shall participate." With that declaration, he unceremoniously yanked Fangxing from the throng. "What are you pulling me for?" Fangxing exclaimed in exasperation, vexed by Yu Liangzi's inconsiderate behavior. Despite his internal struggle against Yu Liangzi's grasp, their disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. Yet, Yu Liangzi seemed mildly astonished, remarking, "By the heavens, you, a mere youth, have already attained the inner connection realm, your strength rivaling that of the blood transformation realm. Such talent nearly surpasses even my own." Fangxing was rendered speechless, though Yu Liangzi appeared carefree and reckless on the surface. His prowess was undeniably formidable. A slight exertion on his part revealed much about his capabilities, an unsettling realization for Fangxing, who chose not to resist further. Xian Yuchen, resembling a famished hound eyeing a bone, approached with gleaming eyes, grasping Yu Liangzi's hand with cordiality. "What shall I call you, my friend?" Yu Liangzi shot him an irritable stare, retorting, "What's the matter? Are you displeased? I never claimed I would join." "It was he who volunteered." He muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for that scoundrel Fangxing, I would have gladly rewarded you with several tens of thousands of taels." Fangxing's forehead creased with frustration. Wishing fervently to eliminate Yu Liangzi on the spot, Xian Yuchen promptly donned a smile, clasping Fangxing's left hand. "What do we call our hero?" Fangxing casually replied, "Yan Shiqi." Xian Yuchen chuckled. "Brother Yan, I won't ask much of you, just 30,000 taels to at this." Yu Liangzi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, you have 16 older brothers then?" Fangxing glared. "Is that a problem?" Yu Liangzi clicked his tongue. "Your mother truly has a remarkable ability to bear children. Brother Xian, you, a dignified prince, stoop so low to plead with a commoner for merely 30,000 taels of gold. Where is the dignity of your royal family?" A young man in his 20s jeered sarcastically from across the way. Xian Yuchen retorted, "Our Xian Yu royal family cherishes our people as kin, treating the common folk as brothers and sisters. Unlike your Zhao clan, who, in their arrogance of supposed noble lineage, regard the populace as mere livestock." Zhao Shiwen, incensed and embarrassed, snapped, "Enough with the prattle. Brother E has awaited your challenge. Dare you face him, or shall you concede defeat and depart?" Fangxing interjected, "Is this esteemed individual a prince or a princess of Qianlong Kingdom?" His inquiry left many in the vicinity momentarily speechless. Zhao Shiwen's expression turned icy as he disdainfully declared, "I am Zhao Shiwen, the 7th son of the Emperor of Qianlong Kingdom. Are your eyes truly blind?" Fangxing chuckled coldly. "Ah, so that is the case. That I would have thought you were a woman." This remark immediately incited a raucous laughter from the crowd, with Yu Liangzi laughing so heartily that he nearly spewed saliva. Zhao Shiwen's countenance darkened to the point of seeming as if it might drip with water. Though he had always possessed a somewhat effeminate demeanor, no one had ever dared to mock him so brazenly in public. He growled menacingly, "You have offended me, and you shall not meet a favorable end." Fangxing utterly disregarded him. Had it not been for Zhao's haughty and condescending attitude towards him, a mere commoner, he would not have resorted to such sarcasm. This was entirely of Zhao's own making. Standing at the center was Yi Ziden, his long hair flowing elegantly, a strikingly handsome man indeed. That he spoke calmly. "In the realm of Jinghua, Who shall engage in a game of chess with me? Xinyu Chun pounded his chest and proclaimed, naturally, it shall be this prince, Iziden, exuding grace and poise, replied, brother Xinyu, what shall be the terms of our wager? Xinyu Chin's eyes twinkled as he suggested, we shall each select 3 stones. And the one with the higher value of medicinal herbs shall be declared the victor. How does that sound? Iziden replied softly, very well. Instantly, the majority of those present held their breath, their eyes fixated upon the 2. It was exceedingly rare for a wager involving medicinal herbs to reach such heights. Who would emerge victorious? The 2 began to select their stones. Although each stone was valued at 1,000 taels of gold, the burial medicinal stones contained hidden mysteries, some worthless, while others were worth a fortune. The value they could uncover would depend entirely on their skill. The 2 parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Kaiyang Courtyard sprawled over nearly 10,000 acres, with piles of stones resembling mountains, making the selection of 3 stones quite an easy task. Xinyu Qin strolled past the mounds of stones, hands clasped behind his back, swaying his head as if he possessed an inscrutable depth. However, the faces of Xinyu and a few others who had invested heavily were lined with dark expressions, clearly lacking confidence in him. Meanwhile, Iziden ventured to a bamboo grove, contemplating several scenic stones within. In his hand was a peculiar small hammer, known as the Tianyin hammer, featuring 9 circular holes of varying sizes, some as small as a chopstick's tip, others larger than a thumb. Alchemists used this hammer to strike the burial medicinal stones. Discerning their authenticity and rank through the sounds produced, Iziden meticulously tapped the stones in the bamboo grove, pressing his ear to the hammer's holes after each strike. With every blow, the bystanders were urged to silence themselves. Although Fangxing was too far away to discern any peculiar sounds, he observed that Iziden's face brightened when he struck a stone that emitted a fragrant aroma, while disappointment clouded his features upon hitting one that lacked fragrance. Of course, only Fangxing could detect the almost non-existent scent. Before long, Iziden had selected 3 stones. Fangxing, with a twitch of his nose, immediately surmised that 2 of the stones concealed 3rd-grade medicinal herbs, while one contained a 4th-grade herb. 3 young boys, triumphantly clutching the stones, followed closely behind Iziden. One girl among them, upon seeing Fangxing, could not resist taunting, you little rascal, blind to the grandeur before you, daring to oppose the young master. Just wait, and you shall have your moment of lamentation. Xinyu Chun, surprisingly, possesses not the slightest understanding of selecting stones. Upon cutting them open, the truth becomes evident. The Jinghua side suffered a catastrophic defeat, one that can only be described as utterly disgraceful. TSK, 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 to possess the majestic Dilling Mountain Range, the sovereign of the burial medicinal stone veins, yet fail to discern the authenticity and quality of the burial medicinal stones. It is indeed a travesty. The Dilling Mountain Range, nestled within Jinghua, truly stands as a pearl shrouded in dust. Xinyu, my dear brother, I dare say it would be better for you to cede the Dilling Mountain Range to my Qianlong nation, lest this sacred vein of spiritual mountains be squandered. Zhao Shiwen, with a voice as eerie as a fox's, made his intentions to covet Jinghua's territory glaringly obvious. Upon hearing this, not only were Xinyu Qin and his sister filled with uncontainable fury, but the others were also incensed that Yu Liangzi, in particular, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Shiwen, exclaiming, how dare you, a creature neither man nor woman, wreak havoc in our Jinghua? Speak another word, and I shall make you regret ever being born. Yan Shiqi. Ha! Zhao Shiwen laughed heartily, mockery unabashedly evident in his tone. Who is Yan Shiqi? Never heard of him, but that matters not. Can you produce 800,000 taels of gold? If you can, we shall continue. If not, be gone. Fangxing, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, 800,000 taels of gold is indeed beyond my means. However, with so many compatriots present, can we not gather such a sum? The result left Fangxing spitting blood, as, save for a few, most chose to distance themselves from him. Yu Liangzi, moved by Fangxing's words, turned to the crowd, expressing his displeasure. You cowards, others are defecating on our heads, and yet you remain utterly unresponsive. Humph, why must you drag us into your financial woes? If he wishes to stand out, let him do so. If he wins, it is his gain, and if he loses, so be it. One person, arms crossed, coldly remarked. Fangxing sighed, for nothing is more disheartening than the human heart. Why did he step forward? Was it not to prevent the people of Qianlong Nation from viewing Jinghua with disdain and slander? He was not seeking glory for himself. He was a citizen of Jinghua. Chapter 73. A modest test of skill, however, He could not concern himself with the choices of others. Once he made a decision, he would inevitably fulfill it. Yet, the awkward truth was that he currently lacked the means to do so. Turning to Yu Liangzi, he praised, as expected of a noble citizen of Jinghua, "Brother Yu, how much will you contribute?" Yu Liangzi immediately adopted a posture suggesting that he was being looked down upon, replying, "Of course, I shall contribute. I will offer 100 taels." Fangxing nearly spat blood in disbelief. 100 taels? That wouldn't even cover the cost of your insults. Thus, the fury within him could only be suppressed. What is this expression? Do you doubt me? To be frank, this is all the money I possess. It constitutes my entire fortune. Yu Liangzi glared, and upon finishing, he resembled a wronged wife, muttering curses under his breath. Damn Fangxing, I hope I don't cross paths with you. Fangxing, however, developed a newfound respect for Yu Liangzi. Patting him on the shoulder, being poor is inconsequential, as long as you possess a patriotic heart. Yu Liangzi spat in dissatisfaction, retorting, "I am not a poor man." Fangxing ignored him and turned to the others. Xianyu Chun, moved by Yu Liangzi's actions, had reddened eyes as he declared, "Having citizens like Brother Yu is the true wealth of Jinghua. Yan, I shall provide the funds. The rest is entrusted to you." Xianyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, have you lost your mind?" Following this, she shot a fierce glare at Fangxing. The young girl glared at her brother, and he confidently remarked, "Do you even realize what I am currently engaged in?" Freshly agitated, Xianyu felt a surge of frustration but could only sulk in silence, while Fangxing relished the moment. Should he lose, the worst that could happen would be a scolding from the emperor and a month of confinement, which was a small price to pay compared to losing face. With that thought, he swallowed hard and reluctantly offered the fire avoidance pearl to Fangxing with palpable excitement. Fangxing seized the pearl and cleared his throat, declaring, "I wager 120,100 taels of gold. Do any of you dare to take me on?" All eyes sparkled with intensity as they fixated on the fire avoidance pearl, their desires to seize it almost palpable. None among the members from the Qianlong kingdom were ordinary folk. They all recognized the pearl's immense value, particularly Zidane, who was the most exhilarated as alchemists. They were accustomed to dealing with fire and often suffered its burns. Possessing this fire avoidance pearl would not only shield them from the hazards of alchemical flames, but also allow them to refine elixirs with greater composure, thereby indirectly enhancing their success rates. Thus, the fire avoidance pearl held unparalleled significance for alchemists. Consequently, there was no dissent from the Qianlong kingdom as they pooled together the wager of 120,100 taels of gold, allowing Zidane and Fangxing to engage in their contest. Of course, a part of their confidence stemmed from the belief that Zidane was certain to win. Fangxing observed the subtle shifts in Zidane's expression, noting his deliberate attempt to project an air of superiority, which irritated him greatly. Impatiently, he demanded, "What are the rules of this contest? Speak up." Had those words come from Zidane, they would have been met with agreement. But from Fangxing, they elicited discomfort among the crowd. Zidane, too, was not pleased and snorted, "You are courting death." Zhao Xuan ominously suggested, "Let us adhere to the old rule. Best of 3 to determine the victor." Fangxing turned his back and sought out stones, prompting Zidane to feel slighted. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he huffed and walked away. Fangxing, with one hand behind his back and the other wielding a feather fan, strolled among the stones, occasionally tapping or kicking them. Xianyu's complexion turned a shade of bitter gall. The more she observed Yan Shiqi, the more she deemed him unreliable, even more so than her own brother. It seemed Xianyu Chen shared her sentiments. The number of followers behind Fangxing dwindled as he rambled on about selecting burial medicine stones, only to be met with derision. Yu Liangzi's expression soured, nearly dropping to the ground as he thought, "What do you take me for? A servant? If I win, won't we all bask in glory?" Fangxing tempted him, and after much contemplation, Yu Liangzi hoisted a large stone onto his shoulder. After walking 3 or 4 more miles and inspecting 70 or 80 stones, they came across a hunched, curved stone resembling an elderly man. After a thorough examination, Fangxing exclaimed in delight, "If my intuition serves me right, this burial medicine stone surely conceals a 5th-grade medicinal herb." Xianyu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Is that true?" Fangxing paused, waved his fan, and replied, "We'll know once we cut it open. By the way, Xia, I'll leave this stone in your capable hands." Xia Haoshi let out a huff, his gaze aflame as it bore into Fangxing's eyes. As an elite member of the Xingchen sect, he held a distinguished status. Who dared to command him? He perceived that Fangxing was intent on making him appear foolish. It seemed that everyone had noticed this, prompting Xian Yuqin to hastily summon a servant to remove the stone. Fangxing continued his leisurely stroll, meandering through the landscape, while Xian Yi followed closely behind, her patience gradually wearing thin. Upon reaching a patch of grass, Fangxing bent down and picked up a white stone, roughly the size of a head, nodding in satisfaction as he declared, "This is the one." Everyone was taken aback, and Xian Yuqin cautioned, "Brother Yan, this is merely discarded scrap. You cannot be serious." Fangxing maintained a serious demeanor, retorting, "Do I appear to be jesting?" The crowd was left in a state of confusion, and Xian Yuqin felt he had unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel, yet he could discern no quality in the burial medicine stones. Resigning himself to a silent prayer, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. He cursed himself for his arrogance in not bringing a guard, which had led him to this predicament. He quickly exclaimed, "We have yet to make our selection." Fangxing raised an eyebrow, irritated. "Is it I who will wager against him, or will it be you? Once you've made your choice, let us proceed." Xian Yuqin stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say, for it appeared that this Yan Shiqi indeed held the final say. That Zidane, renowned as the most outstanding youth of the Yi family, already possessed the demeanor of a master. As an elder praised him while stroking his beard, "This Yan Shiqi is quite remarkable. His technique in cutting the stone reveals that he is a novice in this field. Yet he dares to wager against the scions of the alchemical clans, a rare courage," remarked another elder. While these words sounded like commendations, they pierced the ears of Xian Yuqin and the others like needles. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xian Yi's eyes. Should this Yan Shiqi lose, she would be the first to end him. Once Fangxing completed his stone cutting, he was met with a pile of rubble and nothing more. His expression was one of shock as he murmured, "This is not right. It should have concealed a fourth-grade medicinal herb." Yu Liangzi felt an impulse to strike him, thinking, "You made me carry this worthless stone for half an hour." His actions incited laughter from those of the Qianlong nation. Even a fool could see that he was even less reliable than Xian Yuqin. Xian Yuqin's complexion turned pale, as if he were on the verge of suffocating. Zidane, after finishing his cut, unveiled a seventh-grade medicinal herb, shining like a star. This immediately stirred quite the commotion. To extract a seventh-grade herb in the Kaiyang Academy was indeed a matter of great honor. Yet, Zidane's expression remained unperturbed, earning him further admiration from the crowd. "What of it? It's merely a seventh-grade herb. Let us continue cutting," Fangxing said nonchalantly. Though his words sounded weak to others, Zidane maintained his composure, while Fangxing exuded fierce dominance. However, the next moment was marked by a shriek. "What happened to my fifth-grade medicinal herb?" Xian Yuqin felt a sweetness rise in his throat, nearly spitting blood. The burial medicine stone he had confidently concealed a fifth-grade herb within turned out to be yet another worthless rock. How could I possibly make a mistake? Fangxing's incredulity was palpable, as disbelief washed over him. "Humph, cease your pretense. You may deceive the people of Jinghua, but you cannot fool us. You truly know nothing." Chapter 74. Go big or go home. Fangxing's first two stones were mere worthless rocks. The prospect of staging a comeback with the final piece seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, the third stone, said to possess burial medicinal properties, was not whole, but rather a remnant, cut from a larger piece. This implied that the likelihood of it being worthless was almost a certainty. The outcome appeared to be predetermined. Xian Yuqin felt himself teetering on the brink of despair, silently cursing his own impulsiveness. Losing money was one thing, but relinquishing the fire avoidance pearl held profound significance. Suddenly, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted, and at that moment, Fangxing seemed a complete fool in their eyes. Yet, Fangxing merely smiled faintly and declared, "I shall take the reins and set the stakes. Let us wager on whether Jinghua or Qianlonggua will emerge victorious. Everyone is welcome to place their bets, the larger the better." However, the odds for betting on Qianlonggua are 10 to 1, while the odds for Jinghua are even. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one could discern what Fangxing was truly up to. The conclusion was glaringly obvious. Any rational person would bet on Qianlonggua to win, and with such odds, he risked losing everything. "Xian Yu exclaimed in anger. "How can you, an individual, represent Jinghua?" Zhao Shiwen, with a sinister smile, retorted, "Brother Yi is fighting on behalf of Qianlonggua today." In an instant, the hierarchy between Fangxing and Zidane was established. Fangxing, however, was unfazed and replied, "I represent only myself, if that suffices." Those who wish to bet on my victory will receive even odds, while those who bet on Easy Dan will have 10 to 1. The betting began, and many regarded Fangxing as mad. Yu Liangzi could not help but touch his forehead, pondering whether this fellow had too much money to waste at a man from the Qianlongwa side scoffed. We shall bet on Brother Yi. Can you afford the loss? Fangxing, with unwavering composure, replied, naturally, I cannot bear the loss, but the third prince certainly can. Xian Yui and the elder could hardly contain their urge to eliminate Fangxing on the spot. Yet he continued, Brother Xian, whether you extend your neck for a knife or not, it's still a death sentence. You have already sacrificed the fire avoidance pearl. Can you truly hesitate over mere money? Considering I may not necessarily lose, seeing Fangxing's calm demeanor, exuding confidence, Xian Yuchen felt a flicker of doubt creep in, reflecting, since we have reached this juncture, losing a little more is trivial. After all, the emperor cannot execute me. If one is to play, let them play grandly. Could Xian Yuchen not afford the stakes? He spat a mouthful of blood and declared, place your bets, let it all rest on my shoulders. With the third prince's declaration, who would still fear the consequences of loss? Everyone would evade debt. Would the emperor's son not? Instantly, a flood of bettors surged forth. Xian Yui's eyes darkened, wishing nothing more than to deliver a sound thrashing to her reckless brother. Brother Yu, you shall manage the bets, Fangxing instructed Yu Liangzi. Despite his hundredfold reluctance, the sight of a deluge of gold notes piqued his interest. The stakes had now soared to an astronomical sum of 323,715 taels of gold, surpassing all previous wagers combined. Remarkably, Fangxing displayed not a flicker of emotion. This fellow remained unperturbed, raising questions about whether he was a concealed master of the craft. Xian Yuchen found himself utterly perplexed by Fangxing's demeanor, his instincts whispering that this individual was indeed worthy of trust. After all, with such immense stakes at play, who could remain so composed without a solid foundation? Could it be that this fellow truly has a hidden hand? Even at this juncture, he exudes confidence. A voice from the crowd expressed astonishment. Humph, were I in his position, I too would remain unruffled, another scoffed. Why? Because even in defeat, he would not have to part with a single coin. Instantly, many were awakened to this realization. Xian Yuchen, upon hearing these words, spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his limbs thrashing, rendered unconscious. Pray tell, even if one were to lose billions of gold, how would it concern you? The answer is patently cleared. At this moment, a tall, robust man with flowing hair emerged from the crowd, placing a bet of 100,000 taels of gold in the direction of Fangxing. His arrival instantly eclipsed the fervor of the gambling scene. Lan Bo, the most legendary young figure of the Lanfeng Empire, was born under extraordinary omens, distinguished in appearance, and endowed with innate strength. He could lift 1,000 gene cauldron at the tender age of 10, vanquished his peers at 13, and by 15 had made his name resound throughout Tianzi Lanzhou. Now at 18, he stood ready to contend with seasoned masters, a truly formidable individual. 3 days prior, he had faced the foremost young talent from the Yushao Palace, one of the 5 great sects of the Qianlong Kingdom, atop Fengyu Mountain, and secured victory in 3 moves, causing a sensation throughout the city, earning him the title of the foremost among his contemporaries. In that moment, countless gazes converged upon him. His towering stature and unique visage ensured he would be recognized at a glance. And it was evident that he had just arrived. Some kindly reminded him of the ongoing proceedings, yet Lan Bo remained indifferent, arms crossed, quietly awaiting the outcome. Yan Shiqi, stop dawdling and make the cut. Zhao Shiwen bellowed. Easy Dan's side was nearing its climax. Although the object had yet to be fully revealed, a greenish glow was already seeping out, clearly indicating that the contents were at least of the medicinal grade. Having cut only 3 pieces of burial medicine stone, each yielding E-grade remedies, Easy Dan's skills were already on par with some of the clan's elder practitioners. An elder from the Qianlong Kingdom remarked with a sigh. Gambling with medicinal stones carries inherent risks. No one could guarantee that the burial medicine stones they purchased would yield results. Easy Dan's flawless success had left many in awe, their admiration palpable. Soon, the object of Easy Dan's cutting fully materialized before the crowd, emitting a light akin to a flickering candle. The glow, though limited in range, was remarkably dense, representing an unequivocal 9th grade E-medicine. Thunderous applause erupted spontaneously among the gathered crowd. Easy Dan had cut a 7th grade E-medicine on his first attempt, an 8th grade on his second, and a 9th grade on his third, each effort a resounding success. Such an achievement was nothing short of legendary within the realm of medicinal gambling. The market value for a 7th grade medicine was 4,800 taels of gold, an 8th grade fetched 6,000, and a 9th grade commanded 8,000, totaling 18,800 taels for the 3 herbs. If Fangxing wished to claim victory, he must at least cut a 1st grade spirit medicine. Otherwise, even a 9th grade medicine would not suffice for triumph. The expressions of the Starry Sky Pavilion members also darkened, for they had sold the 3 stones for merely 3,000 taels of gold, incurring a staggering loss of 15,800 taels, an undeniable setback. However, the nature of gambling is such that a correct wager reflects skill, while a misstep is merely a matter of luck. Zaidan's success in every bet showcases his exceptional prowess. This moment, it seemed that all hope for a comeback had evaporated for Fangxing. In stark contrast, Fangxing himself remained remarkably composed, his left hand wrapped in a white cloth, cradling the remnants, while his right hand steadily grasped the cutting tool. Methodically peeling away the stone shell, it was evident to all that he approached this task with utmost caution. At this instant, no fewer than 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on the blade and the stone in his hands. Time appeared to stand still, leaving only the sounds of breathing and heartbeat in the atmosphere. Only 1/10 of the stone remained, yet it was still a stone, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Come on, can you hurry up? A swift cut or a slow one will yield the same result. Do you not realize our hearts are about to leap from our chests? Yu Liangzi exclaimed. What nonsense! There's a treasure inside. What if you damage it? Fangxing retorted with an eye roll. The others were left in awe of this individual, who, despite facing certain defeat, maintained such confidence. One could hardly possess such audacity. Suddenly, with a crack, the stone shattered like an eggshell, emitting a burst of emerald light. There truly is a treasure. Yu Liangzi gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. An object that emanates light must be at least a 6th grade medicinal herb. As the stone shell fell away, it revealed a small plant, emerald green and resembling jade, with 3 leaves, plump and radiating vitality. Could it be a 9th grade medicinal herb? Who would have thought this place would yield 2 such specimens consecutively? For this lad to extract one from 3 burial herb stones is already remarkable, yet alas, he encountered Zaidan. Even a 9th grade herb cannot secure his victory, an elder lamented. Chapter 75. A bloodletting encounter. To extract a 9th grade medicinal herb from 3 burial stones is indeed a commendable feat. Yet the air was thick with sighs of disappointment. What a pity! Zaidan's skill surpasses all. Xin Yue exchanged glances with the elder beside her, whose concealed palm began to pulse with energy. Brother, he triumphs, Zhao Shiwen called out, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Following this, a chorus of congratulations and applause erupted as Zaidan offered a slight fist salute to the crowd, a flicker of joy concealed deep within his gaze. While maintaining an air of nonchalance, stealthily he signaled to the young girl beside him, who understood and moved towards the pile of wagers, her target clearly the fire avoidance pearl. Fangxing smirked, contemplating. Continue your charade. I shall see how you will react when you relinquish the turtle shell. Casting a glance at Zaidan and Zhao Shiwen, he bellowed. Hold on. Who declared you the victors? Are your eyes deceiving you? A ripple of shock coursed through the crowd. Could he truly be attempting to cheat at this juncture? Fangxing raised the herb high, prompting everyone to scrutinize the diminutive specimen once more. The herb, plump and merely the size of a common person's middle finger, radiated a verdant glow, indicating it was at least a 6th grade medicinal herb. Moreover, the brilliance was akin to a candle flame, confirming its status as a 9th grade herb. Who among us cannot discern that this is a 9th grade herb? Yet, what of it? You are still defeated, the young girl remarked, sticking out her tongue at Fangxing. Her dissatisfaction apparent. Disregarding the young girl, Fangxing turned his gaze toward Zaidan, his tone laced with sarcasm as he remarked, as the scion of a renowned alchemical family, if you cannot discern this, it would indeed be a most humiliating disgrace. Zaidan had, of course, already perceived the truth, for his complexion had turned as pale as parchment, his eyes wide with terror, resembling the lifeless gaze of a fish. And blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The elder behind Fangxing, who was poised to intervene, stood frozen in disbelief, staring incredulously at the object in Fangxing's hand. Yu Liangzi suddenly exclaimed, this is not merely a 9th grade nourishing medicine, it is indeed a 1st grade spiritual herb. The atmosphere in the room became charged with excitement, the rapid breaths of the crowd reminiscent of crashing waves. If one were to judge solely by the intensity of the light emanating from the herb, it bore a striking resemblance to a 9th grade nourishing medicine. However, what set it apart were the tiny sesame-sized runes that flickered amidst the emerald glow. These runes were fragments of the great Tao contained within the herb itself. The presence of these runes was indicative of a first-grade spiritual herb. Fangxing cast a scornful glance at Zhao Xuan, whose neck had extended in curiosity, and bluntly said, "Open your eyes wide and behold. This is a first-grade spiritual herb, not a ninth-grade nourishing medicine." Zhao Xuan felt as though struck by lightning, his blood surging, disrupting his breath, and a heaviness settling in his chest, leaving him unable to exhale. "Are you feigning death?" Yu Liangzi shouted, eyes wide. "Cough. I am merely fatigued and in need of a brief respite," Xian Yuchun shamelessly replied. Fangxing surveyed the crowd before declaring loudly, "With a first-grade spiritual herb in hand, who has emerged victorious?" An eerie silence enveloped the room. Fangxing confidently strode over to collect the wagers. Seizing the more than 300 million gold coins from the betting pool, and finally approached Zidane to claim all 3 herbs for himself without hesitation. Every eye in the room was fixated on his every move. His remarkable counterattack felt surreal to many. Fangxing produced 100,000 taels in gold notes to place on Lanbo's wager, saying, "Brother Lan, this is yours." Lanbo's azure pupils remained devoid of emotion, and without uttering a word, he accepted the wager. Fangxing noticed an indescribable power within those mesmerizing eyes. Lanbo's bet on Fangxing's victory was no mere whim, but a calculated decision. Fangxing couldn't help but take note of this extraordinary individual. Xian Yuchun grinned widely as he clasped Fangxing's hand, showering him with praise and admiration, his esteem for Fangxing flowing forth like an unending river. Ultimately casting a subtle mockery upon the members of the Qianlong kingdom, Fangxing had decisively bested Zidane, his prowess now unquestionable, prompting many to come forth with congratulations and offers of camaraderie. "I knew Brother Yin would triumph, which is why I did not bet on Zidane's victory," a young man declared proudly. Fangxing, unrelenting, uncovered his mask, asking, "Then why did you not wager on my win?" The young man was rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Those who had bet on Zidane's victory from the Jing nation felt the sting of their losses. Secretly lamenting their inability to recognize the true depth of Yan Shiqi's extraordinary skill, Xia Haoyun expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Brother Yan, since you have already secured victory, why did you not inform us in advance?" Fangxing shot a glance at Xia Haoyun and scoffed, "Should I have shouted in your ear that I possess a first-grade spiritual herb and cannot lose? Would you then come to bet on my win?" Xian Yuchun let out a dismissive snort, clearly disinclined to engage with Xia Haoyun. Xia Haoyun, vexed, felt a flicker of resentment flash in the depths of his eyes. Fangxing's arrogance struck a blow to his pride. He harbored disdain for the members of the Xingchen Pavilion, especially since this individual was a treacherous opportunist, devoid of loyalty. "Hey, my dear Yin Xiong, I was merely jesting earlier. Might I have my wager returned?" "Along with the portion I invested?" he inquired. "Must we gamble to the point of risking lives?" Yu Liangzi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Zidane was regarded as one of the most outstanding figures of the younger generation of the Yi clan. A candidate for the future patriarch. He had come here with the ambition of gaining fame and recognition, yet unexpectedly stumbled into such a significant setback. The middle-aged man spoke softly, clearly well acquainted with Zidane. "This young man possesses a proud disposition, and to fall at the hands of an obscure youth will be a tremendous blow to his self-esteem and character, potentially rendering him unable to recover from this defeat." Suddenly, Zidane lifted his head, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. In just a few minutes, he had transformed, as though undergoing centuries of soul-wrenching torment. His cheekbones jutted out, bloodshot veins marred his pupils, giving him a somewhat sinister appearance. As he demanded, "Dare you face me again?" His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of wheels grinding over gravel. The elegance he once exuded now a distant memory. Xiong. The young men from Qianlong Kingdom changed color. Having forged a close bond with Zidane, they could easily discern that he was now teetering on the brink of danger, potentially spiraling into madness from which there would be no return. Consequently, their gazes toward Fangxing turned hostile. Fangxing furrowed his brows slightly and remarked, "A small wager is for amusement, but a large one is injurious. I believe it is best to know when to stop. Should you wish to turn the tide, feel free to seek me out in the future." Instantly, several seasoned experts nodded in agreement, holding Fangxing in even higher regard. Not only had he triumphed in acquiring a substantial sum of money, but he had also bested a prodigy from a prestigious alchemical family. "You dare not?" Fangxing raised an eyebrow, initially harboring good intentions, yet now met with disdain. He scoffed. Who do I fear? However, he issued a stern warning. Without 500,000 taels of gold, do not embarrass yourself by stepping forward. I have no time to waste. Had Fangxing spoken such words before winning, he would have faced ridicule and scorn. Yet now, no one dared to contradict him and found his stance reasonable. Fangxing concurred, but Iziden produced a dull gray jade piece, declaring, "This is an ancient divine jade. Its value is beyond estimation. I shall use it as my wager." The emergence of the ancient divine jade caused quite a stir, for it was undoubtedly a treasure of immense worth, far surpassing the value of Xin Yuchen's fire avoidance pearl. Fangxing was taken aback, for at the moment Iziden revealed the ancient divine jade. The Lingxian Baiyushan trembled slightly, appearing somewhat eager, akin to a greedy child encountering a beloved treat. The item that could incite such restlessness in the Lingxian Baiyushan was certainly no ordinary object. Consequently, his gaze grew fervent. Iziden shifted his tone, stating, "The ancient divine jade is worth an entire fortune, equivalent to your 500 taels of gold. However, should I emerge victorious, I shall not seek your money." Fangxing's brow furrowed, and others expressed their astonishment. What does he want if not money? Yizi-Dan ominously declared, "I demand one of your hands." The atmosphere on site instantly turned frigid, as none could have anticipated that the matter of gambling drugs would escalate to such a life-and-death confrontation. Fangxing was taken aback by Yizi-Dan's ruthlessness. In a fit of rage, he retorted with a sardonic smile, "My hand is priceless. To think you could trade it for mere ancient divine jade is exceedingly naive." Fangxing's hand could never be quantified in monetary terms. It represented an attitude and a profound respect for oneself. In Chapter 76. The proposition of exchanging 5 million taels of gold for a hand seemed to many a lofty valuation of Fangxing, simultaneously revealing the depths of Yizi-Dan's resentment towards him. However, no one foresaw Fangxing's outright refusal. Yizi-Dan solemnly inquired, "Are you afraid of losing?" Fangxing coldly scoffed, "This is my stance. The ancient divine jade may hold considerable value in your eyes, but to me it is utterly worthless. If I lose, you may take the money. If I win, I will not seek your ancient divine jade, but rather your hand." The confrontational tone of Fangxing was unmistakable, leaving Yizi-Dan in a state of turmoil. With disdain, Fangxing continued, "What? Are you afraid? I can offer you a chance. Stake your ancient divine jade against my 5 million taels of gold, your hand against mine." Yizi-Dan abruptly lifted his head, astonished that this individual could be even more merciless than himself, not only maintaining the stakes but raising them. With a sigh, Yizi-Dan acquiesced, "Very well." The two then proceeded to the Yaoguang courtyard, as the burial medicine stones here could no longer accommodate such substantial wagers. The burial medicine stones of the Yaoguang courtyard were of the highest grade in the 7-star square, priced at a staggering 100,000 taels of gold per stone. Such exorbitance was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Yet Yizi-Dan and Fangxing clearly regarded this sum with indifference. What are the rules? Yizi-Dan inquired. "1 stone determines the victor." Fangxing replied nonchalantly. This declaration stirred considerable commotion, as such a stipulation left no room for error. Yu Liangzi and Xin Yuchun urged Fangxing to reconsider. After a moment of contemplation, Yizi-Dan gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine." With no further words exchanged, they parted ways to select their stones. This time, both were evidently much more cautious. An hour passed without either having found a suitable stone. Yet neither was in haste, though the onlookers grew increasingly anxious. The fevered news of a life-and-death wager spread throughout Baichao City, drawing even more spectators eager to witness the spectacle. Indeed, it was music, not mere noise, as if someone were playing an instrument within the stone. Yizi-Dan, a prodigious talent from the Yizi family, had astonishingly mastered the family secret technique Tianyin Shursan Xiao at such a tender age. This level of aptitude was truly remarkable. An elder marveled. "What purpose does Tianyin Shursan Xiao serve?" An inquisitive bystander asked. Tianyin Shursan Xiao is an ancient secret technique specifically employed for probing burial medicine stones. It involves striking the stones with the Tianyin hammer in a unique manner, delivering 13 precise blows. By producing different musical tones, one can discern the hidden treasures within the burial medicine stones. How extraordinary! Listen, that sound resembles that of a pipa, intricate and enchanting. What medicinal ingredients might be concealed within? From what I gather, it sounds akin to a pipa's melody, intricate and complex. It should harbor a grade 1 spiritual herb. Wow, a grade 1 spiritual herb. Why then does Yizi-Dan shake his head in disappointment? As soon as Iziden departed, The members of the Xingqian Pavilion arrived to remove the stone, which had been confirmed as a first-grade spiritual herb, the Zongyao stone. Its presence here had dwindled to a mere trifle. With my Tian Nyo Jiuchui unleashed, the winds shall shift and the earth shall tremble. You better stand back to avoid any unintended harm, Fangxing proclaimed with an air of authority. Tian Nyo Jiuchui? The crowd retreated obediently, their eyes wide with astonishment. Fangxing took a deep breath, drawing in energy as azure luminescence enveloped him for a brief moment, akin to the duration of a tea brew. Suddenly, with a resounding whoosh, he unleashed a tempest that stirred sand and stone to by heavens. It barely covers a radius of 10 zhang, yet it sends us fleeing 1,000 paces, Yu Liangzi grumbled as he approached. His expression one of incredulity. It was evident that Fangxing was indulging in a bit of theatricality. After the gust subsided, Fangxing strained to listen intently, only to erupt in indignation. You rascals. Step away. You're making it impossible for me to hear anything. The crowd stood stupefied, not daring to utter a sound at Zidane, with his Tianyin 13 knocks, and Fangxing, with his Tian Nyo Jiuchui, were both engaged in their respective pursuits of sound. Subsequently, the onlookers remained quiet, observing as Fangxing performed with great seriousness, bending down each time to press his ear to the ground in earnest. After completing his 9 blows, he shook his head in disappointment. What's the matter? Did you find nothing suitable? Xian Yuchen inquired anxiously. Fangxing merely shook his head. I said that there are no spiritual herbs. Or are they insufficiently graded? Xian Yuchen asked cautiously. The Zongyao stones within a li's radius are not immune to my Tian Nyo Jiuchui. There are indeed some, but they are merely second-grade herbs, far too low in rank. Fangxing lamented. Good heavens, is that still considered low? Where is it? I shall carve it out, Yu Liangzi exclaimed with urgency, but Fangxing ignored him entirely. Moving to the next location, Fangxing commenced his Tian Nyo Jiuchui once more, yet still failed to find anything of merit. Meanwhile, Zidane had unearthed 2 authentic Zongyao stones. One emitted a sound akin to a sun, mournful and desolate. The other produced a sound reminiscent of a shao, wailing softly. As darkness enveloped the sky, the courtyard of Yaoguang remained as bright as day, illuminated by luminous pearls embedded in the rocks and tree trunks, casting a glow akin to moonlight. Hundreds of these pearls radiated their light, brightening every corner of the courtyard. After 10 rounds of Tian Nyo Jiuchui, Fangxing was drenched in sweat. After dismantling a rockery, he selected a stone riddled with holes. Xian Yuchen and the others were left dumbfounded, urgently exclaiming, Brother Yan, you can't be jesting with us. This stone is already used for building a rockery, indicating it holds no value whatsoever. You cannot possibly choose such a stone, Fangxing, with utmost seriousness, retorted. What's wrong with this stone? Is it not permissible to select it? The crowd felt their vision darken, and Xian Yu, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, Yan, do not think this is some sort of jest. Fangxing, with a grim expression, scolded, earlier, it was merely your brother who was involved in the wager. Now, it's a bet between Zidane and myself. This is none of your concern. Are you not aware of your own absurdity? Xian Yu, now beside herself with rage, leaped and began kicking, while Xian Yuchen struggled to restrain her. Yan, I shall end your life, he exclaimed, attempting to pacify his sister as they retreated, but Xian Yu was in a state of unbridled fury, practically willing Fangxing to meet his demise with just a glance. Fangxing felt a surge of gratitude, yet he was deliberately provoking Xian Yu, intending to have Xian Yuchen escort her away. Otherwise, her presence was akin to a ticking time bomb. Brother he said, allow me to relieve you of the Yan's arm shortly. Zhao Shiwen cast a cold gaze at Fangxing. Zidane fixated on Fangxing's stone for quite some time before suddenly bursting into laughter, exclaiming, Yan's, you have lost. My burial medicine stone conceals a 3rd-grade spiritual herb, while yours is nothing but a worthless rock. With a clang, Zhao Shiwen unsheathed his sword, advancing menacingly toward Fangxing unperturbed. Fangxing retorted, until the stone is cut, the outcome remains uncertain. Zhao, since you are so eager to sever my arm, why not place a wager? If I lose, I shall offer my other arm as well. Fangxing's demeanor left everyone puzzled. With his opponent possessing 3rd-grade spiritual herbs, what could he possibly use to triumph? Was there a chance that his worthless rock harbored a 4th-grade spiritual herb? No one believed it, and likely, apart from Fangxing himself, no one would. Ignoring the skeptical gazes, Fangxing declared, if I win, you must part with an arm. Zhao Shiwen, almost without hesitation, replied, "Let us gamble." As the situation escalated, most chose silence. This gambling match could very well result in a fatal outcome. Xia Haoyu suddenly interjected darkly, "Brother Yan, shall we set the stakes? If so, I bet on brother." It had a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Fangxing's eyes, engaged in a fierce struggle against the Qianlong kingdom. The fact that Xia did not assist him was one thing, but to stab him in the back was a travesty, a blatant desecration of life itself. With a laugh born of fury, he replied, "Indeed, let us set the stakes. But tell me, can you afford to wager?" Chapter 77. Willing to bet and accept defeat. Xia Haoyu was a paragon among the younger generation of the Xingchen Pavilion. Seldom was there anyone brave enough to offend him. Yet today, repeatedly belittled and mocked by Fangxing, his inner fury swelled to an uncontrollable degree, his expression twisting into a grimace. "I shall see just how great the stakes are that Xia Haoyu cannot afford." Fangxing glanced at Xia Haoyu's form and said, "I bet your left leg. Do you dare?" "You?" Xia Haoyu trembled with rage, yet Fangxing's gaze pierced like a knife, seemingly ready to sever his leg at any moment. A sudden sense of trepidation washed over him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gasps filled the air. Could he truly be willing to wager all his limbs? Was he courting death? Yet, who would be foolish enough to gamble their life without certainty? Could it be that he had confidence in defeating Zidane? One pair of eyes glinted with insight, fixated intently on Fangxing's burial medicine stone. Those present recalled a few hours prior when all believed Fangxing was destined to fail. Yet he remained composed and confident, even setting the stakes high. The current atmosphere felt eerily reminiscent of that earlier scene. Everyone was compelled to approach the situation with caution, and for a moment, silence reigned. Words, after all, could lead to one's own downfall. Fangxing cast a disdainful glance at Xia Haoyu. Cradling the burial medicine stone wrapped in white cloth, he proclaimed, "Is anyone willing to place a bet?" As per our usual custom, this time, none dared to act. Fangxing's gaze shifted to Lan Bo among the crowd. Throughout, he had remained unfazed, observing everything with a calm demeanor. Those azure eyes seemed capable of piercing through all things. Since no one dared to place a bet, let us all keep our eyes wide open and watch. Fangxing cast a merciless glance at Xia Haoyu, and it was evident to all that his words were laced with pointed intent. The latter's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he might bleed, retreating to the side. Although he lacked the courage to gamble, his sharp gaze awaited the unfolding drama with keen anticipation. Fangxing swiftly wielded his knife, for the stone he had selected was already weathered, making it easy to slice. Soon, only a piece the size of a head remained, yet it exhibited no extraordinary reaction. Fangxing halted his cutting, provocatively turning to Zidane and inquired, "Did you not claim your stone contained a third-grade spiritual herb? Why do you not cut it?" After another verification, Zidane became increasingly certain that the stone in Fangxing's possession was merely a worthless rock.